Volume 3, Chapter 98, King of the Dark Elves Part 1. It was about 2 hours later that I encountered the two survivors. As expected, the condition was serious because he fell into mana poisoning. After feeding Li Yisang's potion, I waited for a while and the medicinal effect began to work quickly. Before 30 minutes had passed, the color of her blood began to brighten. The heavy breathing also gradually subsided. The party couldn't help but admire the potion's performance. As expected, it is the Chancellor's potion. There is a reason why the workshop went well. I know, I didn't expect it to be this good either. Jaehyeon scratched his head at An Hoyen's words. In fact, the potion's performance was much better than Jaehyeon expected. It is very difficult to treat patients with mana poisoning. Professional healing radars. It is impossible to alleviate symptoms so easily unless it is grade B or higher. However, Li Yisang's potion made this possible. It was a talent worthy of the word genius. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon and his party also drank potions in preparation for the upcoming battle, from basic potions that restore physical strength and magic power, even special potions that temporarily enhance key stats. All of them were expensive items, but now was not the time to save them. Dark Elf. Even though they won the battle a while ago, they are Class A monsters. Except for Jaehyeon and Seongyi Park, no one in the party could deal with them one-on-one. Without doping, the battle would be much more difficult. It's fortunate that there are plenty of potions. Jaehyeon smiled bitterly at that thought. After a while, the two unconscious cadets slowly woke up. Each of those who fell was a man and a woman. The first person to open his eyes was a man. It was Ju Seong-chan. What the hell is this place, you, Min Jaehyeon? And this is Svartal Fame. It is the land of the Dark Elves. Jaehyeon quickly cut off his words. Hey Jaehyeon Min, what are you going to do if you pass out after saying that? Kim Yoo-young immediately intervened with a rebellion. Seongyi Park asked Seongchan Ju in a calm voice. I am Seongyi Park of the Yeonhwa Guild. I am here to save you. W Yeonhwa Guild, Ju Seong-chan muttered with a hand on his forehead as he suffered from a severe headache. It wasn't a dream, it wasn't. What the hell happened? Jaehyeon asked, but the answer didn't come right away. It seemed like it would take quite a while before we could have a normal conversation. Jaehyeon felt his head getting complicated. As a result of reading the report, there are more cadets who are still alive. But you can't hit it blindly. This is a dungeon that is at least equivalent to Class A if my memory is correct. Before returning, the boss is probably at the level of S rank. No matter how recreated it is difficult to break through without taking risks. Therefore, Jaehyeon was planning to break through the dungeon after digging up as much information as possible here. However, if time is delayed like this, the story is different. Shit, should I go and crash right away? When I was thinking, fortunately, Ha Yeonju, who had fallen down with her, woke up. Jaehyeon jumped up quickly before she even asked. Don't ask where, this is the dungeon of the Dark Elves in Svartal Fame. As expected, Ha Yeonju shuddered but seemed to accept the situation aloofly, but the two must have already encountered the Dark Elves. After all, this was a more normal reaction than Ju Seong-chan, who kept his mouth shut. Ha Yeonju said in a low voice as if her throat was locked. The other kids are being held. Only then did Ju Seong-chan come to his senses and added his words. That's right, the kids who came to the Kane Guild with us. First, tell me what happened. Because there is no time. Okay, Ha Yeonju nodded at Yi Hyeon's words. Ju Seong-chan and Ha Yeonju looked at each other for a while and then gradually moved on. Ha Yeonju was the first to speak. Right after we landed in Svartal Fame, we were immediately attacked by the Dark Elves. All the other kids were taken away, and Sung-chan and I barely escaped from them. However, I couldn't stand the mana poisoning, so in the end, Ha Yeonju couldn't finish her words. Maybe it's because of guilt. As a raider cadet, he ran away in fear of the enemy despite borrowing that name. Even Ju Seong-chan's expression was shadowed. They will think they are cowards and should have died fighting alongside their comrades, but this was plain arrogance. Do you fight against an enemy you cannot handle? This is only possible in cartoons. A place where you can lose your life to an opponent lower than yourself. That is the dungeon and the field. However, Jaehyeon was also a person who understood their feelings better than anyone else. In the past, he abandoned his colleagues in a mock dungeon and ran out, because I was afraid of death. The thirst and instinct for life are something that everyone naturally experiences. It is more urgent to save the remaining people than to feel guilty here. Jaehyeon grabbed Ju Seong-chan by the shoulder and shook him. Calm down and speak the truth. It's not because of you that they were captured. But, are you going to kill all the other kids too? I can't help it, even if it's a little extreme. The priority now is to save the cadets who are still alive. Things were too bad to care about their feelings. There is a king who moves the Dark Elves. I think he might be the boss. Ha Yeonju looked at Yi Hyeon as if she had made up her mind. Jaehyeon bit his lip. Also, is the king of the Dark Elves the boss of this dungeon? Jaehyeon already knew which boss monster would appear in the dungeon. Dark Elves serve the king and absolutely obey his orders. Svartalfheim is vast and has countless factions and kings. It was only natural that the boss monster here was the king of the dark elves. So, what was the king like? What about traits and skills? I don't know because I've never met them properly. I ran away right away at that time. I'm sorry, Ha Yeonju and Ju Xiangchan both bowed their heads and said that. Are you Akare? One more thing than that. After reading the two together, Yihyun asked a different question this time. In fact, this was the most important question for Yihyun. The man who brought you here, who is that person? I wanted to ask this question the most from the beginning. There is no way that Gu Jane was directly involved in this. If so, the most suspicious person at this point is Instructor Kim Seok-gi. Ha Yeonju struggled to open her mouth. The two still seemed unable to get out of the shock. He brought us here, Yeonhwa Guild's office. Yu Yun and Park Hana, two voices are heard. Are you really Akae taking other guild members with you? No, it's an urgent situation. What's more, if the other members of Yeonhwa accompany you now, the paparazzi will definitely follow you. Then things get bigger. Yu Sung-yoon replied calmly while wearing armor. The equipment she is wearing right now is one of the best weapons in the Yeonhwa Guild. Advanced Valkyrie's Guardian. It was an S-class item that corrected the defense and healing power to the limit. To think he'd even wear a advanced Valkyrie's Guardian, that's how dangerous it is. Hana Park helped Seonjun Yu put on the armor with a stiff face. Meanwhile, Yu Seongyun reflected on what happened a little while ago with a calm expression. Ominous magic. If it's that long, it means that at least S-class magic has been activated. Asked about this. Yihyun, the kids, and Sungyi Oppa are in danger. Of course, in preparation for this situation, I handed over Avaldi's earrings to Yihyun. Judging from the fact that the effect of the earring has not been activated yet, there should be no casualties. But you can't be at ease. A healer is never a job that brings the dead back to life. Any delay and everything will go awry. After wearing all the equipment, Yu Seongyun stood up and said, "Take a picture of the coordinates of the Kane Guild the kids said they went to and send it to me. When you wait here, secure all CCTVs around you. If I don't come back by tomorrow morning, I'll immediately ask for help from the association and send reinforcements." All right. Park Hana wanted to stop Yu Seongyun right away, but she couldn't. Because when you look at her like that, no words can convince her. Moreover, now the life of her brother, Park Seong-yi, is at stake. I know it's selfish, but if Yu Sung-yoon steps forward, there's a good chance things will be resolved smoothly. No matter how strong the enemy is, there is no one who can stop Yu Seong-yoon unless it is the same S-class radar. CEO, Yu Seong-yoon was about to step outside. Park Hana called Yu Seong-yoon and said, "You know, but you have to be careful. Don't worry, you know how to do it well." After speaking in a subdued voice, Yu Seong-yoon left the guild building. Her face was dark the whole time she climbed into the car and drove. Running down the smooth road, Yu Seong-yoon made up her mind. If at all Gu Jane had touched even one hair on her people, she was ready to go to war. Let's return to the crossroads for now. That sounds like a good idea to me too. First of all, we plan and move from there. Yihyun and Park Seong-yi exchanged opinions and took their steps. The party was preparing for the enemy's attack while paying attention not to miss the words of the two people. After passing through a long pitch-dark tunnel, I came out to a slightly brighter place. Thanks to Yihyun's flash, the party was able to return to where they came from without getting lost. The three paths we met again. Ju Seong-chan and Ha Yeonju had to move especially carefully because they were not in the body to fight. Yihyun looked over the road and thought for a while, how can I defeat the boss the fastest? How can I safely close the dungeon while protecting them? After thinking for a while, the answer came straight away. You all wait here, I will scout the right road and come back. As a result of checking with the Kigam, there was a colony of dark elves on the right. If you leave it alone, there is a high possibility that it will become cumbersome when you play the boss fight. Yihyun was thinking of clearing the post in advance to prevent this from happening. Alone. What's on the right side of the road? Kim Yu-young narrowed her eyes and asked anxiously. I can feel the turbid magic. There seems to be a colony of dark elves, Yihyun said calmly. At the same time, protests from others erupted everywhere. It's crazy, it's too dangerous to go alone, you might die. Yujiang is right, I know how you feel, but it's better to move together. I think so too. It's true that Yihyun has great skills, but Yihyun's declaration of a bomb made everyone in the party panic. The only one who did not oppose his opinion was An Ho-yeon. Yihyun has never done anything without thinking. From the first encounter with the goblin, Yihyun was a mysterious being to An Ho-yeon. He always makes appropriate and correct judgments at every moment and knows how to lead his colleagues. It is innate qualities as a leader, and a true leader never abandons his comrades. Always calmly find a way to overcome the situation, put it into practice, and eventually succeed. After a while, An Ho-yeon nodded and said, Akare, I agree. Hey. An Ho-yeon, Kim Yu-young was hot, but Yi Hyun's will was also stubborn. You still can't win a one-on-one fight with the Dark Elves. Manager Park Seong-yi is also an assassin, so it's true that it's difficult to deal with more than two people. It's the best I can do for now. But still, then is there another way? Jaehyeon talked as much as he could and persuaded him. However, I could never say that I would come back without dying. This is because a dungeon is a place where life cannot always be guaranteed. All right, but if something dangerous happens, you must come back right away. In the end, Seongyi Park also gave up. It was because Yehyun's words were right. Manager, I'll be right back. I wish you well, my friends. Okay, don't worry. After that, Yehyun disappeared towards the road to the right. The group just kept their mouths shut and followed his back. Chapter 99, The King of the Dark Elves Part 2. About an hour after that, as they went deeper, the Dark Elves' stronghold was revealed. Yehyun took a step inside, calmly erasing his presence, a space full of darkness. The miasma tickling the tip of his nose twisted his forehead. Corrupted mana, I did well not to bring the other kids. As expected of the enemy's stronghold, the magic leaking out from inside was very sticky and ugly. A mana with such a density that a mere cadet could never withstand it. If the party had come together, they might have been poisoned by mana and hindered. Yehyun sighed and moved further inside to avoid the enemy's gaze. After about 5 minutes like that, in the pitch-black darkness, the voices of unknown people were heard. Yehyun quickly moved closer while activating the stealth skill of shadow armor. Is the reconnaissance team returning yet? What the hell are those guys doing around? So it is. It's been a long time since my shift, but I'm really happy. I guess I'll have to do a water change. A sentry? Those scouts are probably the ones I killed earlier. Fortunately, the sentry didn't notice at all that Yehyun was hiding. While looking for an opportunity to surprise, Yehyun focused his attention not to miss their conversation. It was because there was a possibility of leaking useful information. After a while, when Yehyun finally moved to about 5 meters away from the enemy, their voices continued again. By the way, those outsiders who were summoned then, are you talking about the lower races of Midgard? Did you say human? Okay. That anyway, those guys were really good. Where else will you not fall? The sentry licked his lips and said. Another sentry standing next to him crossed his arms and answered. Hey, it's not always something you can see. I don't know about you, but it's hard to see such super products often. How lucky this time, guys with plenty of magic poured in, but... Yehyun's face hardened coldly as he listened to the eerie story of the two dark elves. He immediately realized the reason for the discomfort he had felt earlier, right before the first encounter with the dark elves. Yehyun received the survivors feeling through magic detection. However, only 6 vital signs were detected at that time. 2 people were not enough compared to the 8 people who originally entered the dungeon. Yehyun finally realized why. 2 of them have already been eaten. Yehyun chewed his lips and glared at the chattering dark elves. The remaining people are gradually dying. There is no time to delay. Yehyun immediately deployed his mana and shot it towards the guard post. Active skill Flame Arrow LV3. Kwang. 8 arrows of intense fire ignited from the fingertips and began to smash the guard post. The dark elves shouted as if they noticed something strange when they saw the arrows flying towards them. What is this? Boo fire! A panicked voice erupted from the witch's mouth. Yehyun heard the sound from behind and stared blankly at the rest of the dark elves. An intruder has appeared. Everyone line up and annihilate the enemy. I will say it again, an intruder appeared. Everyone line up and annihilate the enemy. The dark elves raised their mana and materialized the weapons they were good at using their mana. The first in line was the 2 with spears, followed by the 4 with staffs. In the back row, dark elves carrying crossbows and crossbows started running in formation. The enemy raised their spirits and lined up on both sides of Yehyun, exuding intimidating mana. A magical blue that has absolutely no effect poured out to blatantly scare the enemy. However, Yehyun just looked at them without being afraid at all. The guy who was commanding the battle in the middle of the enemy camp took a step forward. He was probably the leader of the guard post. To attack the dark elves in Svartal fame, you're a guy who has the guts to be human. Why do you guys have more guts? What do you mean? Is it not guts to not run away even in front of me and take up a weapon? You are arrogant. Human, the leader's forehead narrowed as they exchanged words. The leader laughed at Yehyun's words and said with a mischievous expression, kill him. As soon as the words fall, as if they had waited, the dark elves started attacking. Is Yehyun okay? Seongyi looked at the party with a gloomy face and asked. He was worried about Yehyun, who went to the colony of dark elves alone a while ago. The party, including Kim Yoo-young, was also worried about Yehyun, but there was no other way. Realistically, except for Park Seongyi, Yehyun is the only person who can become a force here. If Yehyun fails in this task, there is little chance that the rest of the party will return alive. It will be fine because Yehyun is strong. Okay, it's not someone else, it's Yehyun. Nothing will happen, Park Seongyi and An Ho-yeon said, but Seo In-na still had a dark face. Kim Yoo-young also did not look good. She had already been greatly surprised to learn that Yehyun had died in a mock dungeon. A little while ago, Yehyun stubbornly said he would go and I couldn't stop him. It will be fine, maybe. Kim Yu-young smiled and said, trying to reassure Seo-in-na. Seo-ina, who is not good at interacting with others, would not be used to this kind of situation. However, Kim Yu-young also could not stand the trembling of her body. For now, let's do what we can. We have to protect the sacrament and the performance. On the other hand, Park Seong-ye's expression hardened in an instant as he watched the scene. It was because the thick magic power pouring out from inside the dungeon was rapidly approaching the party. Seong-yi Park put his index finger to his mouth. The voices of those who were talking stopped. The sound of the wind soon began to be heard. It's an ominous magic, it's very subtle. But it's coming this way little by little, Park Seong-yi said in a calm voice. An enemy is coming, everyone in their seats. Upon hearing the voice, everyone in the party lined up and observed the enemy's movements. But the situation wasn't getting any better, it was only getting worse. Dangerous. Park Seong-yi gritted it. The magical power that is felt is different. Shit, it's a completely different opponent than the guys I dealt with earlier. At the same time, an urgent voice erupted from Park Seong-yi's mouth. Everyone hurry up and avoid it. However, Park Seong-yi's words were not yet finished. Tuk-tuk, two terrifying sounds in succession. The group's mouths were tightly shut after a while. Unbelievable things were happening in front of those who came to their senses. Manager, oh how could this be? Kim Yu-young and An Ho-yeon muttered in dismay. All eyes were focused on one spot. At the end of the line of sight was the site of the real disaster. Park Seong-yi fell forward while bleeding and the red eyes felt behind him. They saw 6 elite dark elf knights surround him. Park Seong-yi's left arm was neatly cut. Jaehyeon caught his breath. The first thing fired was the long-range magic of the guys with staffs. Kugu-gu. Ice fragments of freezing properties and dizzying lightning strikes rushed sharply toward the reappearance. Even if you can't do all of them, it's an intermediate level or higher level C-class magic. But active skill absolute calculation nullifies the enemy's magic. Active skill wind boost. It was a completely meaningless attack to Jaehyeon. After destroying all attacks, Jaehyeon immediately kicked the ground and moved behind the wizards. A mage's most vulnerable moment is when she starts casting immediately after using magic. Jaehyeon was well aware of that weakness. Terror, chains that became sharp like swords began to pierce the hearts of enemies. All the dark elves holding the staff perished in the blink of an eye. The leader saw it belatedly and realized that Jaehyeon's words were not lies. Jaehyeon was strong. It was a fact that I realized without competing for a few sums. However, even so, the leader had a fishy laugh. No matter how strong the representation is, this is the Dark Elves' outpost. The troops still have a long way to go. Defeating them all would be impossible for a mere human. You will never return alive here. With the leader's words, more reinforcements flocked from the rear. As a kind of standing army, they were stationed in case there was a problem at the guard post. The Dark Elves used magic while keeping their distance from Jaehyeon as much as possible. The staff they are holding emits light and attaches itself to Jaehyeon. Ge. Together with poisonous mana, an arithmetic formula was written in the air and emitted light. Dark Elves use the active skill Mana Chain. Dark Elves use the active skill Paralysis spell. Dark Elves use the active skill Poisoning spell. Status abnormal magic that comes in succession. However, Jaehyeon already knew that they would come out like that. The scariest thing about Dark Elves is CC. This is a pattern often seen in intelligent witches. Use CC to neutralize the enemy and eat it slowly. However, Jaehyeon had no reason to panic at all. The passive skill Hell's Protection protects the user from abnormal status. Blessing of Hell. The power gained from the first trial drove away the status ailments. Jaehyeon laughed. As long as you have this skill, you will never get abnormal status. However, the Dark Elves who were unaware of this had no choice but to panic. How did this happen? You resisted magic. I don't know about that. Jaehyeon sent magic power through his body and took a step forward. A cool smile spread across his lips. Suddenly he jumped up and grabbed the leader's neck. The other Dark Elves were already terrified and unable to move. Jaehyeon asked in a low voice, "Answer the question. How dare you, a human subject?" An order to the proud Dark Elves. Cap. Jaehyeon tightened his grip and twisted his bones coldly. If you want to change your pride in your life, you can do whatever you want. Well, it doesn't pay off though. I will tell you. So let go now. Good, then I will ask again. As I let go of the strength in my hands, the leader fell to the ground and grabbed my head. Jaehyeon stepped on the leader's head with his foot and asked, "There must be humans who fell here a few hours ago. Did you eat them?" "Yes." The leader looked at Jaehyeon's face and added urgently, but I didn't eat all of them. Some are still alive. Where are they now?" "Wow, to the king's residence." As expected, Jaehyeon was well aware of the habits of the Dark Elves. Perhaps the surviving cadets are being treated like their toys. Watching them struggle in pain by inflicting conditions such as poisoning or paralysis, or forcing them to eat poisonous meat. The Dark Elves had been killing humans in a cruel and dirty way even before returning. "I can't drag the time." Jaehyeon raised his mana again and put it on his toes. I got enough information. Now this guy has no utility value. Tsutsutsutsut, the ripple sound of clashing magical powers. The leader trembled and shouted in shock. Wait a minute, I will definitely save you. I don't remember making a promise like that. That kind of thing. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow and whispered in a low voice. You didn't think it would save you, did you? Jaehyeon blew magic into the leg that stepped on the leader and then exploded it. Kwang. Stunned by that sight, the rest of the Dark Elves secretly took a step back. However, Jaehyeon intended to slaughter them without leaving a single one. Killing a creature with intelligence means always taking the risk of revenge, but it didn't matter. Jaehyeon was thinking of telling the Dark Elves what to fear. Active skill Chain of Lightning. Jaehyeon looked around at the Dark Elves and said, "Don't think that you will die gracefully." Chapter 100 King of the Dark Elves Part 3 is this here. The place where the kids and Seongyi Oppa disappeared. Yu Seongyun had just arrived at the entrance of the Kane Guild, shabby exterior and interior. The gloomy mana that I can already feel is flowing down with high pressure, creating a blue wave. Yu Seongyun, who looked around, frowned. This is obviously a strange place. Doors squeaking because they have not been oiled and windows that cannot be seen inside. Not only that, but even the thick scent of blood spreading from the inside. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't seem like a normal guild building. Yusung nodded and headed straight into the guild without hesitation. Perhaps because Jaehyeon and his party had already been there, the door was open. Sigh. The door moved and made an old metal sound. As I entered, my anxiety grew more and more. No matter how you think about it, this is dangerous. A building reminiscent of an abandoned building. An arithmetic formula written in white chalk abandoned in a long hallway. Even the puddles of dark red blood that flowed around, perhaps as a result of being swept away by the ceremony. Yu Seongyun already realized at once how the situation had turned just by looking at it. There are traces of the transmission magic being activated. It is also very powerful. Judging from the formula, this was a high-level transmission ceremony to another world. Magic that transports users directly to the dungeons of the 9 worlds excluding Midgard. Although it has not yet been revealed to the public, this is a type of transmission magic currently under covert research. Now I understand. A few solid facts popped into my mind. 1. A person presumed to be Gu Yaoen's forces installed another world transmission magic here. 2. Jaehyeon and his party, who came here to save the cadets, were forcibly transported somewhere. 3. It is a level of dungeon that cannot be easily cleared with Park Seong-yi and Jaehyeon's skills alone. Yu Seongyun realized that the situation was much more serious than he thought. At least the fact that Ivaldi's earring didn't work yet doesn't mean it's the worst situation. But it's true that the longer you drag it out, the more dangerous the kids are. I have to move as quickly as possible. Yu Seongyun immediately began to interpret the expression written in the center of the hallway. A high-level formula. Gu Yaoen, you did a much bigger job than I thought. I unknowingly bit my lower lip. Yu Seongyun started to speed up a little more. This is, after a while. The arithmetic expression emitted light and began to brighten up the dark interior of the building. With trembling hands, Yu Seongyun lightly infused magic into the ceremony. Ooh. The transparent magic circle that surrounded the hallway began to emerge more clearly. Eventually, the light took on the form of letters and quickly vomited its meaning. Yu Seongyun began to read the magic language written there. You foolish one, the world of the dark elves to Svartal fame, you send. As soon as the words were cut off, a heavy silence fell. Yu Seongyun's face turned blue. If what you read is correct, this is a more serious matter than you can imagine. Svartal fame, it is the world of the dark elves. Raiders that survive Svartal fame are rare enough to count on one hand. A barren land in the radar world where the strategy has yet to be fully developed. That place was Svartal fame. All sorts of emotions flooded her mind. The kids and Seongyi Oppa are in danger. Park Seongyi does not have good compatibility with the dark elves and the others are only cadets. The only reliable one is reproduction. I have to join Jaehyeon as soon as possible. After taking a deep breath, Yu Seongyun lightly stood on top of the circular magic circle. Of course I know it's a trap, but now there was no other way. This was the best way to join them as quickly as possible. The magic circle takes effect and it is both brilliant and dark. It emits viscous magic power, a thick darkness that seemed to swallow Yu Seongyun at any moment. Once again the familiar phrase echoes. You fool, the world of the dark elves, with Svartal fame you transmit. It didn't take long to clear the dark elves' post. In the first place, the difference between the sexes was so overwhelming that it was a natural result. However, Jaehyeon's expression as he left the guard post and returned was infinitely darker. As expected, there were more forces left, even stronger than the guys I killed, an almost S-class monster. Other people are dangerous, anxiety that beats the heart. Jaehyeon shook his head not to assume the worst just now. After killing all the dark elves in the post, Jaehyeon used magical detect. It was to check the group's dynamics, but here's a variable. A guy with power comparable to that of a king is heading that way. It was unbelievable. Didn't the dark elves serve only one king? But why do I feel the power equivalent to the mana felt in the boss room? If you are even a little late, everyone will die. Jaehyeon swept his earlobe once and began pouring magic power into it. It was the item I received from Yu Sung-yoon when I first gathered with the party to solve the dungeon case. Ivaldi's earring, an item that automatically gives a signal to a partner when the wearer is in an emergency. The problem is that the triggering condition for this earring is an emergency situation. The conditions for this critical situation are not objective, and the item determines them arbitrarily. Thanks to this, the effect of the earring did not activate immediately after arriving in Svartal Fame for the first time. Because the exact conditions were not known, Jaehyeon was also unable to contact Yu Seong-yoon. Damn it, I can't. For now, joining the kids is the first thing. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth and ran using all of his acceleration magic. However, before arriving, Jaehyeon's face hardened once again. Seongyi Park, his spirits began to wane as if it would stop breathing any moment. Damn it, are you Akoe guys? Kim Yu-young's urgent voice. The group barely nodded their heads as if it was difficult to even answer. Kim Yu-young, Seona, An Ho-yeon, Ju Seon-chan and Ha Yeonju, who barely got back together. All members of the party were fighting the enemy on behalf of Park Seong-yi, who had lost his arm and collapsed. Park Seong-yi was barely breathing. It seemed that he had been hit by one of the Dark Elves' main weapons, CC. One of the limitations of assassination-type radar, this meant that they were so vulnerable to status ailments. It seems like he's still young, but it's a pretty useful move. A shadow that did not reveal its shape in the dark spoke with magic power. An overwhelming power that is difficult to handle. The party broke into a cold sweat and stared quietly beyond the unclear darkness. There is a gigantic evil that cannot be identified. A demonic beast that uses at least several times more mana than those it encountered for the first time. What are you? An Ho-yeon asked with a trembling voice, wary of the surroundings. A shadow in the darkness distorted, and a terrifying voice came from within. I am the royal family of the noble dark elves and the captain of the royal guard who escorts the king. It's Kel. At the same time as ending the speech, Kel fired a spear out of the darkness. It was also a sharp spear like an all made with magic. However, the spear was not shot at the party. The tip of the spearhead pointed deeper, just now. The right side of the road Jaehyeon headed to destroy the dark elves' post. However, the flying spear was helplessly caught and shattered. The suffocating magic power sensed from it. Everyone in the party trembled at the energy felt from there. A vortex of thick magical power that is incomparable to them. It was as if his mind was being blown away by the mighty power that was rushing in. The only good thing is that the target scattering magic is not their enemy. It looks like you're hiding in the shadows for something noble, fighting in a naive way. Jaehyeon, who had approached the party before he knew it, stood at the forefront and said. Soon after, an eerie laugh echoed through the dungeon, and soon the shadows lifted. Is there any honor more important than winning a battle? Humans are stupid. It was none other than a giant dark elf who stepped out of the darkness. A demonic beast with long hair that extends to the shoulder blades while wearing silver armor. The witch beast's blazing eyes scanned Jaehyeon's whole body. Don't stir up racial feelings. That's a really bad habit. Jaehyeon opened his magic and looked at Kel approaching him. At least the magic of the king and the equal. Jaehyeon bit his lip. Can we protect the group and defeat him? Even now, the fire of life of the cadets caught in the boss room continues to go out. After, Jaehyeon had to calmly find a way out of this situation. Fighting the enemy one-on-one is not that difficult. Jaehyeon has achieved remarkable growth and his compatibility with the enemy is also very good, but the biggest problem is still. I'm running out of time, what should I do? After Jaehyeon cooled his head, he looked at Kel, he asked. The other humans you took with you, tell me where you are. Hey, do you dare to retrieve the sacrifice the king took, stupid thing? Jaehyeon's brow furrowed. His gaze turns to Park Seong-yi, who has lost his arm and collapsed. At the same time, Jaehyeon's face hardened. Yeah, that's how it happened. Tsutsutsutsu, the level of magic that is different from reappearance has been released, the expression and anger that came up clearly. For the first time, Kel's brow twisted. What the hell is this? How can a human possess such vast magical powers? Kel was in shock. He had never experienced anything like this before. Is this really the power of humans who were considered only prey? Kel twitched his lips as he watched the high-pressure magic flowing down Jaehyeon's body. Yeah, now I get it. Are you the person who wiped out our people earlier? It seems right, after all, he's just a human being. No way, Cancer, wouldn't it be food if I tried desperately? Before I knew it, two elite dark elves lined up on either side of Kel giggled and said. To them, Jaehyeon is fresh prey full of mana. It was nothing more and nothing less. On the other hand, Jaehyeon, who gained time through conversation, looked at both the enemy and the ally at the same time. The ally seemed to have recovered some of their magic with the potion they took out. The Dark Elves were not very interested in the group standing behind them because they were concerned about reappearance. Among Class A, it's extraordinarily strong. Probably an S-class monster, but Jaehyeon raised his mana and ejected chains from the floor and ceiling, a low-grade chain magic with no attributes, mana chain. However, to Jaehyeon, who understood the concept of amplification, the level of magic was meaningless. I don't know what you guys ate so much, be prepared. Active skill mana chain LV5. The proficiency of the skill is max. The chain becomes a will and supports your movement. A higher level skill is derived. Active skill chain lane Elvone. What the hell? Before the sound of the system had even finished, Kel stepped back in surprise. Dozens of chain rains manifested from Jaehyeon pierced the elite knight standing next to him. A chain shot at such a speed that there is no other way to describe it other than saying it was amazing. You have killed an elite dark elf knight. Jaehyeon looked at Kel with an expressionless face. You will have to vomit everything you ate. Chapter 101, The King of the Dark Elves Part 4 Cherror. Pieces of meat exploding with the sound of metal and elite dark elves being swept away. Kel couldn't believe it. How on earth can a human being have so much power? That's not the realm of humans. Even if you look beyond the species, the current power of reproduction was almost comparable to that of the king. That's just the amount of mana, but he seemed to have more that he hadn't shown yet. Kel was distraught. What is that human? I could hardly find out. Judging by the chain imbued with blue magic, he was clearly a wizard. But can a wizard really be able to show such a movement that is close to astonishment? If I don't, everyone will be annihilated. Goosebumps ran through his body and his heart began to beat rapidly. Jaehyeon was reading their movements at an incomprehensible and phenomenal speed. Kel felt a chill run down the back of his neck. Even dark elves accustomed to living in the dark could not move so swiftly. But is it possible for a human with clear limits of vision to do such a thing? It cannot be dealt with in a normal way. Kel, who came to a conclusion immediately, gave a magic signal to his surviving men. Out of the 8 elite knights I brought with me, only 3 survived. Adding more pointless sacrifices here only weakens the power of the king. Human, I will admit that you are strong, however, existence with something to protect is always weak, for example if it were a weak entity. It would be even more so. After laughing viciously, Kel fired spears at Kim Yu-young, Seo-in Na and An Ho-yeon. However, they were already accustomed to the darkness. It wasn't easy, but they managed to dodge Kel's attack. Not only that, Kim Yu-young drastically reduced the enemy's attack power with Mana Field. An Ho-yeon was also focusing on attack and defense, holding only a shield. Ju Sung-chan and Ha Yeonju tried to protect the fallen Park Seong-yi somehow. Joy, at least it's not a burden. Then how about this one? Kel raised the corners of his mouth and slowly moved his lips as he looked at Jaehyeon again. A blue light illuminated the darkness for a moment, then disappeared. Jaehyeon's brow furrowed. Is that communication magic? Kel answered Jaehyeon's question right away. A little while ago, I sent a signal to the king's residence. There are other humans you were trying to save. By the way, they are now dying paralyzed by neurotoxin. The group's faces slowly turned into shock. Kel didn't care and went further. The next 30 minutes. You will die if you don't save your comrades in it. After that, Kel hid into the darkness again. The suffocating venom spread around. Kel's low voice came from the dark smoke. Choose. Kill me here and save the humans here. Kel continued with a fishy laugh. Otherwise, will you save the other humans in the king's residence? Kel was talking. One of them will be annihilated. What will you do here? Jaehyeon bit his lip and stared intently at the darkness that was like a blackout curtain. The magically enchanted Kel was moving quickly and disturbing the vision. Kim Yu-young shouted at Jaehyeon in an urgent voice. Min Jaehyeon, be careful, the manager was also attacked by that attack earlier. Don't worry, first of all take good care of your body, don't relax. After Jaehyeon said calmly, he felt the magic of the dark dungeon. When I looked into it closely through Magic Detect, I was able to find 3 shadows moving busily in the abyss. There are 3 left. Thanks to magic sensing, it is not difficult to read the enemy's mood. The problem is also time. At this rate, all the guys in the boss room will die. The time when Jaehyeon was worried, light leaked from the earrings she had been wearing, an item that didn't work just a moment ago, Ivaldi's earrings. The artifact spreads its magic power and then splits apart. Damn it, if only the effect had appeared a little earlier. Jaehyeon clenched his fists but immediately regained his composure. But this would have conveyed the situation we are in to the teacher. I just need to buy some time somehow. Even, the teacher is already around here. With the effect of the earring, Jaehyeon can also know Yu Seong-yoon's current location. Yu Seong-yoon was already close by, knowing that they were in danger. The situation has already arrived at the heart of Svartal fame. If you can buy a little time, maybe the master will be able to come here right away. But In the meantime, my colleagues will die. The same was true of the cadets in the king's quarters, either or both. In order to preserve one, you must forsake the other. Shit, I can't help it. Right now, I have no choice but to protect my colleagues next to me. That's when Jaehyeon thought. An Hoyeon stood next to him and asked, "That light a little while ago, did the signal go to the CEO properly?" "Okay, but I'm running out of time, even if it was only for 10 minutes. When Jaehyeon gritted his teeth, An Hoyeon replied as if it was not a big deal. "Can you do it in 10 minutes? Jaehyeon immediately turned his head to look at An Hoyeon's face. The two confident pupils hold the light. His gray hair gleamed brightly in the dark. "I didn't think to ask if I was sure I could do it." Jaehyeon nodded. An Hoyeon said while looking around with a faint smile. "Go see," he had a determined face. "Kill the king and save the other kids. I'll try to do something here." Jaehyeon's eyes widened, the face of a person who has made up his mind. It was the expression of a person Jaehyeon had faced countless times in the past and never wanted to go through again. Even so, Jaehyeon had no choice but to turn around. "Okay, I'll be able to do something." "Jaehyeon, go ahead," the voices of Kim Yoo-young and Seo Ina, Ju Seon-chan and Ha Yeonju also added. "If you run away again, you won't be able to see the other kids' faces. It won't help much. But I'll try anyway." Jaehyeon gritted it. "Sorry guys, hold on for a little while." After that, Jaehyeon ran straight away and completely disappeared from their sight. Middle road, I started running to head to the boss room. "King of the Dark Elves, anyway I have to kill him quickly." Jaehyeon's head went colder than ever. Meanwhile, Kel let Jaehyeon go, raising one corner of his mouth. The power of that human a moment ago. It's so strong that even the king struggles. If I had continued to fight, I would have surely died. But don't worry, the king has a bodyguard. Royal guard directly under the king. They were stronger than the elite dark elves. Even in the king's residence, there are dozens of such strong men. No matter how strong that human was, he would never be able to deal with them all. Then, is it meal time now? Kel looked at Jaehyeon's colleagues with a sinister smile. It was then, An Hoyeon suddenly threw his shield on the floor, then took out a sword from his inventory and pulled it out. The horrified group turned to him, but no one spoke. An indescribable flame blazed in An Hoyeon's eyes. Overwhelming magic power began to erupt. As Jaehyeon headed to the boss room, he thought and thought over and over again. Is this really the best? This situation of leaving a comrade to death and going to rescue cadets without a connection. Is it really a decision made under rational judgment? No, Jaehyeon knew better than anyone that this was a foolish act, but even so, Jaehyeon made a foolish choice. The moment he saw An Hoyeon's eyes begging him to trust him, Jaehyeon had no choice but to make a decision. "You have to believe, have no choice but to believe." Jaehyeon calmed down his quickening breathing and kept repeating that thought over and over again. "An Hoyeon, I can only hope that he will do well." I thought about the boss at the end of this road as I reflected on the anger rising inside me. Stay calm, calmly think again, and then destroy the enemy. It's not just the party that is in danger of dying. Oneself is also dangerous. About 5 minutes after that, Kwang. Jaehyeon appeared with the sound of the boss room door being smashed. As I took a step inside, I saw dark elves lined up on both sides with despicable sneers, and a throne located in the front. There the witch beast is looking down on her with cold eyes. There was a king of the dark elves. Jaehyeon trembled slightly with his fists clenched. It wasn't just because of the king's magical powers. An iron spear attached to the back of the throne. And it was because he saw the cadets who were barely breathing, poisoned by the poison inside. I gasped, and anger began to flare up. The king, still not coming down from his throne, said while rubbing his chin. I paid special attention to the fact that there were guests. "Do you like it?" Jaehyeon felt as if all the blood in his body was gushing backwards. However, Jaehyeon was not swept away. When he met Hyujin, he had made up his mind. "I will never be overcome by emotions in battle again." Jaehyeon exhaled and took a step forward towards the enemy. "Just know one thing, xperrif." Fierce flames rise from Jaehyeon's body and heat fills the inside of the boss room. The king's brow crumpled. Before long, dozens of royal guards rushed to protect the king. However, Jaehyeon was not embarrassed. "You all die here." Along with Jaehyeon's words, the mana that had been raised to the limit began to radiate. The left pupil is dyed golden and a strong hostility rises. Kwang, the head of one of the guardsmen, exploded shortly after Jaehyeon leaves, as An Hoyeon stepped out of the mana field and threw away the shield. Kim Yoo-young's eyes narrowed. A harsh voice erupted from her mouth. "What is this?" However, Kim Yoo-young's voice did not continue. A quiet blue flame burning from An Hoyeon's aloof eyes. Brilliant flames that seemed to blind him in pitch-black darkness began to spread throughout his body. An Hoyeon took a step towards Kel and the dark elves hiding in the darkness. He lowered his head and murmured with a faint smile. "You should have done this from the beginning." "What kind of nonsense is that? Originally, do humans make incomprehensible sounds when it is time to die?" Kel's mocking voice. However, in Hoyeon's blue and white was only getting stronger. The surrounding scenery suddenly brightened and Kel's pupils gradually narrowed. What is this mana?" We need to get rid of that guy quickly. A thought etched clearly in Kel's mind, a spear and a sword fired at the same time, but visor. The attack was blocked by An Ho-yeon's sword. No, it was broken. An Ho-yeon let out a rough breath and tried to calm his trembling body. Kel's face instantly turned into shock. How did this happen? Why? Why did my attack get blocked? Kel gritted his teeth and drew a spear at An Ho-yeon. An Ho-yeon also did not back down. I straightened the white blade imbued with blue flowers and swung it toward Kel, and whoa. A solid line is drawn on Kel's shoulder and blood splatters. Black blood splattered on the floor. At the same time, dark red blood poured from An Ho-yeon's mouth. Kim Yu-young seo ina ha yeonju juseong-chan. Everyone here felt it. No, that's stupid. Stop it right now. That An Ho-yeon has opened a new stage, an active skill unification of divine swords. It is an excessively high-grade skill compared to the user. All blood in the body flows backward. Warning, cancel the use of the skill immediately. If the warning is ignored, the user will die in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. That An Ho-yeon would die here. Chapter 102, King of the Dark Elves Part 5, The weak are weeded out. But not only the strong survive. An Ho-yeon exhaled lightly as he watched the blue flames seep out from the sword. I ignored all the warning messages that rang loudly in my ears several times. It is a skill prepared for the present. Of course, I never meant to risk my life. But it'll be fine, squeak. An elite knight's head fled in the hands of An Ho-yeon, who fixed the sword. Kel's eyes narrowed. It was a swordsmanship that reached an incredible level of wonder. The strongest S-class skill that can only be used by those who have reached the highest level in martial arts. The new swordsman's day. When one reaches the highest level of swordsmanship, one becomes one with the sword. However, this meant that his body became a weapon and became a dangerous state that could be broken at any time. Because of this, An Ho-yeon also vowed never to use this skill until he could properly handle it immediately after learning it. But I used my skill. There were no regrets. After Jaehyeon left, the party endured for about 4 minutes. If he was prepared to die for the remaining 6 minutes, he would be able to endure it. Focus on defense as much as possible. Even now, he is having a hard time. An Ho-yeon said calmly. The party just stared blankly at the back, looking shocked. Did you say, Kel? That guy is not a guy I can deal with who has opened the stage imperfectly now. Right now, as Jaehyeon said, buying time and aiming for a moment is the best. Perhaps reading An Ho-yeon's thoughts, Kel rushed along with one of the remaining elite knights. It was because if I didn't kill him now, I might have to endure a bigger loss. An Ho-yeon smiled lightly. The enemy's attack was so heavy that it was frightening, and every moment my muscles screamed. Nevertheless, An Ho-yeon silently crossed swords and constantly counterattacked. Squeak, squeak. One after another, the sword cut through the enemy's vitals. Whoa, the blood that rose up soaked in Ho-yeon's face and gray hair. A drop of cold sweat ran down Kel's face. It was a very short gap, but Kel saw Jaehyeon in An Ho-yeon, an arrogant human with crazy talent and magic that overwhelmed him a moment ago. But he was a very special case among humans. So far, those who have stepped on the land of the Dark Elves are at an insignificant level even if they have magical powers. But 2 humans with this kind of power appeared at once. But Kel knew An Ho-yeon is not on the same stage as Jaehyeon. While intentionally exhausting his life force, he forcibly opened the realm. This was obviously stupid. Yeah, I'll admit you have a trump card hidden. However, it will be self-sufficient. Foolish human, don't you know that power is destroying your body? Sooner or later your body will be reduced to dust. You're dead and you won't know even if you wake up. An Ho-yeon smiled and held out his sword. Kel's eyes narrowed, a sword attack that closed the distance in an instant. Kel groaned and turned his body as the sword aimed directly at the nape of his neck. Big, Kel took a step back and managed to get the sword. Sparks flew between the sword and the spear. So stupid. Kel was nervous for a moment but decided not to mind. In the end, you are the one who wins in the end. That human's strength is outside the standard, but his body continues to collapse. Cuck, after a while, An Ho-yeon, who was shooting a sword strike, bent his knees and vomited blood at the same time. It wasn't because of being attacked, it was a side effect of the body caused by the unification of new swords. The user's body collapses. Danger, stop using your skills right now, all muscle fibers are cut. All blood vessels are twisted. The system sound constantly in my ears. However, An Ho-yeon did not stop and continued the battle. Even knowing he was dying, he continued to clash his swords, bump and bump again, and in the end. Now. The body is the limit. This is the last time. An Ho-yeon, who intuited his end, poured out all the mana of his body. The huge flow of energy created by substituting life permeated in Ho-yeon's body and soon gathered at the tip of the sword. An Ho-yeon did not hesitate and delivered the final blow to the enemy, a single blow with the power to cut through Kel. As if the earth shook and the dungeon collapsed, an intense wave of power was fired at the enemy. But, cuck, it was his subordinate, not Kel, who screamed. Instead, the elite knight who was attacked looked up at Kel with regretful eyes, but Kel only smiled bitterly. Don't worry because you were useful, the great captain. Creepy, he knew that his sword could not pierce the enemy's heart, but there was nothing more An Hoyon could do. Cowardly. An Hoyon lost consciousness and the strands of life began to break. My breath seemed to stop at any moment, and the resounding heartbeat gradually died down. Kel lowered the three-sword that he had shaped into an Hoyon before he knew it, a stab aimed directly at the heart. No, Hoyon and Hoyana, wake, crying and screaming from the group. However, Hoyon An would never hear them, and the time when An Hoyon was about to stop breathing, the war situation has changed. Tsutsutsutsutsu, what is this all of a sudden? Kim Yu-young's eyes narrowed and her heart beat faster. Goo goo goo, power enough to feel a sense of awe pouring through the cracks of the party who barely managed to hold on with their knees bent. I cannot believe it, how can you get this magical power? Seo Inna also trembled at the magic she felt from the back with her mouth open. The sound of words continued along with the airwaves of magical power that raged without rest in the dungeon. Did you make these people like this? It was a familiar and perfectly welcome voice. Yu Seong-yoon, the owner of Yeonhwa, the #1 guild in Korea and one of the best S-class raiders in the world, she arrived here, say it. If so, an enormous amount of magical energy overflows from Yu Seong-yoon's body. The river shook and the floor sank. What is this? I didn't even feel the approaching sign. How could this be? Kel sighed and fell to the ground on his knees. Yu Seong smiled coldly. You die. You are stupid. Are you saying you can deal with this many by yourself? With this Kai's in front of you, there's nothing I can't do. The king of the dark elves at Jaehyeon's rant. Kai's face hardened. Of course I know that Jaehyeon destroyed the guard post where my comrades are, but this is just an attack. Does this stupid human think he can handle so many elite knights alone? If so, it was an arrogant thought. The people next to me now are not the remnants at the post, but elite knights trained to respond to enemy invasion. Even the number reaches 30. No matter how strong he is, it would be impossible to handle this many. Kai's concluded that Jaehyeon was using tricks to pass the time. I don't know what tricks they're thinking, but the elite knights here will be hard to deal with alone. They are completely different from the thugs you killed earlier. Jaehyeon laughed at Kai's words. Can I say it again? You die here, this fact does not change. You are truly arrogant human. I heard that often, but isn't that it? Everyone who said that is dead to me. Tsutsutsutsutsu. In an instant, the magic power released from Jaehyeon's body rose up and filled the air. In an instant, several elite knights fell to the ground choking. Kai's lips twitched. You're doing tricks that aren't human. However, since you slaughtered my own people, you will be punished accordingly. It's what you all started with. A dark light shone in Jaehyeon's eyes tinged with gold. The blazing magical energy began to spread heat by swirling here and there like a moth carrying a flame. It was the total amount of mana that Jaehyeon could use to the limit. The guy who killed innocent people and tied them up and played with them as toys. Jaehyeon's gaze alternately looked at the dying cadets and Kai's. Do you think you have a right to say that? I won't talk too long. Kill, Kai's command. However, the elite knights couldn't move their bodies easily because of Jaehyeon's magical power. Useless things, wake up right now. Along with Kai's mantra, the elite knights who were suppressed by the magic of reappearance regained control over their bodies. However, Jaehyeon was already rapidly closing the distance. Kai's furrowed his brow and shouted at his subordinate. Don't be afraid, he must be strong, he is only human, Kai's thought while following Jaehyeon's movements with his eyes. He's a much stronger guy than he looks, but no problem, judging by his movements he's a martial artist. With the elite knights and my magic, it's a fight that can never be lost. But the next moment his thoughts were completely denied. Active skill Chain of Fire Demon is activated. Kel could only tremble as he bent his knees at the magical energy that oppressed the atmosphere. It was incomprehensible to him. What the heck is that man? It was already the third encounter with the monster today alone. Min Yi-hyun, An Hoyon, Yu Seong-seong, all of them are mere humans. They were only objects of slaughter that were nothing more than food to them. But why the hell did this happen? Kyug, what the hell are you? How could such a strong mana? I will ask again, did you make them like that? Yu Seong-yoon said, pointing to Park Seong-yi, who lost consciousness after losing his arm, and An Hoyon, whose blood was distorted. Kel's pupils shook violently. You can never win. He's an enemy on a whole different level from that guy earlier. Kel quickly distanced himself from Yu Seong-yoon while holding a sword shaped like magic. If I take those guys hostage, I'll have a chance somehow, Kel thought while provoking with a fishy laugh. Yes, those humans are my masterpiece. You mean that too? Yu Seong-yoon started to approach Seong-yi Park and his party, who had fallen with cold eyes. She first looked at Seong-yi Park's left arm, naturally the brow furrowed. Wounds caused by surprise, it's a cowardly move. Next was An Hoyon. I was forced to use power that I couldn't handle. I must have overused the skill beyond the critical point. Was it that much of a crowd? Either way, the state was nonsense. Yu Seong-yoon sighed lightly. Soon after, the eyes shone from the two cold eyes. Yu Seong-yoon, who immediately drew out magic, began to heal the wounds of the party by using the nascent magic. Activate the active skill sacrifice. Recovers multiple targets at the same time, depletes the user's vitality. The stamina of those who had lost their will to fight returned with the continuous sound of the system. A very brief moment, but I definitely noticed them. Sacrifice, he's restoring everyone neatly in this short moment. I can't believe. Is this really possible? Is this the S-class radar? Leaving the shocked people behind, I turned my steps in the direction of Kel this time. Kel was horrified. There was no time to take hostages. But you used recovery magic so quickly, what is this? Yusung started walking toward Kel with a kind smile. I had no intention of dealing with monsters anyway. A healer heals an injured person even if it is an enemy. By the way, wait a minute. Kel, who felt the shocking magic power to blow his mind away, stepped back and shouted, "Wait, I don't like touching my person." Kwang, it was a very brief moment. I just raised my hand up and then lowered it. It was difficult to see that Yu Sung-yoon's motion itself had a great meaning. However, the results derived from it were truly staggering. Kel's upper body, which was trying to stop the explosion, was blown away. In an instant, Kel's body was reduced to powder and he died. How can you do that? Kim Yoo-young was shocked and shivered. Seo In-na gulped down her saliva and looked at Yu Seong-yoon, who was unable to capture the hideous mana. That's not a skill. He just condensed his mana and shot it straight to explode the enemy. But is that really possible? It was a shocking sight that I couldn't believe even if I saw it with my own eyes. Others had the same reaction as her. Yu-sung said calmly, "Even if your arm is a sacrifice, it will take time to put it back on. The same goes for Hoyin, it will take a few days to wake up. Can I get better? Of course, sacrifice is a unique skill. Rather, where is Jaehyeon? There was silence. A breathless silence lingers between the party. Anxiety is clearly engraved in Yu Sung-yoon's head. The party was confused and couldn't come up with an answer quickly. The obvious expression of guilt on his face. I hope so. Jaehyeon is dead. No, that Anne. Jaehyeon Min went to catch the boss monster alone. Help, Yu-sung really needs CEO's strength. Ju Sung-chan and Ha Yeon-ju lowered their heads and said. At those words, Yu Seong-yoon's face softened a little. Somehow, he's not the kind of guy who would abandon his teammates. Something was strange. Yu-sung smiled and said, "Don't worry, Jaehyeon will still be fine. Oh, you can rest assured that all the monsters in this area have been dealt with." At that, everyone was shocked. Did you know how many demons there were and dealt with them all? Kim Yoo-young intervened among the distracted people and said, but you went to catch the boss monster alone. I wonder if Min Yi-hyun will really be Akae yet." Yu Seong-yoon smiled and said, "Jaehyeon is stronger than you think, at least he won't die in a place like this. No worries. In the first place, Jaehyeon has an extremely powerful skill that can destroy other people's magic." Yu Seong crossed his arms and raised his lips. Dark elves are magic beasts that deal with enemies based on magic. At least as long as you don't run out of mana, Jaehyeon never dies to anyone. Chapter 103, King of the Dark Elves Part 6, Active Skill, Chain of Fire Demon. The mana fired from Jaehyeon's hand transformed into a chain containing flames. It was a new magic, Chain of Fire, not the Chain of Lightning that was originally used. Jaehyeon smiled softly. A few days ago from now, Jaehyeon came to realize the last concept in the 4-star grimoire, creation. It wasn't about making something out of nothing, combining existing magic appropriately and recreating it anew. That was the creation mentioned in the 4-star grimoire. Also, Jaehyeon was already familiar with this precedent. The Chain of Lightning that Jaehyeon uses is originally a skill that was created by combining the mana chain and the magic of the electric attribute. As such, the creation of magic is a series of processes in which new magic formulas are added to the base magic and unnecessary parts are corrected. Jaehyeon finally succeeded in mastering this after much effort. Although the problem was that it was incomplete and the probability of success was low, now that wasn't a problem at all. Mana Chain is Jaehyeon's favorite skill. The upper derived skill Chain Rain was also realized through this. It went without saying that he was mastering the food perfectly. The result was the Chain of Fire, which contained the flame right in front of my eyes. Jaehyeon fired his magic at the dark elves running towards him. The sound of metal clashing surrounded Jaehyeon and spread out in all directions. The chain rain that was shot down began to devastate the area. The chain imbued with magical power turns into a blade and sweeps away enemies within seconds. Jaehyeon's current level is approaching 40. Dealing with dozens of chains is no longer a problem for him. Kwaryag, buy and save. The screams and metal sounds of the dark elves were heard, the time when Jaehyeon used his chains to annihilate the enemies one by one. Kainan, whose complexion became pale, stammered and shouted at Jaehyeon. "You guys, how dare you? Do you dare to think that you can live with this?" Jaehyeon laughed. Kainan gritted his teeth and snared. "You will definitely regret it. Even if you kill me here, the other 7 kings will surely kill you." Kwang. Jaehyeon's fist, which narrowed the distance before he knew it, hit Kainen's face directly. His brows were twisted as if he didn't want to hear it anymore. Thud. Kainen's body flew away and hit the wall, and a handful of blood gushed out from his mouth. Jaehyeon took a step towards Kainen and spoke in a low voice. I don't know about that. If you twist them, tell them to come find me. A small smile crept across Jaehyeon's lips. Of course, that's only if you can get out of here. Active skill sacrifice. The designated target is deeply wounded. Treatment takes a considerable amount of time. A drop of cold sweat flowed down, and Yu Seongyun's hand trembled while using the skill. As expected, this skill puts a strain on the body. If it wasn't for Jaehyeon, I would have died a long time ago. Yu Seongyun was treating Seongyi Park and Ho Yeon-an, who had fallen with deep wounds. All the Dark Elves who were attacking the party a moment ago were defeated. Although non-combat, the Dark Elf Elite Knight was not a very difficult opponent for Yu Seongyun, an S-Class Raider. Even if it was the SS, it was the same. The only problem left now is to treat the injured party and return them to normal condition. The problem of their life and death was solved, but Yu Seongyun's expression was not very bright. Hoyun's condition is more serious than I thought. Rather, in the case of Park Seongyi, the treatment was not difficult. All I had to do was attach the severed arm and refill my physical strength through divine power. If you have a little bit of skill, it shouldn't be a problem. However, in Hoyun's case was different. All blood vessels in the body were twisted, screaming at every moment, and the nerve strands that used magical powers were semi-permanently damaged. Even if he had been a little late, and Hoyun would have been crippled, unable to handle magical powers for the rest of his life. The treatment of the designated target has been completed. The user's HP is permanently reduced by 2%. The soft green light that enveloped on Hoyun faded and his rough breathing stabilized. The party, who had been watching in Hoyun with worried expressions, asked while sweeping their chests. Is Hoyun okay now? Okay, don't worry, get some rest for a while and you'll be fine. It's fortunate. A while ago, and Hoyun used his season to protect them. The new Swordsman's Day. A truly fraudulent skill that transcends the extremes of nothingness and unites oneself and the sword. In general, A-class raiders use it with difficulty, and only when they become S-class raiders can they use it properly. Was New Swordsman's Day. However, An Hoyun opened the door by forcibly activating the skill on the C-class subject. She tried to forcibly peek into the next stage by crossing the limit with her own life as security. Thanks to that, I collapsed like this with my body turned into rags, but the effect was amazing. It was a success in cornering an enemy that was never thought to be able to deal with. Meanwhile, Ju Xianchan chewed his lips and recalled the battle with An Hoyun earlier. No matter how the situation was, it was too risky. Hoyun really used the skill with the thought of dying. I never knew how he could have shown such will. That he would risk his own life to protect those without a drop of blood. Ju Xianchan thought of Yi Hyan at the same time. The appearance of Yi Hyan, who overwhelmed the enemy he had to deal with until An Hoyun opened the door. That was hardly at the level of a cadet. Everyone in the party here had the same thoughts as Ju Xianchan. And Hoyun, who risked his life against the enemy, was that much. But does it mean that reproduction is stronger than that? More than An Hoyun, who risked his life by opening the door. After a moment of silence, Seo Ine raised her head and asked, Anyway, Yihyun is really good, right? In case you get seriously hurt. Kim Yu-young and Ha Yeonju and Ju Xianchan, who were worried in their hearts, also raised their heads. Yu Sung-yoon nodded lightly with a benevolent smile. Don't worry. As I said before, Yihyun doesn't die that easily, I guarantee you. Of course, I would be lying if I said I wasn't worried at all, but there was no need to worry more than necessary. Yihyun had a skill that could break all magic. And the Dark Elves are a race that is very vulnerable to other fields besides magic, especially boxing techniques. On the other hand, Yihyun has excellent talents in both martial arts and magic. Because of this, Yu Sung-yoon never thought that his student would die in a place like this. Of course, even so, in order to save the other cadets, he had to act quickly. Because the most important thing in treatment is not to exceed the golden time, which is nothing else. Yu Seong-yoon got up without even having time to rest. Then you guys are taking good care of the wounded here. I'm going to the boss room. Ah yes, and Min Yi-hyun, please take good care of me. Me too. At the words of Kim Yu-young and Seo In-na, Yu Seong-yoon smiled and winked. Don't worry, just relax. Kainen, the 8th-ranked king of the Dark Elves, he has been a king since his birth. Born as the son of the first king, he will later gain supremacy throughout Svartal fame, a born king and reigning one. That's me, Kainen, I'm sure it must be. Right now he is only hit by a human-like attack and is pinned to a wall. Is this really possible? Shit. If this is the case, there is nothing you can do. I have to let the other brothers know about this. Kainen made up his mind. That person can't deal with himself, an opponent you can't beat. If that's the case, I should at least let my brothers know who he is. Listen to all elite knights. Protect me now and retreat. Charlaruk, Ag, old lord, help me. Kynan couldn't finish his words at the screams that erupted from all over the place. Chains clad in flames pierced through all of his soldiers. The elite knights were literally falling like dominoes and building a tower. Contemplation stained Kynan's face. I can't help it now. I have no choice but to run away alone. Kynan forced himself up and started running with all his might, with the desire to get away from that monstrous human right away. But it wasn't Jaehyeon to watch it blankly. He was blocking Kynan's way before he knew it and had a characteristic cold expression. Where are you trying to escape? Kyug. Jaehyeon grabbed Kynan's head with one hand and tightened his grip. The skull tightened and a voice that seemed to break slowly leaked out. Damn. Eat. Jaehyeon didn't stop there and used chains to block all of Kynan's limbs. I can't run away anymore. Die gracefully. However, Kynan only smiled at Jaehyeon's words. He glared at Jaehyeon with a venomous expression on his face and pursed his lips. Are you afraid to die alone? I'll make you my companion on the way to Helheim. At that moment, powerful magic power began to flow from Kynan's body and soon covered the entire boss room. A cold chill penetrated Jaehyeon's body, Kynan's secret number and secret skill that only the king of the dark elves can learn. Land of Ice. It was a magic that instantly freezes anything that exists on the field with an S-class skill. Just now, the reason why Kynan didn't use this magic was because he couldn't properly handle ice ground and could cause great damage to his allies. But now it's meaningless. At the point where everyone is about to die, such a thing is useless worry. Kynan decided to use the skill with his own death as collateral to blow that damn human off. But is this an unexpected harvest? Jaehyeon laughed. Kynan couldn't help but shudder at the goosebumps running down his spine. Ahead of the Dark Elves King's secret. Are you laughing? Jaehyeon opened his inventory and pulled out an item at the same time as releasing his magical power. Blank card. It was something I had acquired a while ago and had been saving for a long time. I didn't expect to use this in a place like this. You can learn new skills. Do you want to register Frozen Earth on the blank card? Register. I have registered Frozen Earth on the blank card. Jaehyeon waited for the blank card to completely copy the skill and then did it right away. Active skill, absolute calculation. Destroy the frozen land. I broke the frozen earth. The ice barrier that covered the boss room faded and Kynan's face was stained with astonishment. You should have attacked while watching the opponent. Jaehyeon didn't hesitate and broke Kynan's neck at the same time. You defeated Kynan, the king of the dark elves, achieve indescribable achievements. You have acquired the title, the one who killed the king of the dark elves. You have acquired the material item essence of the dark elf king. You have acquired the equipment item dark elf king's pauldrons. You and I are opposites. Chapter 104 Reunion and Revenge Part 1 You defeated Kynan, the king of the dark elves. Achieve indescribable achievements. You have acquired the title, the one who killed the king of the dark elves. You have acquired the material item essence of the dark elf king. You have acquired the equipment item dark elf king's pauldrons. You have cleared the second junction quest. You have acquired the sealed magic book. You have acquired the active skill shape of magic tools. You have acquired one blank card. System sounds that resonate in succession with the final blow. However, Jaehyeon decided to check later and moved quickly. After taking out the 4 cadets who were slowly dying while imprisoned behind bars, he felt the pulse. 2 died and 2 lived. Jaehyeon's eyes fell cold. Activate the active skill sacrifice. Heals the target. A blue light slowly spreads to the 2 cadets who survived the reenactment. Jaehyeon was silently sweating and thinking constantly even while continuing the treatment. If they had come a little faster, could they have saved the other 2? Healer is originally a cruel job. Jaehyeon, who was lost in thought, looked back in surprise at the sudden voice. Healing light is overlaid on his light and spreads to the fallen cadets. Jaehyeon slowly parted his lips. Teacher. Yu Seong-yoon, who came by her side, was helping herself and healing those who survived. Unlike usual playfulness, the 2 calmly cooled eyes were filled with sadness. When a healer is the happiest, it's a situation where he doesn't have to heal. The second time is to save people who are in danger of dying. Jaehyeon nodded and added his magic power. The green light was added and strong life energy permeated. It was about 2 hours later that I encountered the party again. Jaehyeon had 2 shins cut by Kim Yoo-young and had to receive Seo In-na's cold eyes. Ha Yeon-ju and Ju Seong-chan, who watched from the side, burst into laughter. It wasn't a genuine laugh. A happy heart that even a few people came back alive and a fake laugh to shake off the sorry for the 4 people who died. But no one was able to pinpoint him. Raiders must always risk their lives and must remain calm at all times. The theory that had been taught countless times at Miles Academy became a reality and weighed down their shoulders. Anyway, I survived. I'm just glad I didn't get wiped out in a dungeon of this level. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement at Yu Sung-yoon's calm words. This was at least an A-class dungeon. Perhaps if he hadn't entered the dungeon with Jaehyeon, and if Yu Seong-yoon hadn't appeared and saved him in time, the group would have been annihilated. I was just lucky this time. More people may die next time. Jaehyeon couldn't get rid of the feeling that something was stuck in his chest. Mill's Academy and Gyuzin's plan, it wasn't long now to stop this. I have to become stronger. Jaehyeon kept repeating and praying small for the 4 dead cadets. The death of the boss monster, Kainin, king of the Dark Elves, has been confirmed. Return to Midgard at the end of a dark night. Around 1 a.m., a man sitting in the driver's seat of a Mercedes E-Class is shaking his legs. Seok Kim. He was the instructor of Mill's Academy and the person who organized this event. Kim Seok-gi nervously cursed while holding the steering wheel. What bastards dared to set foot in a guild dungeon? You won't be able to come out of there alive anyway. But even if you do come out, you won't die gracefully. At the very moment he mumbled in a voice mixed with irritation, the light in the Kane Guild's main building was young, and a group of people jumped out. Thank you so much for today. Thank you so much. Thank you. Returning to reality, the party sincerely expressed their gratitude to Yu Seong-yoon. If it wasn't for her help, they would have been the food of the Dark Elves. Yu Seong crossed his arms and said, "If you're so grateful, you can come to our Yeonhwa later, right? I want to go, you can go right now." Kim Yoo-young made a fuss and stuck close to Yu Seong-yoon. Yu Seong-yoon stroked Kim Yoo-young's hair quietly as if she didn't like her behavior. "I have no face because I seem to have looked ugly. Sorry, everyone." Seong-yi Park, who came to his senses, scratched his head as if he was embarrassed. The party waved their hands and made a fuss as if they were saying something. "No, if it wasn't for the manager, we would have died long ago." "That's right," and Ho-yeon hadn't woken up yet. It was a side effect of the aftermath of New Sword Union. According to Yu Seong-yoon, it will be better after a good night's sleep. As expected, sacrifice is a fraud. Jaehyeon thought it was fortunate that at least his teammates weren't hurt. "I feel sorry for the 4 cadets who have already died, but it can't be helped. Saving everyone is theoretically possible. Radar was a job that constantly required each other's lives to be weighed." "Ah, here it is here." Yu Seong waved his hand and welcomed a car entering the alley. It was a black van with Park Han-na in it. Park Han-na, who got out of the car after a while, asked Yu Seong-yoon, "What happened?" "I was worried because I couldn't hear from you for several hours." "Sorry, I'll explain what happened a little later, so bear with me for now. And can you take these kids to the guild? You will be very tired from fighting hard. Are you the representative? Aren't you going with me? I have work left to do. The same goes for this disciple." Park Han-na narrowed her eyes for a moment, then nodded. "All right. Manager Seong-yi Park, let's go together." "I see." Park Seong-yi moved his body and climbed into the passenger seat at the firm call of his brother. That Manager Seong-yi Park's arm today. The moment Jaehyeon tried to protest for Seong-yi Park's urgent expression caught his eye. "Please don't tell me, please. Is it Akure to use telepathy already? You eat a lot of magic, that. It's not Akure, still, please don't talk about my arm to my sister." Park Seong-yi urgently sent a message. Thanks to the use of the artifact, it didn't consume as much magical power as the wizard, but it was never to the extent that he, a patient, could freely use it. At that time, Hana Park shot at her with her eyes narrowed. "What about the arm?" That's because your arm was bruised from a bump. A wound like that is nothing to Raider. I don't know if my arm was cut off." "Big." Park Seong-yi covered his mouth with a face that said he was stabbed, but luckily he was not caught. The other party also nodded and smiled as if they had read the atmosphere. "Then let's go." Park Han-na completely disappeared from the sight of the two after a while after burning all the party. Jaehyeon looked at those who disappeared far away for a while, then suddenly said in a cold tone, "Did you feel it too, Akahe?" The eyes of the two were directed to the same place at the same time. There the Mercedes E-Class and a man in the driver's seat were reflected intact. "Damn it, how the hell did Yu Seong smell this time?" Kim Seok-gi was in shock and couldn't get out of it. A little while ago, he saw a group of people who had escaped the dungeon with a halo of light. There were familiar faces there. Min Yi-hyun, Kim Yoo-young, An Ho-yeon, and Seo Ina, and even the cadets he fell into a trap. But more than anything, what surprised him was the existence of Yu Seong-yoon. What happened? Are you saying that among them there was a cadet who had a connection with Yu Seong-yoon? In the first place, he thought there would be no chance of clearing the dungeon. This ridiculous situation was completely unexpected. Kim Seok-gi hurriedly started the car and started to step on the accelerator. Whatever it was, there was no chance of winning against the S-Class Raider. He must be at least A-Class. Class S and Class A are only one class difference, but there is a difference in class that fundamentally changes the track. You can never win, I have to avoid it. The moment the engine starts and the car finally starts to slide on the road. Kwang, there was a roar that drowned out the exhaust sound of the Mercedes-Benz E-Class. After moving less than a few meters, the car's ignition went off and the windshield on the front was shattered. His brow furrowed wildly, and at the same time cold sweat ran down Kim Seok-gi's back. It can't be like this. Just a moment ago, Min Yi-hyun and Yu Seong-yoon were more than 300 meters apart from him. But in that short moment, did you narrow the distance like this? He even had an A-class magic tool that could erase his presence. They should never have been able to find themselves. Shit. Yu Sung-yoon looked down at herself and asked if she knew Kim Seok-gi's heart. Instructor Kim Seok-gi. I don't know why you are here. Yu Sung is the representative. Kim Seok-gi chewed his lips and saw her looking at him from outside the car. Yu Seong-yoon. She radiated enough magical power to make your hamstrings tingle just by looking at it. The magic she used to stop the car a while ago was the C-class skill, gravity. It was a type of magic that used gravity to crush the opponent and block their movements. For tracking, the magic perception of purely intuition and reproduction was effective. He was able to catch Kim Seok-gi, who was trying to escape at once. Seok-gi Kim must have realized that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Since when did you know Min Jaehyeon? What kind of relationship do you have with that guy? You have a bad habit of talking to my pupil. What, are you a disciple? Did you have anything like that? Akure. What are you complaining about?" Yu Sung-yoon no longer respected Kim Seok-gi. He is a heinous figure who has led innocent cadets to death several times. There was no courtesy to offer. On the other hand, Kim Seok-gi had an intuition the moment he met her cold eyes. He will surely die to that woman. I should have lived a little better. Jaehyeon sneered at me from the side. If he had been alone, he would have been a difficult adversary to deal with. But as long as Yu Seong-yoon is together, even if Kim Seok-gi died and woke up, the war situation could not be overturned. S-class raiders are both a blessing and a disaster at the same time. Damn it, do you think you will die like this? Kim Seok-gi raised his power to the maximum. Artifacts containing countless magical powers spilled out of his arms. All of them were magic tools received from Gu Jane. It's not something I got to use in a place like this, but this is an emergency situation, Tsutsut. Instructor Kim Seok-gi's new model disappeared with the noise of magical energy colliding with each other. However, the two looked back without panic at all, and there was Kim Seok-gi who was aiming behind the magic tools. Die! Kim Seok-gi was quickly pointing the dagger he had taken out of his weapon at Yu Seong-yoon. Yu Seong smiled and watched him blankly. Is it a magic tool that allows you to use teleport, but the performance is poor? It's only a few tens of meters to move. It's the worst for the purpose of running away. Yu Sung-yoon lightly dodged his sword and then slowly began to raise his magic again. Park Han-oh was already doing a good job controlling the area. This is because he had whispered in advance that no civilians could come and that it should be thoroughly controlled. There probably won't be a big problem if you reveal your strength a little more here. But at that moment, a faint smile spread across Kim Seok-gi's face. I knew it would come out like that. All magicians are like that. He said that while injecting power into the new magic tool he took out of his possession. It was a small round crystal. Jaehyeon's brow narrowed. He already knew what it was, magic suppression device. It was the object that prevented Jaehyeon from recalculating the formula when he was taken to Svartal fame during the day. Jaehyeon moved his gaze to Yu Seong with a slightly nervous face, and all worries were relieved. How stupid. There was no need to worry from the beginning. It was because Yu Seong-yoon was clearly smiling. On the contrary, she raised the corners of her mouth with a look of excitement. Did you think you could deal with me with something like that? Kim Seok-gi's eyebrows were distorted. The magic tool in his hand began to emit strong light and soon it shattered. Chapter 105 Reunion and Revenge Part 2. The magic tool cracked with a crackling sound, and soon it was destroyed. Kim Seok-gi looked as if he couldn't believe the situation unfolding before his eyes. Hana Jaehyeon was well aware of why Kim Seok-gi's magic tools were broken. Sir, you let the concentrated mana flow at a level that the inhibitor couldn't handle. That's why the device couldn't stand it and was smashed. In any case, it is theoretically possible, but Jaehyeon knew how absurd that was. The magic suppressor sends out more mana than it can handle, destroying the device. In order to do so, at least among the S-class, the mana management value must be at the top. Otherwise, all my magic power would be taken away. However, Yu Sung-yoon was not just a wizard, water-level radar in the world. No matter how complicated the formula and magic were, it wasn't a big problem for her. Is that all you have? Kim Seok-gi sat down on the floor at Yu Seong-yoon's low voice. He thought this was the only option and there was no other way. Why did you kill the other cadets? Who is behind it? Are you afraid to tell me? It must be a rescuer. Oh, of course, I didn't ask because I thought you would answer. It would be nice if there was a potion that made me tell the truth, but there is no such thing in the world. What do you want to say? When Kim Seok-gi, who was sitting on the floor, growled, Yu Sung-yoon laughed and raised his magic power. It means you will die here. Stop. At the same time as Yu Sung-yoon said, Kim Seok-gi's whole body stiffened as if paralyzed. A wave of suffocating magical power rose and a small cloud floated over Kim Seok-gi's head. The light like fireflies slowly gathering below it. The light that flickered and poured like a street lamp was clearly embedded in Jaehyeon's mind. That magic is active skill call lightning. It was a brain-attributed magic that could annihilate enemies at once with an A-class skill, depending on the user's grade. The chain of lightning that Jaehyeon often uses also has the same brain property. However, the difference in class was enormous. The electric shocks gathered in an instant poured down and covered Kim Seok-kai's entire body. The body's bloodstream twists and flows backwards. At the same time, the knees are bent. Jaehyeon couldn't help but stare at Yoo Sunjun and Kim Seok-ki, stunned by the unfamiliar scene. Yoo Seong-yoon, a person revered as a saint in Korea and the only S-class healer, but what she was showing now was that of a punisher. There was no mercy in his hands, and he coldly tore his enemies apart again and again. Arag! Kim Seok-kai's long screams were not leaked out by silence. Meticulous Yoo Seong-yoon did not leave behind. Kim Seok-ki's body disappeared before he knew it, being eaten by the strong blue of magic. All he left behind was a Mercedes E-Class car. It was broken a little while ago, and only fragments remained. The corners of Jaehyeon's mouth rose slowly. He thought while looking at Yoo Seong-yoon standing next to him. Akae, the person behind me was like this, the S-Class radar, which is by far the best in the country. There is still a long way to go. Jaehyeon had to catch up with Yoo Seong-yoon. The battle to be fought and the fates surrounding it have not yet been resolved. It all started now. Gin. This time, although Jaehyeon transferred the disposition of Seok-kai Kim to Seong-yoon Yoo, Jaehyeon had no intention of taking Yaon away. The faces of the dead cadets passed Jaehyeon for a moment. Jaehyeon lightly clenched his fists and let his mana flow. In the near future. I was thinking of cutting off all bad ties with Gu Yaon a little while ago. Returning home, Seo Ine recalled Jaehyeon lightly destroying the spear flying towards her. You saved me, Jaehyeon is me. She was greatly shocked by her sense and reaction speed as a magician of representation, and at the same time felt a strong sense of helplessness and a sense of admiration. In that short moment, Jaehyeon turned the formula upside down and reversed the magic. It's unbelievable, but Seo Ine saw Jaehyeon's movements a moment ago. He quickly reversed the shot spear and shattered it with mana so that the trajectory could not be known. However, for the cadets, this was only possible in theory. Magic is basically several times more difficult to reverse than to cast it. It's because you don't know exactly what kind of magic the enemy used, and even if you do know, it's definitely not that everyone uses the same formula to use magic. For example, depending on the enemy, even the same fireball can be combined with big to increase its size or combined with levitate to launch a sphere into the air. Like this, magic is scary because it is not a complete system. Because you don't know how the enemy will formulate an attack. By the way, Jaehyeon realized what kind of magic the enemy used and how he used it in a short period of time, less than 1 second, and reversed the magic. Of course, Seo Ine was only half right, but no one could correct it. Because Jaehyeon is the only one who knows that he got the skill called absolute calculation, thanks to Odin's lost eye. Thanks to this, Seo Ine's misunderstandings continued to pile up. His self-blame was a bonus. I'm still a long way off. But even thinking so, a smile spread across her lips. I don't know why, but I'm glad that Jaehyeon saved him. After the mock dungeon incident, the two of them hadn't had a proper conversation. You should say thank you later. I tried to contact him on my smartphone, but I gave up. Also, this kind of greeting should be met in person. Seo Ine buried herself under the blanket while thinking about the boring things. 2 days after the case was closed, Mills Academy was littered with reporters, and outsiders were strictly prohibited from entering for the time being. It was natural. Externally, an accident occurred within Mills Academy, and rumors began to spread that the Kane Guild, where they went to experience, was created with Gu Jane's investment. In the meantime, speculation has even started to circulate that Gu Jane created a ghost guild and abandoned the students. Gu Yaon, who was sitting in the chairperson's office and was washing his hair, hit the desk nervously. Instructor Kim Seok-gi, who was in charge of this task, could not be reached, and he was tired of the reprimanding phone calls from Congressman Park. Why did this happen? There was nothing more to think about. Gu Jane knew why. There is someone who knows my plans. There's a traitor inside Miles, a guy who knows me very well. Gu Jane trembled and shook his clenched fist. Didn't he usually pay special attention to security? But information leaks in such a serious matter. He cannot reach Kim Seok-kai, who may know the whole story of the case and the clues to it. Probably instructor Kim Seok-gi is dead. Otherwise, there's no way such a materialistic guy wouldn't contact me, concluded calmly. Gu Yaon was a person who came to the present position by trampling on countless people. And that also meant knowing the best way to get out of this difficult situation. Gu Yaon picked up his smartphone, hung up the incoming call from Congressman Park, and called another place. After a while, the voice of the other party was heard. He was a man with a low-pitched voice. That's me, Gin. I don't think there's any need to ask what's going on because the country is in chaos. I want to ask you to handle the case. We'll match the money to whatever you want. At Gu Jane's words, the other person on the other side of the phone laughed loudly. Haha, as expected, Chairman Gu Yaoen has a big heart, don't worry. An incident like this will be covered in no time. The chairman just needs to wipe his feet and go to sleep. That's nice to hear. Gu Jane showed this and laughed before hanging up the phone. From now on, he intended to start a war that he was best at, press exhibition. If he dominated the reporters and the press, he would not be able to defeat Gu Jane, no matter how strong his opponent was. Well, that kind of thing is impossible unless you become a member of the Yeonhwa Guild. Gu Jane had no doubt that his plan would succeed. He got up from his seat, went to the wine cellar and took out a bottle of wine. 3 days after the incident, way to school. The cadets started coming to the academy again, and Gu Yaoen's press exhibition also began. However, Yi Hyun and Yu Seongyun knew from the beginning that Gu Yaoen would come out like this. Neither of them had the slightest thought that he would kill the cadets without this level of support. Thanks to this, the Yeonhwa Guild side was also preparing a follow-up article, and they exploded almost simultaneously, launching a counterfire operation. As originally planned, it was difficult to hide the fact that Yeonhwa was involved in the case. This is because the scale of the incident was so large that it was an event that resulted in as many as 4 deaths. Gu Yaoen gnashed his teeth and ran wild. The Yeonhwa Guild has become a treatment that requires a little more prudence. There are not many people in Korea who turned Gu Yaoen into an enemy. Even there is only one person who can open a media war like this. Only Yeonhwa Guild. Gu Jane probably knew this, and he thought that Yeonhwa Guild had a deep connection with this guild experience incident. From now on, you can't actively check Gu Yaoen's movements. If the numbers are just a little bit wrong, Gu Jane will also try to keep the Yeonhwa Guild in check. While thinking about that, Jaehyeon pricked the side of a cadet who was walking about 3 steps ahead. Yeah, do you look healthy now? I am again, was it Jaehyeon, a handsome boy with gray hair? An Ho-yeon said while sweeping his side with an unfair expression. It's all thanks to you and the CEO. If it wasn't for you two, I would have died long ago. Why is that? Jaehyeon walked side by side with An Ho-yeon and asked as if it was not a big deal. An Ho-yeon closed his lips for a moment. The intent of the question was clear. Why did An Ho-yeon want to give up his life for his comrades at that time? An Ho-yeon did not know what answer to give. No, I knew it all too well. He wanted to be like Jaehyeon. It was so cheesy that he couldn't get it out of his mouth, but the representation he saw was the object of envy. He looked like a real hero, not the people who were sweeping the lower dungeons only for the money on TV. So I just followed, just like Jaehyeon saved himself. Just like when I headed to the boss room alone to save Ine Seo her teammates and this time the cadets in the mock dungeon. But it was also a strange story. Words that are hard to express. I couldn't keep my mouth shut and I was confused, but Jaehyeon spoke calmly. Akare, you just have to keep doing it with that mindset. What? You can put a reason behind it so you can do whatever you want. Even if I don't tell you, you'll do it anyway. Jaehyeon stood in front of the first classroom of Mills Academy with a calm face. This is where An Ho-yeon and I part ways, because he has to go to a martial arts class. Jaehyeon added one last word before parting with him. Well, take care of your body in moderation. I'm worried about the other kids. Akare, the very moment when the two of them had a conversation and were about to part. 2 people appeared from behind with a familiar voice. It was Kim Yoo-young and Seo Ina. Hey, what are you guys doing there? Don't you know that morning classes were cancelled because of work? Really? Huh. There was a notice in the group chat room a while ago. Jaehyeon and An Ho-yeon confirmed the notice belatedly, as the two said the morning class was cancelled. Bother. You came out for nothing then. As Jaehyeon scratched his head with an annoyed face, a fishy smile appeared on Kim Yoo-jung's lips. It was that of a typical prankster. Kim Yoo-young took her luck with a serious face. Yeah, but aren't you the one? What? An Ho-yeon asked with an innocent face. It was the same with Sena. Jaehyeon seemed to know the reason, but for the sake of the group's mentality, he didn't say anything. Originally, this bad role was not her own. Kim Yoo-young put her arms around the party's shoulders and said with a dark expression, "It's midterms from next week." At those words, the faces of everyone in the party except for Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung hardened. It was worth it, An Ho-yeon and Seo Ina. As Jaehyeon remembers, the two of them had the best grades in practice, but their writing was a mess. Maybe he got a failing grade in the first exam and took the retest 3 times. Now the two clung to Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung with faces almost crying. Sir, study teach me. Me too yo. Kim Yoo-young and Jaehyeon burst into laughter as they looked at the faces of the two desperately clinging to each other. Chapter 106 Midterm Exam Part 1 Mills Academy's regular exam has been infamous since ancient times. This is because it is called the tomb of many cadets due to the excessively difficulty and excessive competition. The test is mainly theory and practical, consists of 2 in total. First of all, the theory takes a test of the subject you are taking, just like a general university. For example, magic science or basic Madu science are basic. In the case of the magic world, here is understanding magical operations. In the case of martial arts, a major subject such as basics of herbivory is added. Note that Jaehyeon has already mastered all subjects, regardless of magic or martial arts. It was because he had to maintain the unprecedented position of battle mage, so he couldn't miss the lectures related to martial arts. In the case of practicality, it is again divided into two parts. The first is a potion preparation test based on alchemy. The second is a strategy test to clear a dungeon prepared in subspace. In the case of the latter, it can be considered similar to simulated dungeon practice, but in reality it is completely different. The simulated dungeon practice is an event where outsiders are strictly prohibited. It was not disclosed to the outside, but only internally evaluated. However, the practical test of the regular exam is broadcast live nationwide through broadcasting stations. Among them, especially the first grade exam tends to attract more people. It is because it is a rare opportunity to see new faces who will shake Korea in the future. If you do well, you will become a celebrity and stand out from other guilds, otherwise you will be disgraced nationwide. It's a dirty way like Gu Jane. In this process, Mills Academy and Gu Jane will earn huge relay fees. To put it simply, it's an ulterior motive to use the cadets to do business. Jaehyeon couldn't help but shake his head at the viciousness. Before regression, Jaehyeon also had memories of being terribly humiliated in the practical exam. During the final strategy test, the leader of the team used him as a throwaway card and betrayed him. Thanks to that, Jaehyeon became the first member of the team to be eliminated, and viewers spat out harsh words against him. It started with lack of ability, and then I don't know how that came to Mills Academy. Tax is too much, so expel him. Comments of malicious criticism, such as "Did you go to school with only your face painted?" This was still clearly embedded in Jaehyeon's brain. Of course, it doesn't matter now. Now, Jaehyeon is no longer in a position to worry about the academy exam. In the first place, the reason why Jaehyeon suffered from the exam was only because of the practical skills, and now, thanks to the practical skills and the written notes, it was not a problem at all. Of course, there was no guarantee that the others would too. Why the hell is Drake's weak spot on his heel? Do I have to memorize all of this? Is that a lie? On Hoyeon and Seo Ina's voices sounded close to screaming. The two lowered their heads almost simultaneously and buried their faces in the desk. Currently, the party is at the study cafe on the premises of Miles Academy. It was because not long ago, the two asked Jaehyeon and Kim Yoojung to teach them their studies. The problem was that both of them had gloomy grades in theory and they had built up walls from their studies. Jaehyeon laughed. They've been acting like adults lately, but they're still 17-year-olds. After all, it was more natural to worry about exams than to catch a witch. Anyway, where should I start teaching? I can't answer. Jaehyeon looked at the two of them alternately, deeply troubled. Of course, I had no intention of taking care of my studies from the beginning. Even though they are his faction, there is no reason for Jaehyeon to go through such trouble. In the future that Jaehyeon knows, the two somehow graduate from Mills. There was no need for Jaehyeon to step in and do something. However, since the two earnestly asked for help, I accepted the offer, thinking that it would be useful any time afterward if I put down the burden. After all, my academy life will be easier if they grow well. Meanwhile, Kim Yoojung was contemplating how to tease the two with a mischievous expression on her face. She didn't seem to have much resistance to the theory test itself. Which is natural. Kim Yoojung was so good at theory that she competed for first and second place in the entire school when she was in middle school. It wouldn't be easy for Jaehyeon now to beat Kim Yoojung with theory. You have to do it step by step. How far did you study in middle school? When I was in middle school, my grandmother said it was okay to play. I also barely studied handwriting because I was preparing for my practical skills. Seo Nuna and An Hoyeon's voices gradually got smaller and Jaehyeon's face darkened. However, Kim Yoojung had a pleasant expression without such a sign at all. Then let me explain from the beginning. Short-term accelerated tutoring. How about having a karaoke room and an after-party after exams to pay for tutoring? Oh, so cool. The two of them nodded vigorously like fanatics fascinated by religion. Well, Kim Yoojung teaches theory well. I was helped too. Jaehyeon agreed and recalled the past for a while. When I first started learning about magic, he had taken theory classes from Kim Yoojung. I definitely have fond memories of that time. Damn it. The respectful words are still as good as yesterday. Jaehyeon glared at Kim Yoojung for a while with eyes filled with a strange, murderous look. Kim Yoojung was already forcing the two of them to call themselves teachers with respectful words. Well, it seems that the two of them, who have already become believers, happily accepted the offer. For the first time, Yoojung Kim began teaching the two of them mythology. It is commonly known as the most difficult subject, but with Kim Yoojung's help, I was able to understand the characteristics of the demons and learn their weaknesses and habits more fun than I thought. It was such a fruitful class that even Jaehyeon, who already knew the contents, was impressed. Mr. Seo is a genius, Seo Ina said while looking at Kim Yu-young with thick tears hanging on her face. Jaehyeon wasn't just playing around either. Hoyona on Hoyon, wake up quickly, otherwise you lose. It's a bit drastic, but I couldn't help it. A genius who shines first in martial arts aptitude. An Hoyon was vulnerable to sleep in books. Oh sorry, I get sleepy just by reading books. After getting a failing grade, I'll wake up in fear just by looking at the book. Jaehyeon persuaded An Hoyon and helped him focus on his studies. Surprisingly, Seo In-na adapted quickly and completed all the basics of mathematics, and An Hoyon somehow succeeded in following along. But that was just the beginning. The following subjects related to magic power and the principle of gate generation, etc. consecutive subjects left both of them completely exhausted. 4 hours after that, An Hoyon and Seo Ina muttered as they looked at the ceiling with stunned faces. I was wrong. Meet me at the re-examination center. Both of them, stop talking nonsense and get up. The next subjects are understanding wavelength and radar mindset. Jaehyeon shook his head. Apparently this test seemed burdensome to my colleagues in many ways. After preparing for the theory test, Jaehyeon returned to the hotel around 6 p.m. I thought about training a bit more, but maybe it's because I've been working too hard lately. Besides, I haven't checked the items I got from defeating the boss of this dungeon yet. How to check items obtained from boss raids on time. After entering the hotel room, Jaehyeon unpacked his things and sat down on the bed. First of all this, Jaehyeon looked at the newly acquired title first. Title item, name, the one who killed the king of the dark elves rating. A description, an honorable title that can only be obtained by those who killed the king of the dark elves. 1. Magic plus 32, plus 10% attack power against dark attribute monsters. When you wear the title, you will incur the wrath of all dark elves and become a target. Are all the title items so fraudulent? It was such a good item that I thought so. It's not enough to support a whopping 30 mana, so it increases attack power by 10% when facing dark attribute monsters. Items like this were rare and hard to find. Even the grade was A. If it was listed on the auction house, it was a fraudulent item that would start with at least 10 billion won. What? To begin with, I'm the only one with a title item, so it makes no sense to compare them. Of course, there is a phrase that will incur the wrath of the dark elves, but to Jaehyeon, who has absolute arithmetic, the dark elves were just delicious food. After trying to calm down the corner of his mouth that was about to rise, Jaehyeon checked the next item. Material item. Name. Essence of the Dark Elf King rating. A plus description, the magical essence of the 8th King of the Dark Elves, Kynan. If prepared well, it can be a great medicine. 1. Permanently increases magic stat 10, according to the degree of preparation when consumed. This is good too because the magic stat is always lacking. This item was great too. Ingredients for an excellent medicine that can aim for a permanent increase in magic stats. The Chancellor will be happy if I bring it to my brother. As much as Yi Sang-li likes to work with new medicinal materials, Jaehyeon intended to bring the essence to him and ask him to prepare it. Next was the equipment item. Equipment item. Name, Pauldrons of the Dark Elf King rank. A description, Pauldrons of the Dark Elf King Kynan, top quality. 1. Strength plus 25 / magic plus 25 2. Stamina plus 1,500. There were no special skills attached, but this was also more than Jaehyeon expected. Jaehyeon immediately put on the pauldron and moved his body lightly. It was the first item that greatly increased the strength stat after regression. This would be a great experience when working as a battle mage in the future. The last thing to check was skill. Obtained from the sealed magic book after killing the king of the dark elves, Jaehyeon opened the window without hesitation. Active skill, name, formation of magic tools LV, 1 rating. X, a skill that uses magic to shape weapons necessary for battle. The higher the higher grade the weapon can be produced. Weapons will disappear if you don't continuously inject magical energy into them. 1. Shape the magic tool. 2. Options and grades are given randomly according to level. Current minimum grade C. 3. If the grade of the weapon is too high, the grade drops according to the user's level. Jaehyeon looked at the skill window again and again as if he couldn't believe it. It was such a good skill. He felt the reward of holding the king of the dark elves with great difficulty. A skill that can shape arms. Until now, Jaehyeon was unheard of. Even a C-class weapon costs thousands of dollars to purchase at the auction house, and in the case of a B-class weapon, it easily exceeds hundreds of millions to billions. Not much more to say than that. However, this skill can create weapons beyond C-class in real time every battle just by growing it, even the kind you want. The fact that the options were random wasn't a downside at all. Jaehyeon decided to try the skill right away. He lightly injected mana into his palm. Then, along with the sound of rotating magical energy, the light that emerged from the palm began to take the shape of a weapon. The first thing he produced was a dagger with a short blade. You have succeeded in crafting an equipment item, displays item information. Equipment item, name mana blade grade, see description a basic mana blade with magical power. Attack power plus 30 durability, 100/100 it's a scam. Jaehyeon left such an impressionistic comment. Of course, the options in the C-class are not that great. However, there was an enormous utility that could not be compared to that. But this wasn't the end. After a while, the blue effect was overlaid on the weapon he made, and he was promoted to B-class. What? Jaehyeon was perplexed and examined the weapon here and there. Then the sound of the system sounded. Equipment item Misteltein reacts. All the effects of Misteltein will be unlocked when the conditions are met. You have acquired the passive skill Genius of Arms Manufacturing. From now on, the grade of all equipment produced by the user will increase by 1. Chapter 107 Midterm Part 2 The equipment item Misteltein reacts. All effects of Misteltein will be unlocked by fulfilling the conditions. You have acquired the passive skill Genius of Arms Manufacturing. From now on, the grade of all equipment produced by the user will increase by 1. Jaehyeon had no choice but to open his mouth and stare at the crashing system window. Misteltein, the item that had already given her an excellent skill called magic sensing, shone again. The corner of Jaehyeon's mouth soared and he didn't know it would come down. I understand now. Why did the system say that at the time, the first time I equipped Misteltein in a simulated dungeon? Jaehyeon received an unknown message from the system. Due to lack of conditions, only some effects of equipment are unlocked. I guess this is the real effect of Misteltein. I didn't understand at first. Why is the bracelet classified as a weapon and not an accessory? But now I know for sure. If it's an item that allows you to make equipment on the fly and go into battle, it's natural for it to be classified as a weapon. As soon as Jaehyeon confirmed the effect of the skill, he jumped up from his seat. Formation of magic tools. It was to immediately check the performance of the item made with the newly acquired skill. Jaehyeon immediately put on his coat and headed to the training ground. A week passed quickly after that, and now, the first day of the exam was bright. There were 2 test subjects on the first day. The first things I studied were mathematics and understanding magical operations. Jaehyeon couldn't help but tilt his head the moment he received the first test paper. Isn't it easier than I thought? It was clearly an unexpected situation. It is true that in the past, Jaehyeon did well in Mill's theory test. However, it was the first time that the problem felt easy to this extent. Isn't it the regular test of the Mills Academy that the Daily says it is as demanding as a college assignment and as comprehensive as a thesis? Jaehyeon realized why the test felt so easy only after he solved all the questions. Looking after the other kids, it seems that even I got better grades. It was a simple conclusion. How to get better grades when teaching others than when studying alone. After watching on Jaehyeon and Seo Ina's studies for a few days, I was able to understand the contents of the textbook more deeply without realizing it. I definitely passed 95 points. Jaehyeon kept his momentum and easily cleared the second understanding magic calculation. Because the difficulty of the test itself was quite high, I heard voices from other cadets, but that was not the case at all for Jaehyeon, who had already completed all the preparations for the midterm exam by studying magic books. Anyway, that's how the first day's exams were all over. The theory test will be held until tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and the practical test will be prepared after that. The ratio of theory and practical grades at Miles Academy is 3-7. Of course, the actual skill is 7. Both tests would not be a big threat to Jaehyeon now, but he didn't have the slightest desire to be complacent. If you're going to be complacent, there's no reason to return to the past. You can't relax. I suddenly made a promise, but Kim Yoo-young came from behind waving to Jaehyeon. A murmur was heard in the hallway. Hey, aren't they them? The kids who got first place in the freshman hunt and got on the news. Min Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young. I guess that's right. I don't know anything else, but to be honest, how can you not recognize Min Jaehyeon when he looks like that? Is that a human face? Is this country? Well, he's handsome and he's really strong. I'm so jealous of Sybil. By the way, where are on Jaehyeon and Seo Ina? Jaehyeon scratched his head as if embarrassed by the voice he heard. Thanks to the amplification of the 5 senses after returning, I can hear the story about myself so clearly even if I don't want to hear it. Since I had never received any expectations in my previous life, this excessive interest was a bit burdensome. Well, it's better than being criticized. Jaehyeon decided to think as positively as possible. Kim Yoo-young, who had come close to me before I knew it, asked, sticking next to me, Hey, Min Jaehyeon, did you do well on the test? I think I saw something good. At Jaehyeon's words, Kim Yoo-young nodded. Me too, but all the other kids said it was difficult. I should also take a good look. Did Hoyeon give up? She's wrong. It's good if you get out of the failing grade. The way I see it, there is no answer for her studies. It's cool. Jaehyeon said that with a small smile on his lips. It was a peaceful day for the first time in a while. What, for the time being, even Gyuzin won't be able to walk around freely. Jae-koo recently lost his right-hand man, Seok Kim. In addition, the voice of the public about the irrationality of the Mills Academy's operation is gradually growing. As a Guyaon, it is a situation where there is no choice but to suffer from a lot of headaches. Of course, this whole situation was led by Jaehyeon and Yeonhwa Guild, but Gu Jane probably couldn't figure out all the information yet. At most, he would perceive Jaehyeon as a cadet with excellent grades, and Jaehyeon had yet to reveal all of his skills. Anyway, the most important thing, at least that Gu Jane can't move easily right now. As Jaehyeon, it was necessary to grow firmly at this timing, comrades belonging to their faction. The same goes for Kim Yujeong, Seo Ine, An Hoyeon, Lee Yisang, and Seo Ah Hyun. They also need to grow steadily. Afterwards, no matter what enemies appear in front of you, they will have to become stronger in order to face them without fear. And Jaehyeon implicitly thought of helping the party become stronger. Anyway, it's something the kids have to work on, but no one gets complacent easily. Jaehyeon nodded his head slightly and looked at An Hoyeon and Seo Ine walking from the hallway across from him with gloomy faces. The two must have taken different tests because they were magic and martial arts, but their faces seemed to be strangely sympathetic. I heard that even a tiger will come when I say it, and you can be a prophet. Okay. What? Look at their faces. Is that an expression you can do without getting a failing grade? Only then did Kim Yu-young move her eyes to the children behind her and laughed out loud. Hey, you saw it too, I did my best. No, Akure, that's not your problem with me, it's because they stopped studying. Hasn't studying lost both of them? That also makes sense. Too much, we've all heard, Seo Ine said as she approached Jaehyeon with her eyes narrowed. It was a bonus to poke Kim Yu-young's side with an elbow. An Hoyeon didn't say anything with a stunned expression on his face, as if he didn't leave the thought of the miserable test paper despite the two men's beatings. Let's start with scoring, then I have to study the 7 subjects tomorrow. At Jaehyeon's words, Seo Ine and An Hoyeon's expressions began to darken again. It was the beginning of the second act of the midterm exam. After thinking for a while, Kim Yu-young put her hand on the shoulders of the two and said, What is that? I think that's just it. When raiders catch a boss mob, don't you know that it goes over to phase 2, just changing the pattern? You can see it like that. Is that a consolation? When Jaehyeon was dumbfounded, Kim Yu-jung coughed and leaned against the wall. The two, who were almost certain to fail, still had gloomy faces. Did you do well on the test, Sahyuk? Of course. At the words of Kim Min-soo, who asked from the side, Lee Soo-hyuk raised an eyebrow and said, Well, I think 3 or 4 are wrong, but this is not bad. This time I will overcome the baby Min Yi-hyun. Lee Soo-hyuk had trouble with Min Yi-hyun in the AR room test the other day. Of course, he started the fight first, but he was quite annoyed by Min Yi-hyun's provocation. While thinking with a fishy smile, Kim Min-soo suddenly shook his head. Has that bastard lost his second bottle again? Has anything changed from when you were in middle school? However, it did not come out of my mouth. Talking about it will only get you beaten. What's obvious? He must be worrying about how to get into a fight with Min Yi-hyun again. After taking a small sigh, Kim Min-soo recalled the rumors about Min Yi-hyun. In the simulated dungeon incident, they said that if it wasn't for him, everyone inside would have died. Personality breakdown. Is he really nice? Cool. It's cheap, but it's voluntary. Look at the face. Is that a pretty face? This theory test was also completely wrong. It's a big deal. It's so damn popular, I'm jealous of you even talking about it. Kim Min-soo could hardly figure out where such an irregularity came from, talent in all areas. It was a position that could be said to be ambiguous in general, but Jaehyeon was different. He overwhelmed all fields and was showing results close to astonishment. It is natural that the attention of the instructors is also focused. I hope he doesn't needlessly fight. Although he is at least by his side due to the affection he has been with since middle school, there was a corner where it was difficult to say that Lee Soo-hyuk's personality was good even with empty words. It's about dozens of times that I stopped trying to fight with others, so it's enough to say everything. If it's fortunate, it's that I was so strong that I didn't get hit by other people, but the problem is that the situation worsened as he even touched Min Yi-hyun. In Mills Academy, each faction exists. Unlike other general high schools, the unidirectionally determined career path determines their future and forms a group. For this reason, those with high grades have their own groups in the middle ranks among themselves. The problem is that Yi Hyun and Lee Soo-hyuk are both high-ranking cadets, so they will inevitably collide at some point. But Lee Soo-hyuk didn't seem to care about that, it's just not thinking. That bastard without an answer. Kim Min-soo sighed and left. After all the 2-day theory exams that followed, the party gathered at the hideout. I was waiting for 2 practical tests in a row over the next few days, so I wanted to finish a rough plan. The exam, which will begin in 3 days, desperately needs Lee's help. What a manufacturing test. By the way, none of the people gathered here were good at alchemy. No, in the first place, Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young were clumsy at the preparation itself. Kim Yoo-young, who made purple cookies during household chores, and Jaehyeon, who almost wasted all the ingredients for the elixir. It would have been difficult for both of them to pass this exam easily. Because of this, they came to seek advice from Lee Yi-sang. Lee Yi-sang readily agreed to teach the party at Jaehyeon's request. Well then, I will teach you about alchemy. Have you read all the school textbooks? Sure. Ho, can you show me yourself? I have to check my poetry skills in advance. At Lee Yi-sang's words, the party headed to the magic engineering facility next to Mills's main building. It's been a long time since the magic engineering facility was reproduced, so it was a new feeling. Lee Yi-sang told them to prepare the potion they were going to make in the test. Since it was not a difficult test, it took 2 hours to make all the potions. 2 hours later, Lee Yi-sang's expression darkened noticeably. Obviously, it wasn't like this when Seo In-na and An Ho-yeon made the potion for the first time, but at some point the pupil lost his way and started to wander. Now Lee Yi-sang was secretly watching Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young. Jaehyeon asked, tilting his head, "What's wrong, brother? That's it. It's Akare, so tell me." At Jaehyeon's words, Lee Yi-sang raised his head and said as if he had made up his mind. "If you, Yoo-young, and you stay like this, I'll get a failing grade." Yes. The two looked at each other after questioning at the same time. Lee Yi-sang closed his eyes as if he didn't understand. You don't have that talent in alchemy at all." Jaehyeon's head throbbed. It didn't look like things would go away easily. Chapter 108-hand Part 1 I'm sorry. Speaking too harshly. Lee Yi-sang scratched his head and apologized. However, Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young were already in a state of fascination, to be given a failing grade before even taking the test. It wasn't a pleasant feeling at all. Meanwhile, unlike the two, Seo In-na received rave reviews. An Ho-yeon was also praised for passing the test without difficulty. Jaehyeon thought for a moment and then asked, "Hayoung, is there any way to avoid failing grades? I did well in other grades, but there is no answer if I cut it here." "Me too, Oppa, if you mess up your grades here I'll be in big trouble." Ha ha ha, but Lee Yi-sang put on an expression that seemed troubled by the two people's words. After thinking for a moment without saying anything, he opened his mouth with difficulty. "It is not that there is no method at all that, if you use a special item." "Item, yes. It's Akue to use priest items for Miles' alchemy trial. Instead, there is a little problem, but Hugh, thank God, you really thought you were going to die. Tell me right away, cost isn't a problem, so I'll do it right away." Lee Yi-sang interrupted with a pale complexion at Jaehyeon's words. "It is not a problem that can be solved with money. The item you need to find is so rare even in the country that it is difficult to obtain it itself." "What the hell is that item?" When Kim Yoo-young asked, Lee Yi-sang answered in a smaller voice. "That's it, it's a monster called Moonlight Firefly. They only come from very clean areas. Less than 100 of them come up in the black market every year. Oh, it's going to be hard to find." Moonlight fireflies. But why are they fireflies? If you grind the skin of the war moonlight firefly into powder and mix it with other ingredients, it becomes an item that can maximize the performance of the 4 potion. If that's the case, no matter how many of you guys use the proper potion. I'm sorry. There was something like that. The afterword was intentionally left out. Jaehyeon nodded in admiration. I didn't know that he was taking up insects, but since he was a potion maker, he seemed to be interested in this and that. Jaehyeon thought about it for a moment, then crossed his arms and said, "Aside from that, are there any other ingredients we need? Everything else I can buy on the market. Then where can I get one? Yeah, but they're hard to find. I'll try something." Jaehyeon abandoned the idea of passing the alchemy test with his own skills early on. Kim Yoo-young also seemed to be the same. There was no other way for the two of them. Moonlight fireflies. I have to pass the test even if I have to exterminate those bugs immediately. The eyes of Jaehyeon and Yoo-jeong Kim were filled with determination. "But do you know where I am going and follow me?" Jaehyeon, who was walking down the hallway, fired at Kim Yoo-jeong who was standing next to him. Kim Yoo-young replied with a vicious smile. "You are not the kind of person who will do things without thinking, are you? If I follow you around, something will work out." "I don't really want to take you with me because you said that." At Jaehyeon's words, Kim Yoo-jeong screamed. "Hey, what is a good friend? I know, so don't scream, pay the right price." "Okay, I'll do well as you tell me, so don't just throw it away. You really have to pass the exam in one go." "Are failing grades acceptable in my life?" Jaehyeon gave an appropriate answer to Kim Yoo-jeong's words and climbed into the elevator. Kim Yoo-young opened her eyes wide and asked, "But why take the elevator upstairs?" "This is where the seniors are, so get on. I'm going to seek some help from a senior I know." "Is there a senior you know?" "Okay, someone you know too." At Jaehyeon's words, Kim Yoo-jeong tilted her head. "Did you know any seniors at Mills Academy?" "I don't remember anyone like that at all." After a while, after Jaehyeon arrives on the second-year floor, I searched the room and found one person. Only then did Kim Yoo-young realize. Why did Jaehyeon say he was looking for someone he knew? There was a very familiar face in front of Kim Yoo-young with a puzzled expression. Soyeol Kwon. One of the members of SID, one of the most popular circles on campus, he was one of the seniors who were outed by two during the freshman hunt. I'm glad. I thought, what if I had already gone to the dormitory? Jaehyeon laughed. The reason he came to Kwon Soyeol was clear. Thanks to Kwon Soyeol's unique skill search, he can track a designated target up to hundreds of kilometers. As long as you use this, it's not unreasonable to find and catch traces of moonlight fireflies. Of course, if you want, you can use a blank card to copy Kwon Soyeol's skill. It was because Jaehyeon's inventory still had the blank card he obtained from hunting the king of the dark elves the other day. However, Jaehyeon was well aware that such a choice was poison. Even if it's a unique skill, it's stupid to use a card for a tracking skill. Furthermore, Jaehyeon has already roughly decided on the next skill to copy with a blank card. Single extreme skill. I need that. It was fine now that the AoE skill was Judgment of Light, and the newly obtained Frozen Earth. However, in order to deal with the boss monster, extreme skill is inevitably required. Of course, there is a Chain of Lightning, but it is true that it is a bit ambiguous when considering only single firepower. It wasn't that he wasn't as strong as an A rank, but there are many stronger skills in the world. In the first place, the reason why Jaehyeon uses chain-type magic is because of its utility. There was no reason for Jaehyeon to insist on one skill after defeating the King of the Dark Elves and acquiring all sorts of magical power-enhancing items. In addition, Jaehyeon is already scheduled to fight Hyujin and other Aesir gods. At such an important time, giving up a card just for explore, it's stupid. In addition, it is necessary to be careful about copying the unique skills and active skills. It was natural. S-class skills can be learned by anyone with talent. However, their unique skills are different. A unique skill is a skill that is monopolized by an individual or a specific family. What if you see them randomly copying and using them? At least, it will be difficult to look good to the top radars with vested interests. Perhaps if my ability is revealed to others, I will definitely be killed by other S-class raiders. Jaehyeon wasn't strong enough to deal with S-class raiders yet. They will have no reason to keep Jaehyeon alive, who will gradually grow and threaten their place. In this situation, recklessly copying a unique skill was a big risk. Now, it's better to copy skills that are maximally usable and can be used in front of others without any problems. Jaehyeon nodded slightly and took a step into the room. Fortunately, Kwon Soyeol was reading a book alone in the circle room. Jaehyeon was relieved and let go of his luck. Ah, I barely found it. Hello, Senior Kwon Soyeol. Kwon Soyeol took her eyes off the book and said with a displeased expression. What, Min Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young, why are you here? Nothing else, I have come to ask you something. Kwon Soyeol frowned at Jaehyeon's bold words. Hey, you played with me like that during the freshman hunt and now you're here. If you help me, I'll give you a fair reward. We are also in a hurry. I don't know what it is, but I won't listen, so go away. Do you know what I'll give you and refuse so easily? What? Kwon Soyeol's expression changed at Jaehyeon's words. Well, at most it looks like they're going to share some points. Really, how do you view seniors? She asked, crossing her arms. Akae, say something, what are you going to give me? Jaehyeon smiled. If this is the case, it is as if everything has been passed. Jaehyeon was thinking of proposing the most common and snobbish thing among what people want from people. Jaehyeon said in a calm voice, I will give you money in cash. Hey. No matter how much I am a senior, I think I will be swayed by money. 30 million won, how is it? If the work goes well, I can take care of more. Kwon Soyeol's two eyes turned bright. Without realizing it, my saliva went down. I'll listen and see. 30 million won, it was too big an amount to refuse. Well, that sounds like a possibility. Thank God. Kwon Soyeol nodded his head, saying that it was possible enough after hearing Jaehyeon's plan. Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung took a deep breath and were relieved. Well, it's a unique skill, but it was strange that fireflies couldn't find one. Just before you do a favor, Kwon Soyeol said he had two questions. The first was simple. No matter how skillful you are, you need traces to find fireflies. But can anyone find traces of moonlight fireflies here? Do not worry, I'm bringing an incredibly talented alchemist with me. Well, if that's the case. The second question was also insignificant. How did you know you had the search skill? This is a story that has spread all over the school, so I just covered it up. Kwon Soyeol also quickly understood Jaehyeon's answer because he didn't ask in an interrogative manner. Kim Yoo-young was a bit shy, but quickly became close with Kwon Soyeol. The extreme sociability was demonstrated in the urgency created by the exam period. Then let's leave today because the test is coming soon. Well, that's fine. Are you really giving me 30 million won? Even though he wrote the contract and showed it to him, Kwon Soyeol did not seem to believe it easily. Jaehyeon nodded as if he didn't care. Ah, because it is, that's a lot of money. Yoo-young, what kind of gold spoon is he? At Kwon Soyeol's question, Kim Yoo-young shook her head. Jaehyeon, who was next to him, answered instead. If I had to put it that way, I am a self-made man. Ah, Chancellor Hyung is leaving now. Ah yes, Akave. Isn't that Lee Yi-sang? Is he going too? Ah, is it old? When Yi-hyun asked, Kwon Soil meekly nodded. Then we were on the same team in the freshman hunt at first. I felt that I had found an unexpected friendship. Lee Yi-sang said that he had a freshman hunt with the same team as Kwon So-yeol last year. Of course, my grades weren't that good and I didn't play very well. Yi-hyun turned on his smartphone screen to check his watch and said calmly, "Don't worry, I prepared all the luggage and necessary expenses. Shall we go then?" Mujugun, Jeollabuk-do, Diajusan area. The reason Yi-hyun and the party came to such a distant place was simple. Although it is a monster, the Moonlight Firefly is not a monster that appears in dungeons. These are monsters that can be found in normal nature and appear in places where real animals and plants are distributed. In the society, these monsters are referred to as natural witch beasts. There is a lot of talk about the creation principle and ecology of demon beasts, but most of them say that mana that stayed in the air and ground after the outbreak of monsters transformed actual animals and plants into demon beasts. Because of this, Yihyun chose this place as his destination. Mujugun, Jeollabuk-do is the place where you can find fireflies most easily in the country. It fits their purpose exactly. By the way, it's still spring, so the weather is pretty cold. Sleep, here are yours, and the Chancellor wears them too. Yihyun took out short padding from his inventory and handed it to the party one by one. I thought the mountain would be cold on the way back, so I bought padding in advance. Of course, since it was a raider with transcendental power, the cold wouldn't make it dull. Anyway, I couldn't neglect my preparations when I had to fight monsters. Kwon So-yeol, who accepted the padding, asked with her eyes shining, "Wait a minute, this padding, isn't it super expensive? It was advertised on TV." "Yes, you know." Yihyun nodded his head appropriately. Kwon So-yeol quickly received and put on the padding and said with a satisfied face, "Hey, are you giving me this? If you give it away, you're a real bad guy. I will give it to you, don't worry and use your skills. I have to work for 30 million won. Mr. Ha, Akue, so look for traces." A white fog spread in front of the group entering the deep part of the mountain. His vision was blurry, his vision was unclear, and his son-in-law was dark. However, Lee Yi-sang was doing well on the mountain road covered with twilight. Even though it was a little past 10 in the evening, he seemed very active. Kim Yoo-young whispered to Yi Hyun and asked, "Prime Minister brother, why are you like that? It's a little bit, I think I'm excited." "I know," well, he said it before getting on the portal. "He likes bugs. You say you like bugs." Kim Yoo-young trembled and refused with her whole body. Either that or not, Lee Yi-sang was busy looking for traces of moonlight fireflies about an hour after that. Ah, these are the traces of moonlight fireflies. Lee Yi-sang found the bodily fluid of the moonlight fireflies on the tree. When Yihyun looked at Kwon So-yeol, she immediately nodded. "Akare, wait a minute. Use the active skill search. I found the traces of the moonlight fireflies. Guide users to the target moonlight firefly. Chapter 109-Hand Part 2. Use the active skill explore. I found the traces of the moonlight fireflies. Guide users to the target moonlight firefly. Good, I think I found it. Oh, are you all ready?" At Kwon So-yeol's words, Kim Yoo-young responded with a happy voice. Lee Yi-sang was startled and put his index finger on his lips. "SHH Joe, if you don't be quiet, the moonlight fireflies might run away." "Ah yes, sorry." After Kim Yoo-young apologized, she moved behind Kwon So-yeol. Yihyun rolled his eyes here and there in search of moonlight fireflies. After moving deeper for about 20 minutes, a place where the surroundings could not be distinguished came out. Yihyun asked, tilting his head, "What? I don't think this is the road we came from before." "I know, it's strange and it seems like something spooky." Kim Yoo-young hit the ball. Lee Yi-sang, who was ahead of him, also swallowed. Even so, it seemed unexpected that the surrounding scenery would change all of a sudden. Yihyun calmly grasped the current situation. "Somehow something is wrong here." The moment I was about to say, "Jaehyeon." Along with the magical response, dozens of glowing fireflies popped out from the lake valley covered in water mist. Lee Yi-sang opened his eyes wide and said, So that's a moonlight firefly. It's bigger than a normal firefly. A bit harsh. Even at first glance, the size of the moonlight firefly was much larger than that of a normal non-masculinized individual. It seemed to be well 20 times. Kim Yoo-young's face hardened coldly. Apparently, he thought he was only coming to catch small fireflies. "Well, since I was little, I hated bugs to death." Kim Yoo-young hated bugs from the past. In particular, cicadas and mantises were the flagship type as soon as they saw them. Yihyun was also not very fond of bugs. Of course, we should respect the tastes of people like Yi-sang Lee, but there are so many cute things in the world, but why bother with bugs? That was Yihyun's idea. Lee Yi-sang, holding his breath as if excited, is delighted in a small voice. Kwon So-yeol had no reaction. Yihyun cautiously approached the firefly, Jeeing. The fireflies flapped their wings vigorously. Yihyun swallowed his saliva. As expected, they move faster than normal fireflies, probably because they're magical beasts. Take out a bug-collecting container from your inventory and pour your magic toward flying insects. Activate the active skill Gravity. Gravity is a skill that allows you to freely manipulate gravity. It's a C-class, so the rating isn't high, but it's enough to catch bugs. Along with the swirling sound of magic power, the moonlight firefly's wings began to gradually slow down. Of course, mercy was placed in the hands. If you put too much mana on it, all the bugs could burst out. Li Yisang said that no matter what happened, it was not enough, but it seems that the moonlight fireflies have consumed a lot of mana. I don't think I can do this with just one skill. At Kim Yu-young's words, Kwon Soyeol also nodded. You hold up to the insect theme better than I thought. Jaehyeon, can you control your magic more? No. No more here, I don't have enough skill to do it more delicately. Jaehyeon thought for a moment. If you leave it like this, you might miss all the moonlight fireflies. For reference, the price of one moonlight firefly is close to 10 million won. At first glance, the number is almost 30. If he caught it, he would probably have a large amount left over even if he gave 30 million won to Kwon Soyeol. The Chancellor should also give some to his brother. I should give Kim Yu-young just enough to use. After organizing my thoughts, I used my magic again. This time it was a more cautious move. Jaehyeon shoots magic in the form of a thread and then connects the point where the thread touches in the form of a line and plane. Soon a small rectangular space was formed and a magical room was created to confine the fireflies. What, this? When Kwon Soyeol sighed softly, Jaehyeon replied indifferently. I've been practicing in advance because I thought something like this might happen. Mana room. Now the mana room was randomly created. Jaehyeon calmly nodded his head at Kwon Soyeol's surprised face. Kim Yu-young and Li Yisang were not too surprised because they had already appreciated the skill of reenactment before leaving. However, Kwon Soyeol was different. Mana room. Nonsense, what Jaehyeon had just created was a mana room. One of the actual facilities at Miles Academy, it was a kind of chemical and biochemical facility created to adapt to mana poisoning. But you make it randomly. What are you doing? Catch them all. At Jaehyeon's words, Kim Yu-young slaughtered and Kwon Soyeol only then moved. Li Yisang was already putting the moonlight fireflies blocked by the wall into the collecting bin. Kwon Soyeol shook his head. I'm not sure what happened. Min Jaehyeon, also great, that offer, should I accept it? The moment you reach out for a firefly floating in the air with a dazed face. Unexpectedly, Jaehyeon's voice was heard. Oh wait. If I held it with my bare hands it would smell. Awful, it's already too late. You should have told me sooner. Kwon Soyeol shook his head at the stench of the unknown slime on his hands. After a while, Jaehyeon, who caught all the bugs, said with a satisfied face. Then shall we go back? It didn't take long to make moonlight firefly powder. As soon as Li Yisang returned, he locked himself in the lab with a face like a mad scientist in the movie. Thanks to this, it took 2 days to complete. It was really super fast. The 5 people gathered at the magic engineering building again. Jaehyeon and Kim Yu-young were preparing potions while swallowing saliva. However, 2 people came to observe. An Hoyeon and Seo Ina's complexion was not very good. This is because the substance that the 2 of them synthesized had a purple color that people could not possibly swallow. Of course, Jaehyeon's color was slightly brighter. However, it was only a difference in severity, and both of them had the worst cooking skills. An Hoyeon, who was watching from the side, said with a serious expression, "You guys should never date or get married, please. What kind of bullshit is that all of a sudden? What?" Jaehyeon and Kim Yu-young raised their heads almost simultaneously and answered. An Hoyeon shook his head and said, "If you both get married, you won't cook like that. What's wrong with children?" "I think so too." Even Seo Ina nodded with a pale face. The 2 of them looked slightly hurt but soon focused on preparing the potion again. "I think you should put it in now." As if waiting with the sound of words, he poured some of the powder handed over from Li Yisang, only a very small amount of about a spoonful with a 2G spoon. But the effect was incomprehensible. The 2 solutions, which had been purple, suddenly became transparent the moment the powder entered them. "What? I know, what the hell is this?" An Hoyeon and Seo Ina looked at the solution and Li Yisang alternately as if surprised. Li Yisang crossed his arms and nodded as if he was satisfied. "Now it is being refined well. Maybe more than 70% purity is worth looking forward to." As soon as he finished speaking, the potion, which had been holding transparent light, regained its color. What the 2 of them are making now is a strawberry-scented HP recovery potion. As the solution turned red, the faces of the 2 were delighted. "Look at this, I did it too, I did. And Chancellor, I think this is really crazy." The performance, after a while, Li Yisang was delighted at the words of the 2, but he could only tremble as he clashed his teeth. Jaehyeon's refining rate is 51%. Yujiang's is 47%. It was a truly shocking feat for something created with the help of moonlight fireflies. If at all possible, I'll make sure that the 2 of us don't make 4 potions. Li Yisang clenched his fists and made a promise. The two didn't know that and they were busy loving each other. For Yisang Li, it was disturbing in many ways. A few days later, the first day of the midterm exam, Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young took a potion manufacturing test in the same laboratory. Because I've worked hard until now, I'm sure it'll work out somehow. Both of them were quite confident. It's true that it's quite difficult as you have to make an intermediate recovery potion. However, don't they have moonlight firefly powder that costs hundreds of thousands of won per spoon? It was clear that he could easily pass this level of testing. In fact, Li Yisang also handed over the powder for the first time and said this. If this is an item, the refinement rate is at least 70% or higher. That's why it should be enough to rank in the top 5 of the school. I didn't get a sense of how excellent the refinement rate was over 70%, but if it was in the top 5 of the school, it was very positive. In the past, Jaehyeon had scored 4 failing marks in this test. Kim Yoo-young recorded one more failure 5 times. Of course, even that, Kim Yoo-young passed because she had good grades in other tests, and Jaehyeon was lucky and somehow managed to do it. It was only one hand that he had made a proper potion with his skills. If I had to argue, I made potions even during the freshman hunt, but the potions he made at the time were of the lowest quality and crude. There was a restriction that you couldn't bring consumption items from outside, so I had no choice but to make it. There was no reason to make a potion on his own when Li Yisang was present. Then let's start the exam. The instructor in charge of the exam announced the start. Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young started preparing potions as they were familiar with them. As taught by Yisang Li, mash the herbs and add water to the herbs in a 2:1 ratio. Now, after putting the herbs and various ingredients together in the pot and boiling it for a while, the color should have become transparent. As expected, the color of the liquid in the two people's pot was clearly purple. The two thought almost at the same time. As expected, something to believe. It's tempting. Without hesitation, the two scooped a spoonful of the powder that had been placed on the table beforehand. The liquid immediately turned transparent and soon regained its color. Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young's faces showed strange joy. On the other hand, the instructor who was watching the scene was frightened and swallowed saliva. Put that precious moonlight firefly into a mere intermediate recovery potion. No, I can understand that by conceding 100 times. The biggest problem is 2 people. The skills are so bad. The test of accurate potion-making test consists of checking the degree of refinement and drinking by the instructor. The instructor swallowed his saliva, no matter how much moonlight fireflies were put in. You want to eat that? I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I had become an instructor for no reason, but all of a sudden, Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young's eyes met. The two looked at each other and thought while wiping their noses. Chit, I made some this time. That's what I'm going to say. The instructor was flagship, after a while. After all the exams were over, Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young's final grades were 31st and 42nd respectively. Li Yisang listened to the results of the two and lowered his head. On the other hand, Seo In-na ranked first in all freshman school alone without any items. An Ho-yeon also achieved good results in 29th place. I went through so much trouble to catch fireflies, but I'm 31st and 42nd. How did I catch the bug? Muttered. Li Yisang wiggled his hands as if he was sorry. I'm sorry. I thought that with this level of item, even your skills would be in the top 5 unconditionally. Next time at least cut off the unicorn's horn. It's done, brother, thank you. Jaehyeon sighed and sat down on the sofa. Well, because cooking was the worst from the start. A test passed anyway. Jaehyeon quickly recovered his mentality. Kim Yoo-young also seemed to have come to her senses again. The party gathered at the hideout. It was because 2 days from now, there will finally be a practical test on dungeon strategy, a chance to make a name for yourself across the country. Jaehyeon was thinking of solidifying his position here. However, this was not the end of Jaehyeon's plan. In this midterm exam, Gu Jane's stock price will go down once again. Jaehyeon looked forward to the expression Gu Jane would make as he played with his plan with a happy face on his face. I thought it would be very worth seeing. Chapter 110 Practical Test Part 1. If you ask the cadets at Mills Academy about the second practical test, 9 out of 10 people will answer like this. Fuck. Is that a test? Difficulty level is high. Wait a minute, PTSD. The reasons are various. It was true that they agreed, actually. The difficulty level of this second practical exam is very high. It is because the conditions are difficult as it is a compilation of all the academy classes that have been taken so far. Freshman Hunt Mock Dungeon AR Test. The second practical test was designed after the 3 main classes of the first semester, which were the most important. For example, being held in subspace is like hunting freshmen. The way to attack the dungeon is similar to the mock dungeon. It is similar to the AR test that you are not facing real enemies. But just because you've experienced it once doesn't mean it's easy. This is because even if the test is conducted in a subspace where there is no risk of injury, It is difficult enough to compare with the midterm exam of the Radar Academy, which has a different level of difficulty. Rather, the level of difficulty goes up as there is no risk of getting hurt. In addition, in this test, as in the mock dungeon, you have to work as a team. If you meet a team member you do not agree with, you may get a low grade and be expelled. However, apart from this, there was a really big problem. The way you organize your team, that's the factor that exponentially increases the difficulty of this second practical skill. In the practical test at Mills Academy, the number of people is not randomly assigned like in the previous mock dungeon raid. Each cadet is given a differentiated cost based on their performance so far, and 3 other team members must be voluntarily formed within the line where the total of these costs does not exceed 50. For example, the cost of Jaehyeon, who ranked first among all freshmen, was 20. Inevitably, the remaining 3 seats had to be filled with 30. Considering that the general average cost of middle-ranking cadets is 10, Jaehyeon alone consumes the cost of 2 people. It was inevitably difficult to determine the relative number of remaining people. I can't take my colleagues with me in this test. In a situation where you need to build a party of 4, Jaehyeon has already consumed 20 cost. There are 3 seats left, and no matter how much cost is saved here, it is difficult to bring more than 1 colleague. Other colleagues also hunt freshmen, simulated dungeons, etc. Thanks to being active in various events, the cost was very high. In the case of An Hoyeon 17, Seo In-na and Kim Yoo-jeong were assigned costs of 15 and 14 respectively. If Jaehyeon recruits An Hoyeon, the cost of 37 will be consumed with just the 2 of them. Simply put, a situation arises in which only the lowest-ranking cadets should take the remaining positions. When I was calmly organizing my thoughts, I started to hear a buzz around me. It was the voice of the other cadets. Hey Min, Jaehyeon, does he have a team? Of course, how many kids must have asked to do it when it came in first place? That's true, but I think we'll get good grades if we do it together. Well, it's magic, but even martial arts have been chewed up. If we are in the same team, we can get on the bus, right? Should I just close my eyes and ask? No way. Let's not mess around and play with each other. With the confused sound of words, all eyes are focused on Jaehyeon. All the cadets seem to want to be on the same team as Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon kept his mouth shut and glanced at the cadets staring at him for a moment. What? No wonder. It is only natural for them to be interested in Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon has already proven his ability several times. In almost every class, including the freshman hunting mock dungeon AR test, Jaehyeon showed phenomenal talent. It couldn't be more attractive to others. Of course, Jaehyeon was completely unaware of the gazes around him. By the way, I never thought I would become a coast-eating hippo. Was my cost 6 before? In the past, Jaehyeon was assigned a low cost due to poor grades. This is a double-edged sword. Although he couldn't choose his teammates, it was easy to join a party with relatively high ranks. This is because a party with high-ranking raiders must eventually save costs. In fact, Jaehyeon took advantage of this situation before returning to join a party that was good compared to his grades. The result was the worst. In general, when playing as a team at Mills, there are many cases in which the upper-rank cadets designate the lower-rank cadets to form a team. If you look closely, Jaehyeon now has his own options. Nothing bad, one in the midterm rankings of Mills Academy. No cadet would ever refuse his offer. But even though the situation was advantageous to him, Jaehyeon had a displeased expression. It's a dog way. Does the upper rank point to the lower rank? By what right? It's a big deal that depends on the grades of the midterm exam. To make someone else's life and death matter depend on someone else's choice. At least in Jaehyeon's opinion, this was obviously wrong. In the past, I was also in a position to be chosen. As Jaehyeon recalled the miserable past and held the accusation, a shadow suddenly fell over his head. When I raised my head, one of the students with a sad face came up to me. Hi. Seeing the cadet's face, Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed, Jaehyeon's brow furrowed wildly. That bastard is. A face so familiar that it makes my teeth tremble. The person who tortured Jaehyeon to death in the same test before returning was right in front of his eyes. Jaehyeon has never forgotten that cunning face over the past 10 years. Ugliness. As I remember, he's disgusting looking. Odins. In the past, in the second practical test, he was the person who served as the leader of Jaehyeon's team. To add, the culprit who ruined Jaehyeon's midterm exam grades. At the time, that bastard rolled me like a servant and threw it away. Abusive language, violence, so terrible that I can't count them all. The ugliness that Jaehyeon remembers was clearly a villain, a person who digs into the weaknesses of others, threatens them, and extorts only their own interests. In the past, Jaehyeon had memories of suffering terribly thanks to him. A twisted smile crept across Jaehyeon's lips. Hanseong continued without noticing the change in Jaehyeon's expression. Are you Min Jaehyeon? A genius cadet who ranked first in the freshman hunt and played an active role in the mock dungeon. So, there was a sharp edge in Jaehyeon's voice as he answered. Thanks to that skinny face, Jaehyeon had to suffer until the moment he graduated. Trauma, the person who planted the trauma in her was right in front of her eyes. If the heat didn't spread, that would be strange. What? Chu Hanseong only then became embarrassed by Jaehyeon's cold response. He cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. I'll tell you something straight, team up with me in this test. I'm on the cheap side compared to my skills. Now that you're 20, isn't it difficult to pick a teammate? I will help you, Jaehyeon immediately understood how this disgusting situation was going. Chu Hanseong, who had bullied him in the past, is thinking of using himself to ride the bus this time. This guy is everywhere, baby bat. It's strong and weak, irredeemable garbage. Jaehyeon laughed as he got up from his seat at the same time as he thought, I'm sorry, I have no intention of doing it with you. Why don't you recognize someone else? For a moment. Did you hear my story? My cost is cheap compared to my skills. I know, but that doesn't really mean anything. What? At Jaehyeon's words, Hanseong questioned and frowned. Jaehyeon took a step closer and looked straight at Hanseong. I can clear the exam by myself, and you're not really helpful to me. You are too weak. What? Ugly Hanseong's face quickly turned red. Jaehyeon walked past him and headed for the stairs behind him. In fact, Jaehyeon had already decided a few days ago who he would be working with for the second practice session. T-boob, T-boob. Jaehyeon approached the two people sitting at the back of the stairs and asked, Did you guys think about what I said? Of course, both me and Jinna decided to do it together. I'm glad. I was worried about what would happen if we didn't do it together. Jaehyeon trembled with a smile. However, the face of Hanseong, who saw it, was distorted fiercely like never before. What? What the hell is going on? Chu Hanseong looked incredulously at the two people talking to Jaehyeon. They were completely unexpected people. Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo, it was something we couldn't understand. Aren't those two the ones who abandoned Jaehyeon and ran away from the last mock dungeon? Even if they fell apart, why did they, who should have fallen apart long ago, become the same team? After a while. A cafe on the premises of Mills Academy. Jaehyeon, Jinna Kim, and Seong-woo Park were drinking coffee while waiting for the rest of the team. In the middle of a moment of silence, Kim Jin-ah suddenly asked, Jaehyeon, are you really going to be Akae with us? At that time, even in the mock dungeon, we weren't very helpful. I even abandoned you and ran away. We still don't know why you chose us. Trembling voice. Jaehyeon looked up and looked at the two of them. Both Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo had pale faces, probably recalling the trauma of the time. Jaehyeon crossed his arms as if it was no big deal. Don't worry. I didn't mean to be with you with the intention of losing money. In fact, Jaehyeon did not choose these two with the intention of losing money, because there are many places to use it. The reason I picked them was just that. Then it's fortunate, Park Seong-woo blurted out, and Kim Jin-ah answered and asked, By the way, who will fill the remaining seat? Oh, didn't I tell you otherwise? The moment Jaehyeon was about to answer the question. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted me. Hey, are the two people you said you were going to be together with them? A familiar voice echoed. Jaehyeon smiled. He said without looking back, Come. The last one? The eyes of the two of them moved to the direction where the voice came from, and their eyes widened. A familiar face could be seen from the edge of the gaze. Yaojiang Kim, at the time of the mock dungeon incident. Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo, who reprimanded Park Seong-woo for abandoning their teammates and leaving the dungeon, became the same team. Jaehyeon looked at the three of them alternately. Should I say hello first? Chapter 111, Practical Test Part 2, Sit down for now. At Jaehyeon's recommendation, Kim Yoo-jung sat down next to her with her eyes narrowed. A moment of suffocating silence flows. Kim Yoo-jung opened her mouth first. Min Jaehyeon, let me endure somehow, but did you really choose them because you're Akae? What do you want to say? You know. What am I talking about? The two people in front froze at Kim Yoo-jung's stiff tone. Jaehyeon knew why she reacted so coldly. Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo, they were the ones who saved me before the return, but in the current timeline they are perceived as irresponsible cadets who almost killed me. Mock dungeon incident. In an event you could call a tragedy, Jaehyeon actually almost died. At that time, Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo ran away, leaving behind Jaehyeon and Seo-in-na. To follow the leader, Jaehyeon's instructions, and to call the instructors outside. However, the problem was that the dungeon at the time was in the form of a closed dungeon, and it was impossible to enter inside from the outside. As a result, the two were criticized by others, a cowardly raider who ran away without being able to protect his comrades. He took on the stigma that Jaehyeon used in the past. Jaehyeon looked at Kim Yoo-jung and said calmly, You said that too, Ine and I sent them outside. Isn't it too harsh to blame the two of you? Yes, it can be harsh, however, that doesn't mean that these two people didn't abandon you and run away. Honestly, I don't understand why you made this choice. Are you Akae, and realistically catching these two was the best? Of course, this statement is somewhat ambiguous. Jaehyeon is currently ranked number 1. Able to work with any cadet. To put it simply, I had the free pass in my hand. It is not difficult to form a team with other cadets if you put your mind to it. But in the end, Jaehyeon chose these two people. The reason was simple. Thanks to the two of them running away from the simulated dungeon, the cost is relatively undervalued compared to their skills. It's not the Ugin castle that's really cheap, but this one. All of Miles' class grades are actively used in this evaluation. In order to give an appropriate cost, the data at the time of the mock dungeon practice had to be used as well. Park Seong-woo and Kim Jin-ah abandoned their colleagues in a mock dungeon and ran away. It's impossible to get a good evaluation no matter what. After a while, Kim Yoo-young, who heard all the explanations, nodded with a shy face. What's the matter? But it's kind of weird though. You can get a perfect score on the practical test by yourself. Why are you taking the two of you? At Kim Yoo-young's words, Park Seong-woo and Kim Jin-ah also raised their heads. It was a question that the two of them also wanted to ask. It's sharp. It's all because I have thoughts. Did you see me doing things for no reason? Jaehyeon laughed. In this exercise, there were several prerequisites for Jaehyeon to form a team member. One of them is right. Enmity toward Gu Jane. Jaehyeon made a plan for this second practice. In order to realize this, the hostility towards Gu Jane, he also needed a heavy mouth to listen to himself. I made an appointment in advance for a time like this. No problem. Jaehyeon briefly recalled the phone call he had with Kim Jin-ah a few days ago. You want to be on the same team as us? I'm fine, but I have to accept one condition instead. Conditions? Yes, never disclose what happened in this second practical test to the outside world. That's the condition. It's not difficult if it's something like that. Then that's it. Oh right. We need to write a simple contract for this condition. Are you Akoe? Yes, are you Akoe? If it's Akoe with us, will help with anything. The real reason for choosing the two, that guardian. In this event, we will bring him down. What? Kim Yoo-young was surprised by Jaehyeon's words and asked back. The other two also looked at Jaehyeon and soon became stunned. Is Jaehyeon serious? Kim Jin-ah trembled in disbelief. Of course, he and Park Seong-woo also heard from Jaehyeon and knew about it. That Chairman Gu Yaon deliberately set them into a trap. That what happened in the mock dungeon that day was no coincidence. But Gin. How the hell did you bring him down, who had absolute power? This was something that even the radar management headquarters could not easily accomplish. However, while receiving the attention of the three, Jaehyeon just smiled. All plans were already in his head. Guardian, if you can get out of the network again this time, let's see. Hello, everyone, I am Instructor Park Ha-jun, who will supervise the second practical test for this midterm exam. On the day of the test, Jaehyeon gathered in the auditorium with his teammates to take the second practical exercise. The instructor in charge of this exam is Park Ha-jun. According to Instructor Jeong Yi-soo's report, he is one of Gu Yaon's new henchmen. Jaehyeon sneered and looked at his behavior. What's obvious? A new right-hand man to fill the vacancy after losing Kim Seok-gi. However, there will be nothing to see. Recruiting a talented person like Kim Seok-kai is difficult no matter how old he is. Kim Seok-gi was an elite raider who was at the top of the A-class. Now Park Ha-jun is also A-class, but there was a difference in rank from him. As for Jaehyeon, he's an opponent who doesn't need to be nervous at all. By the way, I can't believe Gu Yaon still didn't notice Instructor Jeong Yi-soo's brainwashing. I thought it was unexpectedly insensitive. The other day, Jaehyeon cast a brainwashing spell on Instructor Jeong Yi-soo. It was to use her, Gu Jane's confidant, to steal important information about Miles, but after the guild experience, quite a long time has passed, but there is no message from Gu Jane. The brainwashing that Instructor Jeong Yi-soo is also still in effect. Given the circumstances, it was correct to assume that Yaon Gu did not notice Instructor Yi-soo Jeong's brainwashing. There was no reason not to use it as a representation. Hey, but are you really Akoe? Unexpectedly, Kim Yoo-young standing next to her tilted her head and asked. When Jaehyeon didn't respond, Kim Yoo-jung seemed frustrated and added, That, your strategy, the one who said he was going to bring Gu Jane down. Kim Yoo-young spoke in a noticeably smaller voice. Jaehyeon smiled and nodded. Don't worry, whatever happens, I will take responsibility. Hey, where is that word? It's the same team. Done, I just asked. Kim Yoo-young grumbled and put both hands in the pockets of her skirt. Park Seong-woo and Kim Jin-ah standing next to them seemed nervous and were trembling. After a while, Instructor Park Ha-jun's words about the exam came to an end. So from now on, all of the second practical tests will be accompanied by a helicam. The video to be filmed will be broadcast live across the country without any delay, and large bonus points will be awarded to cadets who achieve good grades. Please do your best. All explanations were soon over. Jaehyeon took a deep breath, recalling what he had just heard, the mana that slowly fills up in the lungs. The ceremony in the auditorium is working, Jiing. A jet-black abyss with its mouth wide open appeared from the floor. It was almost the same shape as the one I saw during the freshman hunt in the past, if there's something different about it. The expression is divided. It seems like this formula was created to transmit one group at a time. Okay then, a small smile spread across Jaehyeon's lips. This time even you won't be able to get out. Gin, Mills Academy Director's office. Gu Yaoen, who is sitting on a chair, is skimming through the articles on the portal site with a stiff expression. Every article that appeared in the headlines was just against the plant. Mills Academy in crisis. Do you want to return Korea's most prestigious title? Gu Yaoen drives innocent cadets to their deaths. The resignation protest continues. Radar Management Headquarters. Mills Academy, which does not guarantee the safety of the cadets, is wrong. The center of the accident, troublemaker. Who is Gu Yaoen, chairman of Miles? Damn it, dog-like litters. How much money did I feed you to write an article like this? Bang. Gu Jane slammed the desk and clenched his fists. It couldn't have been more exasperating for him. They shot billions of dollars into the accounts of reporters and asked them to block this Guild Experience article, but hit the back like this. Gu Jane gritted his teeth and slowly vomited it out. All the media is turning their back on me, dare me from Gu Jane. Gu Jane's eyes cooled. He already knew who intervened in this incident and roasted the reporters. Yonhwa Guild. Yuseong, that damn bastard, intervened in the incident. The cause is certain. To keep Gu Yaoen's forces in check and to grow Yonhwa's pie. But it's also true that I don't understand right away. Wasn't this guild experience prepared with great care? In order to make up for the mistakes made in the mock dungeon, all preparations were strictly kept secret. No matter how good your nose was, it would have been impossible to dig into this case. Gu Jane let out a rough breath and raised his head. Yuseong, what the hell is the reason? Why are you suddenly interfering with me? Of course, while pretending to be with the Yonhwa Guild until now, he has earned the resentment of many people. However, as much as he made many enemies, he also recruited many allies and prepared for this situation. After thinking for a while, Gu Jane came to a conclusion. There is a traitor within. Some of the instructors are negotiating with the enemy. Otherwise, it would have made no sense that this incident had leaked out. I can't help it. For the time being, I have no choice but to save myself, at least until this midterm. No, until the start of the second semester, you'd better be careful. Of course, he would have to take some damage, but it was better than having his position threatened. After a while, the incident will subside. After all, he is the founder of Mills Academy and is supported by the entire nation. There is nothing to break down here. Soon the midterm exam will begin. When the live broadcast starts, all the attention will be on it. I just need to hold out for a little bit. The timing wasn't bad. By the time the midterm exams were over, the guild experience would have faded. No matter how much Yonhwa Guild was, it was not strong enough to bring him down right away. For a while, I act like I am dead. When the press calms down, we can go back to our original plan. Gu Jane forcibly regained his calm expression and muttered that. Chapter 112, Practical Test Part 3. Pajajijik. Kong, you have been transferred to subspace. Team D, Min Yi-hyun leader, Kim Yu-young, Kim Jin-ah, Park Seong-woo. This is a party of 4 people. After clearing all stages of the dungeon, return with the boss monster's core. First floor quest, defeat all the monsters on the first floor and find the stairs to the second floor. The transmission ceremony vomited 4 people, including Jaehyeon, into a space engulfed in flames. There is a tingling sensation on the skin from the heat. Jaehyeon sighed and looked around. The place the party arrived at was a large field dungeon. The surroundings are all reddish and magma flows meanderingly everywhere. It was a place very familiar to Jaehyeon. Muspelheim. The world of fire giants. This is. Kim Yu-young looked around and blurted out her words. Jaehyeon immediately replied, Muspelheim, I think this is a dungeon modeled after that place. I think so too. There would be no way there would be pillars of fire spread all over the place except in Muspelheim. Park Seong-woo agrees with Jaehyeon's words and nods his head. Jaehyeon looked around at the group and spoke calmly. Let's start with dungeon mapping. The first thing you need to do after entering the dungeon is this mapping. What terrain and items are available for use inside. Also, what monsters appear and how strong they are. To deal with unexpected situations by grasping miscellaneous information like this in advance. This is called mapping. If you don't go through this process, it's difficult to quickly respond to unexpected situations. So even if you're a skilled radar, you tend to skip mapping. After giving the order, Jaehyeon began to investigate the area more closely. You have to be careful, this is different from a normal dungeon. When Jaehyeon spoke calmly, the party also nodded and agreed. The dungeon unfolding in this subspace is completely different from other general dungeons. It's because it's a stage format. This is a different category from the dungeons in the form of crypts that are generally thought of. To clear a stage dungeon, you must clear the conditions required for each floor, reach the highest level of the dungeon, and defeat the boss. In simple terms, it can be seen as similar to the format of the game. Clear a stage, move on to the next stage, and head towards the end. The structure of the dungeon itself is surprisingly simple. Use the active skill magic power detection. It spreads its senses widely and begins to read the surrounding landmarks. We need to gather as much information as possible now. After a while, a monster appears. Before that, there were items to be secured. Let's go get some Seoricho first. Prolonged exposure to this heat is dangerous. That's right, when you're in a burn state, you're sluggish and your movements slow by 20%, Kim Yoo-young agreed. The remaining two seemed to have no disagreements. Jaehyeon started to move based on the information he investigated using magic detection. A barren land. I walked past flowing magma and streams of fire. Let's get a little deeper. Herbs blooming like snow on the hot ground caught my eye. There it is, Seoricho, Jaehyeon smiled. Seoricho was one of the key items in the Muspelheim dungeon. An item that can be made into a potion to help resist burn conditions when taken. Among the current team members, Park Seong-woo had the best grades in the last alchemy evaluation, so Jose thought of entrusting it to him. First, collect as many as possible and put them in your inventory. Find out where to prepare the potion. Outside objects are not allowed in this midterm exam. There are no restrictions on the use of priestly items in other closed trials, but this is different. There are several reasons, but there is only one big reason. That's right, after a while, viewers are about to enter the room. Please pay special attention to your words and actions. This is because soon viewers will come in and the channel will be activated. After a while, Jaehyeon and his party should become broadcasters who satisfy them. They become BJs who have to show off their strategy to the viewers. Now the real practical skills test begins. Of course it's disgusting, but it's worth using. Needless to say, most aspiring raiders, including Jaehyeon, hated these events. To hold a modest event using raiders who risk their lives to hunt monsters, it was a difficult thing to accept easily for the cadets who were at an age when their heads would be hot. The same goes for reproduction, however. I have to use it now. In order to set the stage for the downfall of Gujin, a scene like this is needed. Jaehyeon had already planned everything. The only thing left now is to move forward as fast as you want. But before that, Jaehyeon raised his head and said calmly, "For approaching, the monster rank is C. The formation goes to B. Akae. Received Jaehyeon's instructions, the three men took a combat stance. A monster was approaching. Jaehyeon smiled. Then let's start slowly. Intermediate practical exam. Approximately 4 hours have elapsed. Seo In-na and An Ho-yeon ended up forming the same team. This is because Seo In-na wanted to team up with someone she was familiar with thanks to her shy nature, and An Ho-yeon also wanted a talented cadet to prepare for any variable. Thanks to that, the two became a team. Right now he was raiding a dungeon with another cadet at the bottom. Isn't the dungeon too easy? Seo In-na, who was suddenly ahead, asked. An Ho-yeon scratched the bridge of his nose and answered, "Yeah, what is it? The monsters are much weaker than I thought. I think this is much easier than the mock dungeon practice. It's just a freshman exam, so it's a bit easy, right? I think so. There are monsters covered with hot slime all around. These were the flame attribute monsters they hunted a while ago. Thanks to the performance of the two, the monster was not much of a threat. In the first place, they went through a mock dungeon guild experience and became strong enough to be unmatched by other cadets. The witch beast of stage 1 was not a big threat to them yet. Of course, it's a completely different world for the other two people who follow. What the hell are you talking about? It was an incomprehensible conversation. Didn't they almost get out of the attack of the monster that poured out a while ago? Every moment of battle, he was keenly aware of why his seniors said that the Academy's theory classes were nothing. But what? You think it's too easy? It was a word that ignited a competitive spirit, but the difference in class was too great. The two sighed and shook their heads. Clearing the dungeon itself wouldn't be difficult thanks to meeting good teammates, but getting entangled with such geniuses made me feel how insignificant my talents were. While trudging along, the two of them suddenly thought about it almost simultaneously. By the way, those two are like that too. What kind of a monster is Min Jaehyeon? The first monster he encountered was lava slime. A C-class monster that attacks enemies with flames all over its body. Even though it's grade C, it's a pretty tricky monster. You have to be careful. Jaehyeon had already had experience dealing with them before returning, so he knew them well. Lava slimes basically live in groups of 4 or 5. Their attack power was minimally low, but they were never allowed to be vigilant. Don't get as close as possible and use items to deal with them. It explodes on contact with dust. Lava slime is a dangerous beast to deal with up close. These are monsters that spread dust, bury it in the opponent's body, and explode it using the surrounding terrain to attack the enemy. Basically, it is safer to use the small explosives given in the subspace test. Akae. Kim Jin-ah swallowed and took the shield out of her arms and held it in her hand. It was a basic shield for cadets, not the one used in the mock dungeon the other day. Park Seong-woo also quickly activated the skill and equipped a shield. The Spirit of Water. Kim Yoo-young started casting for the attack. However, I was planning to use water attribute magic here. Wind attribute magic, which she often uses, has the highest proficiency, but it was not a suitable skill to use here. All around the party is filled with flames and magma. If wind attribute magic was used here, there was a possibility of flames moving here and there, as well as explosion damage due to dust. For this reason, Kim Yoo-young prepared Water Shoot, a Class C magic with water attribute, a skill that allows you to quickly eliminate enemies by shooting a powerful stream of water. After casting, Kim Yoo-young tilted her head and shouted, "Min Jaehyeon." Yet, however, Jaehyeon did not allow the attack right away and stood by. He was waiting. The channel is opened. Viewers entered. May the voyeurs visit the room. The corners of Jaehyeon's mouth rose slowly. Now the curtain on the real test has risen. This is the real beginning. Anonymous 11111. Anonymous 222,222,222. Anonymous 3. Don't play with numbers. Hit. I came to see commune earlier. When the viewers came in, Jaehyeon immediately shouted, "Now!" With those words, Kim Yoo-young's water shoot hit a single lava slime. Jaehyeon also raised his lips, raising his mana. My heart was beating constantly. It was natural. Here in the field, the skill Frozen Earth, which he had learned while hunting the King of the Dark Elves, would be most effective. A thrilling sensation seemed to run through his body. Of course, but I don't intend to show S-class magic right away. From the beginning, Jaehyeon had no intention of using Frozen Earth. The reason was simple. It's about raising the level of stimulation little by little, and when the critical point is reached, bread and pop it. But that didn't mean I wouldn't draw attention in the first place. There was no worry as there was a new skill prepared for the present. The better you use the audience, the faster you can ruin the old person. Jaehyeon clenched his fists. I've already experienced viewers who were hit with this shit once. Jaehyeon knew their tendencies better than anyone else. After pouring magic into his fingertips, Jaehyeon lifted his head. Active skill Ice Rain. Ice Rain, Yggdrasil magic that rains hailstones from the sky with an A-class skill. Of course, among freshmen who can use such high-level skills, I am the only one. Jaehyeon immediately exploded his condensed mana. The sky turned black for a while. Soon huge hailstones started pouring down on lava slime. At the same time, Anonymous 1, is it a true story? Anonymous 7, that's what happens. Isn't this the freshman room? But how is that going to happen? Anonymous 2, do you think that makes sense? Anonymous 11, oh no way. Anonymous 28, Suzaku reader on beep, it's Jujek. Anonymous 4, didn't an error pop up? That's an A-class skill, ha 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 ha. Anonymous 9, just looking at it, it's a masterpiece, ha ha ha. The chat window was set on fire due to Kim Yoo-young and Jaehyeon's successive magic. Everything was as Jaehyeon expected. After a while, the corners of Jaehyeon's mouth draw a soft arc. I don't think everyone believes it yet, but it's just a matter of time. Chapter 113 Dungeon Strategy for Regressors Part 1. The second practical test begins, after about 6 hours. Korea's largest awakened community, Raider Gallery, was literally on the verge of an explosion. It was thanks to the video that Jaehyeon uploaded a while ago using the A-class magic Ice Rain. And now, there was a man who pressed the play button on the community's black screen, Song Jae-seok. He was the person in charge of the team leader of the radar management headquarters. He is smiling as if he is full of energy as he watches the video that is now playing. A video I've already seen several times, but no matter how you look at it, there was a corner that I couldn't get tired of. Comments were the same. Anonymous 1, hey, fuck that is possible. Anonymous 2, honestly this is a vaginer. What kind of freshman is overusing a class skills? Anonymous 3, wasn't that supposed to be at least 3rd grade? Anonymous 10. When I went to the next room, Seoane and An Ho-yeon also used B-level or higher skills well. Anonymous 5, AI Sitpal are B into the same ha 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 ha. Anonymous 6, isn't it Jujek? Anonymous 4. Yes, the Sukjek reader checked it earlier, but he said there was no trace of manipulation in the video. Therefore, that means Jai skill. Anonymous 7, crazy. Anonymous 8, hey, no matter how you look at it, that's not it. It could be age. Anonymous 9, well, it could be. They didn't seem to believe in Jaehyeon's achievements easily. No wonder. It's amazing to use magic without casting for a freshman subject. You say you handle the A-class skill Ice Rain. Is that also freely? This was a level that other pro raiders couldn't easily enter. A vibrant community. Song Jae-seok murmured as he put his hand in the outer pocket of the coat he was wearing. Min Jaehyeon, he doesn't break a drop of sweat even after using a class magic. According to Agent Kim Jae-yeon a while ago, she doesn't seem to have a good relationship with Gu Yaon. I also have to bring her to this side somehow. Jaehyeon was a person who could be a major player in uncovering Gu Yaon's corruption. Although he is still a cadet, he has skills that exceed that of a cadet. I didn't know if I could bring out the fall of Gu Jane faster if I just got my hands on these talents. Moreover, the situation is very good right now. It is not clear why, but the Yeonhwa Guild is also actively checking Guyyeon. The guild experience was prepared quietly enough that even the radar management headquarters did not notice. Smelling this incident meant that Yuseong was also preparing to destroy Guyyeon. If you use this well, it would not be unreasonable to work with Yeonhwa to uncover Guyyeon's evil deeds. Now is the real start. Song Jae-seok smiled, showing his white teeth. He took his smartphone out of his suit coat and put it to his ear. After a while, "Hello." Soon after, a familiar voice came from the smartphone, Kyung-hoon Park. As Song Jae-seok's direct junior, he was the first to recognize Yi Hyeon's ability in the past and said that he might be able to clear the dungeon in Neverland. "Gro Kyung-hoon, how are you?" Senior finished the phone call. "Is there anything? I have a favor to ask of you. Please." "Yes, why do you have that life you talked about before, Jaehyeon Min? Investigate who is behind that bastard right away and hand over the files." "Yes, all of a sudden. Besides, that's a violation of human rights, isn't it? A person who is the team leader of the radar management headquarters who cares for the people can do such a thing. It's an opportunity to destroy Guyyeon." At Song Jae-seok's words, Park Kyung-hun over the phone was silent for a moment. To both of them he was an object of terrible hatred. In the past, Song Jae-seok and Park Kyung-hun each had the experience of losing their own family members to Guyyeon. Song Jae-seok is his only son. Park Kyung-hoon has a younger sister who is 4 years younger than him. The two of them had reasons to hate Guyyeon. "That's why I react sensitively to that name." After a while, Park Kyung-hoon said in a slightly subdued voice, "I'll try to do something, but what if there is no belly?" "There is no way there is." Song Jae-seok crossed his arms and said with a confident expression. The reason he was so sure was clear. The previous Neverland incident. In that case, Song Jae-seok thought that Min Yi-hyun's identity would be widely known nationwide. Characteristic from place of origin, from likes to dislikes. When did you wake up and how do you train, etc. Every little bit of information. However, after the incident, Yi-hyun's name was only mentioned a few times on TV, and few articles were published compared to the weight of the work he had done. And that is, it means that the backboat that looked after Min Yi-hyun blocked all the articles, and that on purpose. But not all doubts were gone. Why did Yi-hyun hide his identity by covering reporters' mouths? Who else will look after Yi-hyun? Song Jae-seok has been thinking about him for over a month, and I was certain of one thing: Min Yi-hyun is hiding his power. At the same time he thought, along with the guild experience incident, the Yeonhwa Guild exploded an article as if it had been waiting for it. The meaning of this action is unclear. The corners of Song Jae-seok's mouth went up. He spoke in a calm voice. "First of all, find out the connection between Yeonhwa Guild and Min Yi-hyun. I'm sure something interesting will come out. Then let's move in earnest." After the battle is over, Yi-hyun looked around at the group and said. Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo, who were watching Yi-hyun's battle, asked in amazement. Yi-hyun, when did you learn an A-rank skill? Therefore, does this make sense? We're still freshmen." "Well, it just happened because I was doing something." After answering appropriately, Yi-hyun started to scan the field. It was because he had to pack all the necessary items before moving on to the second floor. The dungeon's difficulty increases as you go down. Farming time will run out. It is very difficult to catch high-ranking monsters in the depths of the dungeon and combine it with farming. From the second floor, a higher-grade monster will appear. The people I'm dealing with now are only C-class monsters, but after that I have to deal with up to B-class monsters. Of course, since it's a midterm exam, even if it's the same level as the actual monster, it's right to look down at least 2 or 3 ranks. Even this was bound to be a huge burden for freshmen. It was good to pack all the necessary survival items on the first floor as much as possible. After a while, Yi-hyun and the party succeeded in killing all the lava slimes. In the first place, there was no great difficulty because it was a low-grade beast that only had to be careful of dust. Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo also got used to dealing with enemies using bombs. Of course, this method had its limitations as the effectiveness of bombs in the depths decreased sharply, but it was certain that the dungeon raid would go smoothly. I think I've taken care of the items at this level. It would be better to start making potions soon." When Yi-hyun said, Seong-woo Park pointed his finger across the street and said, "I think the heat will be a little less over there. There is less energy coming up from the ground." I guess so," Jina Kim agreed. Yi-hyun also decided that the location selection was not bad, because in order to make a burn resistance potion with frost weed, I have to get away from the heat to some extent. Yi-hyun took out a basic set for tent installation from his inventory. It was one of the items Park Ha-jun handed out before entering the dungeon for the first time. Incidentally, a tent is a device that acts like a shelter, and if you enter it, the broadcast will be cut off for a while. In the meantime, they regroup and go into battle again. For reference, the period leading up to this second practical test is 3 days. The earlier you clear the dungeon, the earlier the time will go, but in general, it's usually completed in 3 days. This is because there are items that can only be obtained here, and the more carefully you clear the dungeon, the more points you get. Then we'll pitch a tent. Park Seong-woo and Kim Jin-ah set up a tent. Jaehyeon plays the role of guarding the surroundings. Kim Yoo-young took on the role of cooling the surrounding temperature with water attribute magic until the potion was completed. All important things. The distribution is done properly. Thanks to that, the chat window was also filled with admiring comments. Anonymous 3, they are almost like veterans, you seem to have learned how to navigate dungeons well. Anonymous 9. Teaching at the most elite academy in Korea, isn't it natural? Anonymous 22, to be honest, when I went to Miles I did that much too. Anonymous 1, stop talking bullshit and wipe your feet at home, sleep. Anonymous 6, now it's done, now let's go inside. At Kim Jin-ah's words, Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young pushed their bodies inside the tent. It is quite cozy. After Kim Yoo-young said that, she sat cross-legged in the middle. Park Seong-woo took out alchemy tools such as pots and ladle burners and laid them on the floor. I think it will take about an hour to make the potion. Are you okay? That's enough. Jaehyeon nodded. An hour is enough. Anyway, there are things I need to do before entering the second floor. Well, in the first place, Sungwoo Park's preparation speed is not that slow. But it's really hot here, I think I'm going crazy. Kim Yoo-young sighed and said. Jaehyeon also agreed. I know, after all this is a dungeon modeled after Muspelheim. It's not that it wasn't, the inside of the dungeon was too hot. It would be slightly better if I used the water attribute and ice attribute magic like before, but I couldn't abuse even that. In a situation where you don't know when a monster will pop out, it's poison to waste mana recklessly. Patience is also one of Radar's main virtues. I will try to do it as soon as possible. Be patient. At Park Seong-woo's words, Kim Yoo-young scratched her head as if she was embarrassed. I wasn't talking about making it fast. Yeah, Kim Yoo-young is also the best at noticing others. Hey. Because it's not like that. Kim Jin-ah, who was next to Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young, smiled lightly. You guys are really good. It's not particularly good. At Kim Yoo-young's words, Kim Jin-ah tilted her head. Are you looking like a best friend? Were you close since childhood? I've known you since then. Kim Yoo-young had a blunt tone, but she answered quickly. Jaehyeon laughed. As expected, I can't have a harsh personality. At first, she was angry when she heard that the two of them were forming a team, but Kim Yoo-young knew it well. There is nothing wrong with Kim Jin-ah and Park Sung-woo. I just became more sensitive in a situation where I might lose my friend. She, too, fully understood their situation. No matter how many people choose the job of a raider who kills monsters and closes dungeons, they are mere humans in the face of the fear of death. Because fear eats away reason and eventually wears out reason. After thinking for a while, Jaehyeon looked back at the three of them and said, Guys, I have something to tell you about the operation, so would you like to come together? The party followed Jaehyeon's words and gathered in a circle. Jaehyeon slowly explained his strategy to his colleagues. It was to convey the changes that he was not sure about until he entered subspace. After a while, after hearing about the whole plan, the party looked at Jaehyeon with dumbfounded faces. Is that really possible? Kim Yoo-young's bewildered voice echoed inside the tent for a while. Jaehyeon stood up from his seat and smiled. Of course. Chapter 114 Dungeon Strategy for Regressors Part 2 Kim Yoo-young. What are you doing? Isn't it happening? Akue, do not rush. Kim Yoo-young grumbled and stood up from her seat. That would be two. The potion wasn't finished yet and the area around it was very hot. In addition, less than 30 minutes had passed since I entered the tent. It was only natural for her to want to rest a bit more after fighting the witch beast all day. But for Jaehyeon, it was best to move now. Today. About 12 hours had elapsed since the test started. 8 o'clock p.m. is the prime time for viewers. Right now is the best time to hold an event. After a while, the two came out of the tent and encountered the heat again. As soon as he came out, the camera was again attached to Jaehyeon and the broadcast began. Jaehyeon laughed. The strands of magical power extending from his hand scattered somewhere in subspace. Soon the subspace connection is unstable. Mute and autoplay of background music will be stopped. I heard the system sound that Jaehyeon wanted. Anonymous 8, what are you talking about? Anonymous 32, oh, it seems to be moving again now. Anonymous 71. Kids, stop socializing and get together. It looks like they're starting to attack here. Anonymous 3, but why are there only 2 people this time? Where are the other kids going? Anonymous 5, aren't they already out? Jaehyeon shook his head lightly as he watched the rapidly increasing chat window. Don't worry, our team members are fine. With those words, Anonymous 5, I think I just heard what Min Jaehyeon said. What? Are you possessed by a ghost? Anonymous 3, I heard it too, but what did I do? Ha 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 ha. Anonymous 1, aren't we supposed to not hear what the cadets say? Anonymous 47. Is it like this in other places as well? Anonymous 9, no, I think it's only here. Is it an error? The chat window flared up again. What a natural reaction. Jaehyeon smiled a little. Mill's second practical test is basically a one-way communication. Viewers can only see the actions of the cadets but do not know what they are talking about. But a strange thing just happened. Jaehyeon's voice was clearly heard by the viewers. Originally, it would be normal to only hear the BGM and battle sound effects. It was shocking for them to hear the voices of the cadets directly. Thanks to this, the reaction of the viewers was hot. Anonymous 5, what really happened? Does anyone know? Anonymous 99, I don't know. Anonymous 8, how do you know this? Hahaha, if you know, why are they doing radar? Anonymous 2, Jaehyeon smiled lightly. Kim Yoo-young, who was standing next to her, shook her head. I didn't think you could really do it. You're crazy, really. Wouldn't you like to speak nicely? Despite being bruised, Jaehyeon never lost his smile. Everything is going smoothly according to plan. It was a satisfactory situation, note that. How is Jaehyeon conveying his voice to viewers now? The method was surprisingly simple. It was reconstructed by adjusting the magic formula that builds the subspace. To put it simply, it can be seen as taking away some of the control rights of the subspace. Gin and the instructors had forcibly intervened in the formula. I didn't expect it to be real. Even as Jaehyeon, I wondered if this would really be possible. It is because intervening in the arithmetic formula that builds a huge magic is a high risk as a magician, and the difficulty is also very high. However, as a result of scattering mana a little while ago, I realized it clearly. The ceremony itself in this subspace is quite crude. I can easily interfere with this. Of course, this is only possible because Jaehyeon's understanding of arithmetic expressions has reached its peak. However, Jaehyeon was uncomplicated in his achievements. He just thought that the situation was in his favor because Gu Yaoen's formula was poor. Akue then, a lot of people seem to be curious. Anonymous 7. What did Min Jaehyeon really do? Anonymous 2, I think so, but I don't know how. Anonymous 81, I heard that the subspace error only appears in this room. Jaehyeon opened his mouth. I touched a little bit on the subspace formula. It's not fun if you can't even hear your voice when you're broadcasting, isn't it? Anonymous 3, Anonymous 31, silence fell in the chat window for a while. Jaehyeon added quickly, nice to meet you, everyone, from now on I will start the real broadcast. Director Gu Yaoen, are you really Akue? It's Akue. It's just that I have a brief headache. Instructor Park Ha-jun asked worriedly. Gu Jane waved his hand and fixed his gaze on the screen in front of him. The voice that came from the front was that of someone very familiar, Jaehyeon Min. He was just a cadet. It was making Gu Jane's head complicated. Just now, Gu Yaoen and Park Ha-jun were watching the second practical video in the control room. This is because we have to watch how the cadets perform and adjust the difficulty of next year's practice. However, Gu Jane had just seen a shocking sight. Jaehyeon uses the A-class magic Ice Rain, and after correcting the ceremony in the subspace, he clearly observed the way he spoke to the viewers. This was a serious problem. The reason Gu Yaoen prevented the audio from being transmitted to viewers when creating subspace from the beginning was because he thought that the cadets might make a mistake or make negative comments about Mills. If the image of Mills Academy is tarnished at all, Gu Yaoen will also suffer considerable damage. Of course, no matter how hot-blooded the cadets are, I think that such a thing will never happen as long as they know their situation well. However, in an urgent situation, since you don't know how things will go, Mills decided not to broadcast the shape of her mouth or her voice itself even on live broadcasts. This is because it was Gu Jane's creed to never leave room for future problems. Together, Min Jaehyeon said with his own mouth that he intervened in the subspace ceremony a while ago. It's nonsense, intervening in subspace consciousness. Is that even possible? An external magic system radar that amounts to dozens of mirrors and myself. It is also a subspace created by the magic instructors of Mills Academy, such a space for cadet motifs. Does that even interfere with the freshman topic? Impossible, but Min Jaehyeon actually did it. It's not that there aren't suspicious sections, but I had no choice but to say that Jaehyeon actually did it. In the first place, there was no trace of interference from the outside in the subspace. This is a story of an internal intervention and a change. I think with a confused mind. All of a sudden, Park Ha-jun came up with a word, chairman. I think it's better to punish Min Jaehyeon. I'm sorry, but that's not the case. There is no provision for this situation. Who would have known a mere cadet can inversely calculate and modify the subspace formula created by dozens of instructors sticking together? Even Park Ha-jun couldn't reply to that. Although he hadn't been an instructor for a long time, this was the first time he had ever been in a situation like this. Much less as a fighter-based raider, he couldn't pretend to know, unless it's your specialty. It is good for the gods to keep their mouths shut here. Meanwhile, Gu Jane did not take his eyes off the screen with an annoyed expression on his face. Jaehyeon's face reflected in the screen was full of composure. I didn't know because I didn't have time to care for a while, but it seems like I've grown up in the meantime. That figure of overdoing a class skills and casually intervening in the equation. It was a performance that could not be shown without reaching at least the level of an A-class radar. It looks like you underestimated Min Jaehyeon. I will have to be extra careful from now on. Yes, don't worry. I will do as you say. Despite instructor Park Ha-jun's cool answer, Gu Yaon didn't like it at all. To be honest, I wanted to distort the subspace right away and put Min Jaehyeon away. Even if you don't, there are not one or two things to be concerned about. I didn't want to increase other unnecessary worries here, but there was no way. Subspace has already left their hands, and it is impossible for viewers to intervene in it while they are watching. Annoyance welled up, but there was no way. I just have to watch. Don't think about it too deeply. Instructor Park Ha-jun, as long as Cadet Min Jaehyeon doesn't talk nonsense, there won't be any big problems. Fortunately, Gu Yaon had a corner to believe. It was an issue written in the contract with the cadets when they first entered the academy. Academy cadets must not leak Mill's confidential information to the outside world. If this is violated, up to expulsion may be taken. It was a vague sentence, but the effect was great. Miles is an elite military academy that is hard to get into. If you get out of sight here, it will be difficult to do radar activities later. At least in South Korea, turning Gu Yaon into an enemy was a foolish act to live without starving to death under the radar. Because of this, the academy cadets can never express their dissatisfaction with him to the outside world. Maybe it's the same for Min Jaehyeon. The moment Gu Yaon nodded and tried to erase the thoughts related to Jaehyeon from his head, sentences that made me doubt my ears leaked from the speaker on the screen I was watching. Chief Gu Yaon, oh, he still talks a lot. Jaehyeon's unique calm and weak tone. Gu Jane raised his head, the voices continued. I'm not sure, but when it's not, does smoke come out of the chimney? Normal. Gu Jane's face stiffened with shock. What the hell is that bastard talking about? Chairman Lee, Park Ha-jun exclaimed urgently. Gu Jane sat down with his forehead resting on his forehead. He was concentrating on Jaehyeon's next words. Know what? That's right, same with the guild experience. There are a lot of corners where the back is broken. Jaehyeon calmly continued. Gu Jane's pupils were constantly contracting. Are you worried about getting fired? Hey, you don't have to do that, you know. That good grade O, since viewers may not know that well, can I tell you something interesting? This is Chairman Gu Yaon's favorite phrase. Jaehyeon looked at the camera for a while with a sly expression on his face. It was clearly an action to provoke Gu Jane. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow and parted his lips slowly. Strong self-sufficiency. At Mills Academy, strong people are the law. If you cut me off with something like this, I'll become a cheater who can't keep his own words. Would the chairman do such a thing? Jaehyeon clearly laughed when he said that. Ha ha ha, Gu Jane let out a big laugh as if he had lost his mind. Yet, his eyes are soon filled with life and his fists tremble. Yeah, right from the start, Jaehyeon Min was a poisoned holy grail. Why did you find out now? Once you return, we will start with disciplinary action. Don't worry. Park Ha-jun responded calmly, but Gu Yaon shook his head. No, I'll take care of it a bit more definitely. As soon as he returns from the second practical training, expel Min Jaehyeon. After the incident calms down, we will send an errand boy to deal with it. Make sure to hire at least 2 people with a level mid-level or higher. It doesn't matter how much it costs. All right, there was nothing Park Ha-jun could do other than bow his head. Meanwhile, only one thought filled Gu Jane's head. Min Jaehyeon, I will never leave him alone. Chapter 115. The Regressor's Dungeon Strategy Part 3, The Strong Alone Eat. At Mills Academy, strong people are the law. If you cut me off with something like this, I'll become a cheater who can't keep his own words. Would the chairman do something like that? Jaehyeon's comments about Gu Jane set the chat window on fire again. Anonymous 23, blah 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 blah, he has such a good personality, there's no answer. Anonymous 92, but if you do that, won't you get scolded later? In terms of the military, you insulted your superiors. Anonymous 2, if a cadet said this much, what would be the problem? That's why Jaehyeon Min is the man with the gun. If there are other kids, wouldn't it be pouring out soon? Anonymous 3, certainly. Gu Yaon has never been properly investigated despite being noisy until now. Anonymous 88. What did he do that made that sound come out of his cadet's mouth? Viewers' reactions were generally favorable to Jaehyeon. It was natural. Right now, the media is not on Gu Jane's side. Thanks to the activities of the Yeonhwa Guild and Yu Sung-yoon, his position has fallen to the bottom. All that remains now is to use this board appropriately and bring down Gu Jin. Anyway, I think it was a good strategy. Jaehyeon smiled lightly and recalled the situation a while ago, before entering the tent for the first time. Jaehyeon had already succeeded in figuring out all the equations of the subspace and made plans to modify the settings as he wanted by interfering with them. The most important thing is, of course, to let the audience hear your own words. That is, communication. Of course, not being able to talk to them didn't ruin his plans. However, in order to properly feed Jaehyeon, it was necessary to make viewers feel more stimulating scenes and thrilling catharsis. So he decided to change the formula to communicate directly with viewers. The formula built so that the voices of the cadets could not be heard was reversed. Thanks to this, viewers can now clearly hear the voices of Jaehyeon and the party. This would surely be of great help in executing the plan of reenactment more clearly. Everything was according to Jaehyeon's plan, much less even if Gu Jane knows this, there's nothing he can do about it. In the past freshman hunt, Gu Yaon intervened in subspace. But this time, it is impossible to take control of this place in the same way. This is because the viewer's eyes are basically there, and the arithmetic expressions that make up this subspace now are several times higher than before. The fact that Jaehyeon was able to intervene so easily in the subspace formula is thanks to Odin's lost eye to help understand the arithmetic formula. Of course, Gu Yaon and the instructors cannot know this fact, furthermore. There is no provision in itself that says that one should not intervene in subspace formulas by calculating them before dealing with such minor issues. In the first place, except for Jaehyeon, there is no cadet who can do this. Why don't you like it? When Jaehyeon smiled and said that the viewers who were dazed for a moment exploded in reaction, comments continuously surged upward, creating waves without a break. Anonymous 33 intervened in the arithmetic formula of Sheba and communicated. Anonymous 99, I don't think that would work even as an S-class artifact. What did you do? Haha, it's just that the talent is crazy. Anonymous 98, it's amazing that he uses A-level skills, but he even fixes other expressions on his own. Viewers' comments were hot. Jaehyeon immediately realized that the atmosphere he wanted was created. Then we will proceed with the dungeon raid broadcast in earnest. Please enjoy it. Anonymous 76, it's as smooth as water flowing, ha. This is the original Lintel BJ, haha. Anonymous 43, I think there will be a video worth watching in a while. I heard the story earlier, so it's not even a masterpiece. I'm really looking forward to it. Anonymous 7, it's not a structure that can be made in the first place, haha, unless it was made by Mills itself. It doesn't make sense for a mere cadet to manipulate the test here. Anonymous 1, that's Min Jaehyeon, right? Shyball is fucking handsome, right? It's a bit inconvenient. Thank you for the compliment. Kim Yoo-young's face was stained with contemplation at the calm reply. Hey, but there's something about these people. They're a bit scary. It seems that Kim Yoo-young has never experienced the spiciness of internet broadcasting. In a way, it's fortunate. Comments came up again as if they were having fun with Kim Yoo-young's reaction. Anonymous 22. So is that Kim Yoo-young? He said he was good at fighting. It doesn't look like that. Anonymous 77. Get away from Jaehyeon's brother. Stepping back as if running away, she frowned and said, I feel like I've been stripped of something, so it's a bit unpleasant. Hold on a little, you talked about it earlier. I have no choice but to do it according to plan. It is, but it is. Of course, Jaehyeon also didn't particularly like viewers. If I had to ask, it was closer to the side I hated. Because I can't count how many times I wanted to die because of malicious comments in the past. He was the one who was under intense fire from malicious commenters in the past. After Jaehyeon was used as a throwaway card by Han Chu and his teammates, he was out. He was constantly insulted by viewers, being bombarded with a long sentence of profanity in an email that you have never been informed of, or getting ridiculed in the community with the title of Characteristics of a Cadet with No Skills after making a humiliating meme. It didn't happen for a day or two. Jaehyeon decided not to be swayed by them this time, to the Gu Yaon and to the viewers. He intended to push through at his own pace and prove that he was right. Jaehyeon walked diligently and stood in front of the stone wall at the end of the subspace. There was a volcano spouting magma in front, and at the top there was a small gap that 2 or 3 people could only step on. Jaehyeon nodded his head in satisfaction. Found, it's here. Anonymous 3, but where are you going now? Did you catch all the mobs? Anonymous 82, wrong, what's here? Of course I came because I had something to see. I want to show you something fun from now on. Anonymous 2, Anonymous 90, it's fun just looking at her face. Anonymous 91, get out of the loop, it makes me uncomfortable to read the comments. Anonymous 21. Japanese letter, all the other kids are laughing, but there's one serious guy alone. Smile a little, Jaehyeon said while passing the reaction of the comment moderately. From now on, we will find the hidden piece of this subspace. Jaehyeon smiled softly. After a while, the two arrived at the outskirts of the first floor. Jaehyeon knew. The fact that an outrageous item that is the key to clearing the dungeon is hidden in this seemingly insignificant place. Then let's begin. Akae. Kim Yoo-young immediately raised her magic and immediately used speed correction magic, haste and wind boost. Finally, he uses gravity to reduce the resistance of gravity. The stacking of these skills makes the body lighter and helps to move more agilely. The two sprayed water to keep the flames from reaching their skin. What you have to do from now on is very difficult, but if you succeed, the reward will be sweeter than ever. Jaehyeon smiled. From here, it's time to show the Regressor's dungeon strategy. Goes. Jaehyeon grabbed Kim Yoojung by the waist and gave strength to her legs lightly to leap into the air. The scenery below quickly recedes, and bodies are shot at incredible speed. Kim Yoojung put her left hand on Jaehyeon's neck. It seemed as if he enjoyed holding on to something, as if he would die if he missed it. At first glance, it looks like a wrestling skill. The audience chattered loudly. Anonymous 2, ahaha, I thought it was a romance, but it was UFC, hahaha. Anonymous 87, who can see that, isn't that a headlock? Will Kim Yoojung die first before the monster? Anonymous 73, Kim Yoojung was the strongest in the world, hahaha. Anonymous 9, but why are they suddenly jumping in the air? Jaehyeon already knew how they would react even without seeing him. Seconds later, the speed gradually decreases and the bodies of the two begin to descend due to gravity. Anonymous 11, what the hell did you jump for? Anonymous 29, confused. Then negative reactions continued. Took Anonymous 20, Anonymous 32, standing in the air. Anonymous 2, what is it like walking in the air? Jaehyeon smiled and said, prepare all clips, this is the start of the show. Min Jaehyeon, it's exactly what you said, there was a hidden scaffolding here. Kim Yoojung made a fuss and said. Jaehyeon replied calmly, hold tight and cast spells properly. Calculate flight time well. I know, don't miss it, if you put even one in the bay you will die really. After that, I stepped into the air several times and moved upward little by little. Jaehyeon first said that there is a hidden platform here. In addition to that, the person who discovered the hidden piece was sincerely respected. It's an item that can only be found by repeating such a fucking pattern over and over again. No matter how you think about it, it was evil. Of course, it's probably because Gu Jane doesn't want to give away expensive items. Jaehyeon continued to move, repeating the hidden piece strategy. First of all, after making a big leap with the volcano in front, while in flight, it senses the slight amount of mana flowing out of the air. After that, step on the hidden footrest that feels magical and wait for a while. After that, you just have to repeat this process and climb to the top of the volcano. Of course, very few people can do this right. This is only possible because it is a representation that is far beyond the stats of a freshman. Hey, move slowly. Jaehyeon didn't care about Kim Yoojung's voice. If you don't move quickly, the platform you're standing on will disappear. It is very difficult to find and step on an invisible platform in the air. Perhaps it wouldn't have been easy if Jaehyeon didn't have the magic perception skill as well. After a while, at the end of a frantic journey, Jaehyeon was able to reach his destination. After Jaehyeon let go of Kim Yoojung's waist, he relaxed his shoulders and looked around. Top of the stone wall, an entrance that looks like a small volcano. I stood at the top of my arrival and looked down at the bottom where the magma was seething. Then something very foreign shimmered and caught the eyes of the two. Kim Yoojung asked in a whisper first, is this the item you were talking about? That's right. Jaehyeon answered and saw 4 spheres bubbling in the magma. A smile spread across his lips. I knew there was a hidden piece through mapping, but I didn't know that something like this was hidden. Of course, Jaehyeon knew what items were hidden here. However, I couldn't explain this to the viewers, so I covered it moderately. Jaehyeon used ice rain towards the magma. Of course, the power was controlled. There is no need to use too much magic. Active skill ice rain. The scale is much smaller than when I caught lava slime. Cold crystal rain poured down and slowly began to cool the lava. Chiik. Steam created when hot and cold meet. Jaehyeon waited for the steam to dissipate before carefully reaching out his hand. Good, the temperature has cooled down enough. I have to take it down before the magma erupts again. Jaehyeon took out all 4 items and held them in his hands. Soon his eyes widen and a playful voice is heard. Do you guys know what this is? After that, chatting with viewers began to continue. Anonymous 1, what is it, an artifact? Anonymous 4, it looks like it's eaten. Everything is hidden in the exam hall. Anonymous 33, yes, what's wrong? I've never seen it before. Anonymous 19, it looks like a round rice ball. Lol, I'll explain it to you. Jaehyeon interjected, this is fire. Lucky for you, I think this is one of the biggest cheat items in this dungeon raid. Chapter 116, Regressor's Dungeon Strategy Part 4 displays acquired item information. Consumption item. Name. Fire Crystal Grade, be an item that temporarily greatly increases flame resistance. Increases fire resistance by 300% for 1 hour when consumed. Effect does not appear from the second intake after intake once. Gin. The director of mills has hidden some hidden pieces in this subspace. The Hwajung obtained this time is one of them, and it was the most important item for clearing this dungeon in Jaehyeon's opinion. An item that instantly greatly increases fire resistance. This will be of great help in helping the team in the moment of crisis and realizing Jaehyeon's plan. That's stupid. He probably thought that freshmen couldn't come this far. I was complacent uncharacteristically for him. Gu Jane probably never thought that a freshman would cross the stone wall and reach this place. In order to climb this far in the first place, you must have at least 80 agility and 50 strength. Correcting the speed with various skills is a bonus, and even the ability to twist the body while flying and step on the invisible footrest. It was designed to be impossible to obtain at the cadet level. The reason Jaehyeon hides items that can't be found in the dungeon is simple: to create an environment like a real dungeon as much as possible and to inspire the cadets. It's in the name of, but it's an unexpected surprise. Basically, it is absolutely impossible to reach this point. Without reaching the level of A, it would have been even more troublesome for Jaehyeon if he hadn't had Kim Yoo-young's help. Of course, the story would be different if I could use the priest's equipment at will. All priestly items are completely prohibited here, except for X-class items that cannot be identified by detectors. She couldn't rely on something like the S-class item TRP's Thunder Walk. Of course, even if that is excluded, Jaehyeon's current ability is unrivaled, Jaehyeon said while showing Hwaejung clearly on camera. It's a little disappointing that it has a temporary effect, but Hwaejung is a great item. It's an item that increases fire resistance by 300% for an hour. Anonymous 3, I saw that at a department store before. But they say it's almost 30 to 40 million won per piece. Anonymous 19, Mills Academy Class Boso, melting over 100 million won per team in the midterm exam. Anonymous 19, that's right. Most of the viewers responded that it was fun. Jaehyeon straightened his bent knee after putting Hwaejung in his inventory. Now I was thinking of going downstairs and starting a full-scale dungeon raid. Then let's go. Because I got what I needed. Jaehyeon laughed. Now let's use this one. What kind of expression is Gu Jane making now? Jaehyeon went downstairs with a genuinely happy expression on his face. Kim Yoo-young screamed loudly just like when she came up. The first night of the second round of midterm exams, Jaehyeon returned and gave the party one Hwaejung. You can only consume one of these items anyway, and it is a special item that only has an effect here. I couldn't sell anything, and there was no reason to save here. Kim Yoo-young, who was handed the Hwaejung, looked at the item with her brow furrowed. It was not particularly attractive for her, who originally had a short mouth and avoided bitter food. Jaehyeon said as if he had read her thoughts clearly, I know you can't eat bitter things, but you have to eat here. That will make dungeon raids easier. I know, but it's not as easy as I thought. That bitter food is good for you. Park Seong-woo intervened with a kind smile. He finished preparing all the potions a while ago and was taking a break. Now they have almost cleared stage 1 and are looking for a way down to the second floor. Of course, Jaehyeon had already experienced it, so he knew all the roads. However, it is dangerous to search the road as soon as you find the hidden piece. Anyway, the moment viewers doubt the possibility of manipulation, broadcasting will enter the path of defeat. You shouldn't create a situation that will make viewers tilt their heads. It's more important than anything else to give people the perception that I'm diligently clearing the dungeon. Thanks to that, the four of them were looking around while pretending to find their way. What the hell is going to come out from the second floor? Park Seong-woo shrugged at Kim Jin-ah's words. I don't know, but maybe there will be monsters that are much stronger than here. Quests are also a problem. The first floor was to catch all the monsters and go to the second floor. I'll have to see what the second floor quest is like. Everyone in the party agreed with Kim Yoo-young's words. Of course, Jaehyeon knew what the second floor quest was. A map with several stages in all. There are 3 prepared floors. The last 3 floors were the boss fight. The difficulty is not too difficult, but Jaehyeon was thinking of realizing the plan he had conceived on the 3rd floor. And to do so requires near-perfect meticulousness. You have to be calm. Jaehyeon is evil, but he is excellent. No matter how dirty he is the one who has won his current position by trampling on countless people. Dealing with him is impossible without a near-perfect plan. Then let's go, now we have to get to the second floor. Okay. With Kim Yoo-young's answer, they followed Jaehyeon and walked down the magma-infested road. And the dead-end road we arrived at. When I cleared the gap between the small stones, I saw a narrow gap that a person could barely fit into. This is the road leading to the second floor. After removing the stone completely to avoid getting hurt, Jaehyeon brushed off the dust underneath. Then from the inside, I began to see an eerie cave covered in thick darkness. Below were musty steps. Jaehyeon said calmly, Here. I didn't expect there to be stairs to the second floor in a place like this. As if surprised, Kim Jin-ah looked at the stairs and the dark road below them. Park Seong-woo scratched his head. Somehow they said there was no way, so there was a way down underground. In original stage dungeons, it's a bit difficult to find the way to the next floor, Kim Yoo-young said and glanced at Jaehyeon. But how does he find his way so quickly? Kim Yoo-young, who did not know that Jaehyeon had magic sense, couldn't help but wonder. When Kim Yoo-young tried to go down first, Jaehyeon stretched out her arm to lightly stop him. Wait for a sec, okay, why? There is one more thing to be gained here. What is that? Kim Yoo-young trembled as she saw the reappearance of a somewhat uneasy expression. The same goes for Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo. Jaehyeon patted Kim Yoo-young on the shoulder and began to lift rocks near the open road. Akahe. Boom beep 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 beep. A few small bugs about 3 cm tall began to crawl out. Arayeg, Kim Yoo-young screamed, but Jaehyeon didn't care and quickly collected the bugs that had come out of the rocks. Just like when I caught the moonlight fireflies the other day, I created a mana room and succeeded in catching 4 bugs without difficulty. Jaehyeon introduced bugs to the viewers and the party, leaving Kim Yoo-young behind. This is it. What is this? Kim Yoo-young screamed out loud. Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo were calm, but they also didn't like bugs very much. Anonymous 3, sympathy for medicine, put it in front. Anonymous 66, seriously, I almost ran to the bathroom. Anonymous 23, why are bugs a target item, Lord? Anonymous 1, it's cute. Anonymous 61, respect for B-dog. Anonymous 2, but where do you use this? Anonymous 89, they say that dog poop is not used for medicine, it will be used somewhere. Anonymous 71. Jaehyeon enjoyed their reaction and said in a calm voice, "These guys are monsters called bomb dust bugs. As you said, you don't know where to use them, so it's better to gather them in advance." After Jaehyeon stored bugs in his inventory, he pulled Kim Yoo-jung, who was frozen. "Let's move, I have to go to the second floor." "You just take that out again?" Jaehyeon never answered Kim Yoo-jung's question. "You have entered stage 2, ND tier quest. Hunt the elite monsters on the second tier and steal hidden treasures. After clearing the quest, it will be sent to the third floor immediately." Breathtaking heat, even stronger flames are filling the field, second tier. Of course, stronger monsters appear here compared to the first floor. From here, C+ or higher monsters come out. Kim Yoo-young will be fine, but the other 2 could be dangerous. If even one player is out, I can't move as I planned on the third floor. There should be no mistake here in order to realize the plan to bring down Gu Jane. On the contrary, there is no big problem on the third floor where the boss fight is going on. Jaehyeon has already prepared all the manuals on how to respond there. From now on, it is important to carry out the strategy systematically. Anyway, it's hotter here than on the first floor. Kim Jin-ah said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Kim Yoo-young used cold magic to lower the temperature of the surrounding land. Seeing this, Seongwoo Park and Jin-ah Kim laughed. "Thank you," Jaehyeon also smiled. "If the teammates' breathing improves, the subsequent attack will inevitably be much easier. To attack the second floor, you must first find the boss monster." Jaehyeon spoke to the viewers watching the channel. Viewers were arguing about the treasure theft. Anonymous 22, do treasure goblins come out when you steal treasure? Anonymous 9, it's true. Anonymous 91, but can goblins live in this hot place? Anonymous 2, yes, then another mob will come out. It's a monster that holds treasure that could appear in the Muspelheim dungeon. I have a corner to point out, shall I tell you? Anonymous 13, ooh, already. Anonymous 100, God Jaehyeon. Anonymous 97, are you familiar with the theory thief, it's really overbalanced lol. Anonymous 11, L. Lol, okay, it's over. Jaehyeon intended to release some information in advance for a full-scale attack broadcast. The same goes for the demons that will appear here. Jaehyeon was planning to use this to raise his awareness. It is the salamander. At Jaehyeon's words, viewers responded that they did not know. Anonymous 23, if it's a salamander, isn't it a lizard? Anonymous 82, why does he have treasure? I just know that the drop rate is similar to that of normal mobs. Anonymous 77, it's strangely strange. Anonymous 3, I got all the other strategies right, but I'm not sure about this one. Jaehyeon smiled as if he expected the reaction. Salamander has the characteristic of being completely immune to fire. They also have a habit of gathering shiny things like crows. Because of this, there are many cases where miscellaneous items are hidden in their nests. Also, salamander eggs are also popular because they make great alchemy ingredients. Anonymous 3, oh ho. Anonymous 1, that's right. Anyway, correct. Anonymous 9, after looking it up, it is said that salamanders are purifying salamanders, so they purify unclean items easily. I don't know how he knew that the item was hidden in the nest, but... Anonymous 9, it's hard for the general public to know because there's little public information. Is this also taught at Miles? This is not the information taught at Miles. I studied separately. After Jaehyeon said calmly, he turned on his senses again and looked around. As expected, I could feel the monster with a long torso moving slowly. The distance is not far. But it's not good to rush right away. Salamander is a C+ grade strong beast. As long as he doesn't have overwhelming force like Jaehyeon, the enemy can be a bit too much for the party. Jaehyeon took a moment to catch his breath. If my memory is correct, the monsters to be hunted here are not ordinary salamanders. An elite monster, you have to catch the king salamander to move to the third floor. However, there was no need to attack salamander in a hurry, just now. As soon as the system attacks the second floor, it is delivered to the third floor. And that meant that it was best to move from the second floor fully prepared. Jaehyeon planned to pack all the necessary items and move carefully. As I explained earlier, let's prepare as thoroughly as possible here. I'm going to look for some more hidden piece. But the instructor said that there are many hidden pieces in the subspace, so go ahead and find them. Like the anger you got earlier. Kim Jin-on nodded in agreement. Okay, then let's go. Jaehyeon started taking the lead in earnest. He was thinking of getting his hands on the second hidden piece after Hwaejung here. Chapter 117 Dungeon Strategy for Regressors Part 5 The Outskirts of Mills Academy. Agent Kim Jae-yeon's low voice is heard from a rare place. Yes. I've been trying to make contact until now, but I'm so busy. I see. I will contact Cadet Min Jaehyeon immediately after this practical training is over. The person on the phone with Kim Jae-yeon was none other than Song Jae-seok, the team leader of the Radar Management Headquarters. The two were currently working to bring Jaehyeon to the Radar Management Headquarters. However, is there any possibility that Cadet Min Jaehyeon is in contact with another faction? That's the problem. Song Jae-seok over the walkie-talkie paused for a while. Probably Min Jaehyeon. There must be a connection with the Yeonhwa Guild. A connection with the Yeonhwa Guild? Kim Jae-yeon asked with her eyes wide open. Song Jae-seok over the phone answered calmly. Akare, now that Kyung-hoon is investigating, something must come out, so you contact Min Jaehyeon as soon as possible so that he can bring you to this side. Let's make the conditions match that side as much as possible. Akare, to meet the conditions as much as possible, the team leader also wants to catch Cadet Min Jaehyeon. Kim Jae-yeon lightly bit her lip and thought. Of course, I always thought it would come like this. Min Jaehyeon is a talented person with outstanding talent, and he is one of the few students who is on the opposite side of Jaehyeon. If Radar HQ can catch him here, it will be a big win in the long run. Nevertheless, it was none other than Gu Jane that made contact difficult until now. Gu Yaon was also targeting Cadet Min Jaehyeon, looking at the trend of Gu Yaon so far. It was right to see that he was also targeting Min Jaehyeon. In the last few events, he showed great interest in Jaehyeon and even manipulated the events. Of course, there was no way to stop it because he found out too late, but Jaehyeon overcame even this proudly. If that greedy human didn't go after it, that would have been odd. Then we will contact you again. After a while. After Kim Jae-yeon finished the call, she headed to the academy's control room. It was to observe the reproduction in detail. A few minutes later, when I arrived at the control room, I saw a familiar face. Instructor Park Ha-jun. He wasn't a particularly pleasant person. Gujin seems to be away. Well, there's no way I'll be fine after something like that happened. Kim Jae-yeon also heard everything Jaehyeon said on the live broadcast a while ago. The way he talked about Gu Yaon without hesitation made me awestruck. Anyone who knew Gu Yaon's reputation in Korea could not have easily done so. How on earth can a mere cadet speak mean things to Gu Jane? However, what was scarier than that was that Jaehyeon knew about Gu Yaon's true identity to some extent. Cadet Min Jaehyeon is smart. He probably wouldn't have done anything unmanageable. Kim Jae-yeon thought that Jaehyeon wasn't just making a negative comment about Gu Yaon. Min Jaehyeon knows about Gu Yaon's corruption. In addition, he did this because he was sure that he would not be subjected to injustice such as expulsion. That was her idea. Instructor Kim Jae-yeon, what are you doing here? When Kim Jae-yeon came inside, Instructor Park Ha-jun raised her head and greeted her. She let out a small sigh and replied appropriately, "Oh what, I want to see the situation of the second performance. Haha, I'm in charge of this side, but I don't have to stop here. Do you think I was unreliable?" When Park Ha-jun spoke sarcastically, Kim Jae-yeon looked at her face and smiled. She answered calmly and with clear pronunciation. Well, maybe so. Park Ha-jun's face wrinkled slightly at those words. It's pitiful. Kim Jae-yeon ignored him as if it was no big deal and moved her gaze to the screen. She knew very well why Park Ha-jun behaved in such an ugly way. Originally, now that Kim Seok-gi has disappeared, I have the authority to lead the second practice of the midterm exam. Park Ha-jun intervened and took the seat. Park Ha-jun used his connection with Gu Yaon to push Kim Jae-yeon out and take his current position, but this is an incomplete power. Gu Yaon has yet to fully acknowledge Park Ha-jun. In this situation, Park Ha-jun is keeping Kim Jae-yeon, who has more skills than herself, in fear that she will be greedy for her position. Park Ha-jun put his hands in his pockets and said sarcastically, I joined the company as a motivation at first. I'm a little sorry for leaving you like this. I don't know because I don't really care. Haha. What kind of words who wouldn't be greedy for this position? Stop being honest. Park Ha-jun said that and glanced at Kim Jae-yeon. Still, she was staring at the screen without changing her expression. No matter how hard you try, do you think you'll never know that you're envious of my position? Park Ha-jun grinded his teeth. Complex. Park Ha-jun had a deep inferiority complex toward Kim Jae-yeon. Last 2 years ago. As her first motivation to join Mill's academy, she was always a few steps ahead of herself. Park Ha-jun's status as a radar is very unstable even within Mills. Because of this, he decided to use his strengths to succeed. Ability to ride the line. He may not have enough skills, but he had the ability to line up well. Thanks to this, Kim Jaehyeon took advantage of the gap outside of Jaehyeon's eyes and took the position herself. Stupid bastard, why do you stand up to the chairman of the board? Kim Jaehyeon has a precedent of challenging Koo Yeon several times in the past. In the process of planning major events for Miles, he climbed up to Jane Gu, the chairman of the board, saying that he had to ensure the safety of the cadets so that the image of Miles would not be damaged externally. Park Ha-jun could not understand. What the hell is he saying to the chairman of Miles, saying this and that? People sometimes have to cover up even the truth. It means that if you want to succeed for the sake of success, your mouth must be heavy. Thanks to that, I'm now being favored by Chairman Gu Yeon. Park Ha-jun had no doubt that he was ahead of Kim Jaehyeon. That's why I'm trying to overcome my sense of inferiority by grabbing the pod like this. Of course, Kim Jaehyeon doesn't see anything pathetic like this. Kim Jaehyeon opened her mouth without taking her eyes off the screen. Instructor Park Ha-jun, I have only one piece of advice. As much as you like. You'd better check carefully to make sure that the rope you caught isn't a rotten rope. Jeon Kim turned and looked at him. Soon after, she smiled once and left. Enough then. Park Ha-jun stood tall and could not say anything. I felt my face turn bright red. He clenched his fists nervously. Shit, still there after no, Chairman Koo Yeon can't reduce the rotten club. You will be back to your original place soon. That bastard is just something I envy. Park Ha-jun showed this and laughed. The second hidden piece. It is a very special item. Items that cannot be used properly unless certain conditions are met, but Jaehyeon knew how to deal with it. This way. Now Jaehyeon's words were about to go into the fire. No matter what instructions he gave, he carried them out without question. It was more than I could have imagined. Anonymous 12, what kind of hidden piece is there? There must be something great about Miles, right? Anonymous 23. Probably starting at least 100 million, I don't remember H. Wei-jung earlier. Anonymous 13, yes, I even got it from the first floor. The second floor seems to be more boring. Anonymous 88. I'm looking forward to it. Viewers' opinions were very good. The cool battle and development of Jaehyeon. Also, the fact that it is the only channel through which communication is possible seemed to come fresh to them. To the extent that the majority of reviews say that it is a broadcast that people believe in and watch. The community was also full of stories about Jaehyeon and his teammates every day. By the way, what's the salamander's weakness? As expected, the badge. Kim Yoo-young interrupted and said, basically the salamander has a hard outer shell, so it is difficult to damage it easily. It's the only ship with weak hardness, so if you attack it, you can easily catch it. The standard way to catch them is to use ice attribute magic. If you use something hard and sharp like a fragment of ice, you can quickly peel off the outer skin. Wow. Yoo-jung knows you very well. Did you do well on the theory test? I envy you. Kim Yoo-young cleared her throat as if she was embarrassed by Kim Jin-ah's praise. No matter how big it is, the best thing is to aim for the moment of feeding. The moment when monsters become weakest is when they eat food and their movements become dull due to the feeling of fullness. He says everything right for the first time in a while. When Jaehyeon said it sarcastically, Kim Yoo-jung became furious. Hey, but I haven't lost to you in theory until now. There is a difference between being good at studying and saying the right things. Seed, we're akawe with each other. I'm sure all the viewers are listening, right? When Jaehyeon raised the corner of his mouth and said, Kim Yoo-jung's face turned blue. In fact, in the chat window there was a line of chatting with, and Kim Yoo-jung, who is the strongest in the world. Kim Yoo-jung was silent for a while with her face flushed. So in silence, Jaehyeon has arrived at his destination, a place where huge rocks are stuck everywhere. It was a place where the heat coming up from the ground was several times hotter than in other places. For a moment. I can feel magic around here. Jaehyeon murmured moderately and then headed towards the center where the rocks were lined up. Good, I have everything I wanted. I smiled and looked around, but suddenly the chat continued. Anonymous 22, oh, do you know what item you will get this time? Anonymous 32, just by looking at it, that yes. Anonymous 55, oh that. Anonymous 11, that. My heart is already becoming magnificent. Anonymous 93, no, what the fuck is that, you fuckers? Anonymous 64, let's refrain from hateful expressions. Meaningless chatting continued for a long time. Finally, a viewer who knows what item Jaehyeon will get has appeared. Anonymous 52, isn't that sword old thing stuck at the end of that rock? Jaehyeon chuckled. As the viewer testified, there are countless swords stuck in the nearby rocks. All of them are old and should be thrown away at the junkyard right now, but even in this gap there are treasures, and Jaehyeon planned to find the treasure. Then shall we find the hidden piece? Jaehyeon approached the crack in the rock and began examining the sword. Colleagues tilted their heads and asked, hey, but why is this sword suddenly falling behind? Aren't these the real hidden pieces? So, looking at it, everything here seems to be unconfirmed items. Is there anything I can do to help? Jaehyeon didn't answer them, just raised the corner of his mouth. Kim Yoo-young shook her head as if she was fed up with it. I don't know what it is, but it looks like it has a very dark plan. Jaehyeon neatly ignored her words and lightly blew magic into his eyes. Use the active skill Foresight. Check unconfirmed items. Chapter 118 Regressor's Dungeon Strategy Part 6 Use the active skill Seeing. Check unconfirmed items. The corner of Jaehyeon's mouth went up along with the system message. Dozens of swords stuck all over the rock. This is the core hidden piece of the second layer. Well, to be precise, it's hidden inside. Jaehyeon made the acquisition requirements for this hidden piece unfortunate. All of them are unidentified items. This was a measure to prevent cadets from easily finding items. Simply put, acquiring good items means picking stars from the sky. However, it was very easy for Jaehyeon to find it. It's not that difficult if you only have detection. A few months ago, Jaehyeon acquired the sub-skill Perception of the passive skill Eye of the Absolute God at the Magical Engineering Shopping Mall. It can see through all unidentified items, an X-class skill that is one step higher than Beak Jaehyeon's emotions. Jaehyeon was planning to use it to find a pearl in the soil of this rocky mountain. Jeeing. Mana slowly permeates through the eyes, making them blue. His colleagues watched him blankly but couldn't do anything other than tilt their heads. Viewers had the same reaction. Anonymous23, what are you doing? Anonymous77, well, it seems like you have magical powers in your eyes. I'm not sure what you're trying to do with it. Anonymous41, what's so great? Anonymous1. But I trust Min Jaehyeon unconditionally because he's doing it, haha, I've never let him down. Yes. Anonymous3, yes. After taking a quick look at the reaction, Jaehyeon only smiled lightly, after a while. The magic power that wet his eyes gradually spread and began to peel off the rust from the sword. Of course, it was a scenery invisible to others. Jaehyeon slowly checked the item information and started looking for the artifact he wanted. Yet Jaehyeon's eyes drew a charming arc. Here it is, Bamung's replica. Jaehyeon smiled as he drew out an old greatsword. This is the second hidden piece that must be obtained here. Equipment item, name. Contaminated Bamung imitation grade, the beloved sword of Siegfried, an ancient human hero who killed Fafnir. Effect Seal 1. Strength plus 70/agility plus 32. Acquire the passive skill Dragon Slayer S. Passive skill. Name Dragon Slayer rating S. When facing dragon species, the user's physical abilities are corrected exponentially. 1. Increases attack power against dragons by 300%. 2. Damage received is reduced by 30%. Bamung. A treasured sword that appears in the ancient German epic The Song of the Nibelung. It is an artifact that kills dragons in Norse mythology. A greatsword with a golden handle studded with blue jewels and rolled up with a golden braid. Incidentally, Bamung was one of the best morale items that Jaehyeon knew, just like TRP's Thunderous Step. Although what Jaehyeon got now is just an old replica, the real thing that Germany's famous radar Balak possesses is an S-class artifact. Although it has not been revealed in detail, it is said that the genuine Bamung possesses unmatched, overwhelming power and destructive power. Anonymous 1, but how are you sure it's a hidden piece? Anonymous 6, what will King God Jaehyeon do? Anonymous 8, you look like a bitch. Anonymous 10, haha, you already have a fixed fandom. Anonymous 91. Looking at what we've done so far, it's strange that we don't have a fandom, ha. Anonymous 19, don't worry because I have a plan. Anonymous 90, ha, you all have a plan. Anonymous 50. More than anything else, talking about him is the best feeling, haha. Anonymous 31, Jaehyeon nodded his head as if satisfied with the viewer's reactions. Of course, this replica can only be used inside and it's just scrap metal if it doesn't meet certain conditions. Jaehyeon smiled. But to me, it's the most valuable thing. Now is the time to show the regressor strategy properly. I got everything I needed, now let's go catch the King Salamander. Is this the hidden piece you were talking about? Kim Yoo-young asked as if she was curious. Jaehyeon said yes and nodded. Actually, the item I had now was worth it, although the problem is that you can't take it outside. By the way, where is the King Salamander's nest? Looks like we're getting closer. To Park Seong-woo's question, Kim Yoo-young answered calmly. Jaehyeon nodded in agreement. It will arrive soon, but you have to kill some time. King Salamander once a day. It's a monster that only eats at night. Hearing Jaehyeon's words, Kim Yoo-jung crossed her arms and asked as if she was worried. But is it okay if I take my time? Originally, salamanders have a sensitive sense of smell. If you stay nearby, you may be attacked first. That's right, that's why we need a countermeasure. Jaehyeon nodded and thought for a moment. Kim Yoo-young is right. Salamanders are basically beasts with a sensitive sense of smell. Even more so with the King Salamander, whose physical abilities have been upgraded further. I need a countermeasure to deal with him. This is an attack broadcast. Wiping out the enemy with overwhelming force is quite possible in the present reproduction, but it is impossible to move the hearts of viewers in that way. For a perfect attack, you must analyze and prepare for the enemy's habits, strengths, and weaknesses, and then move thoroughly. What is the countermeasure? Kim Yoo-young, I'm going to reverse your words. What? When Kim Yoo-young asked back, Jaehyeon calmly stood up. As much as salamander-type monsters are sensitive to smell, their eyesight and other senses are weak. That means if you destroy that sensitive sense of smell, everything will be solved. In fact, Jaehyeon mainly used the method of blocking his sense of smell when hunting salamander-type monsters before returning. Getting rid of your own body odor is much more difficult than you think. As this caused many fellow raiders to have problems, Jaehyeon came up with an idea: if it is difficult to get rid of body odor. Conversely, wouldn't it be enough to paralyze the opponent's sense of smell? Jaehyeon immediately started investigating the strong-smelling substance, and found an insect that gave off the most terrible level of stench: bomb dust bug. It has the same name as the insect of the same name, but what I'm talking about here refers to a natural monster that has become a beast. Moonlight fireflies and their habits are similar, but the stench is quite different. Jaehyeon took out the bugs he had caught just before crossing the second floor from his inventory. It was in a state of fainting, but the legs were shaking and moving. It didn't look very good at all. Kim Yoo-young froze and tried to disappear behind Kim Jin-ah and Park Sung-woo. But where are you going? You are the most important. Jaehyeon grabbed Kim Yoo-jung by the wrist as she ran away. Kim Yoo-young screamed. What are you talking about? You're infinitely weak in front of bugs. I am. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to touch it. Viewers who were listening to their conversation asked questions as if they were curious. Anonymous 2. But what are you trying to do with that bug? Anonymous 75. It comes out just by looking at it. Those are called bomb dust bugs, but they smell so bad. Maybe they're trying to use that to numb the salamander's sense of smell. Anonymous 21. Oh, that's fucking smart. Anonymous 62. No, the idea is good, but it's impossible to realize. Spreading that smell all the way to the nest wouldn't make sense. What are you trying to do, haha? Don't worry about that, because there is a master of wind magic here. Couldn't that be what I'm talking about? There are only two wizards here, you and me, not me so. Is it you, Aheg? Hearing Kim Yoo-young's screams, Jaehyeon smiled with satisfaction after a while the two wait for the bomb dust bug to wake up. Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo set up their tent again near the king salamander's nest. It takes quite a while to numb the sense of smell, so I killed a regular salamander and left a splash of blood nearby. It was to avoid the attacks of other monsters by making the smells mix. Basically, unlike the first layer, the second layer constantly regenerates monsters. To put it simply, unlike the first floor, where you farmed comfortably after wiping out monsters. No matter how many monsters you kill, there is no end. Therefore, the cadets inevitably have to avoid them and defeat the elite monsters. When it does, beast's blood is of great help. It won't last long, but just spraying it nearby should be fine for a few hours. In the meantime, Kim Yoo-young and I are numbing the salamander's senses of smell with bomb dust bugs. Just in time, the bomb dust beetle also woke up. The guys threatened them with the momentum to emit a stench at any moment, and then poured out a strong smell with a continuous explosion sound. If you use wind magic properly here, you can definitely spread the smell to the inside of the salamander's nest. Before that, of course, although the problem was that he had to convince Kim Yoo-young, who was shaking with shaking hands. Kim Yoo-young. Why, what is it? I have a cherished item that CEO Yoo Seong-nim used to use, right? I'm a staff member, but that's... Are you going to give it to me? Light returned to Kim Yoo-young's eyes. Jaehyeon was startled but cleared his throat. Of course, I said two words with one mouth. Whoa. Suddenly, the wind that spread through Kim Yoo-young's fingertips began to fly towards the nest of King Salamander, carrying the stench of bomb dust bugs. The precision of Kim Yoo-young's wind magic was beyond imagination. In order to prevent the smell from leaking out, a wind barrier was erected to trap the odor inside and then move it slowly. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon didn't say anything for a while. The operation was successful, certainly the operation was successful. However, there was one small problem. I just told you to buy any staff and bring it to me. If I do this, my conscience will be stabbed a little. It wasn't particularly important. Anyway, whatever item you give, as long as it's related to Yoo Sung-yoon, Kim Yoo-young will gladly accept it. It's good that he can easily clear the dungeon. This is good enough for my sister and brother-in-law. Jaehyeon nodded slightly. In the meantime, Anonymous 1 contains the smell and sends it to the nest. What is that? Anonymous 2. Isn't this possible? Only when mana control is extremely delicate. Anonymous 81. Great, it's great, but a little. Anonymous 13. I think I'm in the position of being victimized, so I vomit. Anonymous 15. This is the first time I feel sorry for a monster. Contaminant terrorism level. Anonymous 18. Blah 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 blah. Kim Yoo-young sighed deeply as she watched the comments window pouring in. Comments such as saying it is dirty, throwing up, and saying that humans are sorry continue. It was quite embarrassing, but Kim Yoo-young tried not to care. There was only one thought in her head. Now with this you can get Yoo Seong-yoon's staff. This is what he did while enduring bugs and disgraceful comments from viewers, but the reward will be sweet. Staff, I'm giving it to you, keep your promise. Kim Yoo-young's eyes were bloody. Jaehyeon shook his head and said nothing. I guess I'll have to ask the teacher. Jaehyeon nodded and quickly froze the bug. This is because there is nothing more to use and it is dangerous if even dust adheres to it and explodes, after a while. Gwaayog, the demon's screams were heard. The purpose was to paralyze the sense of smell, but it seemed that a critical hit had occurred. Isn't this the sound of vomiting? Kim Yoo-young said so. Jaehyeon took the lead without saying a word. Now it was time to kill the elite monsters poisoned by the stench and get the treasure. Chapter 119, Regressor's Dungeon Strategy Part 7, this is it. Jaehyeon stopped walking and muffled his voice. These a little while ago, I was looking around when I arrived at King Salamander's nest. Because the operation was so brilliantly successful, a stench leaked out from the inside. As expected, this is Kim Yoo-young. The smell is no joke. If you say that, it's like the smell comes from me. What is that? Thanks to you, hey thanks. Kim Yoo-young raised her fist, but she barely held it in. You can't fight over trifles with elite monsters in front of you. A gigantic salamander was seen at first glance over the crevice in the rock where he hid himself. The guy with round eyes, wrapped in flames, stopped eating and was pouring out tears and mucus. Apparently the effect of the stench terror was greater than expected. Things are better than expected. According to the original plan, I was planning to deal with the sluggish guy after eating his food, but that guy's condition is much worse now. It was also like a beast with a sensitive sense of smell. King Salamander vomited loudly once more. As if there was nothing more to vomit, nothing came out of his mouth. Let's move slowly. Jaehyeon looked at the group and spoke, then took the lead and moved cautiously. It would have been easier if I could have used stealth. But I don't have any items right now. Silence footsteps as much as possible and close the distance to the monster. As I progressed little by little, I reached the point of King Salamander before I knew it. Seongwoo Park, who was looking at the condition of the beast, asked, I think his condition is more serious. Won't you die if you leave me alone? Stop talking nonsense and focus. Oh mister, why does it only happen to me? Jaehyeon fired lightly, then continued again. Then, according to the operation, no. You mean we'll wait in the back and move when you signal? Okay. After nodding his head at Kim Jinna's words, Jaehyeon raised his magic in earnest, and then. Active skill Ice Spear LV2 is activated. He fired a direct attack at the enemy. The C-Class Ice Spear flies at high speed and accurately hits the beast's body. K-Kyuk, an attack that landed directly on King Salamander's back. Of course, it didn't do much damage. However, Jaehyeon did not attack to inflict wounds, just for use. I'll pull out the bone marrow and eat it. Keek. King Salamander screamed angrily and opened his mouth at Jaehyeon. What follows is a simple breath pattern. This was also what Jaehyeon had been waiting for the most. Jaehyeon quickly took out the greatsword he had just pulled out from his inventory. Then get ready. And shoot, it was quickly fired at the enemy's mouth. Keek. The demon's bewildered voice is heard. The party in the back is also looking at Jaehyeon as if they are dumbfounded. In particular, Kim Yoo-young was the most severe. A madman, the chat window was no different. Anonymous 2, Anonymous 9s, Anonymous 10s, what is it? Anonymous 20, I think it's salamander meal time. Anonymous 12. But do you usually serve something like that? Anonymous 31, I'm Laren so I don't know but what are you doing? Anonymous 29, no one here knows that properly. They're all idiots lol. Back then when the chat window was endless, the greatsword thrown by Jaehyeon was sucked right into King Salamander's mouth. Jaehyeon glanced at the camera with an evil smile. The fun starts now, so stay tuned. Anonymous 1. Anonymous 10, ahaha it was still fun, haha. Anonymous 12 Gazuya, Keek. King Salamander stumbled for a moment after swallowing the greatsword, and then along with hot flames, he fired a sword at Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon shouted as he looked at the greatsword flying at him. Now! At the same time, Kim Jinna and Park Sungwoo, who were hiding in the rear, jumped in and blocked the enemy attack with their shields. The power of the breath equipped with a great sword was amazing, but it was not at a level that they could not block. Kong, a metallic sound heard while blocking an attack, one after another with King. The sound of a sword falling to the floor was heard. Jaehyeon picked up the sword that had fallen on the floor with a satisfied expression on his face. The greatsword was somehow shiny like new. Anonymous 2, why is that slam? Anonymous 90, unexpected hook collector. Anonymous 22, what? Anonymous 19, NC madness. Anonymous 35, someone please explain, it's a mystery thing. What's the matter? Jaehyeon excitedly shared the item window with viewers. Equipment item, Name, Balmung imitation grade, of the beloved sword of Siegfried, an ancient human hero who killed Fafnir, effect 1. Strength plus 70/agility plus 32. Acquire the passive skill Dragon Slayer S. Contaminated item has been purified. If this is the case, the reaction of the viewers. Anonymous 41, wow, Balmung, you know. Anonymous 61, the Dragon Slayer's sword comes out here. Anonymous 20, what is it, what's that? Anonymous 95, is it true, isn't that the sword that Balak has in Germany? Anonymous 76. It says imitation, but see the effect, it's crazy. There's no choice but to explode. Jaehyeon laughed, purifying flame. Basically, the salamander's flame has the power to purify corrupt and unclean things. To take advantage of this, Jaehyeon threw Balmung into King Salamander's mouth a while ago. It was to purify the contaminated sword and make it whole. Of course, this is usually not an easy task. At the exact timing when Salamander fires his breath. Also, it is difficult to throw an item with a force that does not kill instantly. Moreover, they are still freshmen. The odds of doing this are infinitely close to zero. A salamander's core contains the power of purification. You can use it to purify contaminated items. Of course, since the purifying power of the core disappears after he dies, this method is only possible while he is alive. Anonymous 1. How do you know that? Anonymous 7, no, you're a newcomer, what is this lol? Anonymous 39, wow, this happens. Anonymous 75, sniff sniff, I thought it was pure water but it turned out to be a dead person. Anonymous 53, I want to be that sword. Jaehyeon turned the greatsword around and grabbed it with one hand. The chat window was once again filled with mysterious hooks. Anonymous 9, why does the magic world raise a sword? Anonymous 35, there are two martial arts fighters in front of you. Why does the magic world jump out in front of you with a sword? Anonymous 1, can you become a meeting battle mage, hahaha. Anonymous 2. The hand holding the sword is filled with magic power and Jaehyeon's breathing stabilizes. Gently accumulated mana spreads and freezes the surrounding air at once. The movement of the demonic beast, which was glaring at Jaehyeon with the momentum to tear him to death, stopped. Intuition. King Salamander instinctively noticed that Jaehyeon was a higher predator than himself, however, it was already too late. The passive skill Agile Step supports your movements. The passive skill Flexible Movement supports your movement. Active skill Wind Boost. Jaehyeon kicked the ground, the field of view narrowed, and at once the monster's huge body filled up in front of my eyes. And the passive skill Expert Swordsmanship supports your swordsmanship, squeak. One of King Salamander's legs was cut off with a groan, kiek, however the reproduction did not stop. Active skill Ice Edge. An all made of sharp ice lifts the enemy's feet and collapses their center of gravity. The King Salamander turned upside down. The boat is exposed. Along with Park Seong-woo's cry, Jaehyeon's Balmung held in reverse pierced his stomach. Keek so, it's bloody. Kim Yoo-young and Kim Jin-ah grumbled while watching Jaehyeon at the same time. Park Seong-woo was staring at Jaehyeon as if he was dumbfounded with his teeth colliding. Meanwhile, as if it was natural, Jaehyeon drew his sword and murmured, "You're a little weaker than I thought." Anonymous 1, what did I see? Anonymous 8, a real battle mage. Anonymous 21, crazy. Anonymous 41. Guys, I just came here but something happened. Anonymous 54, Beanim's half of his life is lost, ha 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 ha. Anonymous 9, if I had seen this live, I would not have liked it for the rest of my life, ha 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 ha. Along with the enthusiastic response from the viewers, you have cleared the second floor quest. When the treasure is retrieved, the party members are immediately transferred to the third floor. The quest has been cleared 2 hours later. A long article was uploaded to the radar gallery. The content was shocking. Everyone must read The Reality of Rookie Min Jaehyeon, a shocking headline. Attracted by this, many people full of jealousy and envy came to see the writing. But the content was not at all what they expected. Everyone must read Rookie Min Jaehyeon's Reality. Author S. Hello, I'm a fan of Radar. Cadet Min Jaehyeon is hot in the second practical test of the recent midterm exam, right? I dug up about this cadet this time. See the article below. Link 1 themed dungeon appears in Neverland. Shocking to solve it by a prospective high school student and an aspiring raider who is just a freshman in high school. There were two students who drew attention for solving the themed dungeon in the Neverland incident that happened last time. One of them, it was Min Jaehyeon's cadet. The other one is Seo Ah-hyun, who is very pretty and smart. Synthesis. It seems that many people, including CG, do not easily believe in the talent of Cadet Min Jaehyeon. Given that he has a history of resolving the Neverland incident, it is judged that Cadet Min Jaehyeon did not manipulate the event. I won't accept any more manipulation controversy. Therefore, Min Jaehyeon was real. The author's chest became magnificent, so I'm going to watch the real-time video again. Haha, enough then. The response to the article was truly shocking. Even while watching the talent of Jaehyeon in real time, the content that turns even those who had a heart that there might be some manipulation in their hearts at once. Seonjun Yu, who was watching the gallery and real-time video on the split screen at the same time, smiled. Is that what you suggested to me for, this brazen disciple? Lately. Jaehyeon made a suggestion saying that something interesting would happen in this midterm exam. It was something that the entire Yeonhwa Guild had to do. At first, I was thinking of rejecting even the offer of a disciple. It was too big of a risk even if it was, but Yu Seongyun is now, he admitted he was wrong. Jaehyeon said this to himself, who was about to turn down the offer on the first day. Then let's do this. The teacher watches what I do in the subspace and moves if he thinks it's worth intervening. How is it? The disciple who said that had a very pleasant face, as if he couldn't refuse this offer. Yu Seongyun smiled and gave an order to Park Seongyi. Seongyi Oppa, please contact reporters across the country right now. Yes, when Seongyi Park asked curiously, Seonjun Yu added with a smile. It looks like Gyuzin will sink. Yes, Chapter 120, Regressor's Dungeon Strategy Part 8, now I'll retrieve the treasure. The viewers who were soaked in the afterglow of Yeon's words suddenly came to their senses. Anonymous one, oh right, retrieving the treasure here was the main quest. I lost all my eyes to the elite mob. Anonymous 5, it's a treasure retrieval after killing an elite mob, so that's also a quest. Anonymous 22. But there are people who really fight like that. I thought I was an urban legend until now. Anonymous 41, no haha, there is no radar that fights like this even if you go all over the world. It's just that he's fucking weird. Anonymous 62, aha, strange, express yourself as exceptional. Anonymous 97, where's the god Yeon's stupid hair? The chat window's response was also good. Yeon left them behind and thanked Jina Kim and Seongwoo Park. It was good timing. Thank you. Huh, the two were moved by Yeon's praise. Kim Yoo-young was glancing at Yeon with her arms crossed. She thought for a moment and then opened her mouth. All good, why do I play a stinky role and you take all the good stuff? You should have killed me if I twisted it, well, if you have the strength to raise a sword. This, Kim Yoo-young kicked Yeon in the shin. It was a kick full of power. Evil, Yeon's upper body reflexively bent down and let out a short moan. Are you cowardly using your magical energy to slit your shin? Don't you think you did the right thing? I'm asking because I can't believe it. Are you thinking about it right now? Kim Yoo-young shook her head as if she was dumbfounded. Anonymous 3, Anonymous 9, Anonymous 13, oh, just hit. After Yeon quickly recovered, he began to investigate the remains of elite monsters in earnest. Take out the mana blade for capture and turn the body of the corpse over. The monster's huge body trembled for a moment. It was a post-rigor reaction. Akue then will disband. After speaking, Yeon held the knife in reverse and slowly cut through the thick leather. The outer skin is peeled off, revealing the reddish flesh inside and the thin fascia surrounding the nucleus. Yeon continued to cut the knife, and finally, the desired item appeared along with the notification window. Equipment item, name Ring of Transcendence unfinished grade. BS, a ring that instantly amplifies magical power to increase magical power. 1. Acquire the active skill Overdrive. Rating has been downgraded due to the absence of the current Stone of Transcendence. The state of Overdrive is unstable in an incomplete state. Active skill, name, Overdrive rating, increases the power of skills by 1.5 times for 5 minutes by amplifying mana. In the absence of the Stone of Transcendence, when using the skill you will fall into a magic forbidden state for 5 minutes. But there is only one item, what to do with this? Should I do rock, paper, scissors? Yeon turned around and looked at the group, smirking. Kim Jin-ah and Park Sung-woo urgently waved their hands. What, of course you should have Yeon, that's right. We can't have it. Kim Yoo-young also nodded in agreement. Because you did all the battles, buy something delicious when you go out later. If you say so. Yeon did not refuse and put on the ring. There is a penalty because there is no jewel in it yet, but this item can be taken outside. One of the artifacts officially provided as a midterm exam reward at Mills Academy, not a hidden piece. To put it simply, it was a fair reward. You have obtained a reward, transfer party members to the 3rd floor. A system sound was heard. Soon, unlike when they descended from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor, this time a group of lights began to shine down and cover the 4 people. Transmission magic, it was one of Miles' pride. Jing, soon the 4 people consumed by the light disappeared and completely disappeared from the nest. Wow. As expected, they know my writing. Seo Ah-hyun was eating potato chips while looking at the post posted on the radar bulletin board a while ago. Everyone must read The Reality of Rookie Min Yi-hyun. Author S views 144,706. It was none other than Seo Ah-hyun who wrote this article that burned the radar gallery a little while ago. It was because Yeon asked him to do it before the second practical training. My brother also makes me do really strange things. Well, thanks to that, I'm also famous. Seo Ah-hyun, who still had the disease, liked it. The more Yeon is mentioned, the more the achievements he has accomplished. But what did I do in the themed dungeon? Compared to Jaehyeon, the share was overwhelmingly small. I think it was helpful when fighting the Dust of Surt at the end. The rest was downright bleak. It was captured during TRP and turned into a dog at Flanders' mansion. Looking back, it was a miserable past. Even there, she was caught in Jaehyeon's subordinate, and has not been able to escape until now. Of course, thanks to that, I also went to the Yeonhwa Guild, although he was able to attend the opening of a well-known alchemy workshop. By the way, what Jaehyeon Oppa said at the end. I mean, I don't know the meaning. How do you bring Gu Jane down? Seo Ah-hyun asked when Jaehyeon gave an order, not a request. Why are you doing this? At that time, Jaehyeon answered. Because I'm thinking of throwing Gu Yaon into the gutter. But in the end, he didn't explain how. I don't have time or something. Thanks to this, my curiosity was at its peak. Seo Ah-hyun muttered in an annoyed voice. If you're going to do something, you don't have to explain it clearly. I'm annoyed. That time when he muttered and lamented, the words suddenly stopped and Seo Ah-hyun's hand went to the mouse. Anonymous 31 Seo Ah-hyun. I came to see him interviewed, but he was definitely smart. I don't know if it's pretty. Author, and it's pretty when you look closely and it's lovely when you look at it for a long time. Maybe Seo Ah-hyun is like that too. Huh. Done. Seo Ah-hyun left in front of the computer with a satisfied face. After, it seems to be over here somehow. Huh. At An Ho-yeon's words, Seo In-na nodded and replied. The party, including An Ho-yeon and Seo In-na, had just come up to the second floor and were about to encounter a group of salamanders. I was taken aback by the sudden attack, but I was able to protect the other two because the two quickly settled down and continued the battle. Thanks to you I lived. The two people who were helped by An Ho-yeon and Seo In-na said with sincere gratitude. It was natural. What a midterm exam at Mills Academy. If you get bad grades here, your academy life will be doomed to hell. It has to be above average somehow. That was the thought of the two of them, as well as the thought of all Mills students. By the way, the second floor quest is a bit difficult. From hunting elite monsters to recovering treasure. I guess you have to capture the demons. Maybe. An Ho-yeon's face turned pale. He was a bird heart that was surprisingly vulnerable to cruelty. I usually don't watch sad movies to maintain my mentality, so I said everything. That's why he captures the corpse of a demon with flowing blood. It was downright absurd. Guys, maybe you're talking about taking care of the demon corpse. An Ho-yeon had no choice but to ask that question, even though he knew it was a question that made him lose shape. But there is no way. Having to shove a knife into the quivering monster's skin, sever its muscles, and sever its tendons. It was like a disaster for him. All of a sudden, An Ho-yeon sighs and organizes her thoughts. The answer came from an unexpected place. If it's going to be captured, I'll do it. It was Seo In-na. An Ho-yeon couldn't imagine that she, who is usually quiet, would do the corpse capture but decided to keep it as simple as possible. Anyway, I got away. Thank you, Anaya. Oh, I found it. The other two, diligently searching for their way, found a side road leading to the king salamander's nest. This was the reason An Ho-yeon and Seo In-na brought them together in the first place. These two had bad grades, but they said they were sensitive to magic. An Ho-yeon recalled and nodded. It was right after the battle, so I took a break and checked the chat window. Anonymous 2, there's a handsome guy here too. Damn the world, Anonymous 11, but the battles are definitely less dynamic. Anonymous 27, the neighborhood next door was crazy. It's a shame not to be able to enter because the capacity is full. Anonymous 98, who set the room limit to 100 people, sleep on yourself before throwing away the slaughter. If there's a good-looking guy in the next room who's good at fighting, it was a keyword that was somehow familiar. An Ho-yeon quickly realized who the viewers were talking about. Jaehyeon, you seem to be doing well. Seo In-na looked at him from the side and asked, the person these people are talking about must be Jaehyeon, right? I think so. As expected, it's amazing, Jaehyeon. An Ho-yeon and Seo In-na had a short conversation and then turned off the chat window. The two got up from their seats almost at the same time. An Ho-yeon waved at the two people in front and said, then let's go. With lively voices, the four of them started walking towards the side road. We have to work hard too. Even in the midst of hardship, An Ho-yeon's face was full of joy. A blue fire lingered in the two sympathetic eyes for a while before dispersing. You have reached the third floor. After 1 minute, the shield will disappear and the boss battle will begin. Be prepared for the monster attack. When Jaehyeon and his party opened their eyes, the first thing that greeted them was none other than a semicircular transparent membrane. Kim Yoo-young tapped the curtain lightly and said, something feels like glass. Kim Jin-ah also nodded after touching the curtain. Surely it looks like it will break easily. Kwayang, at that time, the beast's fist flew along with the sudden shadow. Except for Jaehyeon, everyone in the party was horrified and stepped back. However, it was impossible to get out due to the protective barrier, so all I could do was move 2 or 3 steps backwards. Kim Yoo-young stumbled and fell on her buttock. Jaehyeon sighed, what are you doing? At his words, Kim Yoo-young coughed and got up and glanced at the protective shield. Large, it is strong. So, Park Seong-woo also agreed, Jaehyeon. What is the operation? Jina Kim asked. Jaehyeon replied in a cheery voice, doesn't exist. What? Can you explain what that means? Kim Yoo-young seemed to be dumbfounded and asked Park Seong-woo to explain. Jaehyeon smiled lightly. Because I'm going to catch it myself. Before he had time to question his words, a crack formed in the protective film and soon it began to crack, and the boss monster lava golem appears. Defeat the lava golem and return with the golem's core. Chapter 121 Hidden Boss Part 1 Best. The son-in-law is darkened with the sound of breaking the transparent film. Yet, a pitch-black shadow engulfs the group. At the same time, a deep magical blue that fills the surrounding atmosphere. The expressions of Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo were tinged with astonishment. Something like that, let us deal with it. The boss monster lava golem appears. After defeating the lava golem, return with the golem's core. Lava golem, the boss monster of this second practical skill as a monster of a higher rank that can reach B rank. It varies slightly from year to year, but probably about 70% of the cadets drop out here. Of course, the monsters that appear each year are different, but most of them are B class or the highest level monsters in C class. I don't think he is an easy opponent, dangerous. Kim Jin-ah caught her breath and said. The other party had the same reaction, only Jaehyeon was smiling as if it was no big deal. Jaehyeon lightly passed the group and walked forward. The comments of viewers' curious reactions continued. Anonymous 9, what are you doing? Anonymous 10, why are you suddenly jumping forward? Isn't the radar basic to collect enemy information while guarding the ranks? What will happen to the rest of the team if they jump out of their ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha? Anonymous 22, I'm sure they'll do well on their own. No, there's a lot of talk about lying on the sofa at home and beating them. Anonymous 87, ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. You're strict with me. Jaehyeon took a potion from his inventory and drank it. It was a heat resistance potion made from frost mushrooms that Seongwoo Park had made on the first floor. There is also the problem of cooldown. Since the boss fight starts from here, it was good to drink it before the effect ends. Gwaya, the roar of the lava golem fills the sky. Jaehyeon looked around. The boss and his party were abandoned in a long rectangular space with no decorations. For a location where the main battle takes place, there is little that is special. This is a device on the side of Mill's Academy to be considered of viewers. Basically, when fighting a boss, all kinds of skills overlap. Mills removed all unnecessary objects when designing the map in order to convey it properly to viewers. Thanks to that, it feels like the place has become a bit empty, but it doesn't matter. Jaehyeon moved his gaze to the back of the boss for a moment. There was a small byway there. Pillars of hot fire rise from both sides, a place that no one seems to be able to enter. Good, I checked all the way, all that remains. Gwa, the harsh roar of the lava golem erupts again. Jaehyeon raised his mana to the fullest and clenched his fists. To defeat him, Jaehyeon immediately spurred the ground and began to close the distance with the lava golem. Jaehyeon. Dangerous, wait a minute. Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo urgently stepped forward to stop him but were blocked by Kim Yoo-young. Kim Yoo-young calmed the two down with a calm voice. Are you okay? What? Park Seong-woo asked in a dumbfounded voice. Kim Yoo-young was staring disapprovingly at Jaehyeon's back with her arms crossed. He's so damn strong. There's no way I'll be out for something like that. But that's at least a B-class monster. Alone, Kim Jin-ah's words could not be finished. It was because Kim Yoo-young's eyes, which were chasing after Jaehyeon's back, did not waver at all. Kim Jin-ah thought while biting her lip. Does Yoo-young trust Jaehyeon that much? It is Kim Yoo-young who has been friends with Jaehyeon the longest. There must be a reason for saying that. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-young was thinking about something else while looking at Jaehyeon, struggling while catching weak monsters. Of course, this statement is somewhat ambiguous. Lava Golem is strong. In fact, it is also a bit difficult for me. But Jaehyeon is different. He has already demonstrated his ability by defeating the King of the Dark Elves. A B-class boss like that, even the one who weakened in the aftermath of the test, could be dealt with quickly. However, Park Seong-woo was quite embarrassed by Kim Yoo-young's words. Of course, Jaehyeon is strong because he knows. Just looking at the battles I've shown so far, it was like that, but isn't the boss in front of me a Class B? No matter how much he handled the bosses of the same level in the mock dungeon, that wouldn't guarantee victory in this battle. At that time, Jaehyeon twisted his body to dodge the enemy's fist. It is quite surprising to see him lightly evading the golem's attack and narrowing the distance. Viewers were also showing a surprising reaction with the stretching question mark. I'll finish it soon. Jaehyeon catches his breath. I started moving a little faster. Active skill Wind Boost LV4, a distance that has gotten closer. At close range, Jaehyeon once again gave a variation to his magic power. Active skill Ice Edge at the same time. Sharp fragments of ice rising from the ground hit the enemy's feet. However, the hardness of the golem is harder than expected. This is only enough to hurt. Gwa, the lava golem screamed in anger and punched Jaehyeon. A fist engulfed in flames. A direct hit had the power to drain a lot of HP at once. However, there were no worries. Thud, thud, 2 consecutive attacks miss Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon was already reading all of Lava Golem's attacks. Activate the active skill magic power detection. It was because magic sense helped predict the direction of the enemy's attack. The party who watched Jaehyeon's battle couldn't hide their surprise, so did the viewers. Anonymous 3, wow. Is this a true battle story? It dodges the attack as if it were visible. Anonymous 8, as expected it is Jaehyeon, I believed it. Anonymous 10, but why is Min Jaehyeon fighting alone like that? The other kids don't help. Anonymous 19, I heard that Min Jaehyeon told me to stay still. Anonymous 32, isn't it because he's confident to kill himself? Anonymous 31, that's bullshit, that's a B-class boss. How can you kill that by yourself? Anonymous 40, L, looks like a newbie who doesn't know how to fight Wyatt. Anonymous 81, in the first place you can't even use the bombing you got earlier here. Originally, a sword and a golem are almost incompatible. Won't the day come to catch it you have to deal with pure magic? Anonymous 99, that's the case, I don't know, Min Jaehyeon will win no matter what. I came to see the future, haha. The golem is hard and the attack is heavy, but it's not that there isn't a strategy. Lava golems don't move fast. Jaehyeon is an unprecedented wizard who can use high-level magic without casting. Jaehyeon will lose in this battle. No, active skill bind, active skill ice rain, 2 magics poured in succession. Jaehyeon first blocked the golem's movements with bind, attacked the lava golem using ice rain, kuang. The golem tried to stomp as he saw the attack flying towards him. This is to neutralize the attack by using the defense skill. Intelligent bosses usually fight like that. It's about destroying the raider's attack and attacking faster before giving it a follow-up. However, the golem caught in the bind couldn't take a single step. The effect of bind lasts for only a few seconds at most. But soon the golem started moving again, but Jaehyeon didn't lose his smile. The moment the skill's effect ended and the golem was about to move, the beast's body creaked and its joints began to spin. The reason was simple. The ice rains that Jaehyeon shot earlier got stuck in the joint of the golem and hindered its movement. Jaehyeon smiled and unfolded his magic. Active skill water ball, Gwaria. The golem, unable to even attack, cried softly, but this time the water ball hit directly. A huge ball of water floated in the air and hit the golem mercilessly. Quack, 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 not long after, thud. The golem's body fell to the floor with a sound, a message coming soon. You have succeeded in defeating the lava golem, the boss monster of Subspace Dungeon. Only 2 attack skills. However, Jaehyeon succeeded in seizing the victory. The enemy was strong, but Jaehyeon was stronger, so it was only natural. Jaehyeon laughed lightly as he saw the golem thrown on the floor. I won. The chat window exploded with Jaehyeon's words. In an instant, the chat window went up and hundreds of comments were posted. Both Kim Yoo-young, Park Sung-woo, and Kim Jin-ah shook their heads in fright. Crazy. Kim Yoo-young looked at Jaehyeon with a small mutter. Jaehyeon was getting stronger every moment, to the extent that I couldn't even dream of myself. Anonymous 51, ha 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 ha, the boss is so vain, ha 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 ha. Anonymous 5, is it really true? If it's a lava golem, isn't the defense really high? Anonymous 11, can someone explain what you did? I'm newbie so I don't know. Anonymous 82, I explain. The first one was to bind and block movement, then the ice rain and water ball were fired one after another. Anonymous 71b, but isn't bind a useless skill for boss monsters? Isn't it all about holding on for a few seconds at most? Anonymous 82, yes, I used the ice rain. I couldn't hold the movement for a long time with the bind, so I put ice cubes in the joint of the golem with an ice rain. After that, I finished it with a water ball. Anonymous 9, hey, it was natural. Jaehyeon killed the boss monster, lava golem, in one shot. This is a performance that even pro radars cannot easily show. You have cleared all 3 floors, you have obtained the golem core. Would you like to return to reality? Good. Now there is only one thing left. Jaehyeon nodded. I stared at the chat window, which was still rapidly rising. When the clear message was heard, the viewers continued chatting as if they were sorry. Anonymous 2. Oh, I wanted to see a long battle, but it's a pity. Anonymous 99, it's been a while since I've seen something, so I'm happy it's over at once. Anonymous 16. It must have been that exciting, hahaha. I don't think opportunities to see something like that are common in the first place. I have to deal with it quickly anyway to get high grades, so is there a need to kill it late? Anonymous 97, oh, I didn't see that. Somebody pick up some clips and upload them to the gallery. Anonymous 75, yes, there's a bastard who lost half of his life again, hahaha, but Jaehyeon knew that this test is not over yet, and that here Kyujin would fall. Words slowly escaped from Jaehyeon's mouth. Refuse, are you going to refuse repatriation to the real world? Okay. Anonymous 10, Anonymous 9. Why doesn't it go back? Anonymous 41, what is it? Is there anything left? Viewers reacted unexpectedly. Jaehyeon looked at the camera floating next to him and raised an eyebrow. Did you say it was a pity that the battle was short? Thank God, the test isn't over yet. After saying that, Jaehyeon turned around and looked at the group. Then let's go. Anonymous 2, where are you going? The exam is over. Anonymous 12, isn't it about going back? Anonymous 7, you didn't accept the voice message after that. Anonymous 11, that's right. After Jaehyeon retrieved the nucleus, I walked past the remains of the golem for a while. I moved quickly and stood in front of the side road I had looked at earlier, a narrow road engulfed in flames on both sides. Anonymous 78, why did you come here? Anonymous 4, that's right. Jaehyeon for the viewers. Also explained for the old man, because I feel a strong magic power inside of it. Jaehyeon gave a light chin to his colleagues. It means anyone can come inside. What is that? Is it really Akae? Kim Yoo-young said with a face tired of contemplation. Jaehyeon smiled. Don't worry, no matter how sick you are here you won't die. That doesn't comfort me at all. Kim Yoo-young shook her head after a while. The group all took out the fire tablets that Jaehyeon had handed out and poured them into their mouths. Fire resistance increases by 300% for 1 hour. Jaehyeon immediately pushed his body into the side road with a status message. A blazing fire that overtakes him. However, there was no damage to the body due to the effect of the fire. Kim Yoo-young, who confirmed that Jaehyeon was fine, cautiously entered the side road. Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo are the same. Soon in front of Jaehyeon, who was walking in the lid, a huge, open cavity came into view. Found, message at the same time. Find the hidden layer, special quests are accepted. Defeat the hidden boss in the hidden layer and return. Chapter 122, Hidden Boss Part 2, I found a hidden layer. Special quests are accepted. Defeat the hidden boss in the hidden layer and return. Hidden layer. The purpose of Jaehyeon was to reach this place from the beginning. That's why I got Hwajung in advance. Hwajung obtained while climbing to the top of the volcano on the first floor. This is a hidden piece that improves fire resistance by 300%. The downside is that the effect only lasts for an hour. That was enough for Jaehyeon. It took less than 10 minutes to find the hidden path through the narrow side road. Ordinary cadets are not even aware that there is a hidden hierarchy, an impossible attempt without a great sense of magic power and fraudulent items, but it's not difficult for me, a regressor. Jaehyeon was thoroughly familiar with how to clear this dungeon. Reaching this place itself is not that difficult, however, others were different just now. The flames rose up on both sides of the side road the group passed through. In order to pass through it, enormous fire resistance ability is required. However, most new cadets do not yet have resistance-type passive skills. In general, passive skills are obtained by fighting monsters, but it is very difficult for those who have never entered a dungeon to acquire them. Gu Jane also calculated this and prepared this hidden piece. The test was cleverly planned so that other cadets could not reach this place. Guardian, by now you'll be glued to the TV with your eyes wide open. Jaehyeon gave a small smile to himself and looked at the camera. It's a hidden class, I think something better is in store here, right? At Jaehyeon's words, chatting with excited viewers immediately followed. Anonymous 3, no ha 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 so far has been amazing enough, how did you find this place again? Anonymous 8, I really can't believe it even when I see it, what the hell is Min Jaehyeon's identity? Anonymous 91, yes, the other kids are still rolling on the second floor, but it's not enough to catch all the bosses, so what? Hidden layer, it's really crazy. Anonymous 52, there's going to be another bulletin board haha. Anonymous 45, which guild would you like to take a kid like that from? Anonymous 81. At first glance, Yeonhwa or Wind God would take you. Honestly, with that level, I could pick any guild and go lol. Then let's find a way to summon the hidden boss. Akae, the party started to scan the field with the viewers behind. In order to summon the hidden boss, you need an altar and a sacrifice. Of course, I know where they are because I saw them on TV before returning, but I need to have an assortment, so let's pretend to find them. Jaehyeon nodded slightly and pretended to find the altar with the group. Fortunately, it didn't take long before Kim Yoo-young found the altar and the device. Guys, look here, is there something like a round groove on the altar? Really? The groove that was dug in. It looks familiar somewhere. The party looked at Jaehyeon after adding a word to each other. Jaehyeon smiled and nodded. I think I know what. After saying that, Jaehyeon also moved toward the home. An altar in the middle of a spacious common. There, a groove dug round as if it was woven into something, and countless lines derived from it were extending like tree branches. Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung had the same thoughts almost at the same time. Ah, I remembered that shape. Jaehyeon took out an item before Kim Yoo-jung finished her words. The item taken out is the core of the lava golem obtained after defeating the boss a while ago. The lattice pattern engraved on the core of the sphere and the shape of the grooves on the floor matched perfectly. As if it was created for this purpose in the first place. Do you think this is the answer? Otherwise there's no way it would have been made so perfectly. Kim Yoo-young agreed with Jaehyeon's words with a disapproving face. It seems that he wanted to appeal that he had discovered it. However, Jaehyeon didn't even care. Then go. After you catch your breath, immediately push the lava golem's core into the small hole in the floor. The sphere left Jaehyeon's hand and fit into the groove on the floor. Jihi. At the same time, the sound of magic power being born began to be heard, and a scarlet light began to glow from the core of the golem inserted into the groove. The light began to diffuse little by little, dyeing the floor of the grid pattern red. Jaehyeon calmly spoke to the group. Focus, something comes, I feel a very strong magic power. Huh, okay, Kim Jin-ah and Park Sung-woo answered. Kim Yoo-young quickly began to apply buffs to the party, from basic defense magic led by magic armor to speed magic such as wind boost. As expected, it was good that you brought Kim Yoo-young. As it is specialized in the role of helper, it is highly useful. Jaehyeon nodded slightly, just as expected. The audience's reaction was quite good. Anonymous 2, what is that on the floor? What's crazy about it? Anonymous 1. Oh, it's so terrifying. What are you going to jump out of? Anonymous 91, by the way, Kim Yoo-young is crazy talented. Show situational judgment. It's a scam from the speed of using skills. Anonymous 46. Ah ha ha ha, he's the strongest in the world from the beginning, ha 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 ha. Anonymous 82, I think we'll be able to see a more proper battle this time. Anonymous 96, it was a bit disappointing earlier, haha, deeded. The ground shuddered again and soon an ear-piercing roar began to pour out. The Earth's axis is broken and a gap opens. The mana, which was so thick that one's feet were hollow, began to spread slowly beneath the ground. The party was careful not to fall to the floor by calmly turning around their magical powers. Jaehyeon lifted his head and looked straight ahead. A faint smile spread across his lips. It starts now, the final chapter of this exam. Jaehyeon gathered all the mana in his body and shouted at his colleagues. Everybody back off. At the same time, Red Drake, the hidden boss of subspace, appears. Survive with all your teammates to defeat enemies and obtain Drake's heart. Special benefits are given upon clearing. The golem's core enlarged and wings soon sprouted from it. Then the sphere constantly changed its shape like a fabled butterfly. Its characteristic huge body covered with red scales and a wildly torn mouth. He couldn't become a dragon due to his low intelligence, but he is unmistakably a dragon. Red Drake. It was a B+ class monster, much stronger than the lava golem I had just dealt with. A monster that constantly regenerates, so there is a limit to the damage it can inflict no matter how strong the attack is. The downside is that he has low intelligence and can't use magic, but even so, even professional raiders are difficult to deal with unless they are top tier. At most, it's definitely not a monster that will appear in the cadet's exam. Anonymous 1, what did you put it in to catch it? Anonymous 81, this is fucking ridiculous. That's an A-class magic beast. It's a B+ grade because it can't use magic, so it's not a difficulty that new cadets can catch. Gu Jane, what did you really think when you made that? Anonymous 71, management is really like a dog. There is no basic concept. It's noisy, but you're not aware of it. Anonymous 4. No matter how you look at it, this was an irrational number. Who designed the subspace? Viewers' opinion was also very bad, a flood of negative reactions. It was exactly what Jaehyeon intended. Huh, Drake is the opposite of me. I'm at a disadvantage, but he was obviously a tough opponent for Jaehyeon. The skills Jaehyeon can destroy with absolute arithmetic are limited to magic. It is impervious to physical attacks. However, Jaehyeon wasn't worried at all. Jaehyeon took a deep breath, distributing the magic he had raised. Red Drake was threatening the party by swinging a rough claw once. At that time, Drake in a place like this, Kim Jin-ah's awkward conversation broke out somewhere. Park Seong-woo's screaming voice followed. Damn me, what is going on? Kim Yoo-young looked at the two with a tired expression, then shook her head. Terrible acting skills, that's for sure. They're the ones who cheated on their parents when they were in middle school and never took pocket money from them. No matter how you look at it, it was a gloomy acting skill. After Kim Yoo-young sighed, she herself began to participate in acting. Guys, step back. Jaehyeon was a bit impressed by Kim Yoo-young's acting, which unexpectedly had a stable tone. You have talent in an unexpected place. FYI, the reason why they are acting so clumsily now is simple. Shall I start soon too? Jaehyeon smiled and used the magic he spread to intervene again in the subspace. After a while, the subspace connection is unstable. Red Drake is running out of control. Anonymous 5, what is this all of a sudden? The connection state of the subspace is unstable. Anonymous 2, test error popped up, so what do you do? The instructors will take care of it, right? Anonymous 17, well, maybe this is a retest angle. I feel sorry for them. Anonymous 41, can you shorten it a bit? Anonymous 81, Wyatt is the least bitch. Anonymous 64, but are the kids really Akare? Well, since it's Miles, I'll take care of myself. Anonymous 86. Oops, ah ha 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 ha, I'm worried because it's Miles. Haven't you seen the Guild Experience event before? There are a few kids who died there, but they sound carefree. Anonymous 1, so I hope nothing special happens this time. Anonymous 91, well, this is a subspace anyway, so people won't die. Anonymous 92, B, of course. Have you seen it before? No matter how beaten you are, you won't bleed. Anonymous 91, oh, that's right, haha. The chat went on without a break, but they still don't know the seriousness of the incident. But someone will notice soon that something has started, almost simultaneously with the idea of representation. Anonymous 2, hey wait. Guys, I think there is a real problem with the system. Anonymous 5, what is it? Anonymous 2, the HP bar on the top right, it's gone. Those words were the beginning. The HP bar means the materialization of the remaining physical strength using the barrier vests worn by the cadets. To put it simply, a device prepared so that viewers can more intuitively see the cadets' remaining physical strength. But the HP bar disappears. This meant an error in Mills Academy's subspace control system. In other words, Anonymous 68 kids, you could die. It also meant that the subspace's safety device wasn't working properly. The moment the chat window is in chaos, Aarog Red Drake's smooth claw attack flew towards Kim Jinna, and get back now. Instead, along with Kim Yoo-young's voice, the Red Drake's claws grazed her abdomen. After a while, the chat window became a real mess. From Kim Yoo-young's abdomen, which was brushed by her toenails, bright red blood started gushing out like a fountain. Chapter 123, Hidden Boss Part 3, a series of simulated dungeon and guild experience incidents. Jaehyeon clearly understood. As long as Gu Jane holds real power over Miles, the safety of the cadets cannot be guaranteed. Because of this, Jaehyeon tried to expel Gu Jane, however. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to exclude him, who was in power in Miles. Gu Jane was already building a mighty force. It is virtually impossible for Jaehyeon to bring him down in the usual way. Even if he had Yeonhwa Guild on his back, it would have taken several years. For these reasons, Jaehyeon came up with a plan to give Gu Jane a big blow. It is to intervene in the subspace formula and put the hidden boss into a state of runaway. Then create a self-play and manipulate it as if Gu Jane deliberately pushed the cadet into a dangerous event. Jaehyeon smiled a little, invisible to the camera. First, if you instigated and fabricated the deaths of the cadets. This time it's your turn to incite them. Jaehyeon was thinking of removing him from the chairmanship of Mills at this event, the control room of Mills Academy. What the hell are you talking about? Gu Jane hit the desk and spat out curse words. 180 degrees different from the usual calm. Park Ha-jun, who was watching him from the side, swallowed his saliva. For the chairman to be so agitated. That's serious. Park Ha-jun knew very well why Gu Yaon was so angry just now. It was because of the abnormality that occurred in subspace. The subspace connection is unstable. Red Drake is running out of control. Gu Jane's eyes were bloodshot. The story told by the system sound that I heard was truly shocking. Is the connection state of the subspace unstable? Red Drake ran out of control. How did Min Jaehyeon find the hidden layer in the first place? All sorts of questions swirled in my mind. There was no such variable in his plan. I was thinking of going through this midterm exam quietly. But why did this happen? According to his original plan, this midterm exam was supposed to pass quietly. Even if it is not, it is a situation where his image has recently been greatly damaged externally. It is dangerous to move at such a time. Because of this, he was planning to divert attention through the midterm exam to divert the attention of the citizens who were flocking to him. Min Jaehyeon, he's doing it. He intervened in the system of subspace again. Gu Jane shouted with a reddened face. Park Ha-jun received the words in a cold sweat. But is it really possible for a single cadet to do that? Isn't it a different problem from the one that intervened in the subspace earlier? Didn't you interfere with the entire subspace this time? There are no external stimuli other than that. I'm sure he did it. Gu Jane was adamant. In fact, it is possible only from the inside to intervene in subspace with such precision. There are limitations to modifying expressions remotely from outside. Finding the replicas of Hwaejung and Bamung, which are hidden pieces, is not enough, and even the hidden bosses. How the hell am I supposed to accept this? I tried to cool my head, but I kept getting annoyed. Park Ha-jun was also embarrassed by every single thing. It was definitely the first time he had done anything like this in his 7 days as an instructor. At most, the cadet intervenes in the ceremony of the entire subspace. It was a story no one would believe. However, Park Ha-jun quickly came to his senses and raised his head. He thought sincerely, maybe this could be an opportunity for you. If Chairman Gu Yaon stays by his side when he is having a hard time, I will not worry about my career path. Gu Yaon does not have his former right-hand man, instructor Kim Seok-gi. Park Ha-jun is in a situation where he can aim for that position. Several times while drinking kimchi soup, I told Gu Yaon that he would be fine. Having calmed down a bit, Gu Jane sighed and said, "Huh. But I'm rather glad he's that guy, the worst can be avoided." Yes, when Park Ha-jun asked again, Gu Yaon said with a much improved expression, "Think about it. If Jaehyeon Min's goal is to defeat the hidden boss and acquire the byproducts, there will be no big problem. Of course, it is an expensive item, but it is better to give it away than to lose the honor of Mill's Academy. The item is a problem that can be retrieved after dealing with Min Yi-hyun later. Even if he can't get it back in the worst case, as long as he clears the dungeon now. At least it was certain that there would be fewer arrows of criticism coming back to him if there's just one thing that's bothering you. Why did Min Yi-hyun make Drake run wild? Perhaps he made a mistake because the controls were inexperienced. Gu Jane quickly understood. If not, is there any reason to run the strong red Drake out of control? Moreover, he also removed the HP bar and safety device. No matter how you look at it, it was natural to see that you made a mistake. Anyway, I'm angry right now, but I can only hope that Min Yi-hyun defeats Red Drake quickly. W. As expected, the chairman has excellent insight. After Park Ha-jun's flattery, Gu Yaon moved his gaze back to the screen, perhaps feeling a little relieved. But then Kim Yoo-young, wake up. I heard the voice of the unlucky guy. Gu Jane doubted his ears. The voice I heard earlier was Min Yi-hyun's. However, why are you shouting so urgently? Gu Jane quickly turned his head. Min Yi-hyun's current skills are at least in the middle of a level. Teammate Kim Yoo-young is also an excellent supporter. With the chemistry between the two of them, there would be no reason to be shaken by an enemy like that. Weird, what am I missing? My heart skipped a beat with anxiety. I felt a strange sense of incongruity spreading slowly through my body like extreme poison. An angry voice continues to flow from the screen. Jinna is the voice actor, please take care of Kim Yoo-young. Ah, Akae. I'm still fine, cool. Akae, how are you going to move with a body like that? The blood loss is so bad, the subspace's protection system is broken, everyone should avoid it. The two of them were silent for a while. Soon Gu Yaon realized the reason for the sense of incongruity rising up through his skin. Gu Jane's red-hot eyes opened up as if they were about to explode. Min Yi-hyun, this bastard, dare to act. Jaehyeon Min was acting. As if this situation happened because of the carelessness of the person who designed the subspace. Agitation and fabrication. Right now, Min Yi-hyun was instigating and fabricating against himself, the chairman of Miles. Gu Yaon's shaking pupils headed for the chat window as if possessed. Anonymous 2, this is a real emergency, can't you see Kim Yoo-young is bleeding? Anonymous 3, fucking kids are going to die, what are instructors Miles doing? Anonymous 19, other subspaces are fine now, but only this one is like this. What the hell is Gu Jane doing to manage the academy facilities? Anonymous 91, it could have been intentional. Min Yi-hyun said something bad about Gu Yaon earlier. Didn't you buy it because you were bullied for that? Anonymous 37, if at least one of those kids dies, the academy should be closed immediately. How many times has it already been? Is it school that drives kids like that? It's hell. The viewers had already succumbed to Yi-hyun's instigation. Jaehyeon Min, Gu Yaon's scream reverberated throughout the control room. For the first time in a moment, Park Ha-jun doubted his line-drawing skills. Is it really Akae as it is? Anonymous 9, fucking kids are bleeding, what are the instructors doing now? Anonymous 45. Isn't this because Min Yi-hyun touched the subspace in the first place, or was it intentional? Anonymous 86, no, that touched the part, right now the entire subspace isn't working properly. Anonymous 21, yes. If Min Yi-hyun did it on purpose, would the kids get hurt? Fucking kids dying, the conspiracy theory is fucking disgusting. Search. Anonymous 5, urgent announcement on the official website of Mill's Academy. They say it's impossible to go inside from the outside because of the subspace error. Anonymous 11, what if car clear or die, is there only one of the two? Anonymous 85, there is only that now, ha. No matter how much Jaehyeon Min, how can he kill a B+ grade beast, unless a real miracle happens? Fierce criticism of Gu Jane and Mill's Academy, supporting Yi-hyun and the company. These two comments made the chat window hot. Things are going just the way I want them. Yi-hyun laughed inwardly and sent a telepathic message to Kim Yoo-jung. Hey, are you Akae? You weren't really hit, right? Of course. Did you really feel my acting? Actually, Kim Yoo-jung wasn't hit by Drake's attack just a moment ago. She just put on a decent performance in magic. Kim Yoo-jung initially only acted as if she was injured by using bleeding magic immediately after shedding Drake's attack. Well, it's embarrassing that I acted better than I thought, but I guess I should have just learned. This beauty is too precious. Indeed, a big star has lost in Korea. Don't be funny, you have to manage your expression. Yi-hyun hurriedly pinched his thigh and replied. Kim Yoo-jung sincerely said that she did not know why. What are you talking about? Why is that funny? Ha, that's it. He seems to be fine, so I'm going to call him George. Take care not to hurt the other kids. Huh, I'm a patient. Don't talk nonsense. After Jaehyeon responded appropriately, he immediately deployed his magic. From here it was his turn, Red Drake. If I put my mind to it, I can handle this guy right away, but then it's no fun. As that moment, the Red Drake roared loudly and began pouring out attacks. Kyugun. The heavy claw splits the ground and creates a fissure through which magma gushes out, the hot heat that swallowed Jaehyeon at once. It's hot too. If I hadn't eaten Hwaejung beforehand, I would have been in big trouble. Jaehyeon used magic immediately after dodging the attack. Use the active skill Mana Weapon. Jaehyeon put magic on his body, passed the party, and confronted the enemy one-on-one. Red Drake is a beast of B+ rank. His colleagues are unmatchable, so he must be defeated alone. You guys just focus on defense. After Jaehyeon said calmly, he quickly opened the subspace. Then he took out a familiar artifact and held it in his hand. Anonymous 4, isn't that one, the sword you just got? Anonymous 90, shit, Bomung, I don't know if that would be possible, please win. Anonymous 41, fuck Jaehyeon, I only believe in you. Bomung's replica. Life is a temp, you lizard. Jaehyeon laughed softly. I was not confident, quality yourself. Chapter 124 Hidden Boss Part for the special effect of the Bomung counterfeit is activated. The passive skill Dragon Slayer is activated. All attacks against polyps are added by 300%. There is nothing that excites viewers more than using the right items in the right place. Jaehyeon did not hesitate and lowered his sword towards the Red Drake with all his strength. Squeak, I made a solid black line. Chew, blood splattered along the line. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth and sharpened his sword again. Using the recoil of the waist, the sword is continuously shot left and right and down. Awesome, awesome, awesome. It was powerful enough to boast a whopping 300% damage against black dragons. Jaehyeon quickly moved to the rear and fired a series of attacks. There are two destinations, a mole on both heels. It's Drake's biggest weakness. The other day, when we were studying for a theory test together, it was something that came out in magical mathematics. I remember on Hoyeon and Seo Ina asking why Drake's weakness was in his heel. Recalling that time, Jaehyeon straightened his sword, and awesome, as the heels and dots of both feet were cut at the same time, the enemy's harsh cries were vomited. Jaehyeon quickly opened up the distance and calmed down. With this, his movement was blocked. Then let's get to the final point. Jaehyeon immediately used the active skill of the ring he was wearing, Active Skill Overdrive. For 5 minutes, the user's skill power increases by 1.5 times. The deep magical power that eventually follows. Jaehyeon began to use the most effective magic that he could use. Active skill Frozen Earth is activated. What an S-class skill, Frozen Land. It was copied from Kynan, the king of the Dark Elves, a while ago. Great. At the same time as the magic is activated, in an instant the entire field of the rectangle began to freeze. Anonymous 3. What is that skill right now? Anonymous 8, I don't know the sex skill, please win, please come back alive. Anonymous 10, that's a magic I've never seen before. Anonymous 54. Isn't there such a thing in a class magic? Anonymous 91, that's right, I don't think it's about A class. Anonymous 67, then you're saying that it's at least S class. Anonymous 17, it's a story with a possibility. It is not that there is no precedent of using S-class skills at a young age. There is only one Camilla in America, but there is also a record of dealing with S-class magic as a minor. I can only believe in that right now. Anonymous 52, please win, help the others. The ice crystals cool the magma, remove the flames, and create a new land. Shards of ice rising from the ground along with chilling chills to the bones formed a fortress and surrounded the enemy. This is S-class magic, is it Frozen Earth? Jaehyeon felt a chill run down his spine from his own magic. What if you hit this skill directly in the fight against Kynan? It would never have stopped at the level of injury. Just thinking about it made my hair stand on end. Jaehyeon let out a light breath. The breath is released, indicating that the heat has completely dissipated. At the same time, a gigantic wave of magical energy spread out in a semicircle around him. All of the fields where magma had flowed were completely frozen. Soon pieces of ice rushed rapidly toward the Red Drake. Quad-duke. The frozen ground, whose power was amplified by 1.5 times due to the effect of overdrive, began to eat all the Red Drake. With a huge, deafening shout, Jaehyeon's attack hits the enemy with precision. I felt mana draining from my body in chunks, a small sense of exhaustion. However, the rewards of a moment's hard work will be sweeter than ever. You have successfully defeated the hidden boss, Red Drake. Special rewards are given. Jaehyeon had to calm down the corners of his mouth that kept rising. That's not the case, mister. I had no intention of doing that this time. Why are you doing that, Congressman Park? So you're saying I did something like this during the midterm exam? You're kidding too much. No, I mean I didn't do this myself. Gu Yaon was getting tired of the repeated phone calls. Shortly after, an unknown incident occurred in subspace. Calls poured in from all over the place where there was a connection with Gu Jane. It was mainly companies or government facilities that delivered subsidies to Miles. All of them were asking Gu Yaoen, "What kind of situation is this now?" It was obvious, but Gu Jane couldn't answer either. What is happening now? So the fact that the control of the subspace was taken away and Red Drake ran amok was not an issue ordered by himself. However, Gu Jane could not protest. Even if it wasn't so, the reputation of the world was hitting the floor, but the incident happened before it was quiet. In this way, the one who is at a disadvantage is himself. Damn it. No one believes me, dangerous. After rising to the position of chairman, I've never been hit by such concentrated fire. Most of the problems were handled without difficulty, and there was nothing that Gu Jane himself was deeply concerned about. However, the current situation is completely different from before. If you leave Min Yi-hyun alone like this, your reputation will really fall to the bottom, and when that happened, there was very little he could do. Huh. Instructor Hajin Park, how is the situation now? What about the reporters? Did you block it? No, I contacted the reporters, but well, they all turned down the offer saying they no longer trust Mills Academy. I wonder if someone did this on purpose. At Park Hajun's words, Gu Yaoen gritted his teeth. Min Yi-hyun, he messed up his gear nose and climbed on me, but it was clear that there was something odd about it. Yi-hyun is just a cadet, what he knows about himself. Also, there must be a good reason for being able to do big things like now without hesitation. Back, there will definitely be someone who helps him. What kind of bastard? The time when I was indignant. Suddenly a person passed through my mind, a nemesis with himself and a person with the power to help Min Yi-hyun. No way, bang, at that time I kicked the door and a man came in. He was one of Gu Jane's minions in the academy. He took a deep breath and called out to Gu Jane in an urgent voice. Old Gu Yaoen, chairman, it's a big deal. Gu Jane frowned at the voice calling him and answered. Is there a problem? And I would have told you to make sure to contact me before entering the chairperson's office. It was so urgent that I couldn't help it. Haha, what is more urgent here? Yeonhwa Guild sent an official letter. Yes, when Gu Jane asked in a bewildered voice, he quickly added. This is an official letter sent directly by CEO Yuseong. Please read it. Gu Jane, noticing that the return was unusual, immediately accepted the official letter. The moment I took out a thick wad of paper with slightly trembling hands and read it, his complexion was as blue as ever, an official letter from Yeonhwa Guild. There was something written on it that he had not expected at all. Official notice regarding the disciplinary action of Mills Academy and the arrest of Chairman Gu Yaoen. The incident taking place in the second performance of Mills Academy on the same day is a very serious matter. In a desperate situation where the lives of the cadets could be in danger, Chairman Gu Yaoen disappointed the public again following the previous guild experience. The fact that he couldn't keep his word and made the young cadets stand on the threshold of death again, such as giving bribes to high-ranking political figures to satisfy self-interest. Gu Yaoen is urgently arrested for violating the following 17 radar-related laws. In addition, the authenticity of this official document is directly guaranteed by Guild Yeonhwa and Master Yu Seonjun. No matter how much it is, there is no justification for Yeonhwa Guild to directly intervene in this case. The authority to issue a warrant belongs only to the Radar Administrative Headquarters. Do you think you will accept this lightly? Gu Jane's eyes were red and bloodshot and he shouted in a furious voice. Continue reading below. The servant's voice was still trembling. The same goes for Gu Jane's hand. Gu Jane continued to roll his pupils down while trying to keep a calm face. And, finally, in one section, his eyes stopped once again. Those who agree to the punishment of Mills Academy and the punishment of Gu Jane, 29 guilds including the 4 major guilds in Korea. This is irreversible as it was directly approved by the National Radar Administration Headquarters. As far as the Radar Control Center, you mean interfering with this? Didn't we block all of their leaders? But why the hell is this happening? It looks like there was an enemy inside, Park Hajun said calmly. Gu Yaoen was also guessing in his heart, there is an enemy inside. Again, the enemy is using a trick to break himself. It was even more strange that Gu Jane, who had experienced the previous guild experience, did not know about it. The problem is, I don't know who did it and for what purpose. For now, try to stop it somehow. Even the reporters of small local newspapers were all on the phone and somehow. Chairman, this time it was Instructor Park Hajun's voice. Gu Jane's face became more ferocious without any further distortion. However, Park Hajun did not back down and handed his smartphone to Gu Yaoen. There were many similar articles on the screen of the smartphone. Declaring war on the Yeonhwa Guild Gujin. Attempts to kill the guild's priority negotiation target to keep them in check. Min Yi-hyun, a talented person who signed a priority negotiation with the Yeonhwa Guild. Who is he? Already at the level of an A-class raider. About 17-year-old Min Yi-hyun and the Yeonhwa Guild. Official pressure on Yeonhwa Gu Jane to resign. It turns out that it was because of Cadet Min Yi-hyun. What, Min Yi-hyun? The Yonhwa Guild's preferred negotiator. Gu Yaoen's head was spinning and things from the past passed by quickly. After a while, Gu Jane gritted it. Okay, now it's clear after the first freshman hunt. How Jaehyeon could have ignored his suggestion so easily. Also, at the time of the guild experience, why did the Yonhwa Guild request that Min Jaehyeon be sent to their guild so much? Finally, the second practical exam for this midterm exam. What was the reason Yu Seongyun came out now? All questions have been answered. Jaehyeon Min, what if he was Yonhwa's helper? Then everything will fall back and forth. I don't know how he roasted the instructors, but it's highly likely that Min Jaehyeon was the one who stole Miles' information. Shit, I should have suspected it a long time ago. I was too careless. Jaehyeon Min has been constantly creating variables that he had not anticipated. Overwhelming force and judgment that can never be found at the cadet level. It was Gu Yaoen who had been buying it highly, and now he had no idea that this incident had nothing to do with Min Jaehyeon. Gu Jane urgently exclaimed, "Shit, try to find some other way, it can't go on like this." But unfortunately Gu Jane's voice could not continue. Director Jane Gu must step down immediately. Back off. Back off, protesters and reporters who had broken through the military facility in Miles had lined up right in front of the door. Bang! With the sound of knocking on the door, Gu Jane's body began to collapse. Huh, said Park Ha-jun supporting Gu Yaoen's body who was muttering despondently. I will serve you, at least so that you don't have to go through anything bad. At that, Jane Gu shook Park Ha-jun's hand with vicious eyes. It's not over yet, do you think Gu Jane will collapse over something like this? Of course it won't collapse, but now. Gu Yaoen stepped out of the door lined with reporters, leaving Park Ha-jun behind. Wait a minute. Chairman Gu Yaoen, chump chump chump. As soon as I stepped outside, flashes started to go off everywhere. However, Gu Jane clenched his fists tightly and did not blink an eye. However, he said as if declaring while watching reporters and civic groups filming him, I did nothing wrong. Of course, nobody believed that. Gu Jane's downfall was predestined. The protesters' voices filled with resentment soon erupted. Take it down now. Jane Koo is the chairman of the Board of Mills and one of the real powerhouses in Korea. It was the moment he collapsed. Chapter 125. Spotlight Part 1 Anonymous 8 Really? An S-class skill. Anonymous 82, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like an A-class skill, if it's enough to cut a single cut of red drake. Besides, what the hell was that swordsmanship? Is it a person? Anonymous 32, is that important now? It's important that the children live, hooray. Anonymous 93, I assure you Min Jaehyeon is a world-class talent, this guy definitely floats. Anonymous 41, be man. It's condescending while talking about what everyone here knows. Anonymous 84, anyway I got the fuck so it's Akave. Gujin and Mills are the only things I need to do now. Now that I've brought the official website and SNS link, let's go and get it. Link, click to go. Anonymous 63, please also make a petition. Link below, click here. Enthusiastic response from viewers. In a way, this was natural. The Land of Ice was equipped with the power of the feast of the royal family of the Dark Elves. Not only the basic destructive power, but also the great advantage of utility and wide area without restrictions. Jaehyeon couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. It is by far the most firepower magic as a single one that I have dealt with so far. Jaehyeon's heart warmed. Good. With this level of destructive power, leveling up would be much faster. I showed the skill once on a live broadcast, so I won't have to worry about other people's eyes every time I use it. It was the reason why Jaehyeon used S-class magic in the hunt for Red Drake. After, when it comes to Mills Academy's mission performance period, you will be able to accept and clear requests from outside. But if you keep hiding your skills like now, there will be a big setback in the mission. For this reason, Jaehyeon decided to reveal a large part of his hand in this second practical training. In the first place, Jaehyeon's core skills are absolute calculation and magic detection. Other skills. In particular, it was easy to attract other people's attention and it was good to use them afterwards. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-young, who was watching Jaehyeon from the side, swallowed her saliva and thought, Min Jaehyeon. Even an S-class skill before I knew it, I can't believe it. When did you grow up like that? I couldn't help but have doubts. In general, even if a freshman has only one A-level skill, he or she is treated as a national genius. Starting with 2, they are said to be S-class talents, and they rise to the ranks of people around the world and more than that are rare enough to be unprecedented. However, at the age of 17, Jaehyeon went beyond A-level skills and even used S-level skills. The gap has widened too much to catch up right now. Kim Yoo-young smiled somewhat bitterly but proudly. After looking around for a moment, he shook his head to clear his thoughts. For now, it's first to finish this skit. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. I could see Jaehyeon running from the front after killing the enemy. Jaehyeon shouted in an urgent voice. Hey, are you Akare? What? What about that smoke? Other than that, he seemed to think he was acting realistically. Kim Yoo-young let out a small sigh invisible to others and fell to the floor. Of course, it was all actions that were in the script. Wake, Yoo-jung, get your mind right. Kim Yoo-young closed her eyes along with the voices of her colleagues. At that time, Jaehyeon adjusted the timing and adjusted the subspace consciousness once again. The subspace connection is unstable. The external sending/receiving system is disconnected. Anonymous 34, huh, what are you talking about? Anonymous 3, why is the communication system all of a sudden? Anonymous 71, what the hell are you doing? Are you kidding me? With the enthusiastic response of the viewers. The arithmetic formula entered an unstable state and broadcasts that were being sent across the country were cut off. After a while, you guys are really bad at acting. Kim Yoo-young stood up, narrowed her eyes, and glanced at Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon smiled and said, are you that stubborn? Very. Kim Yoo-young's answer was firm, but Jaehyeon didn't care. After all, it has achieved its purpose. All that's left now is to finish it properly. Then let's go soon. Jaehyeon looked at his colleagues and said, he put Kim Yoo-young's arm around his shoulder and said, acting until the end. No, at those words, everyone in the party briefly burst out laughing as if the tension had eased. Jaehyeon felt it. A fight with Gu Jane that the time has come to put an end to this game. Chump chump. Immediately after Jaehyeon and his party break through the subspace and come out. As in the case of Gujin, flashes exploded everywhere. Jaehyeon frowned and put strength on the arm that supported Kim Yoo-jung. Reporters must have all come here for the same purpose. Reporting by Jaehyeon and his company after a difficult battle and returning to victory. The correlation between Jaehyeon's negative remarks about Gu Jane during the live broadcast and this incident. Perhaps in the eyes of those people, I'll look like a walking scoop. Jaehyeon smiled inwardly and put on a cold expression. One of the reporters standing in front of me immediately pointed a microphone and asked, hello. This is reporter Park Yong-chul of NBC. I understand that something dangerous happened in subspace this time. Just say one word. Hello, I am reporter Lee Sue of VBS. After a class magic, you used a skill that reached an S-class level, so what happened? All sorts of questions pouring in, however their mouths were shut tight by a reporter running through the crowd. I am a regular reporter at YIBS. Is it true that Min Jaehyeon signed an agreement with the Yeonhwa Guild first? Jaehyeon tried to calm down the corner of his mouth that was about to go up involuntarily. It looks like the teacher handled the job properly. Without showing any expression, he raised his head for a moment and glanced at the reporters. Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes. You're right. But that's not something we're talking about now. One word please. Currently the arrest process for Chairman Gu Yaon is underway. During the live broadcast, you gave negative opinions about Chairman Gu Jane. Receiving the reporter's question, Jaehyeon gnashed his teeth and exhaled slowly. Because of Mills Academy's strict confidentiality policy, I can't tell you everything. But Jaehyeon's whole body was young. This is already the third time. Cadets, I don't want any more of my friends to die. After speaking as if declaring, Jaehyeon passed the dazed reporters and walked forward. Silence flows for a while. Reporters who suddenly came to their senses blocked Jaehyeon's way and asked, wait a minute, does that mean that Min Jaehyeon already knew all about the corruption of Chairman Gu Yaon? You said it was the third, but what about the other two cases? Is the guild experience incident related? Just say one word. A barrage of questions from reporters pouring in one after another. Jaehyeon paused for a moment at the rushing crowd. Soon he said it in a trembling voice. A colleague is injured, please get out of the way. It was only then that the reporters quietly gave way to the heavy voice, right then. The Yeonhwa Guild's ambulance vehicle arrived just in time. He had come to pick up Kim Yoo-young and the others. Because if I get tested by another medical team, they'll find out that I'm not hurt. Jaehyeon didn't forget to add a word while busily walking towards the car. I want you to remember one thing. Jaehyeon turned around and looked at both sides of the road that parted like the Red Sea. He added forcefully, this is no accident. Radar Management Center, inside conference room. Song Jae-seok and Park Kyung-hoon are talking. The two of them were in exasperated voices. Haha, in the end, Gu Yaon's downfall is coming. I knew it would be like this, Song Jae-seok said excitedly first. Park Kyung-hoon also received the words in an excited voice. I couldn't believe it, but I really didn't know that Yeonhwa would intervene in this matter. Haha, I didn't even know that Min Jaehyeon was CEO Yoo Sung-yoon's immediate supervisor. Besides, Yeonhwa Guild asked us for help directly. I never thought this would happen. A few hours ago, Song Jae-seok received a phone call from Yoo Sung-yoon. The summary was simple. Gujin is committing evil, so please prepare to arrest him. Is this what you mean? Yes, you're right. The rest of the procedures will be taken by our Yeonhwa side. But there is no reason for the CEO and Yeonhwa to directly intervene in this. Because my student is connected, we can't just leave it alone. If it's a disciple, Min Jaehyeon, that child is my direct disciple. Have you secured all the evidence? Of course. We plan to disclose all the evidence of Gu Yaoen's evil deeds and the injustice he has committed so far through a press conference afterwards. I understand. We will do our best to cooperate. There are only two conditions. Tell me, one is that I also sit with you at the press conference. No problem, what about the other one? I want to meet Min Yi-hyun in person. Please reserve a seat after the call ends. Song Jae-seok immediately joined forces with the Yeonhwa Guild to issue an arrest warrant and an official document, a golden opportunity to redeem Gu Yaoen. Song Jae-seok, who lost his family to him, could not miss it. In the end, he helped Yeonhwa Guild and succeeded in redeeming Gu Jane. Currently, Jane Gu is being arrested by the Radar Management Headquarters. What happened to Agent Jaehyeon Kim? Any news? I decided to join this side as quickly as possible. Good, things are going smoothly, but you have to be careful. First of all, clarify that you are not trying to recruit Min Yi-hyun to the Yeonhwa Guild. Otherwise, he could be driven back to Yoo Seong-yoon. Got it. All right, Park Kyung-hoon nodded and replied. In the first place, as Song Jae-seok instructed, it was impossible to recruit Min Yi-hyun to the Radar Management Headquarters. The National Association steals the jewels from the arms of Yeonhwa, the largest guild in Korea. It's not possible, but above all, it's too risky. It is difficult to survive even if it is an association if it loses Chuck with the Yeonhwa Guild. This time, the interests were aligned and the conversation was good, but you have to realize that things can go wrong at any time. I have to put Min Yi-hyun in the role of a bridgehead, Song Jae-seok thought. If you use Min Yi-hyun, you might be able to make a kite with the Yeonhwa Guild. In the first place, he thought that if he wasn't a disciple who was precious to him, there would be no way Yeonhwa could suddenly intervene in a sensitive time like now. Thanks to this, making a point of contact with Yi-seok became the top priority for Song Jae-seok and the Radar Management Headquarters. If you maintain a good relationship with Yi-hyun, you will be able to get help from Yeonhwa when you need it later. To this end, Song Jae-seok was thinking of making a very special proposal to Yi-hyun. Somehow, I'm making an offer Min Yi-hyun can't refuse. Song Jae-seok brushed his beard, feeling proud of his plan. Park Kyung-hoon crossed his arms and smiled. For the first time in a while, things are going so smoothly. The two couldn't help but burst into laughter as they watched the articles posted in real time. The headlines were all brilliant. The downfall of Miles Academy, the misdeeds of Gu Yaoen, president of Miles Academy, corruption at Radar Academy, which was considered a group of heroes, etc. All kinds of articles are pouring in, but among them there are bound to be articles that stand out. The two touch the headline they liked and read the article inside. Director of Miles Academy Gu Yaoen, arrested for corruption and poor management of the academy. Gu Yaoen, who serves as the director of Miles Academy, was arrested and charged with 17 counts of corruption and tax evasion and poor operation of the academy. Chairman Gu Yaoen is suspected of watching the deaths of the academy cadets during his last guild experience. Inside Yeonhwa Guild ambulance. Thanks to the specially processed interior design, you cannot hear the situation or voice from the outside. Yi-hyun, sitting on a chair, is tidying up his clothes with a calm face. After the group relaxes, I was barely breathing and calming my trembling heart. Kim Yoo-young, who was sitting across from me, smiled dejectedly and asked, "You are Min Yi-hyun, how can you be so calm when you do something like that? Are you aware that you have done something serious?" Yoo Seong-yoon, who sat next to him, seldom sympathized with him. "That's right. The guild experience incident was also really big. What on earth were you thinking about doing this time? Well, Yeonhwa Guild benefits, so I won't say anything about it. It was you who would be swallowed." Of course, things went well. However, it was something Yoo Seong couldn't understand. The original method of representation is not like this. He calmly waits, takes the timing, and devours the enemy. It has been moving like a typical seasoned hunter. But why did he plan to hit Gu Jane so quickly this time? Was there something urgently needed to be done? Yi-hyun pondered for a moment, then clasped his hands. "I knew after the guild experience incident. It's good to handle things safely, but first of all, it's more urgent to save people. This was the best way to stop Gu Jane." Yi-hyun caught his breath. He thought about the joy of victory behind him. Gu Jin moves again. Above all else, he has a connection with the Aesir god. But you won't be able to move right now. There are too many eyes to see. The law cannot bind the radar. This has been proven countless times in the decades since Yggdrasil has risen. However, it didn't matter. At least now Gu Jane has lost his power and his footing. No more killing innocent cadets. That alone made Yi-hyun worthwhile. Kim Yoo-young, who was watching from the side, crossed her arms and asked, "What is it? Are you very unfamiliar? Did you eat something wrong? Shut up." Yoo Seong-yoon smiled at the sight of the two having a conversation. "There's still a part of me that's like a child." Kim Yoo-young was focused on her smartphone. Looking closely, I found an article that revealed the truth of Gu Yaoen in detail, and all of them were clicking likes. Yi-hyun couldn't help but stick out his tongue. "You are amazing too." Kim Yoo-young didn't even pretend to hear. A moment of peace passes by. Soon the car's speed slowed down, Yuseong said as he loosened his legs. Then now we have to make sure we finish. Press conference 3 days later, everything is finished there. In the meantime, practice without leaking even the pronunciation. At those words, a small smile spread across Jaehyeon's face. Press conference. At a press conference to be held 3 days later. Gu Yaen's misdeeds and reappearance will be officially revealed to the world as Yu Seongyun's successor. Chapter 126 Spotlight Part 2 3 days later. Yeonhwa Guild official press conference. Even in a conference room with a large number of people, there is one person who definitely catches everyone's attention. Jaehyeon Min. He was a genius cadet who made a great contribution to uncovering the evil deeds of Gu Ya in the past 3 days. I should have known from the first time I scored in the freshman hunt. Damn, I thought he was a friend who negotiated with the Yeonhwa Guild first. That's right, it was a great opportunity for VBS to get the scoop first. After investigating, it turns out that it was also Min Yi-hyun who solved the Neverland incident. I thought it would go quietly, but it seems Yeon covered it up. Anyway, it was a waste. If I had been able to find out about Min Yi-hyun's identity a little faster, I would have gotten a huge scoop. That's what I mean. Anyway, Yeonhwa takes good care of her family. How could it not be a single article? Each of the reporters was talking about Yi-hyun. There was also talk of Yu Sung-yoon and Yeon, but the main character of this press conference was Yi-hyun. In a way, it was only natural that all the spotlight was focused on Yi-hyun. Why, are you nervous now? The waiting room behind the press conference room. Yu Seong-yoon, sitting across the table, asked Yi-hyun. Yi-hyun shrugged. Are you akare? It's just that I don't like a lot of people that much. For something like that, you did a splendid job. Now that this has happened, I need to fix it properly. Is not it? Do not worry. I will do my best without shaking. Yi-hyun looked at his watch for a moment after replying appropriately. There were less than 5 minutes left before the press conference began. Let's stay calm, it's all over now. Jane Koo has stepped down as chairman and Miles has been tentatively placed in my hands. Yi-hyun calmly reflected on the events of the past 3 days. On the first day of the break, Yi-hyun and Yu Sung-yoon visited the radar management headquarters. There he met 2 familiar people, Song Jae-seok and Park Kyung-hun. They were people I had seen a couple of times before. The 2 said they wanted to meet Yi-hyun and would make a special offer. What was the reason you said you wanted to see Yi-hyun? At the time of our first meeting, Yu Seong-yoon asked with a disapproving face. Naturally, she did not allow Yi-hyun to have a one-on-one conversation with the head office. It was because he was worried that they would suggest that Yi-hyun join the headquarters. The radar management headquarters is a low salary, but it is easy to enter the political world after that. For Yu Seong, it was bound to be an awkward encounter. So when Song Jae-seok first suggested that he meet Yi-hyun, Yu Sung-yoon allowed this on the condition that he also sit together. The radar management headquarters also readily accepted this. However, the radar management headquarters has made an unexpected proposal that is completely different from what they thought. However, contrary to Yu Sung-yoon's expectations, the head office has made an unexpected proposal. I would like to put Min Yi-hyun in the position of honorary radar management headquarters. Song Jae-seok's proposal was shocking. Yi-hyun and Yu Seonjun faced each other and couldn't help but blink. What is the position of honorary radar management headquarters? Although it is not directly affiliated with the country like members of other headquarters, it can receive all the benefits of the radar management headquarters. You can receive the same treatment as the headquarters staff just by working twice a year. Simply put, it was a position close to the accumulated. Also, this is of course another guild, or it was irrelevant even if it was combined with another job. From the subject of enjoying the benefits of civil servants to the point of being free to hold concurrent positions. In many ways, it was a proposition with far more benefits than losses. Song Jae-seok also added, the 2-time limit on activities per year is only indicated in the document, and we have made it possible to replace it with simple volunteer activities, so please make a good decision. Song Jae-seok earnestly asked and Yi-hyun eventually accepted. Great, I will do that. Yu-sung readily accepted the offer as it was a contract with nothing to lose, Yeonhwa and Radar Management Headquarters. A contract in which both sides benefit, however it was reproduction that benefited the most. Yeonhwa and Radar Management Headquarters, I was able to sleep on both sides at will. Both forces are in a situation where they can't ignore me anymore. Both forces approach to take advantage of themselves. If so, you will use them too. That was the way of representation. We had been talking for so long. Finally, the real story came out. Yu Seong-yoon asked first, who are you planning to appoint as the new president of Mills Academy? Song Jae-seok said, raising his lips as if he had already predicted everything. Don't worry. That part was also thought out in advance. Tell them to come in. With those words, the door of the office where we were talking opened. Seeing the face of the person entering, Jaehyeon was shocked. I can't believe that person will be the new chairman. It's still temporary, but it's about time, let's go. While reminiscing, I suddenly heard Yoo Seong-yoon's voice. Jaehyeon shook off his short thoughts and faced reality again. Okay, you don't have to think about the next problem now. Right now, it is more important than anything else to finish the press conference right in front of me. The first event to announce one's appearance to the public. As always, Jaehyeon was going to get through this time as well. Chump, chump, chump. As we entered the press conference, hundreds of cameras fired their flashes all at once. All reporters who received permission from the Yeonhwa Guild and officially entered here. They were the ones who made a significant contribution to bringing down Gu Yaon this time. There were 4 seats in all. Yuseong, Song Jae-seok, Park Seong-yi, and the most senior seat were the seats of Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon sat down in the seat with his name written in the middle and looked ahead. When many people paid attention to him, he was a bit upset, but it was okay. It's not like I committed a crime. After lightly brushing it off, he kept his expressionless while watching the reporters. It seemed that a full-fledged press conference was about to begin. Yoo Seong-yoon took the microphone first. Hello, we sincerely welcome all of you who came to the official press conference of Yeonhwa Guild and Radar Management Headquarters. I am Yoo Seong-yoon, the representative of Yeonhwa. Ceremonial applause was heard along with the voices. Song Jae-seok and Park Seong-yi also greeted lightly. This is Song Jae-seok, who is in charge of Team 1 of the Radar Management Headquarters. Nice to meet you, I'm Yeonhwa's manager Park Seong-yi. Everyone was not nervous at all, as if they were used to press conferences. Jaehyeon also bowed lightly. This is Min Jaehyeon. The moment Jaehyeon said hello, the flash came out again. It was the moment when the purpose of the reporters gathered here was revealed. It's an opportunity to write an article about the Yeonhwa Guild's preferred negotiator. I can't miss it. A cadet with a class and S-class skills, a sensational article in the world. There is also a story that CEO Yoo Seong-yoon taught Min Jaehyeon himself. If only this could be confirmed. The reporters were aiming for a reenactment. A crazy talent that has not yet been revealed to the world, and a sense of justice that throws oneself without hesitation to save a teammate at the time of practical training. This will serve as an example for others. Maybe if you write an article, the number of views won't be a joke. Then I will take the question from now on. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and follow the instructions of manager Park Seong-yi. Yoo Seong-yoon calmly controlled the reporters. As expected, the representative of Yeonhwa is not just anyone. Jaehyeon smiled lightly at that. She has been close with Yoo Seong-yoon lately, but she is Yeonhwa's guild master. She was the one who had done countless worse things. It's about a press conference like this. Jaehyeon thought about it, but suddenly a reporter in front of him got the right to speak and asked a question. Is it true that the former chairman Gu Jaehyeon intentionally killed the cadets and disguised it as an accident? Yes. You're right, Yoo Seong-yoon answered briefly and then calmly continued. Guardian, he is clearly evil and I have all the evidence of his criminal activities. Hearing this, Jaehyeon laughed. Of course, I went through a bit of trouble stealing it. In fact, all of Yeonhwa's corruption data about Gu Yaon was dug up by Jaehyeon. From the time I took the understanding of magic arithmetic class to now. Jaehyeon used instructor Jeong Yi-soo, who succeeded in brainwashing to secure a lot of corruption data. Although it was not possible to steal all the information due to the low access rights, it was the result of using Seo Ah-hyeon's brain. Circumstances of Gu Yaon's corruption, bribery-related data, double ledgers, etc. They succeeded in stealing all kinds of dangerous data. As a Gujin, he would not have thought that his data would be lost. No wonder. Gu Yaon only gives work to the henchmen he trusts. In addition, in order for them to read the secret data inside Miles, they need the magic recognition of those they have given permission along with the password. If you do not go through this, you will never be able to read the corruption data of Gu Yaon. But Jaehyeon used Seo Ah-hyeon to find out the academy's password and was able to enter the secret data reading room through instructor Jeong Yi-soo's magic recognition. Once in the reading room, it was not difficult to take out the materials. Afterwards, Jaehyeon handed over all information related to Gu Jaehyeon to Yeonhwa Guild. I thought they would take care of the rest. The result was also a success. Yoo Seong-yoon continued. By the way, this is not the first time Gu Jaehyeon has committed an evil deed. He has killed dozens of cadets and faked accidents. An astronomical amount of support is delivered to the Mills Academy every year. In addition to that, it is estimated that there must have been some other reasons. This is still under investigation. The reporters quickly took notes on the related content through tablet PCs and notebooks they brought. Their faces were itching to write an article. About an hour after that, the press conference continued. As the questions and answers continued, the reality of Gu Yaon began to be revealed in detail. how he committed and covered up the accident, and what kind of connections he had with high-ranking officials. In addition, it is all about the 17 items that the radar management headquarters applied while detaining Gu Yaoen. Reporters were quick to play their hands whenever new facts came to light. Perhaps by tomorrow, articles about Gu Jane and Miles will be pouring in non-stop. Right then, a reporter asked a sharp question. Did the radar management headquarters not grasp this situation in advance? A painful reporter's question. However, Song Jae-seok answered calmly, I have no face, it is our fault. Yeonhwa and Yuseong, as well as guild masters Min Yi-hyun, who sat in the middle, had a great influence in uncovering the corruption of former chairman Gu Jane. Song Jae-seok was talking down to himself and the radar management headquarters, giving Yeonhwa and Yi-hyun a boost. Yi-hyun smiled. Okay, is that how it came out? He understood Song Jae-seok's intentions at once. Currently, the power of the radar management headquarters has become very weak. Song Jae-seok and Park Kyung-hun will soon be promoted for their achievements, but they won't be able to wield the same power as before. It was natural. Most of the top officials in the headquarters who really had power were those who ate Gu Yaoen's bribes. However, they were all arrested along with Gu Jane. It is true that recognition has increased by catching Jane Ku, but it is also a self-evident fact that the base of support is shaking. In this situation, in order for the radar management headquarters to regain its power, it was best to bury it with a strong and clean person. Song Jae-seok planned to take control of the radar management headquarters. To this end, he has made Yeonhwa and herself an offer they cannot refuse. There is nothing wrong with us, I just use it if I can eat it. As Yi-hyun, it wasn't a bad thing. After Song Jae-seok lowered his head once, he continued. Representatives of Yeonhwa Guild and Yu Sung-yoon who helped us achieve this despite our shortcomings. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to Min Yi-hyun. In response to Song Jae-seok's answer, the reporter sat down without asking further questions. It meant that the answer was sufficient. After a while, the reporter to ask the next question rose from his seat. Having been pointed out by Park Seong-yi, he looked at Yi-hyun for a while and opened his mouth. Yi-hyun straightened up and sat down. It was because he felt that his turn had finally come. As expected, the reporter asked Yi-hyun, is it true that Jaehyeon Min is the guild master of Yeonhwa Guild? Something to come has come. Yi-hyun raised his eyebrows at that thought. After he grabbed the mic, he took a deep breath. Chapter 127 Spotlight Part 3 Min Yi-hyun is the guild master of Yeonhwa Guild. Is it true that Yuseong is the direct disciple of CEO? All are true. At Yi-hyun's declaration, the buzz of reporters quickly filled the conference hall. It was natural. The apprentice of Yu Sung-yoon, who is an S-class radar, has been revealed. This was a scoop as big as the corruption of former chairman Gu Yaoen. Yi-hyun has been consistently active not only in the second practical training, but also in hunting freshmen and themed dungeons. For reporters who make a living off of views, the appearance of such a rookie was very welcome. If I can write a single article about Min Yi-hyun, I will be promoted soon. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Yi-hyun was calm. Thanks to CEO Yuseong, I was able to improve my lack of skills and come to where I am now. Reporters also nodded as if moved by Yi-hyun's humble words. The Yi-hyun they saw was the current best rookie with both skills and humility. Reporters seemed impatient to write an article about Yi-hyun. At that time, the reporter who asked the first question asked again, Min Yi-hyun. So far, each newspaper has looked at numerous articles related to the awakened rookie, but no article about Min Yi-hyun could be found. Did you hide the skills you saw from the start? I didn't want to be noticed by a lot of people. Yi-hyun gave a short answer. After that, the questions continued to pour in. Other reporters also joined in this time. When specifically did you sign a contract with Yeonhwa Guild? It's only been a few months. I guess I was lucky. Is it true that it was Yi-hyun who attacked the dungeon at the time of the Neverland-themed dungeon incident? You're right. I happened to be nearby and got caught up in the incident. When did you learn about Gu Yaoen's evil deeds? Were all the things you said during the live broadcast during the second performance based on facts? Yes. I was aware of the evil deeds of the former chairman Gu Yaoen from the first time I entered school. During the freshman hunt, I fell into Gu Jane's trap and almost died once, but not a single line of news about an accident like this came out. Yi-hyun calmly responded and looked ahead. The reporter's questions soon led to trivial matters, even family relationships and whether or not you have a girlfriend. However, Yi-hyun did not change the color of his face and maintained his calmness. It would be difficult if I showed myself being swung around here. Due to the nature of the job, from now on, Yi-hyun has to meet reporters constantly. If you give the impression of being swung here once, you will have a lot of trouble afterwards. Responding calmly is the most important thing now, like that. After being asked for a while, Yuseong stopped the reporter's offensive. Please refrain from asking too many questions to Jaehyeon, who is still in shock after going through a major event. With those words, the barrage of questions visibly subsided. Except for Seongyi Park, the three accepted a few more questions, about an hour later, so the press conference ended. Damn it, are those bastards feeding me like this? I think I will end up here, Gu Jane, whose hands were bound, spoke in a voice mixed with annoyance. He thought, how the hell did things get so twisted? Even just a few months ago, I never expected that I would end up like this. Gin, the downfall of one of Korea's greatest powers, was something that even he himself could not accept, from the highest to the lowest. It was only a few months. Jaehyeon Min. This happened just a few months after he entered Miles. Something that is not easily accepted. Park Ha-jun, who was by his side, also seemed to have almost lost trust in himself. Even at first, I tried to convince myself that there was still hope. But I almost gave up on the second day. Gu Jane felt stomach acid bubbling inside. On TV, he portrayed himself as a villain every day, and on the contrary, Sung-yoon Yu and Jaehyeon Min were admired as heroes. It was completely incomprehensible to him. How much did I do for you? Gu Yaon was sincerely sorry. He said he was innocent when he appeared in front of reporters. It was sincere. Jane Koo has been the chairman of the board of directors and has trained numerous as-class radars. How many lives were saved because of this? Could someone else have done it if they had been in the same position as you? No, never. They are shaken by false hypocrisy. More people would have died had he not sat on the board of directors at Miles. Of course, there are people who sacrifice themselves, but they are a minority. It's just a sacrifice for the sake of the great. Not everyone can live. Everyone knows it, even if you don't show it. That it was absurd that no victims came from the attack of the witch beast. Gu Jane thought, if not everyone can live anyway and someone has to die. Shouldn't we choose who to die for ourselves? Also, isn't it 100 times better for the useless weak to die for society? Gu Jane could not understand. They are just hypocrites. Disgusting bastards. Gu Jane could never give up here, but now I couldn't do anything, at least until I get in touch with them for a few months. He would have to stay locked up here, again a few days after that. Central Auditorium of Mills Academy. The entire party gathered to hear the speech of the newly inaugurated interim chairman. The auditorium was generally quiet, but only one area was noisy. It was also where Kim Yoo-young was. Hey, how could you hide such an important fact? Yoo-sung is your sister's disciple? Kim Yoo-young raised her voice and grabbed Jaehyeon by the collar. Jaehyeon hurriedly grabbed her wrist. Yeah, because I know, let's talk about this. Inaya Hoyeona tried to stop him. This time Jaehyeon thinks you were bad. I am neutral. Seo In-na and An Hoyeon also turned their backs. Well, from their point of view, it would be disappointing that Jaehyeon hid this incident. Nothing else but direct follower of Yeonhwa's representative, Yoo Sung-yoon. Well, it's Kim Yoo-young. After arguing with Kim Yoo-young for a long time, Jaehyeon barely catches his breath. I'm just saying this just in case, it's not over. No, Gujin can't collapse that easily. Seo In-na nodded, so did the others. In the meantime, you just need to get stronger as quickly as possible. The Yeonhwa Guild and the Radar Management Headquarters also agreed to help you. It's best if we don't intervene directly, but that's true. At Kim Yoo-young's words, Jaehyeon nodded as if he couldn't do anything about it. An Hoyeon also burned with enthusiasm. I will become stronger too. I definitely knew it from my guild experience that I am weak. So do I. Jaehyeon nodded his head proudly at the conversation between the three. Spirit of improvement. This will lead colleagues to higher places in the future. Of course, I have no intention of bringing children into the case in the future. Apart from that, Jaehyeon definitely realized. It doesn't matter how strong they are, you should not let your party get involved in your own business. For a decisive battle with the Aesir god, stronger power is needed. It had nothing to do with them, and it was too early to entrust their backs to them. It's not that I'm ignoring the kids, but it's something I have to do against the Sir God. I can never drag you in. Jaehyeon thought about it, but suddenly the lights in the auditorium turned on and a person appeared. It was a familiar face to Jaehyeon, no, to all the magic students here. What? Why is the instructor over there? Jaehyeon laughed lightly at Kim Yoo-jung's bewildered voice. It's that person. What are you talking about? Seo In-na also asked again, and Jaehyeon answered again. Instructor Kim Jae-yeon, that person is the new chairman. At those words, everyone in the party was stunned. What do you mean by that? A new instructor who is only in his late 20s is the new chairman. In the midst of the confusion, only An Hoyeon tilted his head. So, who is that instructor? Above the abandoned buildings in Daegu. This is an unrepaired area that was abandoned after a demonic outbreak, without a single person. This is where it would normally have been. However, a being in the form of a human is standing here right now. A being with a huge horn on its back that possesses transcendent magical power. Heimdall, a male god famous for being wise and beautiful, also called the White God. Don't hide, make an appearance. Heimdall pulled out the sword from his waist and said to the empty lot, How dare you follow Heimdall? It's not a pity, what kind of rude words, I'm only here to say hello, at that time. A voice was heard and Hela, who had been hiding behind cover, appeared. Heimdall snorted. You half-Aesir gods did something very interesting this time. Only Odin and the Sur will do it. Hung, if you put it in the water, your mouth will just melt. Hell, does she still have hope? The opponent of the prophecy will appear and liberate you like a hero. That's something you never know. At Hela's words, Heimdall burst into laughter as if he was dumbfounded. Haha. Hey, do you really think that's possible? You believe that mere humans can destroy all the Aesir thrones and open a new world? It's so funny that it makes no sense. Wouldn't that be better than believing in nothing? Heimdall shook his head and tried to walk past Hela. However, Hela passed him and blocked his way. The hand holding Heimdall's sword extended forward. It soon took the form that the sword was aimed precisely at Hela's neck. Heimdall warned in a subdued voice, "Get out of the way. I will go to meet the opponent of the prophecy. I cannot send you." Hela shook her head resolutely. However, Heimdall did not back down. "Do you want to die at my hands? You won't be able to use your power properly in Midgard anyway. I have a better advantage on this side. Do you want to waste your life on pointless bravado? Hyung, in order to kill me, you must be prepared for extinction too, right? If I could kill you with that one life, wouldn't it be an extra business?" The corners of Heimdall's mouth went up. Soon he burst out laughing and shouted, "Good night. If you have the confidence to handle me, where do you go? Tsutsutsutsut." Heimdall raised his magic power to the fullest and released his status. A mana far greater than the one he used when fighting Hugin. However, Hela was aiming for now. Now, right after Heimdall used magic, a rope that suddenly floated in the air began to bind Heimdall. It was according to Hela's plan. It would be better not to move. It was a chain made of 3 non-existent materials used in Gleipnir. Even you won't be able to cut it off easily. It's a joke that's not trivial. Hela, Heimdall said so without being shaken at all. He was with a mischievous smile. "You can't hold me for long like this, you should already know, right? I didn't expect that from the beginning," but Hela smiled. "It should buy you enough time." Heimdall looked at the rope that tied him. "It's not as strong as Gleipnir, but it's an item with strong binding magic." Hela, it was like that too. "He already knew I was coming to Midgard." Heimdall raised an eyebrow. "Mimir's power, prophecy, do you think it can change the fate that has been decided? I would rather ask. Odin's death is predestined, Asgard is destiny. Do you think you can get away with it? It's interesting. Yes, it is good, do whatever you want, but once these chains are broken." Heimdall paused for a moment, then closed his lifeless eyes. "I will kill you first." Heimdall's terrifying words. It felt like I was suffocating. No matter how much Hela is a being with a status, she is still an alter ego. It is impossible to deal with Heimdall unless Hel directly manifests in Midgard. I look forward to it. After Hela finished speaking, she quickly left the place. Hela flies through the air and heads somewhere quickly. Her destination was the dormitory of Miles Academy where Jaehyeon was located. In this place, no matter how much a god is, he cannot fully use his power. However, the case of humans who have inherited that power is different. Originally, beings in each world are subject to power restrictions when moving through the world tree. The power that can be produced here is about 30% of what it was in the original world. However, the problem was that no one could block Heimdall's 30% attack. The only way to stop Heimdall now is to develop Min Jaehyeon. Other anti-Aesir factions cannot even set foot here due to a treaty they made in the past. The only thing that can stop Heimdall right now is Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon is a resident of Midgard. He is a human. Even if he received the power of a god, he could fully use that power. I have to force myself to go through the second trial. There was only one hope, antagonist of prophecy. No one can stop Heimdall other than Jaehyeon Min. Chapter 128, A Brief Break Part 1. So, who is that instructor? Jaehyeon crossed his arms and answered An Hoyin's question. Instructor Kim Jaehyeon. I'm a rookie instructor in the magic world. By the way, the spy of the radar management headquarters. Spy? Kim Young was surprised and asked. Jaehyeon nodded calmly. Okay. During the mock dungeon incident, I thought it was strange that he took care of the cadets unlike Gu Jane's henchmen. As expected, he had a contact with the radar management headquarters. Saying that, Jaehyeon briefly recalled the past. The incident happened a few days ago. Returned to the first encounter with the radar management headquarters. Who do you plan to appoint as the new chairman of Mills Academy? Yu Sung-yoon, who met Song Jae-seok at the time, asked. Song Jae-seok answered her question with his white teeth exposed. Don't worry, that part has already been thought of. Tell them to come in. The presence that came in with the voice. Jaehyeon was quite surprised when he saw her. Instructor Kim Jaehyeon. The person Song Jae-seok picked as the new chairman of Mills was none other than Kim Jaehyeon. At the time of the mock dungeon incident the other day. The person who led the new cadets and who tried to find out the truth of the day by summoning Jaehyeon after the theme dungeon. In fact, at first, Jaehyeon thought she was Gu Jane's henchman, but in the end it wasn't. Rather than being Gu Yaen's confidant, Kim Jaehyeon was a spy dispatched by the radar management headquarters to uncover Gu Yaen's corruption. Jaehyeon was satisfied with the choice of radar management headquarters. Yeonhwa's dominance over Miles is a bad picture from the outside. In order to satisfy her own self-interest, Yeonhwa could be framed for expelling Gu Yeon, so she needed to step back and take what she wanted. Rather, it would be nice if the radar management headquarters would step in and take care of the dirty work. Instructor Kim Jae-yeon's age was not a big problem. In the first place, it was because it had not been decades since the job of radar had emerged in the public eye, and most of the people who sat in key government positions were young. Well anyway, Chairman Kim Jae-yeon is just a scarecrow temporarily dispatched by the radar management headquarters. On the day of the story, he himself said the same. I'm only serving as the interim chairman, so I don't really have much authority, but please take good care of me. Jaehyeon smiled. In the future, Miles' academy was no different from being in his hands. Jeon Kim. She belongs to the radar management headquarters. Inevitably, it is a position that has no choice but to notice Jaehyeon. There was no reason Jaehyeon wouldn't use this, no matter what, to be the chairman of mills in his 20s. That's great, An Ho-yeon crossed his arms and nodded. Well, all the other instructors were subject to water changes. Instructor Kim Jae-yeon was the only one who didn't come out after robbing. There are things I can trust because I belong to the headquarters. Others also agreed with Jaehyeon's words. Kim Jae-yeon on the podium lightly greeted the cadets. Hello. This is Instructor Kim Jae-yeon, who has newly assumed the position of temporary chairman. It's not enough, but please take good care of me. Jaehyeon and his colleagues went back to the dormitory after listening to her short speech. It was to soothe the tired body and take a break. Certainly, there is quite a bit of fatigue in the body. I need to rest now. Jaehyeon had a very tight schedule for a while. He prepared an outpost for Gu Yeon's downfall, made a plan, and executed it. Not only that, but also personal growth and the supply and demand of necessary items. Jaehyeon has come this far by achieving all the goals he had set, but he wasn't satisfied yet. The future is more important. After taking a deep breath, we headed to the hotel. It was to plan for the next. 2 weeks from the next day was a rest period for Mills Academy, after the change of the chairman. It was because the academy also needed time to enter a stable period. Thanks to this, Jaehyeon and his party got a fairly long break after a while. It's been a while since I rested. Jaehyeon muttered with a blank expression. It's not that it's not, but when I think about it, it's been a long time since I've had a break. The last time I took a break, maybe it was the day before school started. It's such a sad life. Jaehyeon muttered while lying on the bed. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Bang, bang, what? From morning, I narrowed my eyes and looked at my watch. The current time is 9 o'clock in the morning. I've never had a delivery service and I don't remember room service. There's no one to come. There's no one, a sigh escaped Jaehyeon's mouth. He's the only one who will suddenly attack at this hour. Hey, can't you open the door sooner? A distinctive, clear voice coming from outside. It was Kim Yoo-young. Jaehyeon sighed and said, let the ground go down again. Wait a minute. I'll put on some clothes and go out. After answering appropriately, he put on his coat and opened the door. When we went outside, everyone in the party except for Seo Ah-hyun was huddled together. Kim Yoo-young looked up at Yi-hyun with her eyes wide open and said, didn't you forget your promise? After the midterm exam, we all decided to go to karaoke together. Jaehyeon murmured that something like that had happened and then parted his lips. Well, now that I think about it, I think I remember. You're lying. Kim Yoo-young laughed and said, like a childhood friend, he seemed to see through Jaehyeon's lies right away. Amazing accuracy that makes you wonder if you've even used a skill. Jaehyeon looked back at the memories with admiration and finally recalled them. Right, I promised you before the midterm exam, before taking the midterm exam. It was a story when I was taking care of An Ho-yeon and Seo Ina's theory class. At that time, I remembered that Kim Yoo-young had to shoot karaoke as a condition for teaching me to study for the exam. Don't worry. I made a reservation for the best karaoke room on the premises. An Ho-yeon raised his thumb and said, Yi Sang-lee also nodded in tandem. Jaehyeon scratched his head and said in a slightly annoyed voice, okay. I will go, will you wait in the lobby below? If they come in droves, could you at least say something in advance? I sent you a text but you didn't see it, and will it be expensive again? Since when did I contact you and come to you? Oh right, is there anything to drink inside? When Kim Yoo-young came inside, speaking confidently, Yi-hyun was dumbfounded for a moment and couldn't answer. After a while, Jaehyeon, who suddenly came to his senses, shouted incredulously. Then check it out from now on. Hey, wait for a sec, where are you coming in? Aren't you leaving right now? When Kim Yoo-young entered the house first, the rest of the group secretly watched Yi-hyun. Sorry, excuse me. Mimi, I'm sorry. I took off my shoes and ran inside. Jaehyeon felt his head throb. The party was already searching through Jaehyeon's refrigerator, bedroom, and wardrobe. Eventually, he gave up taking a shower and quickly changed his clothes. Those, I will definitely take revenge. Jaehyeon, who quickly changed his clothes, was led by them to the mill's premises, arrived at the high-tech karaoke room. After a while, it's late at night up right arrow if you're Akae down right arrow. A deep silence fell inside the room where Jaehyeon and his party entered. An unknown sound, whether it was a song or a high-pitched voice, echoed from the speaker. A muffled sound came from the hallway while no one was able to open their mouths easily. Hey fuck. I was startled. What kind of songs are all these bastards singing like that? A guy like that should be banned from karaoke. Whoa, the pitch is not a real person. Tusk, seeing you sing like me, your face must be ugly at first glance. Kim Yoo-young looked around and quickly drew the curtains so that she could not see inside. It's because it's difficult to sell even one's own face thanks to the song that was leaking from inside. Jaehyeon is a human too, Seo Ine muttered softly while listening to the song. An Hoyeon also nodded in agreement. Akae. Also, not everyone can be perfect. He took away his cooking skills and singing from Jaehyeon. Cancer also says the world is still worth living in. Kim Yoo-young laughed and intervened in the conversation between the two. Originally, his songs are messed up. When I was in middle school, I was scouted for joining a band club thanks to my face, but the manager threw me out first after hearing the song. Why? I think I'm fine, Lee Yi-sang said in a crawling voice, and Kim Yoo-young became furious. My brother is too generous, so it's Tal. How can he sing well, no matter how high-young this is a bit? Lee Yi-sang quickly turned sullen when Ho-yeon-an said disgustingly. For reference, Kim Yoo-young and An Ho-yeon were pretty good at singing. I'm at the level of a singer. I'm a non-celebrity. Well, even if it's not that much, at least it wasn't to the point where I heard people say I couldn't sing. Lee Yi-sang did not enjoy singing, so he passed. After the song is over, Jaehyeon wiped the sweat with a satisfied face. Kim Yoo-young and An Ho-yeon were sweeping their hearts as if they were glad that the song was over. I will never make Min Yi-hyun sing again. I shouldn't make Yi-hyun sing from now on. The two were thinking about the same thing. Who is next? When Yi-hyun asked the group, Seo Ine raised her hand in a hesitant voice. It's me, come on Mike. Yi-hyun held out the microphone to Seo Ine. Seo Ine quickly reached out to grab the microphone Yi-hyun handed her. Then for a moment the two hands touched. Oh, the moment the microphone was about to fall to the floor with Seo In's startled voice, Yi-hyun quickly grabbed her hand along with the microphone. I think you also resemble Kim Yoo-young. Why are you clinging around? Yi-hyun said that and put the microphone in Seo Ine's hand. At that moment Seo Ine felt her heart beating fast and repeating itself. Heat rose up in my face and I involuntarily bent forward slightly. What's the matter? Are you sick? When Yi-hyun asked, Seo Ine shook her head and looked at his face for a moment. Are you Akae? Thanks for catching me. Soon after, the Jeonju was heard and Seo Ine looked around at the party and spoke softly. I'm not that good at singing, so don't expect it. No way, I also heard Min Yi-hyun's song. Will the eardrums you've been listening to be washed away? When Kim Yoo-young trembled, Yi-hyun narrowed his forehead. Are you talking too harshly? I see you don't know, but it's not that I can't sing, it's because you don't have ears to hear. Is it enough for me to listen? Is not it, Hoyeona? An Ho-yeon evaded at Yi-hyun's words and turned his head away. Yi-hyun shook his head as if he couldn't understand and then moved his gaze to Seo Ine. By the way, before the return there were only a handful of people who had heard Ine's voice, but to hear all the songs. Yi-hyun nodded his head, moved again. Even if I can't sing, I have to clap my hands. About 10 seconds after thinking so, Yi-hyun couldn't help but open his mouth at a completely different idea. What is it? Why is he so good at singing? Chapter 129 Short Break Part 2 What is it? Why is he so good at singing? A choked voice escaped Yi-hyun's mouth. Seo Ina's song was truly shocking. The soft voice resonated and overpowered the atmosphere, and the treble rose smoothly without clogging. Yi-hyun was stunned and stared blankly at him. Colleagues' reactions were the same. What? Why are you so good at singing? Are you a singer? I thought you had cherished that voice until now. Kim Yoo-young was surprised, and An Ho-yeon clenched her fists in exasperation. Yi-sang Lee was clapping his hands and nodding his head. I'm usually introverted, so I didn't expect it at all, so why are you so good at singing? Yi-hyun couldn't help but tilt his head as he continued to listen to Seo Ina's song, mesmerized. I couldn't come up with such pitch and tempo control unless I learned it elsewhere. After a while, after the song was over, Yi-hyun approached Ina and asked, Where did you learn to sing? No, but he sings so well, crazy. Is this a talent? Kim Yoo-young interrupted and shook her head as if she was shocked. After thinking about it for a while, Seo Ine asked again, Am I good at it? Of course. This time, everyone in the party except Lee Yi-sang answered at the same time. Seo Ina returned to her seat with a slight blush on her face, and Kim Yoo-young and An Ho-yeon started making reservations, asking her to sing their favorite song. Seo Ine smiled lightly and wiggled her hand holding the microphone. Thank you, it's the second time I've played my song for someone else. Yi-hyun smiled for a moment as he saw Seo Ine saying that. It was such a peaceful time, Seoul in a few days, reenactment house. Therefore, you have to work as carefully as possible, got it? All right, I think I've heard that sound 20 times now. Yi-hyun was sitting on the sofa watching TV, complaining about Lee Seon was nagging. Miles is out of operation for 2 weeks, so he is returning home and resting. It's not the right time to be like this. Yihyun let out a small sigh but did not take his eyes off the TV variety show. Then unexpectedly, he handed Lee Seon-hwa what he had brought. It was in a small pouch, but I couldn't see what was inside, so I couldn't immediately figure out what it was. This is a gift. Lee Seon-hwa tilted her head at her son's calm words and accepted the pouch. Why does Yihyun give me all the presents? He was a son who was usually nice but rarely showed affection. But why is he giving himself gifts like this? I heard that the weight was light. Lee Seon-hwa moved her hand and pulled the zipper on the pouch. After a while, Seonhwa Lee's pupils constricted and a small voice came out. This is a bank book. Yes, I am earning money now. What is your pocket money? At Yihyun's words, Seonhwa Lee looked at her son with widened eyes. When did they grow up like this and already give me pocket money? I was happy, but my heart ached inside. A normal person my age would still be enjoying their school days to the fullest. Even if I had money, I would be busy hanging out with my friends. Yihyun was always like this. My son has always been like this. He cares for and cares for the people around him whom he believes in more than himself. He may look cynical to those who don't believe because he hits the iron wall, but he blindly sacrifices himself even if he loses to his own people. Lee Seon-hwa looked at Yihyun with pity for a moment and then opened her bank account. The cover was carefully peeled off. As she checked the interior, her hands began to tremble. This. Is that money you really earned on your own? Seonhwa Lee shouted in astonishment. The amount stamped on the bankbook that Yihyun handed over was well over 1 billion, no matter how small it looked. Yihyun nodded slightly. Use all of them as you wish, Mom. A word spoken bluntly. Why do you say that? An unfamiliar feeling rushed through my heart. It was something I wanted to say so long ago. Son succeeded. I wanted to give my mother a hug. But he's a bad boy despite endlessly rolling over on the front line. He was unable to take care of his mother. But not anymore. Reproduction is after regression. Until now, we have constantly changed the present and have reached this point. All that's left now is to protect your family and friends, and the only thing I can do is kill Odin and put an end to all tragedies. Odin will invade Midgard at any time. Also, Yihyun had no intention of taking away the life he had regained. Now don't worry about money and live comfortably. After saying that, Yihyun stood up from his seat with an embarrassed face. Seonhwa Lee hugged her son tightly, said the mother, it was very difficult. Yihyun pondered for a long time on how to respond to his mother's words. Before regression, he always told the same lie to this question. No, it's not hard. In fact, mother, you would have known best. Yihyun's words are lies, but even so he had no choice but to say it, because this time I decided to give a slightly different answer. It was hard. No. Mom is everything. Lee Seon-hwa patted his son on the back and said so. Tears welled up for no reason, but I lifted my head up and closed my eyes, trying to swallow them, like that. The moment when the house almost turned into a sea of tears, a doorbell sounded. Ding-dong. Yihyun hurriedly got up from his seat after wiping the tears that could not flow with his sleeve. Because he was wearing a gray hoodie, the ends of his sleeves were a bit dark. I'll go out and see. Yihyun quickly opened the door to the front door. Okay, a familiar face caught my eye. While Yihyun was parents, the woman in front of him greeted him. Hi. One fact was clearly engraved in Yihyun's mind. How does he know our house? The person standing in front of the door was none other than Seon-hwa. Yihyun immediately realized who was doing this. Don't hide behind, come out. No way, what did you hear? With Yihyun's words, Kim Yoo-young, who had been hiding behind Seon-hwa, appeared. Yihyun let out a small sigh. So, what happened again this time? We're having a meet party at my house today. I want you to come too. Right, was your parents coming to Korea today? Yihyun nodded as if he remembered. Kim Yoo-young affirmed. Okay. My mom always called me and asked me to come because she always took care of me. After thinking for a moment, Yihyun nodded. Well, you usually take care of yourself a little bit. Do some reflection. What? You owe it to your old lady. When did I owe you? It's already that time. Yihyun was quiet in his thoughts while arguing. End of April already. It has been 2 months since I entered Mills Academy. A lot of things have happened in the meantime. After Yihyun pondered for a while, Kim Yoo-jung calmly said, Hey, when will you come? My mom and dad also liked seeing you after a long time. Well, today is the day I decided to rest. Akare, I'll go. Akare, then wash up later and come to my house at 6 in the evening. Yihyun nodded. 6 o'clock was still plenty of time. You can rest a little more, take a nap in moderation, and wake up. Akare, see you later. The moment Yihyun was about to close the door after exchanging light greetings, Seon-hwa paused for a moment before asking, Yihyun, have you ever cried? Looking closely, Seon-hwa's eyes were on Yihyun's wet sleeve. Yihyun quickly covered his sleeve as if embarrassed. No, I was just helping mom wash the dishes. I see. Silence for a while. Yihyun said as he put his hands in his pockets. Is it 6 o'clock in the evening? See you later. Jaehyeon saw the two of them away. After a while, looking at the two dots, Jaehyeon murmured softly, "In. You have surprisingly good observational skills." In the article I read before returning, Seo In-na was cold-hearted and indifferent to others, and cold towards her guild members. No matter how you look at it, it was a departure from her current appearance. After all, a night is just a night. Yihyun smiled and closed the door. After showering, Yihyun stood in front of the closet to change clothes. The current time is 5:40 p.m. I had to hurry because it would soon be the time I had promised with the two of them. Yihyun sighed as he opened the closet and looked inside. If I had known it would be like this, I would have bought some clothes when I came. There was hardly any plain clothes to wear inside. Due to the rigorous classes at Mills Academy, the clothes she wore in middle school hardly fit. It was because the size of the clothes got bigger because of the muscles attached to the shoulders and thighs. After entering the academy, I only wore school uniforms. There was no need to buy private clothes. After thinking about it for a while, Yihyun had no choice but to take out the whitest clothes from the closet. A plain white hoodie and black slacks. It was also a black and blue jacket to wear over it after changing clothes. Looking at the clock again, there were 2 minutes left until 6 o'clock. Yihyun scratched his head and sighed. Kim Yoo-young will be nagging me for being late again. Yihyun immediately left the house and walked a little faster to arrive in front of Kim Yoo-jung's house. The house is 10 minutes away. It wasn't too far. Get to the door and ring the doorbell. Sure enough, Kim Yoo-young grumbled and opened the door. You are 7 minutes late, my late fee. Stop talking bullshit and open the door. At Yihyun's words, Kim Yoo-jung chuckled and clicked her tongue briefly. Of course, contrary to his actions, the door was opened obediently. Yeah, how come your house seems to get bigger every time I look at it? What are you talking about? Why is the quiet house getting wider? At Yihyun's words, Kim Yoo-jung laughed and said. Yihyun lowered his clenched fist, barely restraining himself from wanting to punch him. Upon entering, a luxurious sofa that can comfortably seat 10 people caught my eye. All kinds of famous paintings hanging in the living room and famous brand rugs on the floor. Yihyun nodded again, thinking. Kim Yoo-young is the daughter of a rich family, right? Kim Yoo-young is a rich family's material, even a silver spoon if not a gold one. My parents handled and traded the corpses of demons, but this job was risky but very profitable. Needless to say, the revenue earned annually exceeds at least 2 billion won. Yihyun stuck out his tongue and looked around the inside of the house. Yihyun, are you here? Seo-in, who was sitting on the sofa, asked. Yihyun nodded. Oh right, that I asked earlier, or why are you here? That is, I had nowhere else to go. Oh sorry, Yihyun quickly apologized for Seo-ina's voice getting smaller. I just remembered it now, but Seo-ina doesn't have a family right now. After the only grandmother died because of lack of money, she had no family left. Just by looking at it, Kim Yoo-young knew in advance and invited her to her house. There is a surprisingly delicate corner. It doesn't suit me. Perhaps Kim Yoo-young brought Seo-ina back to her home to help her with nowhere else to go. Yihyun laughs and looks at the back of Kim Yoo-jung, who is busy moving. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced his ears. Oh, Yihyun is here, long time no see, uncle. Hello, Yihyun bowed his head in greeting. The person who greeted him was none other than Kim Yoo-young's father. What? Yihyun is here. The middle-aged woman who comes out into the living room is, of course, her mother. Incidentally, both of them were people who took good care of Yihyun. They were kind and warm. These were the people who took good care of me when I lost my mother before returning. Thinking about it again made my nose tingle for some reason. But then, soon, the uncle's headlock hit Yihyun directly. It didn't hurt, but thanks to that, the tears evaporated neatly. Yihyun thought with a smile. It seems like it's family inheritance to wear headlocks all the time. Yihyun, it's been a really long time. We ate a lot while we came and played well. Yes. The aunt also welcomed Yihyun. The old man poked Yihyun's side with his elbow and said, Isn't Yoo-jung bothering you these days? Once upon a time, when I was in elementary school, you always hit me and came to tell me. You still remember that. It was a story that Yihyun had already heard dozens of times. Kim Yoo-young stepped on her father's foot while carrying the tableware. Daddy, if you have time to talk nonsense like that, don't you quickly bring some food, it's heavy. Got it. Anyway, who resembles him and has such an eccentric personality? I don't know if there's a guy I'll take with me later. Shaking his head while talking, he suddenly stabbed Yihyun in the side. How about it? Even if it's Yihyun, do you think Yoo-jung will take you? Seo-in-na, who was sitting on the sofa, and Kim Yoo-young, who was carrying tableware, turned to Yihyun. Chapter 130, A Brief Break Part 3. Yihyun asked in a stern voice. Seeing Yihyun's eyes, the uncle began to add with all his enthusiasm. Even though Yoo-jung is a bit strong, she has a kind heart, a good brain, and, ouch, wrong. Anyway, temper hair. Kim Yoo-young pinched his side so that his father couldn't talk any more strangely, and the uncle laughed as if it was always the case. Kim Yoo-young looked at the two in turn with her eyes wide open. I want you to bring the meat quickly. Min Yihyun moved too. That's right, what should I do first? The old man jumped up and started carrying things. Akare, can we move all of that? When Yihyun sighed and got up, Seone also got up and started moving things. The aunt and the uncle said that it was Akare to stay still, but the two moved busily, saying that they could not do that. When the five people moved, all food materials and tools were quickly moved to the outdoors. Currently, they are on a small terrace in the yard of Kim Yoo-young's house. This was the place for today's meat party. After preparation, everyone was seated and the uncle decided to grill the meat. With his brawny muscles, he brushed olive oil on the large steak meat, seasoned it, took out the spices, and marinated them for a while so that they could penetrate well into the meat. After a while, the enduring time is all over. Finally, the meat started to go up on the fire. Sizzle. The three of them involuntarily swallowed their saliva. The uncle must have known that kind of heart, and he quickly grilled the meat and served it in front of us. The meat, which was quickly cooked and cut to taste, was put on a plate and placed on the table. It was the start of a serious party. As expected, the man grills the meat very well. When Yihyun said while wiping the saliva with his sleeve, the man replied with a big smile. What, even if it looks like this, isn't it a former chef? That's about it, haha. The uncle seemed to be quite excited about the praise. Seone also tried the meat and opened her eyes wide as if in shock. Kim Yoo-young crossed her arms and said in a triumphant voice, "My dad grills some meat. Of course, everything else is a mess, so I can't live without my mother." At Kim Yoo-young's words, the lady who was pouring the drink next to her laughed for a moment. It would have been nice if Hoyin and the Chancellor brother came too. Suddenly, Kim Yoo-young put a piece of well-cooked meat into her mouth and said, "My father, who grills meat, wrapped a large wrap and put it in his mouth." Yihyun nodded and took a piece of meat himself and shoved it into his mouth. "Because they say everyone is busy, I can't help it. Let's meet separately next time." Huh, Akare, Seo and Na also agreed by chewing on the meat. After an hour of mindlessly eating meat like that, finally, Kim Yoo-young's father joined the table and came to talk. "Anyway, Yihyun is you, I was really surprised." "Yes." When Yihyun raised his head to ask, the old man raised a corner of his mouth and said, "It was during the second practice of the midterm exam. If it wasn't for you, Yoojung would have been seriously hurt. Even if you look like this, you are a precious daughter." "No. I haven't done anything." Yihyun turned his head and replied, probably because he felt remorse. The uncle thought that Yihyun was shy and acted like that, but everything was just a play by Yihyun. Thoroughly planned work for Gyuzin's downfall. Knowing that, Kim Yoo-young also smiles at Yihyun. When her father tried to talk too long, Kim Yoo-young cut it off moderately. "Dad, if you're going to talk, shouldn't you be nice to me?" "What does it look like?" "Choop, that's what Ma said. Haha, guys, eat a lot of meat." The uncle gave his daughter a small wink while breaking out in a cold sweat. Seone smiled lightly, and Yihyun also raised the corner of his mouth. But this time the lady patted Yihyun on the shoulder and said, "Ajima is also happy to see that Yihyun is doing well. He worked hard every day. I'm saying this now, but she was very surprised when she first heard that you were going to the magic world. To put it bluntly, it was because I didn't want to be separated from Yoo-young, but I wanted to. It's not like that, but thank you anyway." Seeing Yihyun answer, the woman nodded her head in satisfaction. "The more I look at him, the better he looks. Our Yoojung should also bring a boyfriend like you. He has a bit of a personality." "Oh really, what's wrong with Mom? Eat some meat." "If not, will I eat Mom's too?" Kim Yoo-young said in a fit of fuss. Hearing the story of the two, Yihyun smiles awkwardly, but from the side he knocks. A voice was heard. It was Seone. "What's the matter?" "What's going on?" "No." Ine immediately denied Yihyun's question. It seemed that he had lost control of his strength when he put down his chopsticks. Yihyun tilted his head, but soon turned off his nerves and continued to enjoy the meat party. "Do you even know what you did?" An Seok-gu's voice, his face flushed red, reverberated through the house. An Ho-yeon, who stood in front of him, did not reply and looked at his father with a cold, hard face. My father continued to raise his voice. "Chairman Gu Yaoen, he had a bad back, but he was a guy who could definitely support you. But what? You said you saved the dying cadets because you felt sorry for them." "Fool!" An Seok-gu was angry from the top of his head. He could hardly understand his son's behavior. Recent. Chairman Gu Yaoen was arrested on charges of corruption and tax evasion. The downfall of the one who believed that he would grow his son into the best radar in Korea. An Seok-gu could not help but be angry. Together. "Recently, I learned that my son and Min Yi-hyun were involved in his downfall. It is said that Min Yi-hyun is Yeon Hwa and Yu Seong-yoon's direct disciple, and An Ho-yeon cooperated with him in preventing the guild experience incident. From An Seok-gu's point of view, it was as if his son had pointed a gun at him. If he had stepped out a little too late, An Seok-gu would have been arrested under the pretext of agreeing with Gu Yaoen." An Seok-gu's eyes were bloodshot. "Ugly bastard, how dare a son put his father in jail? Are you still my son, father? Shut up and listen. An Ho-yeon, you must be the best radar in Korea. You have to put everyone under your feet. That's the privilege of those with power. Bring down that bastard Min Jaehyeon right now. Do whatever it takes to become the best. Please stop it. An Hoyeon said with a face full of contempt as if he would not hear it anymore. I have tried to convince my father several times. In the past, Jaehyeon was a benefactor who saved him several times, and the guild experience incident was also that he himself asked for help from Jaehyeon. But my father didn't even listen. He taught every cadet to trample on his friends as rivals. It was disgusting. An Hoyeon knew. Even if you go that far and reach the top, there is nothing left. Even if I climb to the highest place alone, can you save a true comrade? It can't be. An Hoyeon has now come to a conclusion. I will no longer live according to the father's will. Father. Because this is my life. An Hoyeon put strength into every word. His eyes grew colder than before. An Hoyeon said as he pushed his father who was holding me by the shoulder. My father lives his father's life, honest. Ah Hoyeon. Can't come here right now, An Hoyeon. An Hoyeon went outside ignoring his father's words. One destination. It was my mother's hospital, Seoul Central Hospital. An Hoyeon greeted the nurse with a familiar face and entered the hospital room. I see my mother, who has not yet woken up, lying in a hospital bed, lying in the hospital room, barely exhaling. An Hoyeon pursed his lips and lowered his head. Mom. It was not uncommon for An Hoyeon to visit her mother's hospital room. He was a filial son by nature and his mother was a very precious family to him. Previous. Until a few years ago, my father was also like him. In the past, the father loved his wife very much, but now he has changed. It was very difficult to cure the disease of his wife, who was deeply wounded by the demonic beast and required an astronomical amount of money and the help of a professional healer. However, his father did not have the strength to do so. My military connections didn't help. I was tired because he ran around in various ways to save his wife, but in the end he gave up. In a newly changed world, those with power monopolize medicine. If you don't have anything, if you can't dominate others, you're thrown away. My father gradually deteriorated. After, he began to obsess over An Hoyeon's talent. Because it was the only way to save his wife. So he overworked his son and constantly put him into more difficult situations. But now, many years later, the father's desire to cure his wife's illness had all but disappeared. There is just a twisted desire to raise his son as a special being and be recognized by others and an ineradicable sense of defeat. An Hoyeon recalled the face of his father who was angry with him. The father said to beat Jaehyeon somehow, engrave your name on the highest place. Of course, An Hoyeon also intended to do everything in his power to defeat Jaehyeon, but I won't win in a cowardly way, in a fair way. An Hoyeon knew better than anyone what he had to do. I'll be back. After chanting softly, she got up from her seat, leaving her ailing mother behind, after all the meat parties. The three of them were sitting on the sofa after roughly tidying up. Kim Yoo-young's parents were not at home. It was because I had booked a late-night movie, so I hurriedly ran out while looking at the clock. I have to get up soon too. Jaehyeon, who was watching TV, yawned and said. Kim Yoo-young lifted her head and looked up at Jaehyeon. Are you going already? Hey. What already? It's almost 12 o'clock now. Since when did we ask for that? Just wait a little longer. If I had more, your father wouldn't leave me alone. Why? Kim Yoo-young leaned over under the sofa and asked. Jaehyeon answered while pushing away Kim Yoo-young's face with an annoyed face. It's kind of like when you're away from your parents for a long time. Will you be scolded unconditionally? You don't have to be scolded. Isn't that right? Ah yes, Seona answered a little late. Kim Yoo-young tilted her head but didn't care deeply. Jaehyeon took out his smartphone from his pocket and checked his watch. The current time is 11:53. It was soon midnight. I'm leaving in 7 minutes. Really? I also have one, but be ruthless. Shut up. The two squabble as usual. Seona, who had been watching the two of them, suddenly opened her mouth. I have a question for you guys. Can I ask you something? Akare, what? Ask me anything. Kim Yoo-young crossed her arms and said. Seona seemed to be thinking about it for a while, then she licked her lips and spat out the words with difficulty. Those are you two dating? There was silence for a moment. Jaehyeon's small sigh flowed through the unknown silence. What? Jaehyeon thought, what the hell is Ine talking about? Chapter 131 Item Enhancement. Jaehyeon looked at Seona with a bewildered face, playful eyes. It seemed that he was sincere. Jaehyeon sighed as he put his hand on his face. Ha. I don't know how he misunderstood that. The moment he sighed and was about to reply, Kim Yoo-young interrupted like a thunderbolt. Where in the world did such a sweet scene come from just now? This one too had an astonishing face. Jaehyeon nodded in agreement. Think about your usual relationship, and you know his personality. How many men can endure? Do you cancel when you say that in a nice way? Even your parents approved of it. Look at you once in a while. The two growled again soon. Seona hesitated for a moment and then added, the parents seem to be close. I hope you guys look good too. To be honest, it's not that we're on bad terms, but it's not romantic feelings though. Kim Yoo-young crossed her arms and said, for some reason Seo-in-a cleared her chest and nodded. I'm sorry for asking something. Oh right. It's late, I am going now. At Yi-hyun's words, Kim Yoo-jung shook her head as if she had given up. Akare go, bye. Seo-in-na also nodded as if resigned. Yi-hyun smiled and got up from his seat, then see you later. Call, the two didn't even see Yi-hyun off, probably because of the sarcasm. Yi-hyun went outside and walked down the empty streets at dawn. From tomorrow, I have to digest the tight schedule again. Just thinking about it made my body ache for some reason. The next day, Yi-hyun visited a department store specializing in radar near his house, a place where I had been with Park Seong-yi in the past. It was to purchase the items needed for the dungeon attack in advance and to purchase clothes that fit his new size. This, and give me that too. Yi-hyun bought some clothes from his favorite brands. From simple shirts and slacks to jeans and blazers that fit the body and ball cap shoes. After buying all sorts of things, I had no choice but to spend quite a bit of money. Now that I have enough money. You shouldn't regret it. After Yi-hyun bought all the clothes, he headed to the second floor, a floor with professional equipment that I visited alone, leaving Park Seong-yi who had run away behind. Yi-hyun had several items to buy here. As soon as I went upstairs, I noticed several items hanging inside the glass exhibition hall. From C grade to grade, artifacts of each grade are arranged neatly in the showcase. Yi-hyun groaned and looked around. It's been a while. It was a new feeling. In the past, Yi-hyun had never thought of buying equipment items with money. However, now he has the means to purchase almost every item here. Of course, thanks to the items handed over by the system, the ambiguous equipment wouldn't be of much help, but it didn't feel bad anyway. Yi-hyun looked around moderately and finally stood in front of the object he wanted. He lightly opened the system window to check the item information. Enhancement item. Name, shadow or grade, an ore that enhances shadow equipment. Rating increases by 1 when strengthening an item. Additional stats may be added with a low probability. The probability varies depending on the skill of the smelter. Price, 495 million, an item that I wanted to use right away after getting the first Night Shade armor. I gave up because I didn't have money at the time, but now I can live. Yi-hyun raised an eyebrow. The other day, Yi-hyun made huge profits with the operating profit of Studio Elixir. In addition, the combined income from selling all the items he had obtained in the dungeon was over 3 billion won. Of this, he intended to give about 1 billion to his mother and use the remaining money to strengthen his equipment. It was because no matter how much the Aesir system distributed items, it was judged that it would be difficult to keep giving the necessary items in time. Well, I would have made money anyway. If a better item comes along, you can change it. Hey, Yi-hyun called the clerk in front of him. The clerk approached with a smile and asked, do you need anything? Yes, I want to buy shadow ore, give me one. All right. Is there anything else you need? Are there any enhancement stones that can enhance the Apprentice Valkyrie set? We will process it after checking the inventory. Please wait for a moment. Yi-hyun also bought 3 enhancement stones to enhance the Apprentice Valkyrie set. He smiled as he held a shopping bag full of enhancement stones in both hands. Good, this will be of great help in future battles, of course, if the reinforcement is successful. That was the only problem. However, Yi-hyun was not deeply concerned. I have prepared all the measures for a time like this. A soft smile spread across Yi-hyun's lips. 2 hours later, upon returning home, Yi-hyun immediately locked himself in his room. I had just finished shopping at the department store and had just visited Lee Yi-sang's workshop. By the way, the reason Yi-hyun visited the workshop was simple. Consumption item. Name, Elixir of Luck rating. A plus increases the user's luck exponentially for 2 hours when drunk. If you're going to strengthen it anyway, it's better to have a slightly higher probability. Yi-hyun smiled. Anyway, the Chancellor is really amazing. Already making an A+ class elixir. In the beginning, it was Lee Yi-sang who made the elixir of magical power enhancement and helped Yi-hyun a lot. Recently, the growth of Kobo elixir has been smooth. Lee Yi-sang's growth had many corners that were helpful to Yi-hyun. I'll have to buy you a present later. Yi-hyun took a deep breath and sat down. After removing the shadow armor he was equipped with, he placed it on the floor alongside the shadow ore. After waiting for a while, the 2 items resonated and the system sound was heard. You can use shadow ore to enhance shadow armor. Yi-hyun first checked the options of the shadow armor he was wearing. Equipment item. Name. Shadow armor grade. Be the armor that protected the Night Shade. Upon equipping it, you gain the stealth skill. Effect 1. Physical/magic defense plus 102. Learn the active skill stealth. Active skill. Name. Stealth rating. B stats. Completely hides from the enemy's sight range for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. However, if an enemy uses the detection skill, the duration of the skill is reduced to 1 minute. Do you want to enhance the shadow armor using the enhancement stone? No, wait. Jaehyeon put his decision on hold for a while, then opened his inventory and took out the item, Elixir of Luck. It was an elixir that could be expected to be effective in all situations where luck works. Jaehyeon immediately poured the elixir into his mouth and waited for a while. The user's luck temporarily increases significantly. Jaehyeon nodded and accepted the reinforcement proposal he had been putting on hold. I strengthen the shadow armor with shadow ore. With your voice, dark shadows leaked from the shadow ore began to move to the armor. Jaehyeon held his breath and watched him silently. After a while, it wasn't long before I heard the voice I had been waiting for. The rank of shadow armor has risen by 1, making it A-class. As a result of your luck, the passive skill Genius of Arms Crafting is activated. Shadow armor will rise to S rank. 2 successive grade upgrades that I never thought of. Even while Jaehyeon was flustered, the sound of the system did not stop. Shadow armor has evolved into abyssal armor, displays the information of abyssal armor. Equipment item, name abyssal armor grade. S armor said to have been made from the abyss of Kinningagap. Effect 1, physical/magic defense plus 352. Acquire the active skill Stealth LV3. 3. Acquire the passive skill Shadow Fairy Tale. It was truly exponential growth. Defense has also grown from 100 to 350, a value that can be expected in future battles. Jaehyeon also checked the strengthened stealth. And the newly acquired skill Shadow Fairy Tale. Active skill, name Stealth LV3 grade B stats, completely hides from the enemy's field of view for 15 minutes. Cooldown. 30 minutes, however, if an enemy uses the detection skill, the duration of the skill is reduced to 3 minutes. Passive skill, name Shadow Assimilation Rating, creates layered afterimages by assimilating the shadow and the user. Drains the enemy's attack with a certain probability. 1. Drains the enemy's attack with a 2% chance. 2. Obtain an item and only once the attack has a 100% chance of spilling. However, the effect of the skill does not apply to light attribute attacks. I couldn't believe it, but I didn't expect the passive to explode, plus skill enhancement and new skill acquisition. Jaehyeon muttered with a pleasant smile. It was a pleasant sound to hear. Now with this I have 2 S-class items. Not only that, but it was also encouraging that he had strengthened his stealth skill, which had high use value. After that, small growth like this will make Jaehyeon rank up faster. Moreover, the newly acquired Shadow Fairy Tales, it's a really useful skill, it's a satisfactory achievement. The newly acquired skill Shadow Fairy Tale is a passive evasion skill. There are limitations such as 2% chance and vulnerability to the light attribute, but this alone was good enough. Good, shall we strengthen the remaining equipment as well? Jaehyeon grinned, and this time he took out the Apprentice Valkyrie set and lined it up. The Apprentice Valkyrie set is an item that Jaehyeon was particularly reluctant to change. Other people might say that I only hang on to C-class equipment, but the reason Jaehyeon wanted to keep the Valkyrie set was clear. Because of the set effect that is attached right away. Anyway, it's hard to find a skill that can replace Mana Steel in the Valkyrie set. Mana Steel is a skill that recovers 1% of total mana whenever an enemy is defeated. It was a skill that was difficult to throw away as Jaehyeon, who consumed a lot of mana. After a few days of trouble, Jaehyeon decided to strengthen the item without giving up the skill. If you strengthen a set item, your rank will go up, but your skills will be maintained. It's perfect for my current situation. Moreover, there are also passives such as Armor Manufacturing Genius, so you might be aiming for a jackpot. As for reproduction, strengthening items directly was more efficient in many ways. Do you want to use 3 Valkyrie's enhancement stones to enhance the Apprentice Valkyrie set? A system tone was heard. Jaehyeon immediately accepted. Okay. The light flashed once again, and soon it began to move to the Apprentice Valkyrie set. After a while, the rank of Apprentice Valkyrie set 3 pieces of equipment below has increased by 1 to B rank. Jaehyeon nodded as he listened to the sound of the system. Success! Unfortunately, the passive skill didn't explode like a while ago, displays enhanced item information. Equipment item, name, Intermediate Valkyries Ring Grade, be a ring for Intermediate Valkyries. A stylish silver decoration was added. Magic Power plus 25 set effect, 3/3 passive skill, Mana Steel LV2, Intermediate Valkyrie's necklace when worn together with Intermediate Valkyrie's earrings, a set effect occurs. The effect of the necklace and earrings that came to mind was also the same. Enhancement of basic magical power, however that wasn't all. Jaehyeon brought up the skill window of Mana Steel that he had leveled up. Passive skill, name. Steel Mana LV2 rating, B whenever an enemy is defeated, 2% of one's maximum magic power is immediately restored. As he leveled up, the effect of Mana Steel doubled. Jaehyeon wanted to scream in joy. As dramatic as the previous 2 skills, it was strange that he wasn't happy. Good, all equipment items have been strengthened, then next. After completing the reinforcement, Jaehyeon muttered as he got up from his seat. A confident smile bloomed on his face. Jaehyeon turned his head and looked at the window. Let's hear it from you, Hela. Chapter 132 Great Ruins Part 1 Did you know I was coming? Hela, who was sitting by the window, opened her mouth. Jaehyeon nodded his head with a small smile. Of course. In fact, Jaehyeon already knew that Hela would come looking for him. That enormous clash of magical powers I felt a while ago. A being with such power would at least not be a human. Hela and Hyujin, or it would be more correct to see it as a confrontation between Hela and the other Aesir gods. A few days ago, Jaehyeon felt a wave of powerful magic from the center of the closed city of Daegu. It was almost the same level of disturbing magic that I felt during the battle between Hela and Hyujin the other day. It was hardly thought to be human. Hela nodded as if she noticed. It looks like you felt a clash of magical powers. Why did you come to see me? Jaehyeon went straight to the main point. According to Hela in the past, Jaehyeon is still too weak to take the second trial. I thought it would be a while before I met her again. Why did she suddenly appear? Hela immediately came down from the window and polymorphed into human form. The steam imbued with magic dyes the surroundings black and then forms a human form. The girl's face, which resembles the still young Hel, is revealed after taking off the veil. We must take the second trial as soon as possible. Jaehyeon had no choice but to ponder for a moment at Hela's incoherent declaration. Until recently, she had told Jaehyeon that she had no qualifications. Why did he suddenly change his words? Jaehyeon cautiously opened his lips. You said it before, the second trial is still too early for me. Raise your head and make eye contact, Jaehyeon spoke in a clear tone. Is there a reason you changed your mind? At Jaehyeon's words, Hela nodded slightly and replied, That's right, you must have felt it already, that an immortal with great magic has descended to this land. The schedule has changed. I can't delay any longer. Odin has begun to move. Please explain in detail. Everything around you will be destroyed. There was a faint light in Hela's eyes as she spoke resolutely. The subtle eyes of two colors spread a strange sense of intimidation. Hela was biting her lip. Even the people by your side, everyone. My body trembles. Jaehyeon's eyebrows are twisted and a clear anger rises. Everything will be destroyed. A day ago. It was only a day before that I saw my mother's warm smile. Few days had passed since I felt happiness with my friends by my side. However, Odin tries to take everything away from himself again. As if he had already ruined his life once before returning, Jaehyeon looked at Hela with empty eyes and Hela was silent. In the midst of the uncomfortable flow for a while, Hela opened her mouth again. Heimdall has manifested in Midgard. He's after you. If Heimdall, are you referring to the gatekeeper of Asgard, a god said to carry a huge horn and live in Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge? You're right. Incidentally, he has a special power to foresee the near future. He is a dangerous enemy. Hela's words landed heavily on Jaehyeon's chest. Jaehyeon thought as he licked his lips, No, that someday you will have to fight the Sir, but it's too dangerous right now. I am still too weak. He knows better than anyone that he has grown rapidly recently, but it was absurd to deal with Asgard's immortals with that much power. Now I can't even defeat Hyujin by myself. Jaehyeon couldn't help but admit it. The person he believed to be his father, Hyujin, even Odin's crow couldn't face Jaehyeon alone. Even more so, the Aesir god would be several times stronger than that. Equipped with a complete divinity, their power is truly unfathomable. Jaehyeon now could be crushed with just one gesture. You need to increase your strength. To that end, Hela's countermeasure was the second trial. Jaehyeon, who was lost in thought for a moment, clasped his hands and let go. The second trial. He raised his head and met Hela's eyes again. An immeasurably deep sadness has settled in the two eyes of different colors. Jaehyeon contemplated this and asked in the most calm voice, If you pass that, will you have the strength to face Heimdall? Hela shook her head with an exasperated expression. It is not. In order to destroy the throne of Aesir, you must clear at least 3 trials. Because God's status is more difficult to handle than imagined. But Hela paused for a moment, then tightened her neck and stood up again. All gods can only use 30% of their power in the other 8 worlds other than their own. Same goes for Heimdall, 30. It was only then that Jaehyeon nodded as if he understood. Now I get it. If you clear the second trial, you mean it won't be impossible to deal with Heimdall, who has limited power, right? You're right. What's more, in order for the gods to manifest on the ground, a huge amount of divine power is consumed. It won't last long either. Jaehyeon let out a sigh of relief. It's fortunate that the gods are limited by their power here. But not all questions were answered. Heimdall, why did he directly manifest in Midgard? After all, they cannot kill themselves because of the power of prophecy. It must be so. Hela added as if noticing. I said it before, the throne of Aesir intends to destroy everything around you. Heimdall just wants to destroy you. They want to destroy the things they hold dear so that nothing remains. Because the human heart is much weaker than you think. So you're saying you're trying to kill the people around me? The Sir Throne has done many things worse than that. There was no hesitation in Hela's words. Jaehyeon had to clear his mind. The current situation is difficult to accept hastily, but there is no other way. At this rate, his family and colleagues would be attacked by them. We need to calmly grasp the situation. As Jaehyeon thought about it, he couldn't stand the disgust that welled up in his heart. The Sir Gods were thinking of holding a third-rate movie hostage now. Holding family and colleagues hostage and preventing him from gaining greater power. It is the thought of killing him in the end. There's no way I can accept that. Jaehyeon smiled and got up from his seat. All decisions had already been made. What is the content of the second ordeal? Hearing Jaehyeon's words without hesitation raised Hela's eyebrows subtly. She lightly bit her lip. This child is also different from other humans. It was charming. In Hela's opinion, Jaehyeon had a special quality different from other humans, unusual speed of judgment and decisiveness. Every action was a mysterious boy. Hela did not reveal her true intentions. To take the second trial, you must head to the ruins. Ruins? Jaehyeon tilted his head. Hela added quickly, you have to clear the trial of the giant there, at the same time. A message floated in Jaehyeon's ear along with a refreshing voice. Main quest. Hrungnir's ordeal. Hrungnir, the leader of Jotunheim, is giving you an ordeal. Pass the 3 wisdom trials and clear the trials. Difficulty S plus reward. Hrungnir's gift. Remaining time. Failure penalty. Ruins. Mysterious burial mounds have suddenly risen all over the world. Unidentified artifacts can be excavated, which encourages many raiders to challenge, but it is also a place that becomes the grave of many awakened people every year. They said that all of the unidentified items and mistletoe I got from the magic engineering shopping street were all excavated from the ruins. Could the ruins have something to do with the circumstances of the gods? Hela said that in order to undergo the second ordeal, we must head to the ruins. Given the circumstances, it would be correct to assume that there is a close relationship between the ruins and the two powers. The ruins and the giant, what kind of contact point is there between the two? Hearing Jaehyeon's words, Hela put her hands together and put them on her knees. Perhaps you have thought about it at least once. Who created the ruins that exist around the world and for what purpose? I do. The one who created the ruins. That's right. At Hela's words, Jaehyeon's forehead wrinkled. After a while, Jaehyeon's mouth opened and a sigh of astonishment leaked out slowly. No way, you're right. All the ruins that mankind has conquered so far have been left by giants. It is a legacy left for mankind in preparation for the second Ragnarok, Hela added with a light smile, a feature that can only be found in ruins-type dungeons. Do you know, puzzle? After thinking for a moment, Jaehyeon raised his head and answered, I'm starting to understand little by little now. A puzzle dungeon, detective riddles, etc. It is a dungeon that prepares various puzzles and gives special artifacts to those who clear them. As a type of special dungeon, it is similar to a themed dungeon, but it has a big difference in that you don't play immersed in a character. It is one of the dungeons with a low clear rate because the dungeon difficulty is quite high. Together, one of the biggest features of this dungeon was that it could only be found in the ruins. This was a part that scholars who study the occurrence of dungeons could not easily come to a conclusion. If, as Hela said, the giants made ruins-type dungeons, I can understand why there are so many puzzle-type dungeons only in ruins. Childhood. In the fairy tales my mother told me, the giant was always portrayed as a wise being, the races that troubled Thor and troubled the Aesir gods. Certainly, it sounds credible that the giants described as wise in mythology created puzzle-type dungeons. As Jaehyeon crossed his arms and said, Hela elaborated. The giants lost their home Jotunheim to Odin in the First War. In order to regain it, the anti-Aesir coalition forces must win in the Second War. Because of this, they created ruins. The idea was to equip the weakest of humans with their weapons so that they could put a blunt point on Odin. I know, if Jotunheim had been destroyed, even as giants there would have been no other choice but to rely on humans. Jaehyeon nodded. But there were still parts that I didn't understand. But why did you use the cumbersome method of puzzles? If it's simply to share power, it's probably just a matter of sharing artifacts. The giants did not want unwise humans to have their artifacts. Fools are bound to make mistakes and end up making bad decisions. To put it simply, the reason the giants made the ruins and installed the puzzles is to select suitable humans. What are you talking about? Hela nodded. That's right, Jaehyeon thought he was acting like a wise giant. After a while, Jaehyeon, who was worried, opened his mouth again and asked, Where are the ruins where I have to undergo the ordeal? Hela smiled incomprehensibly at those words. It comes just in time. The place where her gaze stayed was where the TV was in Jaehyeon's room. Jaehyeon's expression hardened as he moved his gaze to the TV screen. A news was playing on the TV. Breaking news. Unfortunately, the news is that the 11th attack on the Great Ruins has failed. It was a highly anticipated attack with the European Union's Balak directly participating, but this time also failed without clearing the first gate called credentials. The association's position is that we cannot be confident of success in the next attack. Jaehyeon, who heard the voice coming out of the screen, immediately nodded his head. A great ruin, one of the largest ruins in the world. Certainly it wouldn't be strange if the second trial was ready. There is only one great ruin in the world and it is located in Iceland. Iceland is one of the lands of Norse mythology. The front and rear are definitely aligned. Jaehyeon thinks just in time. Hela confirmed the kill and smiled. To capture the great ruins of Iceland, that is the second ordeal. Chapter 133 Great Ruins Part 2 Great Ruins in Iceland. It is the largest relic in the world that even reappearances are familiar with. A forbidden place where not a single person has been allowed to enter for the past few decades. Jaehyeon frowned and asked. But I know that the Great Ruins is a place that no one has attacked yet. I was told that I didn't even pass the first stage test called credentials. I couldn't prove it because I didn't have the qualifications. Hela put her index finger on her lips and lightly raised the corner of her mouth. Because the purpose of the Great Ruins was you from the beginning. You said it was me from the beginning. That's right. The designer of the Great Ruins, Hrungnir, left the ruins for you from the beginning. I earnestly hope that you will inherit your power, kill Odin and bring peace to the 9 worlds. Hrungnir. Hearing the name, Jaehyeon paused for a moment and fell into thought. Hrungnir was definitely a giant who was described as Thor's nemesis. I don't remember clearly, but in mythology, Hrungnir was a very rude giant, insulting Sif, Thor's wife, taking Freya as his concubine, and so on. A giant who was eventually killed by Thor because of all sorts of depravity, but it's not a story to be believed right away. Hela said the other day, the Sir Gods are distorting the myth and this is for brainwashing. Perhaps this time there was a similar daily probability. As you already know, Hrungnir is already dead. I fell for Thor's wiles and lost my life. Hela said calmly and then leaned against the bed a bit. Jaehyeon asked. The designer Hrungnir is dead. Is there any problem with the second trial? Yes, you don't have to worry about that part. There is just one minor problem. What is it? Jaehyeon immediately asked back, but somehow he couldn't hide his uneasiness. Hela scratched her cheek and said, that's because there is actually not one credential. Everyone must meet both qualifications to step inside the Great Ruins. Yes, when Jaehyeon asked in a bewildered voice, Hela looked at him. Jaehyeon asked in an urgent voice. What is the other qualification? Muscle strength of 150 or more, agility of 150 or more, the realm of an S-class raider. Jaehyeon's face immediately hardened. What, the realm of an S-class radar, near the Great Ruins, the lobby of the Silken Hotel where the European Union stays? Shit, do you know how many times this is? A rough voice echoed through the lobby. The owner was none other than Balak, the representative of the European Union. What kind of credential are you still unable to set foot in the entrance? Calm down, isn't the permitted attack period over yet? Camilla, standing to the left of Balak, replied with an innocent expression. She was an American S-class wizard and a talented genius raider who held the official record for the shortest time in the Mana Cube test. However, despite her words, Balak's face was still cold. I don't get it. So far we, the European Union, have attacked hundreds of sites around the world. Does it make sense that there are ruins that you can't even set foot on? It's the only grand ruin in the world. You may be thinking too hastily. But, Balak, I know how you feel, but if you think about it, it's not a big problem, right? It's a big deal that the proud European Union can't even step on. Could someone else dare to cross it? Despite Camilla's persuasion, Balak remained stubborn. That is not my business. Find a way to enter the ruins and attack them. That's what our union is supposed to do. Don't add excuses. Camilla, high-handed attitude. However, Camilla shook her head as if she was used to it. I will never lose a player. Balak gnashed his teeth and spat, then left. I will somehow attack the Great Ruins. I will never give the right to attack to other guys. That was the only thought in Balak's head. Hela's shocking declaration. There was an uncomfortable silence for a moment in the room. No way, are you kidding me? Jaehyeon tried hard to deny the reality, but Hela shook her head seriously. The situation is the situation. Do you think I would lie? Jaehyeon had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. I think it's grown quite steeply recently, but it's still an A-class. The state of the S-class radar is at a level that he cannot even look at. In the first place, stats are also a problem. Agility is over 150 with TRP's thunderous step effect, but my strength is less than 70. It was frustrating, but there were no other sharp tips. Now, even if you go around the dungeon to level up, the limit is clear. I'm drowning in trouble. Suddenly, Hela clapped and said, it is not that there is no way at all. Method? The light quickly returned to Jaehyeon's eyes. Hela nodded. Yes, it's a shortcut, but it's there, a way to enter the Great Ruins. What is that? It was a bit reluctant, but there was no way. It seemed that Hela also came to visit her with the intention of making her use an expedient from the beginning. Do you have a key you got from a themed dungeon in the past? Ah, Jaehyeon nodded as if he had just remembered. Apparently there was a key obtained after clearing Flanders' mansion during the themed dungeon. Jaehyeon immediately opened the item window to check the information. Special item. Name, cursed key rank, a owner of Flanders Mansion, a memento of the Count of Flanders. Any door or chest can be opened when the curse is lifted. Cooldown 2 hours. Jaehyeon, who was checking the item description, nodded. The cursed key, an all-purpose key item that can open any door or chest simply by removing the curse. Certainly, it wouldn't be impossible to forcibly open the door to the Great Ruins by using this. Perhaps Hela knows how to lift the curse of the key and has made suggestions. Of course, the ordeal will be difficult, but with Hela's help it will be a great help. The situation is smooth, I'm sure it will go smoothly. It was strange. A cool sensation that ran up Jaehyeon's spine. Why do I have this strange feeling of incongruity? Jaehyeon was troubled, but Hela didn't care. If you use the key you got, then you will be able to open the door to the Great Ruins. I know the method. Jaehyeon, who was listening to Hela, raised his head as if he had suddenly realized. Wait, previously you have to answer one thing first. When Jaehyeon rarely stopped talking, Hela tilted her head. Jaehyeon gritted it. I finally found out the identity of the sense of incongruity I felt a moment ago. The emotion of anger with a clear target was clearly revealed on Jaehyeon's face. Hela trembled, startled. What question is it? When Hela asked as if she couldn't understand it, Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow. A lively voice came out of his mouth. At the time of the last festival. Was the third one you? Hup. At Jaehyeon's question, Hela immediately covered her mouth. Violent reaction. This was something that could not have been done unless he was a criminal. Jaehyeon approached Hela and said in a quaint voice. Haha. I couldn't believe it, but then the culprit was you. Suddenly there will be 3 people, won't they be judged as S-class? It was kind of weird. Jaehyeon put his hand on Hela's shoulder and gave her strength. At that time I was grateful. I really thought I was going to die. Hela immediately turned her head at Jaehyeon's words, which continued to clench her teeth. Kyukyum, forget everything in the past. The situation is urgent right now. Seeing Hela talking with her eyes tightly closed, Jaehyeon felt anger boiling up. He recalled the terrible tragedy of the theme dungeon in the past, at the time of the theme dungeon. When Jaehyeon was playing hide and seek at the last festival, Brune told him, there are a total of 3 people participating in the last event. Even the power is so strong that S-class monsters appear. I thought it was kind of strange. Apparently Hela was caught up in watching him. Jaehyeon glared at Hela with an unjust heart. Thanks to that damned demigod, I almost died from the dust of Surt. I barely endured the boiling of my mana without even realizing it. At the time I just thought I was going to die, but no apologies, damn the cat. Ha, Jaehyeon suppressed the flow of blood. I think you want to give me something or an apology gift, yes. Hearing that, you suddenly feel like giving something. Do you like churro? I'm not in the mood to play around. Ha, that's it. Well, let's get the gift later. Now let me explain. How the hell are you going to purify the cursed key? Hearing Jaehyeon's words, Hela started explaining with a slightly brighter face. It's simple. It is to remove the evil that sleeps inside with divine energy. To put it simply, it pours divine mana. Sacred mana? Yes. When Hela spoke with a slight smirk, Jaehyeon crossed his arms and rolled his eyes. Sacred mana, I've definitely heard of it. Each mana has an attribute when it is manifested. It was the information I learned from the magic-related subjects at Miles Academy. All magic has attributes, and among them, there is a mana that is very difficult to handle called a special attribute. Holy mana, of course, belongs to the special attribute mana, but I haven't dealt with divine attribute mana yet. Hela responded with a smile at Jaehyeon's words. No, I've already dealt with it. Quite often, Jaehyeon couldn't help but shake his head. Have you ever dealt with divine attribute mana before? Oh, no way. After thinking for a while, Jaehyeon's pupils constricted. He looked at Hela and quickly asked back. Are you talking about sacrifice? Hela smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, you're right, sacrifice. A saint's magic basically has a divine attribute. Excluding the activation of magic here, the form of magical power with only attributes is maintained and injected into the key. It was a novel method that Jaehyeon had not been aware of. In the first place, he copied the skill using a blank card. It meant that he had never thought deeply about the nature of magic and its fundamental relationship. However, Hela was presenting a new possibility. How to derive the attribute of mana from a skill. Also, the singularity of being able to use divine mana to remove curses. First, take out the cursed key. Jaehyeon obediently did as she was told. I took out the cursed key from my inventory and handed it to Hela. Hela took the key and returned it with a light smile. She explained. Now then, pour divine attribute magic into this key, keep in mind. I draw out the mana while vividly recalling the feeling of activating sacrifice. As Hela said, Jaehyeon began to draw out his magic, the most basic horsepower. A solid line of blue magical power that does not have any attribute or color gradually spreads from the body and is formed. Repeat shallow breathing and begin to focus your nerves. I thought while controlling the mana that gradually entered my lungs. I was told to draw out magic with the senses right before activating sacrifice. After a while. Magical power in the form of a thin line began to become entangled like a skein of thread, and then held a transparent light. Jaehyeon thought as he watched the slowly changing properties of magic. Is this divine attribute magic? Divine power drawn only by the manifestation of magical power without using skills. Great for a first time. Of course, it will take at least 2 or 3 days of practice from here. Hela's voice was not heard. Jaehyeon paid no attention to the sounds around him and focused only on controlling his magic power. Controls the flow of magical power right before invoking magic and gives it properties. Mana is, so to speak, the basis for invoking magic. To put it simply, it is a white drawing paper on which nothing has been drawn yet. It is a skill or magic to draw a rough sketch and color it. Hela, who was watching Jaehyeon, swallowed her saliva unconsciously. Good. With that level of concentration, I can purify the key within 3 days. The moment Hela was thinking, suddenly black graphite began to spread from the key and filled the room. Hela said, blinking in disbelief. Don't be ridiculous, it was unbelievable. Hela looked at Jaehyeon in a cold sweat. Creating graphite from an object containing negativity means that the negativity has begun to be purified. This meant that Jaehyeon had succeeded in drawing out divine mana in just a few minutes. Hela thought as she forgot to breathe and looked at the purifying key and reappearance. What is it? A talent like that is not inferior at all, even compared to those with divine powers. At that moment, only one thought came to Hela's head. Jaehyeon Min, how the hell did he get such ridiculous talents in a human body? Chapter 134 Great Ruins Part 3 You have succeeded in purifying the cursed key. Displays the original information of the item. Special item. Name, Master Key of Flanders. Rank, a owner of Flanders Mansion. A memento of the Count of Flanders. Any door and chest can be opened. Cooldown. 2 hours the key was purified smoothly and regained its original silver color. Jaehyeon smiled with satisfaction as he read through the item window. Is this enough? Ah yes, great. To be honest, I thought it would take a few days, said Hela, a little bewildered. Jaehyeon nodded and put the key back into his inventory. The sooner we start the better, right? Yes. It would be better to attack the ruins as quickly as possible. I don't know when Heimdall will release my restraints. All right, we leave tomorrow to Iceland. A few days later, on the day of the second ordeal attack, Jaehyeon quickly arrived in Iceland using the Incheon International Portal Center. Current location is Reykjavik. It was the capital of Iceland and a famous tourist attraction. Can we go this way? Yes. There's no doubt about it, don't worry. Jaehyeon and Hela were on their way to the center of Reykjavik, where the great ruins are currently located. Originally, it was in the vicinity of a famous hot spring, but it was difficult to tell where it was as Jaehyeon, who had built a wall with her travels. Fortunately, Hela followed along on this journey. No, that may not be fortunately. Just thinking about how Hela had driven him into a corner the other day and pretended not to know it made his blood still spurt. After. Let's be patient. Jaehyeon shook his head to shake off his thoughts and looked around. A colorful roof. The softly piled snow took away his gaze. It was a typical landscape of Reykjavik that I had seen in pamphlets, but it was new. Departing abroad was a rare event even in Jaehyeon's previous life, so it was only natural. It took me a long time to get a passport issued through an international portal. It wasn't difficult to prove my identity. A student's cadet's card at Miles Academy guarantees the highest level of treatment anywhere in the world, and Jaehyeon is by far the star at the highest level. Jaehyeon suddenly realized how different his present and past were. It is over there, Hela said, breaking Jaehyeon's thoughts. Jaehyeon silently moved his gaze in the direction she was pointing, the center of Reykjavik. The entirety of the great ruins located there was clearly captured in both eyes. A large number of people gathered around the towering mound. Is it the European Union led by Balak? Jaehyeon already knows their identities. Those who tried to capture the great ruins on a recent TV broadcast but failed. As Jaehyeon approached the great ruins, one of the members of the coalition blocked the way. What is going on? Fortunately, there is no problem with language communication. Jaehyeon was relieved to think that the interpreter artifact he had recently purchased was doing its job. The artifact Interpreter's Necklace, which was purchased at a whopping 500 million won. It was a small-sized pendant that automatically translated words from other countries. It is very expensive because it is made of a very expensive stone called a transmission stone, but its value was very high in that it could easily translate words from all countries in the world. Jaehyeon asked without embarrassment. I'm going to look around for a while, would it be okay? It is difficult now, it hasn't been long since the raid on the ruins failed. The sentinel at the great ruins said that and quickly started to hit the barricade. The crowd splits up at once and the people who were gathered disperse. Jaehyeon thought for a moment. It's going to be difficult to evade with stealth and go inside secretly. There must be an artifact that detects magic around you. Pretending to follow the sentry's words, he stepped back. I'll have to take advantage of the quiet time to go inside the ruins. It was burdensome because there were so many people staring at me during the day. Jaehyeon looked back at Hela and spoke softly. We move in earnest in the evening. Great, there is nothing good about attracting attention. Hela also agreed. Jaehyeon walked moderately and started looking for a hotel to stay for a while. Fortunately, it didn't take long to find a hotel with pretty good facilities nearby. It is called the Silken Hotel, but it is said that it receives guests only when there is no attack on the Great Ruins. After entering the lobby, Jaehyeon rented a decently sized room. I'll have to look around beforehand. I need to secure an escape route just in case. I walked down the aisle thinking about it. Suddenly, Hela's telepathy was heard. Jaehyeon-kun, I know. After Jaehyeon raised his mouth in response, he raised his head to see the man blocking his way. A man with a sharp nose and a fierce impression of a giant. It's a face I haven't seen before. The face he spoke to was quite familiar. Balak, the representative of the European Union and the owner of the dragon sword Bamung. Incidentally, Balak was a man who was filled with the idea of the chosen people to the core. It's not a big issue because his performance as a radar isn't bad and he doesn't commit any particular evil. It's never good to have a great personality. Jaehyeon tried to ignore it. Balak blocked his way and asked again, What you? Don't you know me? Should I know? At Jaehyeon's words, Balak's expression immediately hardened. Camilla, who was walking alongside, said with a frown, Balak, what the hell are you doing with the kid? But Balak did not stop. He put his hand on Jaehyeon's shoulder and said with strength, You, awaken, at least be grade or higher, yes, move. Jaehyeon's eyes were irritated. Even if you don't, you have to move quickly in order to attack the Great Ruins. There was no time to waste in a place like this. Balak paused for a moment and removed his hand from his shoulder. Jaehyeon glared him in the eye once, then walked past Balak and left. Camilla exclaimed, putting her hands in her skirt pockets, Why are you even talking to a kid, taking out your anger on others for failing to capture the Great Ruins? That's not true. Something is wrong. What the hell is wrong with you? He moved, but there was no sound of footsteps at all. Balak raised an eyebrow. He's a guy who knows how to intentionally hide his presence, ending the war of nerves with Balak. After looking around for a while, night came. As the day got dark, Jaehyeon immediately went into action. There were still a few sentries guarding the ruins near the Great Ruins, but they weren't too concerned. Let's start. From here on, we decided to communicate using telepathy. This was because there was room for conflict in the case of direct encounters with radars with excellent detection capabilities. If he caught the attention of the top rankers, troublesome things could have happened. I need to be as careful as possible here. After activating stealth and approaching the vicinity of the Great Ruins, I looked around. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have caught the detection artifact yet. Then, Jaehyeon raised his mana to the size of a speck of dust and slowly spread it towards the two guards in front. As much as they are guards guarding the Great Ruins, they are also radars. I kind of needed to be careful. Activate the active skill brainwashing. Contaminates the mind of the designated target. Fortunately, the two were easily caught by Jaehyeon's brainwashing. It seemed that they were not high in magical achievement. It was fortunate for Jaehyeon. May I go inside? Jaehyeon, who appeared after releasing his hiding, spoke with a smile on his face, and the two sentries silently moved out of the way. Things are going easier than you think. However, even as he walked past the two, Jaehyeon couldn't hide his nervousness. If I don't finish it quickly, other raiders may discover my presence. It has to be finished as quickly as possible. Attacking the Great Ruins is one of the world's first concerns, but what if one day the ruins are suddenly attacked by an unknown person, all radar associations and stations around the world? In addition, it will be frantic to find an aggressor even to the European Union. A situation where the risk of revealing one's identity naturally increases. Jaehyeon shook his head. My name will spread throughout the world at least after I become an S-class raider. It's too dangerous before that. Whenever and wherever you are attacked, you must have the strength to counter it immediately. The Maginot line that Jaehyeon thinks is the S-class radar. At least among humans, he intended to improve his skills so that no one would fight with him on equal footing. Be careful. As I was clearing my mind, I suddenly heard Hela's telepathy. A mysterious stone slab came into Jaehyeon's eyes right in front of the ruins. I bit my lip lightly and looked around. An unbelievable level of magic is emanating from the inside. Powerful magic enough to make your skin tingle. Jaehyeon gulped down his saliva and looked at the endlessly high ruins for a while. Yet, an unknown voice began to be heard from the slate. This place is a great ruin of to enter, prove your qualifications. I felt Hela sitting on my shoulder raise her claws. I had a strong feeling that it would not be an easy dungeon. Jaehyeon calmly took a breath and looked ahead. The voice continues again. First, qualifications have been proven, opponent of the prophecy. The second qualification, prove it. In an instant, the son-in-law went dark with a voice that seemed to be cut off. An unbelievable amount of magic spread out under the dark night sky. Kugugu, he soon swallowed Jaehyeon. What? What? Jaehyeon fell into the thick magical vortex and could not breathe properly for a long time. It seems to be sent somewhere. It felt like my body was breaking into pieces. What is it? What is this situation now? Before he could give an answer, the surroundings suddenly brightened. The scenery is so white that it hurts the eyes. However, this was clearly heterogeneous. Jaehyeon opened his eyes and took a closer look at the space around him. There was nothing around. There is only one abandoned rusty iron door that has settled in an empty space. Jaehyeon frowned, but he heard the voice again. Open the door, that's the only way to the ruins. Jaehyeon immediately went to the door and put his hand on it. In the midst of tension that suffocates, his lips hardened as he touched the door. No way, not moving. I pushed lightly, but the door was too firm. This is why, Hela suddenly interrupted and said, somehow that's why Hela said that stats are important. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow and opened the inventory, because there was an item prepared for a time like this. Do you want to use Flanders' master key? Jaehyeon immediately nodded. I accept. With Jaehyeon's words, the key started pouring out a transparent light and soon, clap, the door opened, revealing a pitch-black interior. The entirety of the great ruins that have not been conquered for the past few decades. Jaehyeon took a step through the crack in the open door and calmed down his breathing. He looked ahead and asked calmly, wouldn't that be easy? Probably you will die with a 90% chance or better. Hela's cool answer, but Jaehyeon didn't hesitate, two eyes full of love. Jaehyeon finally stepped inside the great ruins, awesome prophet. It was none other than the one that came into Jaehyeon's field of vision at the same time as the sound of the door closing. Are you the opponent of the prophecy? It was a giant with a long beard with a height of well over 3 meters. I am Smur. He is the giant who guards the great ruins here. Smur, the keeper of the great ruins, introduced me. He narrowed his eyes. Speak, are you the opponent of the prophecy? Jaehyeon hesitated for a moment at the pressure of the ensuing voice. The giant literally stood upright, scattering mana close to coercion. However, I couldn't back down from here. Jaehyeon calmly responded, yeah, what? People around me called me that. The girl next to me is Hel. No, she's an alter ego with her powers. That's right, my name is Hela. I took on the role of guide of the 5 trials and brought the opponents of the prophecy. Hela was without delay. Smur, I can sense the same energy from you as Hrungnir. Perhaps you? Yes, I am the son of Hrungnir, the great giant who created the great ruins and the current owner of the great ruins. Surprisingly, he's a communicative guy. Jaehyeon thought that things might be solved easily because of the unexpectedly favorable response. Maybe he will listen to the situation and adjust the difficulty level of the ordeal. The happiness circuit was burning. It's nothing else, it's an urgent situation right now. If I had any thoughts, I wouldn't let myself die here. The moment Jaehyeon thought about that and was about to propose, Hela jumped up and said, please prepare for the second trial of the antagonist of the Smur prophecy. A threat now looms over Midgard. An urgent situation. I will decline. Smur's short answer fell heavily. Hela looked at Smur and Jaehyeon alternately with her eyes wide open. Jaehyeon was equally confused. Why are you refusing? Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes and asked in an annoyed voice. It was completely incomprehensible to him. Even if it's not, it's a dangerous situation, but you won't even allow me to go through the ordeal. Why? Smur came up with an answer to Jaehyeon, who was worried. You are foolish. Adversary, do you think you will be able to pass your father's ordeal as long as you open the door through an expedient? At those words, Jaehyeon and Hela both had to remain silent. Smur already knew that Jaehyeon had falsely proved his qualifications through the master key. Jaehyeon looked at Hela with an expression asking him to do something, but Hela also looked at Jaehyeon as if he couldn't help it. Adversary, now you will not be able to pass the second trial. Go back and build up your strength again. Jaehyeon sighed unconsciously. I have to fight Heimdall soon. What? You want to increase your strength? Chapter 135 Credentials Part 1 Patrick Marlon. Has anyone visited the Great Ruins a while ago? Just now. After Jaehyeon passed the barricade, there is a person who found the Great Ruins. Balak. It was one of the representatives of the European Union as part of the World Radar headquarters. An unprecedented and irreplaceable existence that no one knows anywhere in the world. What's going on near the ruins? The sentinel who greeted Balak looked at him in bewilderment. It was strange. Although he is somewhat arrogant, he is usually calm. But why are you looking so flustered? Answer me now. Has anyone passed by this place a while ago? Oh no, at least no one has passed since my shift. It was a man called Patrick who answered. He switched with the sentry guarding this place earlier. If someone else had entered before that, they would have given themselves a word. Did the guy you replaced say anything else? That's right, that is something going on. It can't be. Absolutely not, Balak murmured, chewing his lips in indignation. Two people who don't know why face each other and tilt their heads. Suddenly, Balak passed the two and started approaching the great ruins. I'll go in right away and check it out. Yes, but now it is dawn. Besides, there was an order from the superiors not to let anyone inside without permission, no matter how Balak-sama was. Then a rat without the right to capture went inside, so we should tolerate it. What is that? Someone else went inside the great ruins a little while ago. Damn it, without you even noticing. Is that true? The two men guarding the front repeated in a bewildered voice. In the meantime, Balak passed the two and walked toward the great ruins. Shit. What kind of guy stepped inside the great ruins just now? The intense magical power and mysterious power felt near the great ruins. This was something that could only be felt when the ruins were opened. And there is only one great ruin in this vicinity. Must be someone else went inside. It was utterly unacceptable. How much effort has the European Union made so far to attack the great ruins? However, many years passed without leaving a single footprint inside, but an unidentified outsider secretly entered the great ruins. We need to find it right now. We have to go inside the ruins. Balak, who had passed the caretaker, hurried his steps and stood in front of the great ruins. If the great ruins were really open, I'd be able to enter them too. Now I can attack the great ruins. However, what awaited him was a completely different situation than expected. You are not qualified. Naturally, Balak did not have the qualifications to enter the great ruins. It was because he did not meet the condition of being an enemy of the prophecy, which is one of the qualifications. Balak, who did not know this, had no choice but to pull the back goal. Shit. Who the hell went inside? I groaned and looked around. Sophistication that leaves no footprints. Balak was furious but made a decision right away. A large number of allied members are waiting in front of the ruins. Anytime after that, the guy who steps inside the great ruins has no choice but to come out. Then wait a few days, I will reveal your identity. Having made up his mind, Balak picked up his smartphone and called Camilla. What's wrong with calling this early in the morning? It's off duty right now. A slightly lower voice than usual. It seemed that he had just woken up from sleep. Her tone was full of annoyance. Balak replied as if it didn't matter. I will give you as much extra as you need. It's an emergency, so gather allied members in front of the great ruins right away. Okay. But before that, I have to tell you what happened. An intruder has appeared in the great ruins. In Balak's eyes, saying that it was hard to live. The second floor of the Studio Elixir building. The party sitting around is talking as if they are bored. Kim Yoo-young, who is reading a comic book, spoke first. The holidays are over now. I know, it looked long when I received it, but it seems to go really quickly. When Seo Ina was told, An Ho-yeon also agreed. Certainly it is, I don't even know how the real time goes. Still, it was nice that I had more research time. As Lee Yi-sang spoke with a big smile, Seo Ah-hyun, who was standing next to him, crossed his arms and muttered. By the way, where did Jaehyeon Oppa go? I haven't even been contacted. Well, he's always selfish. If I don't take care of you, you won't be able to take care of yourself properly. Kim Yoo-young sighed and shook her head, and the other party burst into laughter. Doing it, it was an obvious laugh. Smile. When Kim Yoo-young spoke in a lifeless voice, the laughter stopped. After looking around for a while, she was, maybe Min Yi-hyun is training at least. Look at what you normally do. But, Seo-ina answered. At that time, An Ho-yeon asked, looking at Kim Yoo-young as if he had suddenly thought of him. Oh right, Yoo-jung said that the three of you, Ine and Yi-hyun, had a meet party at your house. It was fun. What's Akue? Oh right, come to think of it, do you know what Ine said then? Yoo-jung, well, he asked me if I was dating Min Yi-hyun. I was really surprised to hear that. An Ho-yeon scratched her head at Kim Yoo-young's words and asked. No, do you want to die? An Ho-yeon pretended not to know the cold reply and turned his head away. Seo-ina, who was sitting next to her, coughed softly and then spoke. However, after the academy gets back to normal soon, you have to join the circle. Have you thought about how to do that? Everyone was silent, even Lee Yi-sang, who withdrew from the circle due to Kim Yoo-young and An Ho-yeon's recent battle. Kim Yoo-young said boldly, wiping the cold sweat with her sleeve. Wouldn't Min Yi-hyun take care of that? Okay, I don't think Yi-hyun would abandon us and go into the circle alone. No one really knows yet, right? Seo-ina rarely cut her words. An Ho-yeon and Kim Yoo-young's spines became chilly. Joining the Mills Academy circle is a must, and they wanted to join the same circle as much as possible. In particular, it should be on the same team as Min Yi-hyun. He has the privilege of drawing on all the perks of being #1 in his grade. For example, priority use of facilities and discounts, increased size of insolvency, the amount of circle support fees, etc. Thanks to this, in their eyes, Yi-hyun couldn't help but look like a walking bundle of benefits. If you can do it together, you have to catch it somehow. Only one thought ran through their heads. An Ho-yeon, who pondered for a while, nodded and came to a short conclusion. Let's treat Yi-hyun well when he comes. Akue, Seo-ina answered, and the conversation between the four ended. Lee Yi-sang locked himself in the workshop to make a bribe potion to present to Yi-hyun. As Hella said earlier, there is no time, give me a chance. Yi-hyun asked as politely as possible, but Smur was stubborn. I cannot allow it. Smur, if you persist like this, Midgard will be ruined. Hella was exhausted. However, it didn't have much effect on Smur. Principles are principles, adversary. The father's test is very difficult. You won't be able to handle it with your own strength right now. I am being lenient. Everyone in Midgard may die. Will you be okay? Threats don't work for me. Jotunheim has already been destroyed and we giants have no place to return to. I'm just following my father's orders and guarding this place. I only help you in situations where you have to follow my father's orders. When the conversation didn't go through, I felt annoyed. How did you get here? You can't even take the test. Of course, Jaehyeon already guessed the reason. Smur is afraid of fighting the Aesir gods. Smurda lost her father to Thor. It's a strange situation that I'm not afraid of. However, Jaehyeon did not have time to persuade him for a long time. Hela also knew this and was struggling to somehow get permission. Smur, please change your mind. Wasn't your father Hrungnir one of the generals who led the anti-Aesir coalition? If you, the son of such a person, abandon the opponent of the prophecy, what will the second end be like? What is gone does not come back. My relatives and my father, Hel's alter ego, I'm not sure yet. A lot has already been lost, so what are you guys fighting for? Hela realized. Smur was already sitting down. After losing his father to Thor in the past, he suffers from severe lethargy and disillusionment. How on earth am I supposed to convince you? When she was thinking, Jaehyeon with an annoyed expression said as he passed by Hela and took a step towards Smur, I don't know anything else. A lifelike mana burst out from Jaehyeon's body. In an instant, Hela's pupils constricted. Jaehyeon's behavior was, no matter who sees it, right before the fight. What is this? He is our colleague. Shut up and watch. Hela stiffened as if shocked by Jaehyeon's words. However, Jaehyeon did not blink an eye. Listen carefully, Hela Smur, I am not a charity. Jaehyeon's left eye burns with a golden light and a huge amount of mana collides with it, pouring out noise. Tsutsut. Smur couldn't help but be taken aback by Jaehyeon's behavior. He clenched his fists and glared at Jaehyeon fiercely. Are you saying you dare stand against a giant with a human body? The reappearance was without delay. It's not something you guys can use when you need it and throw it away. Why am I playing with you right now? Active skill Chain of Lightning LV5 is activated. The chain of condensed magical power was shot straight at Smur. Kwang. Smur, who immediately blocked the attack, looked at Jaehyeon with a firm expression. It looked like he was about to explode at any moment. Jaehyeon said with a smile, because I also judged that you were worth using, therefore, raised head. Smur's body trembled. Jaehyeon's vivid emotions made his whole body stand on end. A strange sensation as if the skin is rising and chicken meat is sprouting. Jaehyeon took another leap with a fishy laugh. You have to get out of there. Chapter 136 Proof of Credentials Part 2 Kwang. The model of Jaehyeon that was shot was pointed at Smur's face without realizing it. Smur quickly opened his palm to block Jaehyeon's attack, then gnashed his teeth. What a fool, do you think you can defeat a giant with a human body? I couldn't stand it any longer. At the behest of his father, he has been guarding this place for the past 10,000 years. Although ruins and dungeons appeared in the world in less than a few decades, it was Smur who had been protecting the great ruins long before they were revealed. But that effort, was it for people who couldn't even make sense of things like this? Stop it, Smur. Hela's voice was no longer audible. Smur immediately opened up his magic power. I thought I'd tell that cheeky man. With what kind of feelings did he protect this great ruin? Adversary, my courtesy to you ends here. Bursting power. However, Jaehyeon did not back down from here either. Go back here, it's all about dying here. Now I can't beat Heimdall. You can't stop him unless you pass the second test. No, even if he passed, there was no 100% guarantee that he could be stopped. Then, you should do everything you can. I won't die of regret like before returning. Once again, Jaehyeon took a leap. Smur's spear of magical power surged toward Jaehyeon. Quachang, active skill, absolute calculation. Jaehyeon, who destroyed the opponent's magic, immediately rushed towards the enemy's center. There was no hesitation. It was a move to kill the enemy, Smur, the son of Hrungnir and the strongest of the surviving giants. However, there are people who attack him. Jaehyeon Min, he was the antagonist of the prophecy of the three goddesses. How on earth can you do something like this? Smur saw Jaehyeon closing the distance with fury. It was not enough to destroy his own magic, and the figure of him going straight toward my heart with the momentum to kill was like a yaksha. He roared, what moves you? Jaehyeon's body was thrown backwards by the shock wave that exploded along with the giant. However, Jaehyeon immediately straightened up. You cannot defeat the enemy in a normal way. Jaehyeon was well aware of his limitations. At least on the same level as Hyujin, Smur, right now I am an opponent that cannot be defeated. But couldn't lose if you give up here. What about your family and colleagues? Although he himself will not die due to the power of the prophecy, everything he holds dear will crumble. I couldn't leave this out. Even if he had to risk his life here, Jaehyeon had to prove his worth. Looks like I'm finally proving my credentials. With the optimistic thoughts that passed by, Jaehyeon drew his magic again. The slowly rising mana forms armor around Jaehyeon's body, and the mana that extends in the form of a thin thread reads all the enemy's attack directions. Magic weapon and magic sense, it was multicasting. Faster, Jaehyeon gritted it. He was accustomed to using two magics at the same time, but calculating more than three in his head was quite difficult for him. But you have to. Can't lose. Jaehyeon stretched out his arm and used the third spell. Active skill Frozen Earth is activated. The cold air that slowly radiates from the floor slows down the enemy. Jaehyeon increased the power of the attack by adding magic power without missing a chance. Smurf frowned and took out his weapon from the subspace and held it in his hand. How on earth can humans fight against the Dark Elves? It was incomprehensible, but now it was more urgent to prevent the attack. Just like the gods, he can only use 30% of his power in Midgard. Even if you are a giant, if you hit directly with an S-class skill, you will suffer considerable damage. It is quite useful adversary, but... Soft, Smur broke the attack with a spear held straight in his hand. Damn it, the ice rushing toward Smur was scattered in pieces. Jaehyeon was waiting for this. Now, immediately unfolded a new magic. The magic that he took out without stopping was Fire Strike. It was flame magic that was inversely related to ice. Roaring, a fist engulfed in flames from shattered ice shards made a direct hit, scattering pure white steam. It was Smur who was blinded for a moment, but he too did not panic and shouted, "Do you think such an odd number will work?" The steam that was so easily lifted with a cry, but Smur's expression was strange. The adversary. Where did it disappear to? Below, in front, on the sides and behind. There was no reproduction anywhere. The moment Smur's thinking hardened for a moment. Hop! Jaehyeon holding the mana blade leaped towards the enemy. Did you use stealth? Smur immediately realized. Jaehyeon used ice cubes to disrupt his vision and then used stealth, in order to hide his appearance and not reveal his magic power. Even. Wasn't the adversary a wizard? Jaehyeon was attacking himself with movements close to martial arts rather than magic. Smur gritted his teeth. Shit, this attack cannot avoid. Before he could even think, a solid line formed on his shoulder. Whoa, blood welled up and darkened the bottom of the huge cavity. At the same time, King Juring, the mana blade he was holding was completely shattered. The giant's body was truly astonishing hardness. Jaehyeon sighed and straightened up again. Now I've only fed one room. The battle is still far away. Jaehyeon nodded and started to raise his mana again. There is no chance of winning head-on, then. I will constantly create variables to make it impossible to counter. Is this your way, adversary? Suddenly Smur asked. When Jaehyeon didn't answer, he added with sad eyes. No matter how hard you try, reality won't change. Odin is strong. The same goes for the Aesir gods. Do you still believe you can do it? Jaehyeon deployed his magic and recreated the broken mana blade. Create a mana blade by activating the active skill shape of magic tool. The passive skill genius of arms manufacturing is activated. The crafted item's grade is raised by one level, at least. Jaehyeon sighed and looked at the enemy. I thought it was better than standing still. Senseless struggle only brings greater sacrifice. Is that why you are sitting down? You know nothing. Adversary, do you really not know that nothing you do is worthless? At Smur's words, Jaehyeon responded with a fishy smile. I determine the value of my actions. Smur's eyebrows twitched at Jaehyeon's words. Smur's pupils shook violently. He clearly remembered the one who said the same thing. Why the hell you said that? I don't know what that means. But I don't like being distracted during a battle. The moment Smur stopped for a moment, Jaehyeon quickly rushed in without missing a chance and lowered his sword. It seems that he has no intention of avoiding it. The time when Jaehyeon was delighted at seeing Smur not moving. That said a little while ago, can you take responsibility, Kugugu? Concentrated magic power burst out of his body along with Smur's heavy horse. Jaehyeon's body was pushed backwards due to the air waves of magical energy exploding in a semicircle. Thud, cuck. Jaehyeon groaned as he hit the wall. Damn it, what the hell is this? Something incomprehensible happened. Jaehyeon clutched his chest in terrible pain as if the blood vessels were twisting all over his body. My attack, no, my movement completely stopped for an instant. However, there was no time to think. Jaehyeon immediately rotated the mana remaining in his body and stabilized his breathing. His body screamed because he had suddenly and forcefully used his mana, but there was no way. Meanwhile, Smur was looking down at Jaehyeon with a calm face. Just now, even the wound on Jaehyeon's shoulder had been completely restored. I will ask you again, can you take responsibility for what you just said? Smur's horse falling once again. Jaehyeon smiled and accepted. Of course. You said that you yourself can determine the value of your actions. Give me a chance. If you can prove this, I will let you in. Opportunity? Yes, I will give you one chance to prove yourself. You decide the method yourself. Jaehyeon raised the corner of his mouth with a meaningful expression at Smur's story. Then, he straightened his bent knees and stood up. Jaehyeon met the giant's eyes and said, I will endure only one attack with all your strength. My full-strength attack, Smur narrowed his eyes and asked again. Hela shouted and said, "What are you talking about? Smur is a giant. It has power comparable to that of a god." "As for you now," Jaehyeon smiled and shook his head. His two hot eyes were directed at Smur. "How is it? Will you accept it?" At Jaehyeon's words, Smur brushed his beard with a satisfied expression. "Good night. Whether you are qualified to set the value of your own actions. Furthermore, I will check whether it is an existence that can resist the great fate. Look at me and then don't say anything else." Hela, who was watching the situation, poured out curse words that were hard to believe that she was a demigod. Of course, I just concentrated on ignoring Jaehyeon. Soon Smur raised his spear high and took an attacking stance. A frightened Hela shouted, "Smur, stop right now, the opponent of the prophecy is our hope, your alter ego of hell. Don't you know too that the fate of the world cannot be entrusted to someone who cannot even keep his word?" Hela did not immediately protest. She had used up almost all of her magical energy to withstand Heimdall's attack and seal him. Right now she had no power to stop Smur. "No way, there's some way. I wish you no luck." With your voice sapped, the spear thrown by Smur rushed toward Jaehyeon at incredible speed, but then, what? Smur's expression hardened for a moment. For a moment he saw an arc was drawn slowly from the corner of Jaehyeon's mouth, and a faint smile was spreading. The moment when the spear was about to be pierced into Jaehyeon's heart, a system tone was heard, "Danger." Upon direct hit, all of the user's vitality is consumed. Do you want to activate the special effect of Abyssal Armor? It activates, with Jaehyeon's immediate answer. A black shadow slowly rose up and began to cover the body. "What the hell is that?" Smur's face hardened. On the contrary, Hela had a bright expression. "I didn't expect to leave such a number." Right after, the two beings were shocked to see Jaehyeon for different reasons. The passive skill Shadow Fairy Tale is activated. All attacks are evaded only once. Smur's spear, which flew towards Jaehyeon, was eaten by the shadow and disappeared. Jaehyeon smiled. "Is this proof of my qualifications?" Chapter 137 Q&A between Angel and Devil Part 1 Go inside. Adversary. Smur's words brought a faint smile to Jaehyeon's lips. Jaehyeon asked with a playful face, "Are you Akare? I've done the fluke twice that you hate. Coincidence does not happen twice." Smur looked down at Jaehyeon with a solemn expression. "It is your skill. Go in, there are no specifications." Jaehyeon passed by Smur and slowly moved towards the inside of the great ruins. Hela barely brushed her chest and climbed onto his shoulder, after a while. When the two of them were walking into pitch-black darkness, Smur suddenly said to the two of them, "The great ruins has 3 trials of wisdom prepared." Jaehyeon's footsteps stopped for a moment. "Is that so? Aren't you afraid?" Smur's heavy question. Jaehyeon didn't lie. "I am afraid." "Is it?" "That's enough," Smur said in a small voice that only he could hear. "His role now ends here. All that remained was whether or not that boy could capture this ruin." Smur watched from afar as the two walked away, then turned his head away. "Why are you even doing that?" "As I was walking through the dark to the first stage, Hela spoke to me." Jaehyeon thought about it for a while. "Well, I'm not sure either." Jaehyeon's answer did not satisfy Hela's curiosity at all. Looking at Jaehyeon's side profile, she thought for a moment. A moment ago, Smur's heart was already closed. "I thought I would close the gate and lock it so it wouldn't open again. By the way, what in the world has changed him?" Smur sat down. "I couldn't move alone anymore, and I was in a situation where I put everything aside. Protecting the great ruins was only to keep his father's orders." However, Jaehyeon changed Smur. The antagonist of the prophecy, the weakest human to kill Odin, who has been determined by the oracle. All of them were words and sentences referring to representation. Hela looked at Jaehyeon for a moment, then shook her head. After a while, the two of them walked through the empty hallways and arrived at the first stage of the trial of wisdom, the landscape unfolding in front of them. It was something very unique that they dared not expect. "That's what the heck?" A panoramic view through the door. Jaehyeon frowned and stepped inside. Two voices came from the front at the same time. "Nice to meet you, adversary of prophecy. We are angels and demons." "What?" Jaehyeon's stunned voice came out. It was strange. Angels and demons. It was a somewhat unfamiliar concept to appear in Norse mythology. However, it was not only this that was strange. The faces of the two beings, their actions, even their magical powers, everything is perfectly in sync there. Jaehyeon's gaze passed the two and looked back a little more. 2 huge doors at the end of it. Jaehyeon's brow twisted. "What the hell is that?" Yeonhwa Guild's special security meeting room. 2 women are sitting cross-legged and having a conversation. The first to speak was the guild master of Yeonhwa. It was Yuseong. "I didn't know you would come to see me in person. What happened?" "I'll get straight to the point." Baek Jaeyeon, the curator's guild master who was sitting across from me, crossed her arms and accepted the words. "Min Jaehyeon. They say he's your disciple. So what? It's nothing else, I've been wanting it." Baek Jaeyeon's bold declaration. A small smile spread across Yu Seongyun's mouth. "I'm going to take away my guild members now. Are you saying this?" Even my direct disciple as the first negotiator, it was funny. I heard that the Curators Guild has grown considerably recently, but I didn't dare to act crazy enough to steal Yeonhwa's talented person. Is it that coveted? It's Jaehyeon. Yu Seongyun lightly discharged her magic and looked at Baek Jaehyeon in front. Sorry, but that sounds difficult. If you listen to the story, you won't regret it. You will regret it if I bring up the story. That remains to be seen. Yu Sung nodded with a smile on his lips. Listen, of course, he had no intention of handing Jaehyeon over to another guild. However, there must be a reason for Baek Jaehyeon to come out like this. There's nothing wrong with keeping it. That was Yu Seongyun's conclusion. Baek Jaehyeon tilted her head slightly to the side and said, "We will support Yeonhwa with the financial resources of our Curator Guild." At Baek Jaehyeon's words, Yu Seongyun sneered and lightly tapped the table with her finger. I'm not in a position where I have to listen to trivial stories like this because Yeonhwa doesn't have money, bringing a more attractive proposal. I will hand over Nidhogg's Fang. At the same time as hearing the story, Yu Seongyun's eyebrows narrowed. Baek Jaehyeon's conditions are beyond imagination. It was downright unconventional. Nidhogg's Fang, an S-class item recently excavated from ruins, it was an artifact specialized for CC that poisons enemies with a whopping 70% chance when attacking. Estimated value is in the hundreds of billions or more. Yeonhwa also participated in an auction in the United States but was unable to obtain it. I heard that the curator obtained the item. But I didn't expect to bet on that as a condition. Yusung narrowed his eyes. I don't think it's a joke at all. We are a merchant guild. I have never pranked my guests. If you refuse, I will put this as a condition and directly conciliate Min Yi-hyun. It sounds like this to my ears. You seem to have good ears. He is also the representative of Yeonhwa. Baek Jaehyeon faced Yu Seongyun with a smile. You're the representative of Yeonhwa for amblyopia. How can a curator figure out how to move at once? In fact, Baek Jaehyeon planned to visit Jaehyeon directly if negotiations with Yeonhwa broke down and use Nidhogg's Fang as bait to get her to sign a contract with the curator. It's an S-class item, there's no way I could refuse. The cancellation fee with Yeonhwa was also a proposal that was intended to be paid. It will be more difficult to find the one who refuses. Yu Sung-yoon, who had been silently listening to the story, crossed her arms and laughed. In that case, it would have been better for you to visit Jaehyeon than to visit me from the beginning. We want to solve the problem in a gentlemanly way. If it's possible, give it to me. Wouldn't it be nice to have a picture? Jaehyeon is not a thing. That remains to be seen. Yusung chewed his lips. Apparently, the curator really wanted to reproduce it. No matter how much Yeonhwa is, I can't give Jaehyeon an S-class item right away. Dangerous S-class item. Retrieving it is a difficult task even for a large guild. Huge capital is also capital, but the biggest problem is that it is difficult to secure items. In order to become the owner of an S-class item that only a handful of people in the world exist, various procedures and personal connections are required. Baek Jaehyeon, noticing Yu Seongyun's agitation, smiled lightly. The greatest strength of a curator is not only money, but also personal connections built up through business. The same goes for Nidhogg's Fangs. Baek Jaehyeon signed a partnership agreement with a famous foreign guild and relic excavation association in the past, and was able to win this auction because of this. Capitalism. It is a proper use of the market economy that is thoroughly capitalized. Yu Seong also knew this. Yeonhwa is a fighting guild anyway. It is true that I am inferior to curators in terms of personal connections and capital. It was a situation I couldn't help but worry about. You know the value of representation best. It's not just that cheeky guy with a lot of money, the self who watched him for several months. I need a countermeasure. Yu Sung-yoon thought so, but Baek Jaehyeon suddenly stood up. From the beginning, she came here to threaten Yu Sung-yoon and Yeonhwa that they would take Yi-hyun with them. Now that everything was done, there was no reason to be here. Then, I will wait for your wise judgment. After saying goodbye, she left. Yu Seong immediately woke up. It has to be stopped somehow. Jaehyeon couldn't hide his confusion. The two were saying the same thing at exactly the same timing. As if we were sharing each other's thoughts. In the first place, Jaehyeon couldn't even tell who was an angel and who was a devil. All I could do now was ask the first two beings about it. How can I pass the first step? When Jaehyeon calmly asked, the angel and the devil answered at the same time. Then let me explain. First of all, we cannot get help from guides here, so please take this into consideration. All right, it was regrettable that he couldn't get help from Hela, but he nodded his head for now. It was more important now to focus on their explanations. The ruins are basically a puzzle-type dungeon structure. I have to concentrate. One of us is an angel and the other a devil. Angels and demons. Jaehyeon seemed to think of something, but he listened to them in silence. Also, angels must be truthful. The devil always lies. The two beings had exactly the same expression. Now one of these two doors behind us is the door to heaven, the other is the door to hell. If you choose the door to heaven, you can easily pass this first puzzle, and if you choose the door to hell, you will have to fight the living but not living. Jaehyeon nodded. This was a problem he was aware of. You can only ask one question from now on. Find your way to the second trial with just one question. Jaehyeon thought with a faint smile on his lips. It's not a difficult problem. The riddle of choosing the path to heaven with just one question. If you choose the path to heaven, you can pass the first stage of this ruin in one go, and if you choose the path to hell, you will have to fight the living but not living. It's fun. Jaehyeon didn't hesitate. He took a step forward and said, I will ask you a question. Can't you wait any longer? There is plenty of time. No, I think it's a problem that doesn't need to be deeply thought about. Seeing Jaehyeon's stubborn attitude, the two guards at the door also nodded. They said at the same time, Great, who do you want to ask? As soon as permission was given, Jaehyeon approached the person standing on the left with a sour expression. He asked, Where is the door to where you live? At Jaehyeon's question, the faces of the two beings showed an interesting emotion. 4 eyes scanned every nook and cranny of Jaehyeon's body. After a while, the long-awaited answer fell. The door to where I live is the door behind me. Jaehyeon smiled. He already knew the answer to this riddle, a very easy and universally known riddle, a dialogue between angels and demons. There are many answers to this riddle, but this one was the simplest. Where do you live? An angel who can only answer this question with the truth will tell you the door to heaven, and a devil who only tells lies will tell you the door to heaven. Jaehyeon had seen a problem in an old riddle book. It's so easy that I lose my pulse for a giant's puzzle. Well, the things that follow won't be this easy. After a while, the one on the left, that is what the angel said. That is correct. Adversary, then head to the door behind me. Then, however, the angel's words did not follow. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Jaehyeon again. It was because Jaehyeon was committing an unknown eccentricity. Adversary. Where are you going now? The angel had no choice but to ask, forgetting his text. The reason was simple. Jaehyeon turned around and stood in front of the gates of hell. However, Jaehyeon's eccentricity did not stop there. He smiled and looked at the demon on his right. I'm thinking of going that way. Can you move out of the way? Chapter 138 Question and Answer Between Angels and Demons Part 2. What do you mean by that? Even the devil said it as if he was dumbfounded. Jaehyeon smiled and nodded. I was thinking of going that way, so I asked you to get out of the way. There was a moment of silence. Hela also intervened as if she was dumbfounded. What are you doing now? There is a reason to go to hell after getting all the answers right. When Jaehyeon responded in a nonchalant manner, Hela was truly taken aback. It's not that I couldn't answer. After all, why did you make such a choice? It was something I couldn't quite understand, the angel on the left asked. Even if you go that way, you can definitely reach the second trial, but you have to fight enemies. I know. In response to Jaehyeon's cool answer, the devil eventually moved out of the way with a disapproving expression. Are you not going to follow me? Words to Hela. She sighed and climbed onto Jaehyeon's shoulder. It looked like he had almost given up. Jaehyeon said hello to angels and demons. Then I will go. No, think about it again. The angel tried to ask, but Jaehyeon had already disappeared through the door to hell. The two remaining beings looked at each other and shook their heads. He was said to be the opponent of the prophecy, so I expected a normal human to come. It looks like the young screw is missing. I know. However, the two were completely unaware. Why did Jaehyeon choose the path to hell? Opening the gates of hell, Jaehyeon arrived there and countless dead people greeted him. Even though they are dead, they are moving monsters. It was mainly an undead that could be seen in Helheim. Even at first glance, there were hundreds of enemies beyond dozens. However, Jaehyeon smiled as if he liked it. It was only then that Hela realized. Why did Jaehyeon deliberately choose the door to hell? A clever human being. Thinking so, she clicked her tongue. Woo-woo. Activate the active skill sacrifice. There are undead monsters on the field. Change the skill to Judgment of Light. Qua 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 qua. A pillar of light that had risen from the ceiling plunged right down. The monster's screams followed. Level has risen by 1. Level has risen by 1. A level that constantly rises. Jaehyeon turned to Hela and said, How is it? I think this is heaven. Joy, I've been rolling my head. Hela turned her head away as if pouting. The experience is sweet. Jaehyeon couldn't erase his smile as he watched the undead monster screaming and collapsing. I was aiming for this from the beginning. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow. He remembered what the angels and demons had told him. Now, one of these two doors behind us is the door to heaven, the other is the door to hell. If you choose the door to heaven, you can easily pass this first puzzle, and if you choose the door to hell, you will have to fight against the living but not alive. Jaehyeon realized two important things here. The first, angel and devil never said that even if you choose the gates of hell, you won't pass the first level. This means that even if you choose hell, as long as you can defeat all enemies, you will have no problem moving on to the next level. Second, those who are alive but not alive. This sentence refers only to undead monsters, those who can be dealt with very easily with Jaehyeon's sacrifice. The lack of magical power can be continuously filled with the 2% recovery effect of the newly strengthened intermediate Valkyrie set. The undead are overflowing and the level is also raised. If this isn't paradise, what is it? Jaehyeon slaughtered the undead monsters with a devilish smile. Hela watched it for a long time and stuck out her tongue. I don't know who the hell is the monster. Hela sincerely thought so. About 2 hours from there, Jaehyeon killed 3,000 undead monsters without using a single mana potion and raised a total of 4 levels, not long after Jiing. An intense beam of light penetrated Jaehyeon's body. It's transfer magic. Are you going to guide me to the next ordeal? Jaehyeon laughed lightly without avoiding it. Welcome to stage 2, the glow fades. The first thing I heard was the voice of a middle-aged man. His tone is humorous, as if it were mixed with playfulness even though it has been stored for years. My vision, which had been blurred by the light, quickly returned. Jaehyeon immediately raised his head and looked straight ahead. What is it? Is it a garbage dump? It was such a busy space. All sorts of junk is piled up around you so that you can't see the ceiling. The most notable thing was the altar in the middle and the magic circle written in complicated runes below it. There are white chalk marks on the floor and a single spearhead sticking out sharply. Jaehyeon scratched his chin for a moment while examining the formula. It's a kind of activation magic. It's also very complex. I've seen it before during the guild experience. A form of installation magic that draws a reasonable conclusion to an action when certain conditions are met. This was mainly used for high-ranking magic, fulfilling conditions and escaping. That is the condition of this test. The moment Jaehyeon thinks, a man's voice was heard again. You are right, opponent of the prophecy. Who are you? The owner of the voice heard Jaehyeon's question burst into a hollow laugh. Jaehyeon couldn't help but be a little nervous. I can't see the owner of the voice anywhere. The voice was coming directly through the brain, not through the eardrum, very clearly. This is also magic. It's also very high level. Jaehyeon needed to be vigilant. What if the opponent of the voice is the enemy? While dealing with Smur earlier, I used the evasion effect of abyssal armor. This is a special effect that allows you to avoid any attack for only one time. Jaehyeon was in a situation where there was no separate safety device. Are you the gatekeeper for this second stage? I don't like such a rigid position. But I'll put it roughly like that. This voice. Then Hela, who had been silently looking around, interrupted with her ears pricked up. Jaehyeon turned his head to the side and asked, Do you know someone? Of course. Not only me, but probably you know. Jaehyeon tilted his head at Hela's words. He had never heard such a playful voice before. When Jaehyeon tries to ask the owner of the voice back, he hit first. I am Mimir, a giant of wisdom and the creator of the Nornir system. The voice was smiling. They designed your destiny, Mimir, a giant who plays a pivotal role in Norse mythology and a presenter of Odin's lost eye to Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon remembered the first day when his fate changed. You have downloaded a new operating system. Would you like to run it? Run the new operating system, Nornir system. From now on, you have become the adversary of the lofty Sir. The mysterious voice that had been heard at the time said, the system crashed and a new operating system was downloaded. Jaehyeon became the adversary of the lofty Aesir. The words that you designed my destiny. Can you elaborate a bit more? That's literally it. I was commissioned by the three sisters of Destiny and Loki to create a program to grow the antagonist of the prophecy. That work is the Nornir system. Jaehyeon frowned. Why didn't you explain the plan from the beginning? Originally, it was difficult even to approach you because of the treaty concluded with the god Aesir. Moreover, the Aesir system that you originally used, or that all awoken use. That held her back. Mimir was turning around as if it was difficult to explain. It's probably because we can't give you all the information because of the treaty. Jaehyeon nodded. At least they knew from Hela that there were circumstances. I didn't hear that you, Mimir, were guarding the second trial. It was Hela's question, said Mimir with a laugh. Akue, originally I thought so, but don't you know, Hela, that things are changing. Odin has noticed that the antagonist of the prophecy is on the move. Furthermore, they are actively trying to check the adversary. I expected it, but the situation is not good on the day when the end draws near. The opponent's life will be unpredictable. You talk too harshly about my life. Jaehyeon shuddered and intervened. Mimir laughed heartily. That's right. Anyway, the reason I intervened in this second ordeal is simple. It's to test your qualifications. Why didn't you contact me until now? There were too many eyes to see. In fact, the reason I can talk to you right now is because this place is inside the Great Ruins. It's because you don't have to notice the Aesir gods here. It was understandable. In fact, it is very difficult to set foot inside the Great Ruins. It's a hidden place where even the European Union and its representative Balak couldn't find a way. It would be natural to be relatively free from the Aesir gods. Jaehyeon pondered for a moment before opening his mouth with his fists clenched. I will ask you one thing, as much as you like. Why did you ask for my intentions when choosing me? After all, if I were the chosen antagonist of fate, my will wouldn't have mattered. No wonder. It is the decision of beings with transcendental status who dare to call themselves gods and giants. There was no way a mere human could disobey this decision. If you wanted to, you could have controlled the reproduction even if you pressed it with force. A completely unexpected answer came back to Jaehyeon, who was worried. Because I didn't want to entrust the fate of the world to someone who had no strength to stand up for themselves. Fate, hearing Mimir's answer, Jaehyeon muttered as if possessed. Yes. I'm just giving you a chance. Will it change the given fate and rise again? Otherwise, will you sit down and spend your days? You chose the former and have reached this point now. That's a grand reason. Jaehyeon stood upright with a smile on his lips. There are many more things I want to ask, but you can't answer all of them, can you? Unfortunately, it is. No matter how great the ruins are, I can't tell you anything that violates the treaty with the throne of Aesir. But it's also funny that a giant of wisdom doesn't say anything to those who crave knowledge. Mimir smiled innocently and continued in a serious voice. Good, one thing, if you pass the second stage of the ordeal, I will give you a hint to reach the truth. Jaehyeon nodded. This isn't a bad deal. He had to pass the second ordeal anyway, and it was an opportunity to learn information that Jaehyeon couldn't access at this point. Then explain the second ordeal. Akahe. Along with the answer, Mimir's voice resonated inside like an echo, and soon the torches around the altar began to light. Jaehyeon swallowed his saliva and looked at the altar and its surroundings, and focused on Mimir's voice. The second trial is simple. Can you see the countless clutter around? Yes, all kinds of things are gathered there. From now on, you must offer only one of all the objects in this room as a sacrifice on the altar. Just two things in mind. Don't forget that the offerings on the first altar are for gaining wisdom. The second chance is only once, and if the altar doesn't offer the desired sacrifice. Jaehyeon's pupils headed for the clutter thrown away. Mimir burst into laughter. You will die here. Chapter 139, Sacrifices and Altars. You will die here. It's a bloody ordeal. Jaehyeon let out a bitter laugh, however Mimir was not at all shaken. To test the wisdom of the opponents of prophecy, that was what he had to do at the ruins of Hrungnir. Mimir smiled lightly. However, I don't want the opponent of the prophecy to die here either. I'll give you two hints. At Mimir's words, Jaehyeon lifted his head. The gun returned to his eyes as he looked at the clutter around him. Mimir added, however, you already have the wisdom that can be obtained by dedicating this. You already have, that's right. It was a difficult sentence to understand. Jaehyeon asked calmly, what about the second one? Mimir paused for a moment before replying in a slightly subdued tone. Wednesday, these are all my two hints. Upon hearing the story, Jaehyeon's expression subtly changed. Even so, Wednesday, what does that mean? Mimir is a giant who guards the spring of wisdom, Mimisbrun. Probably both have a deep meaning. The time limit is 1 hour. I've given you every hint I can give, then I wish you no luck. That voice last. Mimir's voice was no longer heard. Akae then, Jaehyeon groaned and looked around. It didn't seem easy. From now on, he had to find a single item to offer to wisdom among the clutter of this great ruin. I'm not sure which is the correct answer. Concerned, Jaehyeon sat down on a nearby chair and crossed his arms. At least it doesn't mean that you have to go through all these things ignorantly. No wonder. At first glance, there are hundreds of thousands of junk items abandoned around here. However, there was only one sacrifice that could be offered to the altar. It was nonsense to search and find them one by one. Let's try this and that for now. Jaehyeon released his magic and activated an active skill. Activate the active skill magic power detection. The user's obliques are enlarged and mana can be read more clearly. I looked around with 2 magical eyes. However, there was no significant effect. It must be difficult to borrow the power of detecting magic here. Sense of power. It was a skill that sensed something possessing magical power. In other words, it means that the effectiveness is too low for things that do not possess magical power. I'm the only one with magic in this room. Jaehyeon let out a small sigh before thinking again. For now, the first step was to reflect on what Mimir had just said. The wisdom I already have, and Wednesday, while thinking and thinking again. Time continued to pass. The time limit Mimir walked was 1 hour. If the problem is not resolved within this time, Jaehyeon will lose his life. It must be God's word. Jaehyeon sighed and stretched. Let's stay calm. Even if you don't pass the ordeal anyway, being beaten by Heimdall is the same. It wasn't a matter of dying or not dying. What if Heimdall destroys everything around him, as Hela said? Jaehyeon loses everything he has kept so far after returning. It was a story that we might lose the meaning of living again. A reenactment before returning to life, desperately longing for life, but facing a miserable end in the end. How many times have you promised not to go back to that time? Even with Smur, I risked my life and fought. I can't back down from here. Jaehyeon chose to breathe to calm his mind and body. In order to reduce the burden on the brain, sufficient oxygen was supplied, and mana was wrapped around the body to ensure that blood flowed smoothly. I did anything that would help, even if it was small. Like the particles of snow that have fallen down gently, Jaehyeon maintained his concentration in an unshakable posture, and little by little the tangled threads began to unravel. Jaehyeon smiled faintly and looked at the antiques piled up around him. Akare, what does Mimir want to say? Jaehyeon immediately got up from his seat and headed to the altar. He was holding nothing in his hand. But there was no hesitation in his steps. He walked at a slightly faster pace and stood in front of the algorithm at the altar. The corner of Jaehyeon's mouth went up and his fists clenched with strength, voices at the same time. What is the offering on the altar? It was not Mimir's, it's just a kind of mechanical sound that has been programmed. It was also familiar to Jaehyeon. It perfectly matches the voice of the Nornir system. This must also be Mimir's work. The voice of the system that I have heard countless times so far. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and then spat it out. The sacrifice is me. The sacrifice to be offered on the altar is the person himself. It is the antagonist of prophecy itself. Are you sure? The voice asked a little later. Jaehyeon nodded, of course. While saying so, with King, all the clutter that was furnished around it began to fall apart. The ground he was stepping on shook in a dizzying way and his vision flickered in an instant. At the same time, this is the correct answer, opponent of the prophecy. What I heard this time was the unmistakable voice of Mimir. As expected, my prediction was correct. Just now, Jaehyeon never stood at the altar without thinking. I was standing here alone with a very strong conviction. The reason was simple, 2 hints from Mimir. It would have been an easy matter if I could interpret this. First of all, the wisdom that Jaehyeon already possesses, it was the knowledge of runes. It is exactly what I got when I first got the Lost Eye of Odin. Looking back, it was only one of the knowledge of Norse mythology that Jaehyeon gained in any meaningful way, but it wasn't just that Jaehyeon decided to sacrifice himself. Second, keyword Wednesday. In fact, this became the decisive hint. The meaning of Wednesday in Norse mythology was clear. There is a story that Wednesday, which is Wednesday in English, came from the Old English word meaning Woden's Day. Warden is another name for Odin, that is so. It means that this wisdom is related to Odin. Jaehyeon immediately remembered an anecdote related to this. How Odin learned the rune language. It was a story I read in Old Norse mythology. Long ago, Odin sacrificed himself to gain knowledge of life in the underworld. Hanged upside down in Yggdrasil and pierced by Gungnir, he endured for 9 days. As a result, he learned rune, the language of the underworld. Jaehyeon recalled a plot in a myth like this a while ago. I was also sure that this story had something to do with this altar. Then there is only one sacrifice to be made on this altar. I am myself. That was the conclusion of Jaehyeon. Fortunately, the results paid off. Splendid, a boy who was destined to be the antagonist of the prophecy, Mimir continued in a cheerful voice. However, unfortunately, this is not the end of the test, do you know? Damn it, Jaehyeon was a little nervous but forced his head to nod. Mimir laughed heartily. Good, from now on, Mimir the giant of wisdom will test you. Along with the voice, a spear stuck in the floor turned upside down and was pierced right into Jaehyeon's abdomen. Hyuk, at the same time, Mimir's voice came again. 2 hours from now, you must endure the pain pierced by this spear. Of course, don't worry, this is just a fantasy, I will never die. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth. According to the myth, Odin acquired the knowledge of life in the underworld after being pierced by Gungnir for 9 days. Jaehyeon was well aware of what it meant to offer himself as a sacrifice, to risk one's life. Enduring the risk of death. It was something he had already experienced. When you first returned, Yongwoo Min's attack killed Jaehyeon if it wasn't for the effect of the item, if it wasn't for the power of the Nornir system. Jaehyeon must have died there, but the windowsill turns red and blood pools beneath it. Jaehyeon forcibly endured the mind-bending pain but did not close his eyes. Face the pain you feel clearly and try to be calm. The pain you will have to endure in the future will be many times harder than this. If it's just an ordeal that ends in body pain, it's rather cheap. Jaehyeon reached out and grabbed the window stick that was stuck in his stomach, and, I don't have time, I don't have it, how about we finish it a little faster? With those words, Jaehyeon thrust the spear stick deeper into his stomach. You were a madman, yes. What are you doing? Mimir's mesmerized voice and Hela's scream-like sentences were heard. However, Jaehyeon was just smiling. About an hour after that, the spear stuck in Jaehyeon's abdomen disappeared without a trace. End of the test. It meant passing the second stage. Mimir's voice continued to confirm. The exam is all over. Jaehyeon bit his lip and raised his head slowly so as not to lose consciousness. It was shocking to see his entire body stained with blood. Even Mimir stuck out his tongue and muttered. I've heard that he's a strong person, but I couldn't believe it was this much. It was more toxic than I thought. That spear is poisoned, so it must hurt several times more than a normal spear. You told me earlier. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and looked down at his stomach. There is no wound pierced by a spear. After all, it was all an illusion just a moment ago. However, there was no time to think deeply. Jaehyeon straightened his back and stood straight in his seat. Is this the end of the second test? Sure, I hope this test will give you great insight. Oh, except for the lesson that a poisoned spear hurts more. Mimir made a gag that didn't even bother him, but Jaehyeon's reaction was cold. He licked his lips with a slight pity. Then, now it's your turn to keep your promise. I've been waiting, Mimir said earlier. If Jaehyeon passes the second ordeal, he will give you a hint that will lead you to the truth. Jaehyeon was waiting for this and passed all the trials. Now only Mimir's answer remains. Silence flows for a while. Mimir took a breath and opened his mouth. From now on, I will help you get closer to the truth. I'll give you 3 words. These 3 words will become one sentence again and take you to the truth. You're using a cumbersome method. It's to avoid the eyes of the Aesir gods, so don't hate it too much. Jaehyeon nodded and clenched his fist. Finally, after returning, I was able to reach the first hidden truth of the gods. Mimir added an explanation. By the way, this is something that even you, the guide of the 5 Greek trials, do not know. The truth that I do not know. Yes, it's been covered up forever. It's information from a very deep place. It's surprising that even Hela doesn't know. Hela has followed her all the way to this place as a guide through the 5 trials, but there is a hidden truth that even she doesn't know about. Then I'll tell you, Mimir was after clearing his throat. 3 words make one sentence of truth. Chapter 140 Hrungnir's Memories Part 1 3 words make one sentence of truth. Shinier, Raider, Eye. Jaehyeon frowned at the 3 words Mimir spat out. There is too little information. What the hell do they mean? Mimir said 3 words meant one true sentence. True sentence. Jaehyeon rolled the words lightly on the tip of his tongue and fell into thought. However, conclusions were not easily drawn. Jaehyeon sighed and folded his arms involuntarily. After a while, Mimir broke the silence and added, "It's good to think about it, but I haven't given you all the hints yet. One last thing to tell you, question the system. Only those who have doubted and reached the end." Mimir hung up for a while. The truth can be reached. Those words were difficult to understand. So far, Jaehyeon has passed through 2 trials that are not too difficult, but now I thought it wouldn't be as easy as this problem. Then I will look forward to the day we meet again. Hela, make it hard for you too. Click. With Mimir's last greeting, the iron door at the back opened. A situation where 2 tests have been cleared and only the last one remains. However, Jaehyeon's heart was not at ease. After letting out an involuntary sigh, I thought over Mimir's words again. Radar eyes brighter. A while ago, Mimir gave the following 3 words as a hint about the truth. I don't understand why he bothered to explain the words in English. After all, he is a giant of wisdom. Every action has meaning, 3 words, 1 sentence. It was frustrating, but as of now, there was little to know. But one thing is certain, it's probably just that all 3 words refer to me. Radar eye, at least 2 words clearly refer to reappearance. The reason is simple. Jaehyeon's current job is a radar, and if it's an eye, he has Odin's lost eye. Shining also differs depending on the interpretation, but I think it means the dull life of Jaehyeon before returning and the changed life now. Jaehyeon was vaguely guessing. This must also be Mimir's intention. You don't have to think too hard yet. For now, clearing the second trial and stopping Heimdall is the priority. When Jaehyeon muttered softly, Hela also agreed. I think so. Let's think about what Mimir's words mean. Mimir said that Hela would not know what the 3 words he had told her meant either. In a way, it was natural. Hel couldn't have shared all the memories when he created the clone body, and there are bound to be memories that are naturally missing. Any magic that transfers memories is bound to take risks. Then let's go. Jaehyeon put Hela on his shoulders and walked towards the road behind him. Finally last, the 3rd gateway was waiting for reappearance. After this ordeal is over, I'll finally be able to face Heimdall. Although it is said to be only 30% of the power, the reproduction is after the return. You will face God for the first time. Destiny as the antagonist of the prophecy. The Sir Throne and the anti-Sir faction. It was time to weigh the scales of destiny again. The last gateway to reach through the narrow road was the entrance to the first ruins. The giant Smur stands tall in the dark cavity as if it were natural. Suddenly, the giant's eyes are opened and heavy voices are heard. Adversary, you have passed all the trials and now you have only one left. Yes, well. Somehow, Jaehyeon nodded his head appropriately. Smur was straight away. The master of the final ordeal is Smur. Also, the 3rd trial won't be too difficult. No, it would be right to see it as too easy. It was an unexpected story. I never thought the word easy would come out of that naive giant's mouth. Jaehyeon tilted his head, trying to figure out his intentions. What is the last ordeal? Isn't it normal for exams to get more difficult the further you go in the first place? If it is a general test, it is normal for the difficulty to increase as you go back to Jago. Besides, didn't Smur say that? The second ordeal is that it is dangerous to dare to challenge without reaching the level of S-class. Together, why does Smur say this ordeal will be the easiest? Jaehyeon couldn't understand it right away, but he didn't ask for an explanation. It was because Smur had been amplifying right away. I will explain the final exam. I was waiting. Jaehyeon straightened his back and focused on the giant's voice. Smur went straight to the point without dragging. Adversary, from now on you will see the past memories of a certain giant. The giant's memory, when Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes, Smir nodded. Yes. The first apocalypse 10,000 years ago. These are the memories of my father during Ragnarok. Jaehyeon's pupils constricted. It couldn't have been a more mind-blowing story. You're giving me a chance to see Hrungnir's memories for myself. Jaehyeon quickly developed an idea. After regression, so far I've been driven by the gods to death, but I've never been told what happened during Ragnarok. The last test will be a good opportunity to quench that thirst, Smir was on. Adversary, from now on you must return to the memory of Hrungnir, my father and the great giant, and answer my question. If you finish all of these, I will consider you to have cleared the second ordeal. Jaehyeon pondered over Smir's words for a while before adding, Do you have the answer you want? This was an important issue. What if Smir's final exam was a question that required a specific answer? Jaehyeon inevitably had to find the answers Hrungnir and Smir wanted. However, Smir's reaction was quite different from what he was worried about. Not like that. Just by answering the second ordeal is all over. Whatever answer you give, that's not my area of evaluation. Find your own answer. That is the final gateway to the trial of the giant. It seemed that he knew his intentions, albeit vaguely. Hrungnir, the designer of the great ruins, he wants to find the answer himself. How Jaehyeon will move forward by showing past memories. Confirming this seemed to be the intent of the final test. Mimir said that too. A little while ago, Jaehyeon asked Mimir, why did the anti-Aesir forces give them a choice instead of forcibly using them? Mimir's answer was simple. Because I didn't want to entrust the fate of the world to someone who couldn't stand up on their own. It seemed to be a characteristic of giants. If you trust and acknowledge only those whom you acknowledge, you will give up everything. Jaehyeon thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, please, Akare, I hope you find your own answer. With a satisfied face, Smir swept his beard once and released his magic power, Tsutsutsutsutsu. At the same time, the floor vibrates and the pillars on all sides begin to shake. Deed, what is it? When Jaehyeon shouted with a confused face, Smir replied with a calm expression. I guess I'll have to do some repair work. It hasn't been used in 10,000 years. Oh, you'd better be careful, it's dangerous if you get swept away. A huge mirror rose from the floor along with Smir's words, after a while. All the dust that had risen was cleared away, revealing the full face of the mirror. A mirror with antique decorations carved along the outer edge, like a water surface with calm magical power. Smir pointed to the mirror and said, This is the Mirror of Urd, the first of the three goddesses of fate. It is an artifact that shows the recorded past. Urd. She was the first of the three goddesses of destiny and one of the three Norn sisters who together with Mimir Loki created the Nornir system. According to Norse mythology, Urd is a goddess in charge of the past. That mirror is probably an artifact to show the past. Jaehyeon thought about it and shook his head. Smir was in a solemn tone. Stand in front of the mirror and prove that you are the antagonist of the prophecy. All it takes is a drop of blood. Jaehyeon stood in front of the mirror as Smir told him to. Active skill formation of magic tools is activated. You have succeeded in crafting a low-level mana blade. Made a light wound on his hand with the mana blade created through his skill. I held a drop of blood that swelled up against the mirror and waited for a while. Confirm the user's information. Security code is working. Please wait for a while. The opponent of the prophecy confirmed. A familiar system sound that can be heard as in Mimir. The Nornir system resonates and the voice continues again. There is a memory prepared for the opponents of the prophecy. Would you like to read it? Akae, Jaehyeon answered without hesitation. Soon the mirror starts to vibrate and soon a terrifying voice is heard from inside. The cruel truth of the past is here in at the same time. The mirror was stained blood-red and pitch-black darkness poured out. The darkness that fell like a curtain flickered my vision. Jaehyeon sighed and clenched his fists. This is the end. Jaehyeon made up his mind and calmed down his breathing. After a while, all the darkness that engulfed Jaehyeon is lifted. The owner of the great ruins, play Hrungnir's first memory, caution. Your presence in memory is not recognized. Interaction is not possible. This place is what the heck, Jaehyeon muttered as he looked around the brightly lit surroundings. Pure white snow and ice surround the vast expanse of space. The cold air that was cold enough to choke the breath made the tip of Jaehyeon's nose freeze. Hela, who was sitting on her shoulder, said calmly, This is Jotunheim, it is the land of giants. J. Tunheimer. Also called Utgard, the place surrounding Asgard, the realm of the gods. It is a world of giants and is known to be located outside the borders of Midgard. A world located in highlands where it is said that the cold season lasts endlessly throughout the 4 seasons. Jaehyeon had a chance to come across a story about this in a myth he read as a child. Well, at the time I heard it with one ear and let it go. After a while, the snow-covered scenery all disappeared and the place surrounding the two changed. Very big house, Jaehyeon tilted his head. By the way, he said it was his first memory, and he was suddenly transported to a very large house. As he said, the place he arrived at was a very large cabin. It is almost 3 times the size of a normal house. Judging by the extraordinary size, it seemed to be the home of a giant. I feel like a little man from Gulliver's Travels. It's probably the house of a giant. As Jaehyeon muttered, Hela immediately answered. After nodding his head, he looked around the house. Suddenly, someone's conversation was heard, a voice heard through the door. Jaehyeon squeezed through the crack in the door and focused on the conversation he heard. The voices were that of a youthful boy and one that of a profound man. It was 2 in total. The first thing I heard was the voice of a middle-aged man. Smir, what do you think a true monarch is? A true monarch? The young boy's voice belonged to someone Jaehyeon knew well. Smir, maybe it's childhood. Then naturally the giant sitting in front was Hrungnir. He must be the designer of the great ruins. Hrungnir was 2 heads taller than Smir and was proudly tying his long beard. The boy Smir listens to his father and seems to be contemplating what answer to give. After a while, after thinking about it, Smir opened his mouth with difficulty. After all, isn't strength the most important thing? Haha. That of course is a virtue that must be possessed, but I mean. Hrungnir tangled Smir's hair at will. A good ruler is one who cares for and cares for others as much as himself. A person who admits his own shortcomings without being weeded out by foolish power. Such a monarch is the law to be admired and called a worthy saint. I hope you become a giant like that. At Hrungnir's words, Smir lowered his head with a gloomy expression. But I'm not a great giant like my father. I'm weak and timid. I'm afraid of Thor's hammer. What the hell is it worth to me like this? I don't know. Smir, Hrungnir called to his son in a warm voice. As Smir raised his head, Hrungnir smiled and added, "Don't try to judge your worth so easily. It is only you who determines your worth." The words of Hrungnir, who calmly and warmly sat down. Hearing this, Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. Wait, that's obvious. Chapter 141 Hrungnir's Memories Part 2 Don't try to judge your value so easily. It is only you who determines your worth. Hrungnir's horse. It must have been heard somewhere. Jaehyeon recalled what he had just said during the battle with Smir. I decide the value of my actions. I finally realized it. Then why was Smir so surprised by his words? Why did Smir open up to you? I get it now. Hela curled her tail and looked at Jaehyeon. It must be because it reminded me of my father's words that I had forgotten. I think so too, Jaehyeon nodded. Perhaps Smir had forgotten his father's words due to some incident. Over the past 10,000 years, he erased Hrungnir's warned words from his mind. That's probably why he was so shaken when Jaehyeon reminded him of his father's will. Father, meanwhile, when young Smir looked up at his father with a moved expression. Bang, 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 suddenly there was a knock on the door from outside. An urgent cry followed. Hrungnir, big deal. It is an attack by Thor and the Aesir gods. Thor, got it, I'll be right there. Hrungnir hurriedly stood up and grabbed the sharpening stone hanging from the wall. It was a weapon that he usually used when fighting enemies. Hrungnir knelt down and made eye contact with his son for a moment. Smir, don't go. But Dad, it's too dangerous. Thor's hammer to the giants. I cannot let my own people die. A heavy horse. After saying that, Hrungnir went outside before he knew it. Soon after, the conversation between the 2 giant soldiers outside and Hrungnir began to be heard. What about the military? How many are left? Only 20 survived. My sister is all ready. Calm down and believe in yourself. I can block it enough. Hrungnir encouraged the soldier who had lost the will to fight. However, another soldier with a gloomy expression standing next to him opened his mouth. But at this rate, all giants might really die. Furthermore, news is coming that Odin and his followers are preparing for the apocalypse war. I'd rather surrender. It might be easier if I surrender. Hrungnir put strength into the whetstone in his hand. However, you cannot change anything by doing so. Have you forgotten the purpose of Asgard, including Odin and Thor? They want all of Jotunheim as well as all the 9 realms at their feet. We must fight now. After losing the noble value, even if you live, you will not live. However, despite Hrungnir's words, the soldier remained silent with his head bowed. Hrungnir put on a pitiful expression and added calmly, Don't worry. I, Hrungnir, will protect my people no matter what. Smir, who was looking at his father's growing back from afar, turned his head. The time when Jaehyeon was about to move after Hrungnir. A sudden message rang in my ears. You have finished playing the first memory. Replay Hrungnir's second memory. After all playback of the first memory has ended, the place where Jaehyeon and Hela arrived was a familiar but somewhat different place. City of Giants, it was near Hrungnir's house a while ago, but something is different. I feel a sense of incongruity. Sabak. Jaehyeon walked briskly forward, stepping on the deep snow beneath his feet. The more he took a step slowly, the more he could understand the identity of the sense of incongruity he felt. The neighborhood they passed through was already in ruins due to the war. There are no solid buildings, a truly miserable landscape. The corpses of giants lined up on the streets were also about to be hit by their feet. Bodies all show signs of bruises. It's a massacre during the war. Jaehyeon licked his lips and looked around. It's already after Ragnarok happened. That's right, it is the situation right before signing the treaty after the war. Helen nodded her head with a heavy expression. Her voice seemed a bit locked, so she seemed embarrassed to look at the scene again. It was a natural reaction. The horrors of war leave deep scars on everyone. Yihyun doesn't ask anymore and walks down the street. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. Yihyun turned his gaze to the direction where the sound came from. It feels strange, something is going on. Yihyun immediately started running, all the while the sound didn't stop. Soon after arriving at the source, Yihyun's forehead twisted. What the hell is this? A landscape that is indescribable. What unfolded at the place we arrived was truly unbelievably brutal. Numerous corpses of already dead giants and bloody Smur. The exhausted figure of Hrungnir is seen on one knee powerless. Yihyun's expression hardened more than ever. This is one of the many things the Sur throne has done to the anti-Sur forces. Hela's voice from the side. Yihyun couldn't help but clenched his fist. The fate of one world and giants, was it so easily destroyed in just one war? It was absolutely unbelievable. However, that wasn't all that made Yihyun angry. A man with a sullen expression stepping on the corpse of a dead female giant. Yihyun quickly figured out the identity of Aesir's evil god who slaughtered the giant in the war. A hammer that kills giants. Thunder god carrying Mjolnir, Thor. Yihyun's murderous gaze was directed at him. Thor, there are probably few people in the world who do not know this name. Thunder god Thor. Son of Odin and legendary god with Mjolnir. Beyond the twisted memory is a person described as being close to the de facto protagonist of Norse mythology. Yihyun was lost in thought for a moment as he looked at the god, scattering the sense of intimidation in front of him. Strong, unbelievable. His current self was so overwhelming that he couldn't even compete with him. Difference in class. The difference between basic strength and horsepower was too great. In the first place, Thor, who exists in memory, is in a situation where he can use all his full power. Even if Yihyun's skills reached S-class, he was strong enough to be crushed in an instant. In the world, how far do you have to work to become as strong as me? Yihyun's difficult question. However, Hela had no answer. Just a reminder of one unshakable fact. Take all 5 trials, all of them will guide you on the right path and eventually make you a god slayer so you can kill Odin. The answer on the plate. Yihyun couldn't believe it. Main quest. The path of the slayer. Will I be able to defeat the monster in front of me by doing that? That time when Yihyun's worries continued, suddenly Thor's lips opened, a voice full of levity and bitterness. Haha. After all, giants are stupid. If you had surrendered earlier, wouldn't you have gone this far? Shut up, my mother, save her, Smur cried out, bleeding profusely. Yihyun's eyes narrowed. At the cry of young Smur, Yihyun's gaze immediately turns to Hela. It's not like Smur's mother is a giant. Eyes demanding an explanation. Hela parted her lips as if she couldn't do anything about it. You're right. The woman Thor is stepping on is the wife of Hrungnir. Yihyun stopped breathing for a moment, distant pain that comes like a flood. Why are the anti-Aesir forces trying to stop Asgard? Now I understand. He also has vivid memories of losing his mother. Still, when I think of that day, it is painful and every day is painful. However, he did not even witness his mother's death right in front of his eyes. However, Smur was different. He lost his mother right in front of his eyes and eventually lost Hrungnir as well. It's disgusting. I was genuinely angry. Do you want to get your hands on the 9 worlds like this? Why is Odin so obsessed with it? However, Yihyun was still too weak to answer the question. I can't face you because I'm weak and I can't ask. At first I thought before returning, why did I have to go through this pain? Why do I always have to suffer from such a terrible fate? But the reality was different. There were more people than I thought who had suffered the same pain as myself, dying and losing loved ones due to the greed of Odin and the Aesir gods. In the end, there will be countless people who even lost themselves. This is the end of the war, it is Ragnarok, the words of Hela, who are detached but sharp-edged. However, Thor did not pay attention to Smur's howling. Little giant. Why is it my fault that your mother died? It's funny, it's nonsense. Blame your father. If he had fought a duel with me long ago, your mother and many of my own people would have been able to live. Everything is yours, it's Hrungnir's fault. No. That Smur's parted words were unfinished, whole body covered in blood. It was because the body was reaching its limit. He collapsed, barely holding his upper body, and his body bent and his chest touched the floor. Hrungnir, who had been watching it, finally, I lowered my head. Thor, are you really going to save all the rest of your people if you just fight me? Of course. Thor responded immediately as if he had been waiting. He chuckled and added, I swear in the name of God, if you agree to fight with me, I will not kill any more giants. Of course, Jotunheim should be handed over to Asgard. Hrungnir closed his lips at Thor's words and looked around. Numerous corpses of giants are piled up nearby. His close family, even his wife. We cannot continue this war any longer. Although they did not succumb, they could no longer sacrifice precious beings. After a while. Having finally come to a conclusion, Hrungnir parted his lips. I get it. Father, Smur shouted with his head on the floor, but Hrungnir had already made up his mind. Thor said, raising an eyebrow. Good. Then sooner or later, I'll send you a schedule through the soldier. See you then. After those words, all of Thor and the Aesir's army disappeared. Hrungnir hugged his son, who had fallen helplessly to the floor, and looked at his wife with empty eyes. However, I couldn't cry. The meaning of fighting Thor was clear. Death. Hrungnir would inevitably die there. You have finished replaying the second memory. Replays Hrungnir's last memory, Ge. Jaehyeon and Hela move on to the next memory with the noise of clashing magical powers. The two arrive in a world with a completely different atmosphere from before. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed as he looked around for a moment. A straight rainbow bridge on the road leading to the sky. Middle-earth. Unlike Midgard, it is a world where you can feel the enormous magical energy that exists in the air. Asgard. Those were the words that suddenly came out of Jaehyeon's mouth. Hela nodded. That's right, this is Asgard. It is a world inhabited by Odin and the Sir gods you must kill. Asgard. As Hela said, it was a world inhabited by Odin and Thor as well as various Ars gods. That time when Jaehyeon ruminated and nodded at the same time. Suddenly, the scenery changed again. The following pure white light flickers the vision. Soon they arrived at a stadium resembling a gigantic coliseum. Hundreds of circular windows pour out light in a dizzying way. Jaehyeon is standing in front of a long aisle where players pass by, not in the audience seats. The familiar voices of the two giants came from there. Jaehyeon listened involuntarily. Dad, do you really have to go? You know, that's a trap. Thor only wants to instill fear in the giants by killing his father, Smur's furious voice. Jaehyeon held his breath and focused on the ensuing conversation, said Hrungnir, admonishing his son. No, Smur, but now I have to go. Why? Smur couldn't convince Hrungnir in the end. He was in tears. Why are you doing this? Why? I already lost my mother too. There is only one father left in the family. But why? Smur, do you remember what I said earlier? Hrungnir placed both hands on Smur's shoulders and continued. You can do well without me. Don't worry too much. But the end of Smur's sleeve was burnt black as he blurted out his words. Even the vision was unclear and he could not see ahead. Should I lose my mother and then my father as well? Am I really going to be left alone? Unfortunately, however, his father's subsequent words were different from what he expected. The opponent of the prophecy will come to you someday. The prophecies. Opponent, he will liberate all races including us giants from the Ars gods. Smur, I have a favor to ask of you. Protect the ruins I left for him. Give him strength. That was my last goodbye. With those words, Hrungnir left Smur behind and stepped out into the arena. The hot shouts from the audience and the primary color criticism pouring towards himself. Hrungnir murmured softly, O antagonist of the prophecy. I know you will be looking at this memory now. My child, help Smur. Chapter 142 Hrungnir's Memories Part 3 O antagonist of the prophecy. I know you will be looking at this memory now, my child. Help Smur. Jaehyeon clenched his fists involuntarily at the earnest words he heard. Yes, Hrungnir had intended to show me his memories from the beginning. He must have already agreed with Erd. You can tell just by looking at the resonance between Erd's mirror and the Nornir system. From the beginning, Hrungnir was preparing for the end. The great ruins were created for the son who will remain alone and the antagonist of the prophecy that will appear in the future. He never gave up until the very end. Jaehyeon took a deep breath. Of course, it's an unbearably angry situation, but you have to be patient, because getting angry here and now doesn't change anything. Turbuk, Turbuk, the sound of a giant walking. Before I knew it, Hrungnir stood in front of Thor. Here you are, Thor pulls out his hammer with a fishy smile on his face. At the same time, the sky darkened and the power of lightning permeated Mjolnir. Tsutsut. Isn't that too much to begin with? It was Hrungnir's question, but Thor answered with a smirk. I can't help but face the strongest of the giants. Thank you very much for that. Then let's begin, with Thor's voice, Kiang. The hammer and whetstone collided and the battle between the two transcendent beings began. It was Thor who went first. He quickly leaped into the air and swung Mjolnir down with force. The lightning bolts on the hammer quickly rushed towards Hrungnir. Quarter. Hrungnir also did not lose and blocked the electric shock using a whetstone. However, it was impossible not to take damage at all. Mjolnir is an artifact created with the goal of killing a giant in the first place. No matter how hard Hrungnir had a heart of stone, it was impossible for common sense to nullify all shocks. Kiop, the new model of Hrungnir, was pushed back. Thor looked at Hrungnir's distorted face with a fishy sneer. I wanted to make a decision with you from the beginning, Hrungnir. So, are you satisfied now? No, Thor denied it and gripped the hammer a little tighter. Immediately, Mjolnir, which was lifted up, exploded with highly concentrated magic power. I cannot be satisfied unless I kill you. Isn't that obvious, Tsutsutsu? At the same time, a thunderstorm raged in the sky with clouds gathering in it. Soon after, the fierce lightning slowly condensed towards Thor and then flew towards Hrungnir. Thud. With two consecutive noises, Hrungnir's body, which blocked the electric shock, was pushed back. A suffocating hostility imbued with magical power. Jaehyeon sighed unconsciously. It's a different fight. As of now, I can't even reach my toes. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help but admit it. Thor is strong. Hrungnir is also improving, but he cannot defeat Thor with that much power. Why but? Even that proud heart of stone, does my brain strike hurt? Hrungnir stumbled and continued forward. My body was almost at its limit as I was trying to block the electric shock that had just poured out. Why are you doing this? What are you talking about? Why are you trying to take more while taking the lives of innocent people? Was that a story? What can I tell you honestly? I don't know either. Hrungnir's expression darkened at Thor's playful words. It was Thor. Oh, don't be angry, really, I also don't know why. It is the will of the great Odin, how can I go against it? Is not it? Are you saying you want to live like your father's puppet for the rest of your life? Well, as long as I can fight a strong guy, I don't care what happens, Thor added, swinging his hammer around. The boring story ends here. I ask one too, Hrungnir, why did you agree to fight me? You should have known it was a trap. Because I had something to protect. At Hrungnir's falling reply, Thor gathered the bright yellow lightning again. What to keep, it must be protected. Do you have any of that left? Neither your foolish wife nor your own people. I know almost all of them are in coffins. It still remains their value. The dead don't talk, someday. Asgard will fall. The prophecy of the three Norn sisters, do you believe it? An adversary will appear. Hrungnir didn't answer and just raised the whetstone, a clear expression of intent not to answer. Even Thor took a warlike attitude. A powerful wave of magical energy erupted from his body as he lifted Mjolnir. I will do whatever you want, go to your stupid fellows. Thor controlled the surge of brain energy and fired another lightning bolt. It is embarrassing to compare it to Yngwoo Min's chain of lightning copied by Jaehyeon. Tsutsutsutsut. Suck. Hrungnir began to block the enemy's attack, breathing heavily. He was concentrating all his remaining mana on using communication magic. That moment, Jaehyeon began to hear Hrungnir's voice. Adversary, can you hear it? If you hear it, keep in mind. Quahang. Hrungnir's body, which had silently endured Thor's attack, was stained black. It didn't hit Mjolnir directly, but it was that much of a wound just by brushing against it. Tears welled up in Smr's eyes as he looked up at his father from below. I had to save even a little bit of mana and wrap it around my body. Otherwise, it's a really dangerous situation. However, Hrungnir already knew that he would die here. The communication magic continued. You are the only direction you need to go. Don't be shaken. Jaehyeon's eyes calmly fell. Hrungnir, who was fighting the enemy, ran towards Thor after saying everything. Kick off the ground and leap, quickly closing the distance to the center of the enemy. However, the enemy only looked down at him, floating in the air with a sullen face. Like watching bugs move, Thor's eyes were pitch black. To him, Hrungnir was just a prey, or worse, it was nothing more than a toy. I will give you one last courtesy. With that, Thor threw Mjolnir at Hrungnir's head, a hammer that flies exactly in the direction Hrungnir is running. Father, Smr's piercing screams can be heard from below. However, Hrungnir did not stop and went straight ahead in silence. Be sure to tell Smr that you are sorry, resent your ugly father. After Hrungnir squeezed his magic to the limit and delivered the last words, Hrungnir also threw his whetstone. Quachang. The two weapons colliding in the air ended in a one-sided victory for one side. Thor's hammer pierced the whetstone and flew down without losing power. Mjolnir accelerated and continued straight ahead, piercing Hrungnir's stomach accurately. It's almost over, I'm barely breathing. Hrungnir. It's more disappointing than I thought, mischievous smile. At the same time as Thor's words fell, a very small change occurred. This one of the broken pieces of the whetstone flew right into Thor's forehead. The shrapnel rushed right through and lodged itself in Thor's forehead. Huke, Thor groaned furiously as he touched his bleeding forehead. Hrungnir, I didn't intend to win from the start. You were aiming for this shit. I just found out why. Did Hrungnir, who was only defending himself, run at him at the last moment to attack oneself with fragments? The power doesn't go in properly. It wasn't just Thor who was surprised. Thor's magical power is decreasing. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. He quickly used his magic detection to remeasure Thor's overwhelming magic power he had felt just a moment ago. However, the result was completely different from before. Thor is weak. The total amount of horsepower was reduced by at least 20%. But why? Hrungnir's whetstone has the power to offset the enemy's magical power. Since that fragment is embedded in the head, one of the cores of magical power, it is only natural that the magical power that can be operated will decrease. Thanks to Hela's explanation, Jaehyeon finally realized how things had turned out. You've been aiming for it from the beginning. He sacrificed himself to weaken Thor's power. It was a decision I made for you. Precisely, it will be for the one who will fight Thor in the future. Jaehyeon corrected it, but he had no choice but to focus on the situation that soon resumed. The enraged Thor came down to the ground and stood in front of the fallen Hrungnir, the appearance of a giant who was barely breathing and virtually dead. Jaehyeon held his breath involuntarily, after a while. Thor's trembling voice continued. How dare a giant humiliate me like this? Do you think this can be forgiven? Cool forgiveness to ask for no I'm coke. However, Hrungnir's words were not finished. It was because Thor, who had Mjolnir in his hand again, approached Hrungnir and placed his foot on his chest. Hrungnir could not resist. Everyone in the arena felt it. It is as if the life of a giant is no longer there. Heavy words fell from Jaehyeon's mouth as he watched this. It's a fucking ending. It is also the future you must change. Right? You guys left me with a filthy, difficult fate. Many spectators cheered as they saw the giant collapsed on the floor. It was to celebrate Thor's victory. However, only tears flowed endlessly from the eyes of a giant abandoned alone. Smir. As he witnessed the death of his father following his mother, something that had been pulled tight in his heart was cut off. At the end of intense emotions, all that remains is pitch-black emptiness and loneliness. By doing this, what did my father get? Smir's empty voice is heard. Jaehyeon's head bowed. At the same time, along with a torrent of emotion, magic was released. The mana of reappearance that spreads like a blaze and the atmosphere of Asgard that circulates. The activated magic gathers at one point of Jaehyeon's fingertips and is soon radiated and scattered in the form of threads. Hela spoke calmly. Reap Jaehyeongun's mana, these are just memories of the past. If you raise your mana too much right now, there may be problems with memory retrieval. Jaehyeon laughed lightly, ignoring Hela. Dangerous, but there are plenty of possibilities to walk. Jaehyeon knew. However, nothing can be changed as it is. Although weakened, Thor is an overwhelming force. In order to deal with such a strong person, there was no choice but to find a shortcut. However, Hela, who did not understand Jaehyeon's intention, continued to elaborate. Now you can't change anything in this memory, and even if you do, nothing will change. You're clever, don't you know? Do not worry. I am not an overly emotional person. What happens to the guy who's already dead? It's not my business, it's just… No, Jaehyeon added that and quickly opened the subspace. Hela tilted her head after a while. What Jaehyeon took out from his inventory was none other than a blank card. You can't. Hela's eyes trembled as she watched Jaehyeon's actions. Jaehyeon turned the card around once and said, I thought it would be better if I gave Thor a shot. Just in time, Thor raised Mjolnir to end Hrungnir's breath. Unfortunately, Jaehyeon had been waiting for this moment. The time when the thunderbolt that moved to Mjolnir over Thor's head drew out high-pressure mana. You can use a blank card. Caution, this skill is too high for the user's level. Copied skills cannot be fully used until the user's level does not rise. Do you want to copy the passive skill, the power of the Thunder God? Okay, Jaehyeon laughed. Chapter 143 Last question. Do you want to copy the passive skill, the power of Thunder God? Okay. As Jaehyeon's horse landed, the blank card he was holding was dyed with pure white light. Brilliant and transparent light slowly began to seep into the card, and the color of the card gradually began to change. Originally, the appearance of the blank card is a white background with a gold frame decoration. However, the color of the card that copied the Thunder God's power was clearly black. The special effect of Odin's Lost Eye blooms. You can copy a skill that is one level higher than the original skill. However, the penalty for using the skill will be fully borne by the user. Please refrain from using the skill without having the full dignity. You succeeded in copying the passive skill, the power of Thunder God. Displays acquired skill information. Passive skill. Name Thunder God's power rating. Myth new stats contain the lightning of Thunder God Thor. The efficiency and power of brain attribute skills increase rapidly. 1. The damage of brain property skills is added by 300%. 2. The efficiency of brain attribute skills increases by 50%. 3. It is a skill that can switch the on/off state. Caution. It is an excessively high-grade skill compared to the user's level. The skill cannot last long, and if it is violated, the body organs will be permanently damaged. Jaehyeon smiled lightly and Hela frowned and shouted. What are you doing now? God's skill is still too much for you to handle. What on earth are you going to do by copying a skill you can't use right away? You just have to grow fast enough to handle it. You will help too. It was a story that could feel like an irrelevant word. However, looking back on Jaehyeon's usual behavior, it was also something that could not be overlooked. Meanwhile, immediately after copying the skill, Thor's attack accurately hit Hrungnir. Kwang, Hrungnir's stone heart was shattered with a huge explosion. Hrungnir's body thumped a few times and then stopped moving. Father, Smir's resigned little whisper came. Jaehyeon contemplated the death of Hrungnir with a detached expression. Silence flows for a while. Jaehyeon added briefly while looking at the dead giant. This is the best tribute I can do. I will keep my promise. Jaehyeon turned around. Soon after, the sound of the system sounded. You have finished replaying all of your last memories. It goes back allegorically. A wall of darkness and flickering light blocked the familiar son-in-law. Reappearance was able to go through this and come back as a metaphor. At the entrance of the ruins, as at the beginning, Smir stood tall, the sense of intimidation that comes from its gigantic size. But why? What makes those heavy shoulders look lonely? Did you see the memories? Smir spoke first. Jaehyeon replied in a quiet voice. Yes, this is the last ordeal. I will ask you a question. Are you ready? Sure. Smir hesitated for a moment at Jaehyeon's cool answer, but it didn't take long before he opened his mouth. O antagonist of the prophecy, if you lose something precious to you, can you not be shaken? Jaehyeon smiled lightly, clenched his fists for a moment, then opened them. No, I will undoubtedly be shaken. It will be sad and painful. Just like you, Jaehyeon just swallowed these words down his throat. Smir quietly listened to him. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and continued with a wet voice. But I will rise again if you must go forward. Hela and Smir. The two transcendent beings looked at each other for a moment, the deep silence that followed and the figure of Smir stroking his beard after a few minutes of silence. Smir muttered something like that before adding, Past, antagonist of the prophecy, you are qualified to pass the second trial. With Smir's permission, a translucent window appeared before Jaehyeon's eyes. You have cleared the second trial. Your level has risen by 4. Main quest. Hrungnir's ordeal. Hrungnir, the leader of Jotunheim, is giving you an ordeal. Pass the 3 wisdom trials and clear the trials. Difficulty S plus reward. Hrungnir's gift. Remaining time. Failure penalty. Along with the voice, the quest window Hela showed me for the first time came to mind. The level went up by 4. In addition, Hrungnir's gift written as a reward. It must be at least an X level or skill. Just when Jaehyeon thought so, you have obtained Hrungnir's gift. You have acquired the passive skill Hrungnir's Rage. Displays information on newly acquired skills. Passive skill, name. Hrungnir's Rage rating, X stats, doubles physical attack power and magic power when facing Valkyries. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. What, do you even have this skill? Of course, it wasn't as efficient as Jaehyeon's other X-class skills. Hrungnir's Rage is a skill that only takes effect when facing Aesir and Valkyrie. It is true that it is difficult to expect the effect normally, but in an urgent situation like now, the story is different. That's why I said that the second trial should be cleared quickly. Hela opened her chest and spoke confidently. For the first time, Jaehyeon petted her, who had turned into a cat, thinking that she was helpful. Wait a minute, what is this? As a demigod, Hela seemed rather shameful, but Jaehyeon didn't care. He was in a very good mood. This was because the settlement of compensation had not yet been completed. You have acquired the consumption item Giant's Blood. Jaehyeon also checked the following items sequentially. Consumable items. Name Giant's Blood rating S plus stats. The blood of a giant that combines strength and wisdom. When worn on the body, strength and wisdom stats increase rapidly. 1. Strength and wisdom stats plus 30. This item cannot be used if the user does not have the minimum qualifications. Minimum qualifications. Strength wisdom stat 150 or higher. Giant's Blood. Although there are stat restrictions, it's a good item. Well, even if it's not, I was thinking of putting some strength on it recently. Horsepower has already exceeded 150. The problem is that his strength stat is still less than 100 degrees. Maybe because of this item, the proper grade for the second trial was S. Raising both stats to 150 is impossible without reaching S-class. It's also difficult, however, there was no reason to worry deeply. Thank you for taking care of this and that. The moment Jaehyeon thanked him, he heard the last sound. You have acquired the title, the one who overcame the second ordeal. Title item. Name, one who overcame the second ordeal rating. A plus a title given to opponents who overcame the second ordeal, the Ordeal of Hrungnir. 1. All Giants Affinity plus 52. All Stats plus 20. The 20 increase in all stats is enough, but Jaehyeon focused on the former. In order to fight the Aesir gods later, I need to make allies. Even more so, the power of a giant was clearly seen in the Battle of Hrungnir a while ago. If you can subdue the giants, your chances of winning the second Ragnarok will increase. For Jaehyeon, it was as important as improving his immediate stats. Looks like you got everything you deserve with this. Are you going? It was Smir's question that came unexpectedly, a warm voice not the same as when we first met. Jaehyeon said, putting his hands in his pockets, because there's nothing to do with these musty ruins anymore. Go. The moment when Smir was about to close his eyes again after speaking, Jaehyeon took a step towards him and said, No. There was one more thing I had to do, but I forgot. A thing to do? He said he was sorry. There was no need to explain who the subject of the message was. Jaehyeon had a slightly stiff expression. He told me to blame you. Of course, that's not what you wanted. After adding a little bit, Jaehyeon turned around and started walking toward the outside of the great ruins. I kept my promise. Jaehyeon stood in front of the road, heading straight outside with his last words. After a while, the darkness devours Jaehyeon's body ravenously. Only Smir was left alone in the empty cavity. The entrance to the great ruins is closed, and in the unknown silence that continues. The corners of Smir's mouth rose very slightly. Not even for a single day, I didn't resent it. It was also not necessary to explain the subject when I returned to the entrance of the great ruins with darkness covering Jaehyeon. He couldn't help but be embarrassed. It was because the situation that was literally all over the place was waiting for reappearance. Crazy, they've already smelled it and flocked to it like this. Jaehyeon hid himself in a nearby shelter and cast his gaze outside the great ruins for a moment. There, dozens of members of the European Union were already besieging the great ruins. It looks like they noticed that there are intruders in the great ruins. All of them are talented. It will be difficult to get out. Jaehyeon bit his lip at Hela's words, as she said it is very difficult to sneak out of here. In the first place, from their point of view, Jaehyeon is in a position similar to that of a grave robber. The possibility of letting go smoothly is infinitely converging to zero. Of course, it is none other than the European Union that currently has the right to capture the Great Ruins. I heard how much he bought the strategy. I think it was at least 200 billion won. Jaehyeon let out a sigh. The magic power of the raiders surrounding him is at least a class or higher. Furthermore, Balak and Camilla are also here. With my current skills, it's difficult to deal with two S ranks alone. He calmly cooled his head. How can I get out of here with minimal damage? Jaehyeon gave an answer. I have to fight. He immediately unleashed so little magic that Balak and the European Union didn't even notice. Active skill formation of magic tools is activated. You have succeeded in crafting the equipment item Robe of Cognitive Error Black. Jaehyeon put on the robe he made using his skills and gestured to Hela. I will take my time. I will leave the way to escape to you. All right. I don't want to use that method, but I'll signal, so please give me an opportunity to divert the enemy's attention. All right, Lobes of Cognitive Errors. It was an item that Jaehyeon had touched at Radar Department Store the other day. It won't last long, but at least it will confuse the enemy. And there's one more way to confuse it, so it's awaken. Jaehyeon nodded and took a deep breath. In my previous life, I always thought that I wanted to have skills, even half of them. I really never dreamed that I would be facing an S-class raider who is said to be in the heavenly world at such an early date, but you have to. There is no time to be late. Heimdall's restraints have already been released. An irresistibly rebellious being with enormous magical power began to move. Jaehyeon is the only one who can stop this. Turbuk, Jaehyeon revealed a side of himself that he had been hiding. Of course, the robe was properly worn. Stop! At the same time, shouts in my ears. Immediately, a bright light fell on Jaehyeon's head and dozens of Union members holding weapons aimed their swords and spears at him. At that time, a man appeared from behind, breaking through the crowd. Is it you, the one who stepped into the great ruins? There was no need to explain the man's true identity. Balak, the representative of the great ruins, aimed a sword at Jaehyeon. You'd better answer politely if you don't want to die here. Chapter 144 Two Swords Part 1 You'd better answer meekly, unless you want to die here. Jaehyeon smiled lightly at Balak's aggressive attitude. Akohe, you're right, I attacked the great ruins. As expected, Balak's expression darkened slightly at Jaehyeon's words. This guy's words are true. I don't feel the same magical energy from the ruins as before, but how was that possible? No matter how you think about it, the great ruins are not at the level of attacking alone. In the past, Balak had struggled for a long time even in a much smaller ruin. He was in danger of losing his life, and the artifact obtained after barely clearing it was Balmung. For this reason, close to hundreds of A-class raiders were summoned to attack the great ruins. It was to prepare for any accident that might happen. But, despite these enduring efforts, Balak and the European Union were blocked by a strange wall called credentials and could not even enter. But you defeated the great ruins alone, the one whose personal information is unknown. But I can't believe it. Actually, the ruins were attacked. We have to dig him out somehow. He must know something. Balak glanced at Jaehyeon with a distorted face. Jaehyeon shrugged his shoulders in a relaxed manner. I don't think they'll let go easily. That sounds natural. Not only did you infiltrate the great ruins owned by the European Union, but you even attacked them at will. How much risk did the Alliance take with this incident? Do you think I'll just let you go? So what? At Jaehyeon's words, Balak took a step forward. I have to pay a fair reward. Of course, I need to find out who you are before that. Balak's eyes widened and mighty magic power poured out of his body. Jaehyeon made a calm expression and wrapped magic around his body. As expected, S-class radar, he's a dangerous opponent, but this is nothing compared to Thor and Hrungnir's overwhelming magical power. Jaehyeon thought so and said with a stiff neck. I think one thing needs to be made clear. Even if you continued to challenge anyway, you would have failed in capturing the great ruins. It would have been absolutely impossible without me. It may sound a bit arrogant, but it wasn't wrong. According to the words of the Greeks, no one other than the opponents of the prophecies could set foot inside the great ruins. However, it was an annoying answer for Balak, who did not know the details. He frowned. He is a very self-confident person. Are you saying the EU lacks strength? I know that. If you guys were so talented, why did you fail dozens of times? I heard that they couldn't even get inside because their credentials failed. No matter how you think about it, isn't that a lack of qualifications? This bastard. It was a cheap provocation, but Balak was easily caught. According to the information Jaehyeon heard before returning, Balak had a very aggressive personality. He is very hot and has such a fiery temper that he never refuses to fight an opponent. Jaehyeon was thinking of using this appropriately. The most meaningless thing in a fight is emotion. It goes without saying that the person who can stir up the enemy and create gaps has a higher chance of winning. Originally, I tried to embrace you, but judging from his attitude, it must be difficult. Then can I go soon? I have a TV program to watch in the evening. When Jaehyeon spoke kindly, Balak's eyes fell coldly, his mouth twitched and a mischievous smile escaped. Such confidence in front of an S-class radar. It seems that there is a corner to believe, but I'll tell you clearly that it's meaningless to do so. The waves of magical power that exploded with his thoughts vibrated the entire field. It was unbelievably thick magic for a martial art. Balak did not stop there, opened the subspace and took a sword in his hand. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. A greatsword rolled up with a golden string neck. It was a familiar artifact. Looking at him taking out Bamung from the beginning, he must have been very angry. Bamung. It was a weapon that Jaehyeon had handled before, at the time of the second round of the midterm exam. He identified Bamung's replica among the myriad of swords stuck in the cracks in the rock and was able to easily defeat Red Drake using it. But it's completely different from then. That's because it's genuine. I have to deal with the power of the real thing that can't be compared to replicas. Jaehyeon nervously prepared for battle. Balak pointed his sword and said, I will catch you and hear all about how you set foot inside the ruins and how you attacked. Try if you can. As soon as Jaehyeon's words fell, Balak kicked the ground, fault. Despite not being able to accelerate, Balak quickly arrived right in front of Jaehyeon and swung his sword horizontally while turning his body, a speed that normal radar can never respond to. But, woo. It was just cutting through the black air. Jaehyeon succeeded in avoiding Balak's attack. Balak's eyes narrowed as the attack was futile. My attack missed. Jaehyeon took about 5 steps back and smirked. Isn't it faster than you thought? A few hours ago, in the middle of the closed city of Daegu, a giant dragon called a catastrophe has appeared, one of the boss monsters and a monster that terrorized the world, Black Drake. Unlike the Red Drake that Jaehyeon faced before, he was a tricky being who not only had a much stronger body with an S grade, but also used light magic. It is classified as such because it resembles a drake, but it is a beast of a predator class that does not fall far behind dragons. A roar that echoes the heavens fills the field. At the same time, the black drake began to move little by little in search of prey. Drake's main food is life forms with magical powers, i.e. awaken, or it was the same monster. However, few people visit the closed city these days. Thanks to this, Black Drake was in a very ferocious state. This is the reason why even those with very little magical power can never survive once they set foot here. However, there is one thing that stands out about such a guy. An existence that has magical power that is different from the awakeners and monsters you have eaten so far. He was bound to something. Unable to withstand hunger, Black Drake opened his mouth towards the mysterious existence. A man with deep magical power that can't be fathomed even at first glance, and just when he was about to devour the being, suddenly the sound of a huge explosion pierced my ears. The earth was shattered along with waves of mysterious magic that burst out in a semicircle. The dust rises, and the cracks in the ground gradually expand their momentum, causing a continuous series of explosions. Goo. Buildings collapse and everything around is destroyed. Everything nearby is shattered beyond recognition. After a while, the dust clears. The sight of the explosion was truly shocking. Black Drake's upper body flew off with precision as if measured with a ruler. The witch beast looked as if it had been attacked by someone. Both wings were burnt away, and the barely remaining leg beneath them was soon petrified and shattered. However, in the midst of all the surroundings collapsing, only one remained in its place. The man with the magic that Drake first tried to swallow, only he stood still unmoving looking around. Also, Odin was right. I can't use all my powers in Midgard. Maybe Hela knew this and challenged me, but if you thought you could weaken me to this extent, you were mistaken. A rare voice. Soon with the sun shining down on him, the man's face was colored with water. A god with a huge horn on his back and a sword at his waist. Heimdall, the Sir's watchman, was finally unchained and set free. My mind has changed, good. Let's go have a little more fun. Severing all the chains that bound him, he smiled, showing white teeth. Wait, antagonist of the prophecy, this Heimdall will test you. How the hell did you dodge my attack? Among the fighting worlds, he is one of the best in terms of speed. If I'm not careful, I'll be beaten. Balak watched the reenactment in front of him nervously. He was a strong guy after all. Well, if it wasn't like this, you wouldn't have thought of attacking me. Jaehyeon shrugged but didn't respond. However, in Balak's mind, wariness against him was rapidly rising. Among the S-class raiders, there are few guys who are faster than me, a similar level except for the Wind God Guild Master in Korea. But what is that movement? On the other hand, Jaehyeon had a clear understanding of Balak's thoughts. Perhaps he's very upset right now, but the real thing starts now. Jaehyeon opened his magic lightly with a smile, Tsutsitsut. The shape of the magical power concentrated on the fingertips begins to change little by little and eventually begins to take on a complete form. I don't know what he's trying to do, but he looks like he's just watching. Balak leaped again and swung his sword at Jaehyeon. The speed is clearly faster than before. It seems like I used the speed compensation skill together. However, Jaehyeon just calmly watched the enemy's attack with a calm face. Tsutsutsutsutsu. What? Balak's hand, which was swinging the sword horizontally, hesitated for a moment. It was because something that looked like a weapon was slowly forming in Jaehyeon's hand. Balak hurriedly changed his sword path and lowered his sword vertically. However, that choice was not right. It was because the speed at which artifacts formed in Jaehyeon's hand was much faster. After a while, Balak's gaze wavered when he saw the artifact created with magic. At the same time, Kiang, his sword was blocked by something dull. A simple but neat uplift that is suitable for deflecting attacks. Balak's heart was beating like crazy. All the nerves became sensitive as if the blood was gushing backwards. Weird, that was my first thought. This is ridiculous. Normally, I would have wondered why the attack didn't work. After assessing the strength of the enemy, he must have thought about what swordsmanship to use. But now was not the time to discuss such trivial matters. Balak quickly kicked the ground and opened up the distance. Dangerous. It was the only thought swirling in my head, clouding my thinking. How do you have the same artifact as me? An astonishment erupted from Balak's mouth. Jaehyeon smiled and turned the sword in his hand once. The sword that Jaehyeon is holding right now is exactly the same as the one that Balak is holding. It was Bamung, the dragon-killing sword. Chapter 145 Two Swords Part 2 About 3 minutes ago. With Balak in front of him, Jaehyeon's plan was simple. To face Bamung the same grade, no, you need at least one master sword. My swordsmanship will be pushed back, but if it's just to create a momentary gap, I can do anything. It was a clear conclusion. By the way, visible magic could not be used. It was because if it was revealed that Jaehyeon was a battle mage, there was a possibility that his true identity would be identified, so he needed to be careful. Jaehyeon hadn't reached the S rank yet and was unable to withstand the attacks of other giant guilds on his own. For now, it was best to hide your presence moderately, because safety is the most important thing. Of course, the situation was not good. This was especially true of the numerous enemies surrounding and the Balak Camilla, two S-class raiders. Dealing with them was a hellish experience for regular raiders, a fight you should never try even if you have 2 lives. Because of this, Jaehyeon chose a slightly different method, shaking the minds of Balak and Camilla to somehow buy time. And the result was an imitation of Bamung he was holding in his hand. Active skill formation of magic tools is activated. The equipment item Bamung's imitation A has been created. The passive skill genius of arms manufacturing is activated. The rank of Bamung's counterfeit will increase by 1. Dragon Sword Bamung has been created. Equipment item. Name Dragon Slayer Bamung crafting item rank. S. The beloved sword of Siegfried, an ancient human hero who killed Fafnir. Effect 1. Strength plus 100/agility plus 52. Acquired passive skill Dragon Slayer S. Jaehyeon waved the sword he was holding in the air with a smile on his face. The corner of the mouth goes up all the time. Of course, luck works at such a timing and even passive skills explode. It seemed that there was no law to die. The power of the skills handed over by the Van Aesir faction is as expected. I never thought it would be possible to copy an S-class item. The first time Jaehyeon got a Bamung replica in his hand during the midterm exam, he thought even though it is an imitation, it is an artifact that can be usefully used when catching a dragon monster after Bamung. I thought it would be nice if it could be made. Right before entering the ruins, Jaehyeon had a chance to briefly recall the characteristics of the skill called Formation of Magic Tools. Active skill, name. Formation of Magic Tools LV. 1 rating, X a skill that uses magic to shape weapons necessary for battle. The higher the higher grade the weapon can be produced. Weapons will disappear if you don't continuously inject magical energy into them. 1. Shape the magic tool. 2. Options and grades are given randomly according to level, current minimum grade C. 3. If the grade of the weapon is too high, the grade will drop according to the user's level. The corners of Jaehyeon's mouth went up as he pondered over the skill description. There is no story anywhere that there is an item that cannot be crafted with this skill. The only thing written on the status window was the duration and required magic power. Then, Even if the grade is lowered, wouldn't it be possible to produce an S-class artifact if I use the skill well? In fact, Jaehyeon did an experiment on this afterwards. The result is a great success. Bombung, which was used in the subspace where the midterm exam was held, can now be produced and used outside. Of course, the only weapons that could be produced were the ones I'd personally touched. I couldn't make a weapon I've never seen before. Maybe it was natural. If that is possible, it means that you can copy all kinds of weapons on TV without any restrictions. This was something that severely disrupted the balance of the system. Why? Isn't there a law that says you can't do it unless you have two Bomungs? Jaehyeon's mischievous words permeated the hall with a deep magical power that made you shudder. Of course it was Balak's. Jaehyeon straightened his sword. He was about to push a little further when he heard Camilla's voice. Balak, be careful, that guy's weapon, I think he made it up. I can feel the vortex of magical power strongly in the artifact. You have to be careful. As expected, an S-class wizard, did you already find out that far? As soon as Camilla saw Jaehyeon's weapon, she knew it was a magical object. The situation is not very positive as a representation that the more things are hidden, the better. Fortunately, Balak was not rational enough to look around. How dare you copy my weapon under? I will never leave you alone. It was natural for Balak to be indignant. For him, Bomung has been his trademark and proof of his strength for the past several years. The weapon that everyone looked up to at the same time that brought Balak to the top. But have these core artifacts been stolen? It's exactly what he made up, but he was fine with minor problems now. Jaehyeon's mouth twisted. To be agitated over something like this. There's nothing special about the S-class radar. From now on, I will show you whether there is anything special or not. Balak immediately injected magic into the hand holding the sword and activated the skill. Jaehyeon swallowed his saliva. What he's trying to do right now is his signature skill, Intangible Sword Type 1. Intangible Sword Type 1. This is one of Balak's most frequently used swordsmanship and was his signature skill. A swordsmanship that uses mana to make the sword invisible so that it cannot be read and then cuts through the enemy's gaps. Jaehyeon frowned. There are only two ways to prevent Type 1 of the intangible sword. Anticipate the enemy's sword path ahead of time or use transcendent reflexes to counter attacks that come within range. Nothing was difficult. In the case of the former, it was obvious that it would be difficult if one was not proficient in swordsmanship, and in the case of the latter, it was also very difficult to have transcendental reflexes. However, Jaehyeon's worries did not last long. He smiled and put strength into his sword. Go to the latter. Right after Jaehyeon made his decision, the color of the sword held by Balak changed. The green effect stays in Bomung and soon loses all color and disperses. Is that the intangible sword that raised Balak to the top? Jaehyeon caught his breath. Do not be swayed by the splendor of the enemy. I can roughly read the trajectory of the sword with the movement of my wrist, but that guy is an S-class radar. I can't relax. However, Jaehyeon didn't worry more than necessary. I will not kill you. But about the limbs? Balak's voice continued unexpectedly. However, Jaehyeon frowned and cut off his words. For a moment, that's something I've heard before from someone much worse than you. I have some trauma. Therefore, powerful magic power erupted from Jaehyeon's body. Could you shut up? What the hell? Balak's brow furrowed and his face flushed. Seeing his reddened face, Jaehyeon smiled a little. Tot. Balak kicked the ground and there was the sound of his new model cutting through the air. However, Jaehyeon did not waver this time either, just waiting for the enemy to come towards him. Meanwhile, Camilla, who was watching their battle, gnashed her teeth. Balak, you stupid bastard. What is the most important thing in the European Union? Knowing the opponent's strength and always fighting with a cool head. Didn't they teach me repeatedly that even with that alone, they could come back alive from dozens of dying battles? To think that the representative of the Union fell for such a cheap provocation. It was something Camilla couldn't help but jump up. Other members of the coalition did not even dare to intervene in the fight. Camilla let out the curse she had been holding back and stretched out her arms toward Balak. That trash, idiot, so my wife is cheating on me, Sutsut. A defensive force field placed on Balak along with the noise of magical energy. At the same time, 6 protective magics overlapped by multicasting embraced him, preparing for the upcoming conflict. You should know that this is the only time you will save me. As Camilla's magical power increases, so does the magic that protects Balak. Jaehyeon, who watched her silently, let out a smirk. I knew it would be like that. Camilla isn't one to wait behind the scenes. Of course, it didn't mean much to Jaehyeon, as long as you activate the magic so fast that the enemy doesn't even notice. Active skill, absolute calculation, conjuring. Because protection magic is easily destroyed. At Jaehyeon's eccentricity, Camilla's face gradually grew astonished. What the hell? Why is the magic destroyed? Magic is destroyed. It was incomprehensible to her. There is someone who dares to break the defensive magic of an S-class wizard. The enemy is definitely a fighter. He handles the sword, and although he is crude, he was skilled enough to stand up to Balak. But for such a subject, even magic can be destroyed. Is that a reasonable thing to do? Suddenly coming to her senses, she shouted. Dangerous. However, Balak, who had already accelerated, did not stop and only shot at Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon began to gather the magical energy that was born from all over his body into the sword. A huge amount of mana permeates the lungs. It was a level that increased several times more than what was dealt with in the past. However, Jaehyeon did not stop there. It's not enough yet. Active skill overdrive. Attack power is temporarily increased. Caution, after using it you will be unable to use magic for a while. The deeper magic power moves from Jaehyeon's body to the white sword. Blue magic flames that spread like a torch. It didn't go away, it only got stronger, roaring, yet, just before the two Bauman collide. Hela's telepathy sounded in Jaehyeon's ears. I'm ready, let's finish it soon. At her words, Jaehyeon shook his head with a subtle smile. Sorry, can you wait a moment? Yes, what is that? An opportunity like this doesn't come around very often. Hela's expression hardened coldly as she looked at Jaehyeon while hiding her presence nearby. Jaehyeon did not stop, drawing out his mana to the limit. A chance to share the sword with an S-class raider. Hela's mouth slowly opened. No matter how you look at it, it was a fight where Jaehyeon was at a disadvantage. However, no matter how you look at Jaehyeon's expression, it was not that of someone who intuited defeat. Soon by the time Jaehyeon's telepathy ends, Balak, who had reached in front of me, raised the corners of his mouth. Leave the upper half of the body. Balak brandishes his sword with a fishy sneer. A sword that swings from the bottom left to the top right with all the power in the waist. It was truly astoundingly destructive. However, Jaehyeon did not back down either. He responded by putting strength into his sword. I won this time, Aang. With a huge explosion, the two swords with magical aura collided. Chapter 146, Two Swords Part 3. The first time Balak's attack was directed at him, Jaehyeon thought. At least once I want to be attacked from the front by an S-class raider. Wouldn't that make me more certain about where I am now? Of course, I still lack both single stats and destructive power compared to S-class raiders. But I have the skills and agility to offset all of that. Various equipment, items, and skills, including TRP's Thunder Walk. Jaehyeon was well aware of his strengths. There was no doubt about the confidence to use it properly. Well, even so, it's a fight with an S-class raider. It wasn't easy. Recalling the battle, Jaehyeon controlled his mana to release Bamung and turned his numb wrist from the shock. Maybe it's because the aftertaste hasn't gone away yet, but the aftermath of the swords meeting a little while ago still remains. S-class radar. It was also natural since it was the first time he faced a strong fighter. Jaehyeon looked down at Balak's new model, which had been eaten by a huge sandstorm. Even though he had overcome a big mountain, he would have been able to do it with his real skills. Jaehyeon was still weak, and the enemy he had to deal with in the future was too strong. The current victory is nothing more than a fluke. Jaehyeon repeated that to not be conceited and fell into thought. Thor from Hrungnir's memories. He was incredibly strong. It would be the same for Heimdall, who will have to fight after a while. There is only one thing to become stronger even a little faster. Repeating battles with stronger opponents. To steadily develop step by step and optimize the direction of battle. For this, Jaehyeon decided to fight Balak. I had to take a lot of risk, but it wasn't a big problem. It wasn't even powerful enough to kill me anyway. In the first place, my current defensive power far exceeds a class comparable to that of S-class. No matter how much the enemy is S-class, it's not easy to fall down. Reinforced by the abyssal armor, Jaehyeon's defense is at a level beyond imagination. It is numerically more than 3 times more efficient than the existing shadow armor, and it is possible to respond to enemy attacks more colorfully by strengthening the skill. In the worst case, even if you allow Balak's attack, you won't be knocked down easily. At least enough to secure enough power to escape. Jaehyeon nodded. Even if he gets hurt by any chance, Jaehyeon has sacrifice. Unless it was a wound so deep that he could not use magic, the impact of the enemy's attack on Jaehyeon was negligible. Come on this way. While Jaehyeon was calmly organizing his thoughts, Hela suddenly spoke to him. Jaehyeon quickly erased his presence and threw himself into the bush where the telepathic message came from. I didn't forget to use stealth to hide myself. Although there is a high possibility of getting caught in an artifact that detects magical power. In a premarital situation like this, even this is quite helpful. Because I like to do whatever I can. Balak, Camilla's harsh voice erupted from behind. She murmured in disbelief at the horrors unfolding before her eyes. This is nonsense. Balak in his own eyes was literally a wreck. The aftermath of the impact pushed him against a tree and barely moaned. It seemed that his condition, which was constantly breathing heavily, was already approaching a critical point. This is nonsense, Balak. Made the head of the European Union look like this? It was beyond my understanding. Camilla chewed her lips and was mesmerized by the unfolding scenery. S-class radar, they including himself are some of the best monsters in the world. Each one is equipped with overwhelming destructive power at the level of destroying a city. Beings that even dozens of A-class radars can't handle. But did that thug defeat such a Balak, thought Camilla. What if a being with such grotesque power roamed the city freely? Even if he takes a hostile stance to the coalition, this is a major issue that can affect the safety of citizens as well as the alliance. Breaking down Balak, who is ranked 4th in the world's radar ranking, means that the guy from earlier has more than S-class radar skills. I have to deal with it somehow. If you can't capture it, you must kill it. Camilla immediately made a decision and corrected her posture. You think I'll let you run away? Camilla let out a harsh shout and released the remaining magic power at once. Tsutsutsut, active skill Hellfire. Active skill Wind Chaser. A huge fireball flies with a double casting that follows immediately. What is this fever? Hot flames hit Jaehyeon's feet as he and Hela escaped from the ruins. Unstoppable speed and insane destructive power. The power of the Hellfire with the pursuit skill added was beyond imagination. Shit, is it Camilla's work? Jaehyeon-kun, hearing Hela's urgent cry, Jaehyeon quickly raised his head. The moment he was about to activate absolute calculation by stretching out his arms and drawing out the mana of his entire body. As a penalty for the active skill overdrive, the use of magical power is temporarily limited. The activation of the active skill absolute calculation is cancelled. Shit. Jaehyeon frowned as he watched the dark purple flames flying towards him. Sun Kwang, Hellfire with Wind Chaser attached, hit Jaehyeon's torso as it was. It was an unavoidable, precise, and destructive blow. Ha ha, after a while, after all the dust from the explosion has cleared, appearing from the swirling dust, Camilla clicked her tongue. Did Chit run away too? It seemed that the Hellfire that he had read and fired a moment ago unfortunately missed. I thought I had accurately grasped the enemy's movements, but it seemed that the opponent's agility was higher. Camilla made a quick decision. It can't be like this, somehow find traces of him and finish it. No, stop it, Camilla. It was none other than Balak who stopped Camilla, who was about to leave. He fell down after being attacked by Jaehyeon a while ago, but fortunately he seemed to have just woken up as if his wounds were not deep. Camilla let out a sigh of relief and put her hand on her waist. Looks like he was alive. Why, sorry, because the day to pay my portrait has been delayed. A little, perhaps because he had calmed down a bit. Balak's tone was softer than before. Camilla sighed and asked, so, what do you mean a moment ago? Shall we not chase after the grave robber? It is literally, chasing him is dangerous. Contact your superiors first. Camilla's eyes narrowed at Balak's unexpected words. Isn't he the one who usually doesn't contact headquarters first even if he dies? I don't like the nagging of old people or something. Since he was a Balak who repeatedly ignored regular contact for various reasons, Camilla could not help but be surprised by his change. Camilla chewed her lips and thought. There is only one reason why Balak has been able to maintain his position as the head of the coalition so far: overwhelming skill. His awe-inspiring skills, incomparable to others, keep him in his place. However, that he is trying to figure out the seriousness of the situation first and contact the upper management. What is it? You don't really like contacting your superiors. Was he that strong? Camilla's hard question. Upon receiving the question, Balak's expression quickly darkened. Silence flows for a while. Balak opened his mouth with difficulty. Okay, he was a strong guy. I really didn't expect those words to come out of your mouth. Is there something going on? Why, even if your wife wants to reunite? Camilla asked, genuinely concerned. Balak frowned and glared at her. Don't talk nonsense, Camilla. Well, maybe you haven't seen it. What are you talking about? He stopped the sword at the end. What? A gasp escaped from Camilla's mouth. Balak was nervous. I'm saying you didn't cut me on purpose. S-class radar. With Balak, who is among the top 5 in the world, in front of me. It was hardly believable. Of course, Camilla also watched the fight between Jaehyeon and Balak, however she is always magical. I didn't know as much knowledge about martial arts fights as Balak. If it comes from Balak's mouth, you can trust it, at least for the sword. That's why I told you not to pursue me. Sending other guys will only make it a super corpse. Okay, then I'll contact the superiors. Please, I need to get some rest. Balak gritted his teeth and said so. A deep fighting spirit was boiling in his appearance as he turned around. I don't know who he is, but the day will come when we will meet again. I won't give up then. While he was reconsidering his decision, Camilla was immersed in an unknown anxiety. I don't know what it is, but we have to deal with it quickly somehow. I can't say for sure, however, both S-class raiders had a vague idea. The existence wearing the mysterious black robe that confronted them a while ago, he will bring a blue wave, that too in the very near future. I thought it was real this time, but I got lucky. Right, hotel near the Grand Ruins. Jaehyeon let out a heavy breath and murmured. He had just escaped from the ruins and fled here. Hela replied in an annoyed voice. Does that sound carefree? The magic was so dangerous just a moment ago. If it hit you directly, even you would have been hurt quite deeply. I wish it wasn't right because I learned something. How can you be so optimistic? Hela shook her head in fright. Jaehyeon laughed. He briefly recalled the time of Camilla's attack a moment ago. The passive skill Shadow Fairy Tail is activated, dodging enemy attacks. Initiation of Shadow Fairy Tail. This was the reason Jaehyeon was able to dodge Camilla's attack. A new skill of Abyssal Armor that evades enemy attacks with a 2% chance. I didn't expect it because the probability wasn't high, but it was triggered at just the right time. It was an unexpected benefit. After all, Hyunjul is the best. Jaehyeon nodded his head in satisfaction. It was rewarding to invest hundreds of millions of shadow ore and strengthen it into abyssal armor. By the way, the S-Class Magician's attack was amazing too. In spite of the fact that it takes time to cast, the destructive power of the magic system is superior to that of the martial arts system. Camilla, it's magic that can't be outdone even by you, the opponent. He was a great person. Well, even Sensei, if you look at the amount of magic power, you're almost on the same page. Monsters are everywhere. Jaehyeon briefly thought of his teacher, Yu Seong-yoon. The overwhelming power of the first encounter with her. The battle with these two S-Class reminded me of that time. As expected S-Class, but I was soon too, definitely feel it I am growing. Jaehyeon knew the speed of his growth better than anyone else. Of course, I had the confidence to try harder. Hela suddenly asked after sorting out the situation for a while. Jaehyeon, let me ask you one thing, that man from a while ago. Why didn't you kill him? The intention of Hela's question was clear. During the battle with Balak a while ago, Jaehyeon stopped his sword at the last moment. Why? It was Jaehyeon who had the right to take the life and death of the enemy. If he was afraid of repercussions, it would have been better to kill him there, and Jaehyeon would not have known this either. However, he didn't do it even though he knew everything. Hela wanted to know if Jaehyeon's actions were due to a simple whim or some other reason. What is Jaehyeon fighting for? Jaehyeon shrugged and replied, because I didn't have to kill him. Please explain properly. Jaehyeon let out a sigh when Hela rarely bothered. If Balak had been killed there, everyone who could have survived would have died. Even if he is a bad guy, his skills are certain. Akue, Hela smiled as if she was satisfied with Jaehyeon's answer. Now, the second ruin's attack must have been completed. Shall we go back soon? Great, let's go. Hearing Jaehyeon's words, Hela cried softly. It was a sound she usually made when she was in a good mood. That's why it's like a real cat. Jaehyeon headed to the central portal center in Reykjavik with a smile on his face. The destination is Korea. It was time to go back. The first thing that welcomed Jaehyeon back was Seo Ina's missed call. What? Ine calls first. Wasn't it Seo Ina, who was usually shy and only communicated through text messages? Jaehyeon sent a reply with a puzzled expression. Min Jaehyeon, why, what's wrong? Jiying, a reply arrived almost the same time I texted him. Jaehyeon smiled strangely as he read the contents displayed on the screen of his smartphone. It's a circle. It's about time, Jaehyeon thought with a smile. Joining the circle is one of the main events of Mills Academy. It's almost a month ahead. Chapter 147, The Night Before the Storm. Ring. Seo-ine. Jaehyeon, how do you plan to join the circle? The content of the message that arrived was simple. Jaehyeon nodded deep in thought. Because joining the circle is one of the most important things in the Academy event, I thought it was natural for my colleagues to be concerned. Circle, this was one of the major policies of radar academies nationwide, including Mills Academy. To put it simply, it can be seen as a form similar to a regular school club. It is a structure in which mainly second and third year students create circles and receive and lead new students. The main work of the circle is to receive requests from national or local organizations and solve them. In this process, Miles' side can generate sales through relay commissions, and the cadets can also build awareness along with generating some profits. At first glance, it looks very similar to a guild specializing in radar. There was a reason for this. Because the circle was modeled after the guild. The circle was a national project designed to reduce the number of trials and errors that academy cadets would later go through when working in guilds. Basically, the destination of the institutional system called circle is clear: developing radar cadets so that they can be put into the field as quickly as possible. And in order to do so, various experiences and knowledge of cadets are inevitably required. A device for learning the rules of guild and group activities by experiencing circle activities in advance and accumulating prior experience while solving requests. Intention was good, however, Jaehyeon knew. All of these advantages are completely unavailable unless you enter the circle of names. If you enter a low-grade circle, you will only suffer losses. My previous life was the same in many ways. Jaehyeon smiled bitterly as he recalled the past, before regression. He used to play in low-level circles. To be honest, I didn't want to join the circle, but as Miles' basic rule was to join one circle, there was no way for Jaehyeon. Anyway, in the circle he entered like that, he couldn't learn anything even though he was rolling to death. People called seniors clumsily reached for discipline and openly ignored Jaehyeon, who had low grades. Even if his level wasn't that high, thanks to this, Jaehyeon felt a strong disillusionment with the circle. But not from now on. How many corners can the circle system use? Jaehyeon smiled. In fact, there were a lot of parts that could be used in Mill's circle system. In particular, the S-rank circle has a very strong right to speak within Mills. Of course, in order to quickly raise the ranks of the circle, the recognition of the individual cadets belonging to the circle was very important. At this time, representation has a great advantage differentiated from others. A talent who possesses many S-class and A-class skills and is only a freshman at most. Even Jaehyeon was the one who changed all the records of first place in the midterm exam. This was the reason why Jaehyeon was an attractive talent to the upper circle. Although I thought of joining the same circle as the kids from the beginning. In fact, from the beginning, Jaehyeon had the intention of joining the same circle as his colleagues. In the first place, it was to help the growth of my colleagues for the sake of the current situation. Even if that's the case, it won't be fun if you do it easily. Children need to know how to be valuable. Jaehyeon wrote and sent the reply with a fishy smile. Min Jaehyeon, well, I haven't decided yet. Find a suitable place and go in. In ACO among the kids, there was a talk among the kids that if possible, we should all look for a circle together. If it's okay with you, would you like to join the same circle? Min Jaehyeon, I'm just going to go in alone. Last reply. For some reason, CONA, who always responded with a knife, didn't reply for a while. Are you hurt? When Jaehyeon scratched his head and thought about that, Jaehyeon, for some reason she was getting all the calls. Is this that serious? Jaehyeon was slightly surprised but slowly cleared his throat. Pros are more calm at times like this. After waiting for about 3 seconds, Jaehyeon answered the phone with a voice that sounded like he had just woken up. Hey, Min Jaehyeon, where is that? You're going to enter the circle alone. What shall we do? Are you going to throw it away? A voice that seemed to rip your ears apart as soon as you answered the phone. Of course, the owner was Kim Yoo-young. Jaehyeon frowned and put the smartphone back to his ear. Hey, Kim Yoo-young. You were surprised. We never promised to be in the same circle in the first place. Hey, if we formed a team together, we shouldn't have to take responsibility. Jaehyeon listened to it with one ear and let it go. But I decided to make one thing clear. Hey, be honest, you're seducing me because I covet the benefit of being number one in my grade. No. It was a very short silence, but Jaehyeon immediately grasped their intentions. Kim Yoo-young, did you really think I wouldn't know that? Hoyeon, please change. What? Why are you giving it to me all of a sudden? I don't have the confidence to convince Jaehyeon either. Oh, that's hello. You guys really do a lot of things. Jaehyeon shook his head as if he was dumbfounded and fixed his smartphone. After a while, hearing on Hoyeon's gibberish, he raised the corner of his mouth and said, It's not difficult to get into a circle like that. Is it real? On Hoyeon's voice came from beyond the handset. This guy will take voice phishing well. I like all of them, but they are too naive. As a representation, it was a good thing. The best personality to use, Jaehyeon spoke. Instead, there is one condition. I knew it would be like that if it was Jaehyeon. Ina's voice sighed and muttered from behind. I felt a little guilty but quickly forgot about it. Conditions between friends, that's too much. I don't like it, drink or not. Even friends should definitely do this. Haha, as expected, you're calculating, no, you're rational. I heard on Hoyeon's praise, not praise. Jaehyeon nodded his head appropriately. Certainly I'm not lacking in that kind of side. Yeah, this sounds like Kim Yoo-young's voice. Jaehyeon was a little uncomfortable, but he smiled and said, I'll tell you the conditions later. See you later at the academy after the holiday. Ah, yes. After saying hello, Jaehyeon hung up the phone and thought for a moment. By the way, the fact that the circle's sign-up event is imminent. It must mean that the outdoor training camp is approaching. As for Jaehyeon, it was something that he had no choice but to worry about. An outdoor training camp held together during the period of circle promotion and temporary activities. The location of the event was a problem, a closed area in Daegu. The next event will be held there. Jaehyeon bit his lip. The decisive battle with Heimdall was not over yet. According to Hela, Heimdall had not been attacking her even though he had been freed from bondage a long time ago. Coincidentally, the last place he appeared was an enclosed area. Jaehyeon thought, is this really a coincidence? No way, there must be a reason why Heimdall doesn't attack me right away, and the reason is Heimdall's ability. In other words, there is a high possibility that it is related to future predictions. Hela said that Heimdall has the power to predict the future. Perhaps he actively used his power to destroy Jaehyeon, and it is highly likely that he saw Jaehyeon's future in the process. Now Heimdall is waiting, a chance to break Jaehyeon in the most devastating way. And maybe that opportunity is an outdoor training camp. Heimdall will come after me and my comrades then. They'll think that's the chance to ruin me the most. Jaehyeon smiled and looked out the window with cold eyes. I know how to play. Jaehyeon has already decided on his course of action. Collision from the front. As always, Jaehyeon predicted all the variables to the point of getting sick of it. All that was left was the strength and confidence to put it into practice. The roof of the House of Reproduction, where the moon shines. Hela, who had been looking at the moon alone for the first time in a while, was lost in thought. Why did Jaehyeon say that? I'm going to die, for sure. These were the words I heard earlier when I was preparing measures to prevent Jaehyeon and Heimdall. It kept gnawing at Hela's nerves. At that time, Jaehyeon asked, "You said that Hela Heimdall's purpose was to destroy me, right?" "That's right. It gnaws at the human heart and eventually causes it to collapse. That's how the Ser Gods dominated and brainwashed other forces." Jaehyeon, who was worried for a while at Hela's words, got lucky. "Can I ask you one thing?" "Ask. Could you protect my colleague and mother?" Hela couldn't help but be reluctant to those words. "That's hard. Even if you join forces in the first place, Heimdall is a difficult opponent. I'm not someone who can win by dispersing my strength." "I know, but there is no other way, please." Jaehyeon's voice was quiet. A calm tone different from usual. After visiting the ruins of Hrungnir, his attitude has changed significantly. A bit more aloof and unassuming. You'll understand now the weight of the fate that surrounds you. If you think about what you've been through, it's not strange if your image changes. Hela thought that while looking at Jaehyeon, with the expression of wanting to withdraw the decision. However, Jaehyeon's will was stubborn. A heavy voice fell once more. "Please." In the end, Hela had no choice but to accept his offer. "All right, instead you won't count on my help when you face Heimdall, and there is only one person who can help. I can't keep any more than that." "Then ask your mother. I'll do the rest myself." Hela opened her eyes at Jaehyeon's falling words. How on earth can Jaehyeon always maintain that kind of attitude? When I think about it, it was always like that. Even when he first encountered Smur at the Great Ruins, Jaehyeon never gave up. To convince him to go back, I took out a cold weapon and fought, and in the end I was able to answer the test. There's something different about him. Should I say no, Jaehyeon? He lacks the feeling of frustration. I couldn't figure out how the hell that was possible. Even before returning, he had repeated his frustrations. I was pessimistic about myself and always envied the lives of others, however not now. Jaehyeon has grown up. I did not give up and kept moving forward. He can still grow. Hela put a smile on her lips. "You are a scary person. I can't help it. I can only help once." Hela muttered into the air with a determined expression on her face. "Hel, lend me your strength. I want to save Jaehyeon somehow." "Do you really not regret it?" The ruler of Helheim from the sphere of magical power floating in the air. Hel's voice was heard. Hela nodded. "He's stubborn too. But if it's your choice, I'll respect it." "Thank you," the moment you answer. Suddenly, thick magic power permeated Hela's body. A piece of deep and vast magical darkness slowly began to stay in Hela's body along with the moonlight. As expected, I can't hold out for long. Hela laughed bitterly. She knew, opportunity only once. Hela was determined to protect Jaehyeon even at the risk of her own sacrifice. Heimdall will never be able to kill him. Chapter 148 Nidhogg's Fang Part 1 A security conference room near Mills Academy. The leaders of the S-rank circles are sitting around a long round table. All of them are senior students who are considered to be the best talent in the academy. The reason why people who are hard to see together in one place is none other than Min Jaehyeon. It was a genius cadet who was called the greatest talent of all time and his colleagues. "I'm going to take Min Jaehyeon away from us, so wake up everyone." It was Jaehyeon who broke the silence first. He was the leader of U, the #1 circle in the school. He is the one who brought together talented cadets based on his excellent speech and skills. However, they were not the ones who would listen silently. "No, this time it is our Sung Yoon's turn. Didn't you guys wipe out the freshman talent last year too? I can't yield as much as Min Jaehyeon." It was Han Jaehyeon who answered Jaehyeon's words. He was the best healer in the academy. The circle led by Han Jaehyeon was a circle led by wizards. A circle named after Korea's best healer, Yoo Seong-yoon, with a solid position in the school. Jaehyeon Han elaborated on her opinion and crossed her arms. "In the first place, the magic world and the martial arts world do not invade each other's territory. Wasn't this unwritten? Then Min Jaehyeon, a magic cadet, should be handed over to us." Others snorted at her words. The person who answered with a frown was Kang Joo-hyop, the club leader of Aaron, the second-ranked member of the school. "You're talking shit. Fuck you, yeah, what? Magic world? Didn't you hear what the media was talking about? He's a battle mage. It's nonsense to take her because she's from a magical circle." "That is what I mean. We'll take Min Jaehyeon with you, so don't worry about it." "That's just bullshit." At Kang Joo-hyop's harsh words, Jaehyeon frowned. Han Jaehyeon said with fever, "Then let's make it fair. It's Min Jaehyeon's heart that enters the circle anyway, right? Wouldn't it make sense for the one with the better offer to take it?" "Hey, does this sound like such an easy problem?" "Damn, you're stupid. Have you forgotten why we met in the first place?" Kang Joo-hyop was annoyed and fired at him. Han Jaehyeon also shouted in a fit of fuss. "What? Are you swearing at me now? Are you crazy because you want to die?" Heated argument. However, no one stopped them. It's a little radical, but there was a clear reason why they gathered now. Min Yi-hyun is Mil's academy. No, it is an all-time talent that can be counted in the world. To the extent that he alone exceeded dozens of other cadets, our circle has to recruit them somehow. They didn't say anything, but everyone felt it. The one who recruits Min Yi-hyun will later occupy the first place in the school circle. It won't be easy after all. Jaehyeon Han sighed as she looked at the prominent club leaders around her. No wonder, Jaehyeon Min. It's a move to recruit the best talent in the academy. Jaehyeon is already far beyond the level of regular students. After that, depending on whether or not you train, you will be able to smoothly reach the level of S-class. However, this was both good and bad news for the circles. Yonghyun was especially sensitive about this issue. If we leave it as it is, there is a risk that the power of the circle that Min Yi-hyun belongs to will become too strong. There is a high possibility that the circle that recruited him will break the balance between the circles and go out alone. If that happens, Yu's current number 1 position will undoubtedly be shaken. If that happens, public attention to relatively other circles will also decrease. This was a rather embarrassing situation for the circle leader who runs the circle. It was even more so in the case of Yu, who had a lot of possessions. I can never let it go like that. You have to keep your no. 1 position. Jaehyeon strengthened his will and repeated that. However, it was not only him who thought so. Our Seongyun didn't make any significant signings last year. Thanks to that, growth was slightly delayed. If I recruit Min Yi-hyun now, I don't know if I can recover my momentum to last year's level. This is a great opportunity for us, the second-ranked martial arts guild, to rise to first place. I can't miss it. All the circle leaders, including Jaehyeon Han and Jaehyeon Kang, were thinking the same thing. In order not to fall behind, we must recruit Jaehyeon. That was their conclusion about an hour like that. After arguing for a while, a girl who had been sitting silently for a long time opened her mouth. Ji-yoon Ki, he was the only sophomore in this seat and the owner of Circle Third Eye. Then let's do this. First of all, each person should make a proposal to Min Yi-hyun, but if he accepts it, everyone here should be notified in advance. Instead, the circle that recruited Min Yi-hyun does not touch his other teammates. In addition, at least 2 academy events must be withdrawn. Abstaining from events at the academy. This will be a penalty for the circle that recruits Jaehyeon, but a great advantage for other circles. Basically, a large amount of points are at stake in various events of Mil's academy, and this is because they are used to equip various facilities and artifacts of the circle. For reference to S-class circles, 2 events are worth at least tens of millions. To put it simply, if Ki Jae-yoon's proposal is accepted, the circle that recruits Yi-hyun will lose at least thousands of points, up to close to 100 million. It means that if you want to take Yi-hyun with you, you have to accept that amount of damage. If that's it, I like it. The circle leaders who sat around Ki Jae-yoon's opinion nodded. This is because I knew that it was a problem that could not be resolved even if I killed more time here. There was no need to worry too much because it was a proposal with a minimal penalty. It was the best decision for now. Fuck. I just wasted time, then I will get up first. Beginning with Kang Ju-hyop's words, the circle leaders began to stand up one by one. However, they knew, this proposal does not address the underlying problem. In fact, there was still an unknown tension between them, like that. The battle for Min Yi-hyun among the S-class circles has begun. Last day off before returning to the academy the following afternoon. Yi-hyun went outside for a while to organize his thoughts. The current location is near the crossroads where the downtown area of the Magic Engineering Shopping District is located. You should just order this amount of potions. If it's not enough, the Chancellor can contact his brother separately. Yi-hyun visited the workshop elixir to replenish the consumables used in the attack on the Great Ruins, and then went out into the streets again. Walking down a quiet street, I calmly start thinking. Recently he had a big problem. A mythical skill obtained from the Great Ruins, it should be available as soon as possible. In the previous attack, Jaehyeon acquired a new mythical level skill. Hela said Jaehyeon couldn't handle it yet, but he had to be able to handle the skill as soon as possible. Because I said something to Hela. Yesterday, Jaehyeon spoke loudly to Hela, who was advising him, "I'll do the rest myself." In the case of my mother, I decided to get her help, so there shouldn't be any big problems. It's the power of Hela. I saw it myself when I fought Hyujin in the past. However, colleagues were different. If not, all the children could be killed by Heimdall. If something like this happens at all, Jaehyeon will have to live with guilt for the rest of his life. Antagonist of prophecy, it's because the people around you will be harmed by your fate. Before returning, Jaehyeon remembered Kim Yoo-young, who sacrificed herself to save herself. Her face, covered in blood all over her body, looked at herself with empty eyes. I never wanted to see that face again. But this must also be what Heimdall is aiming for. You must not be shaken, Jaehyeon knew. Heimdall would not hesitate to use lowly means to shake himself. If necessary, I will use others without hesitation, because that's their way. For this reason, Jaehyeon is currently struggling to get used to Shinhwa level skills. The power of the Thunder God, it's a mythical level skill, I can't let it rot. The power of Thunder God, the passive skill that is the foundation of Thor's Thunderbolt. It was not unreasonable to advance to a higher level if he could draw out the true power of this skill. Maybe it's possible to break through the current wall and reach the heights of the S-class radar. It's worth a try. Currently, the realm of Jaehyeon was at the top of the A-class. Of course, the current growth rate is surprisingly fast in the eyes of others. Every moment, Jaehyeon overcame his limitations and quickly reached a grade, and in the last midterm exam he showed particularly outstanding performance, drawing attention from viewers and various large guilds. However, even such a reproduction could not easily reach the level of S-class. Jaehyeon remembered the quest that Hela first gave him. There are still 3 ordeals left. So far, Jaehyeon has only paid for 2. The point at which the turning point has not yet turned. However, at the ruins of Hrungnir he already requested S-class skills. If I don't become stronger in the future, luck like this won't work. First of all, at least S-class. Jaehyeon had to overcome this, and in order to go up further, what was essential was the growth of skills. Handling Hellenic myth-level skills, it must be very difficult, right? Jaehyeon turned to Hela, who was sitting on his shoulder, and asked. Hela frowned and sharpened her claws. Of course, Mythic class skills are different from S-class unique class skills. If the user's body is not supported, there is a possibility that the body will collapse just by using it. Because you blindly copied that skill. The erect claw dug into Jaehyeon's shoulder. Really thinking about it, I don't understand. What on earth were you thinking? Hela said with tears in her eyes, but Jaehyeon didn't blink an eye. Well, let's not care too deeply about what happened, and you have to have this level of skill to have the taste of taming. What carefree words. I told you before, it's still too early for you to have a mythical level skill. Jaehyeon recalled the past for a moment at Hela's scathing words. The time was before the attack on the Great Ruins. It was time to purify the key and make a plan to attack the ruins. Hela said at the time. You don't seem to have noticed yet, but blank cards aren't something that can only copy S-class skills or unique skills. Yes, all of a sudden, what does that mean? Did you forget? The Lost Eye of Odin is a mythical item. You haven't pulled out even half of the blank card's power yet. You haven't even pulled out half of it. After that, if you draw out the evolution of the artifact, you'll be able to copy all of the skills of gods and giants. In the first place, blank cards were made for weak opponents who would stand up to Odin for that purpose. Copying the skills of the gods, is such a thing really possible? Of course. From now on, you will have a new level of skill that goes beyond the S level and unique level. In other words, you will learn mythic level skills. Well, it's still too early, and if you copy the skill now, you won't be able to use it properly. After hearing the story, Jaehyeon gave a meaningful smile. Take note, it is absolutely forbidden to copy mythical skills right away. Can you understand? Oh yes, of course, Jaehyeon didn't listen to Hela and copied the skill. Well, as she said, I had no intention of using a mythical level skill right away. However, it was true that he wanted to increase his hand in subsequent battles. Honestly, I didn't like Thor at all. Jaehyeon laughed a little. Hela looked at him and narrowed her eyes. It's going to be minuscule. Jaehyeon opened the skill window for a while, leaving Hela behind. Passive skill, name, Thunder God's power rating, myth, new stats, contain the lightning of Thunder God Thor. The efficiency and power of brain attribute skills increase rapidly. 1. The damage of brain property skills is added by 300%. 2. The efficiency of brain attribute skills increases by 50%. 3. It is a skill that can switch the on/off state. Caution, it is an excessively high-grade skill compared to the user's level. The skill cannot last long, and if it is violated, the body organs will be permanently damaged. Permanent damage to the body. No matter how much I do, I don't mind that. If he was treated by Yu Sung-yoon, he might be able to do anything, but it was better to put aside the thought that he would be able to call her just in time when he was in a dangerous situation. For now, it was best to keep calm. Right after Jaehyeon organized his thoughts, suddenly Hela spoke up. Anyway, it looks like you have a guest. The exhaust sound of a luxury van echoes quietly in your ears along with the horse. Jaehyeon sighed and put his hands in his pockets. Well, whether you are a guest or not, Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow. As expected, the vehicle stopped right in front of him. You'll know when you hear it yourself, Jaehyeon. At the same time, the window of the car came down, revealing a woman. Jaehyeon looked at her inside with slightly surprised eyes. I never thought I'd meet such a big man here. I don't think it's a coincidence. Do you have any business? Jaehyeon fixed his eyes on the woman and asked calmly. The woman smiled and slowly turned her head to meet Jaehyeon's eyes, white skin and red lips. Of course, she is a familiar person to Jaehyeon, Baek Jaehyeon. The Curator's Guild Master spoke to Jaehyeon. Hello, Jaehyeon Min, I have something to share with you. At Baek Jaehyeon's words, Jaehyeon put his hands in his pockets and sighed. I'm sorry, but it's a little uncomfortable if you suddenly come and do this. Let's start with the business. It is not difficult. Beak Jaehyeon added with a confident smile. I would like to recruit you into our Curators Guild. At her words, Jaehyeon took his hand out of his pocket. Look at this. Things were going interestingly. Dare to covet Yeonhwa's preferred negotiator and Yu Seongyun's disciple. Is that just a merchant guild? I already have a guild you must have already known. I'll give you Nidhogg's Fang. Jaehyeon's eyes narrow at Beak Jaehyeon's declaration, Nidhogg's Fangs. Taking advantage of Jaehyeon's blank gap, Jaehyeon Beak quickly added her words. If you come to our guild, we will hand over the artifact without any conditions. Jaehyeon's expression hardened. If it's Nidhogg's Fangs. Are you referring to the Nidhogg's Fangs I know? At the shocking proposal, Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes and looked at Beak Jaehyeon. S-class items of astronomical value which are few in the world. Are you going to just hand them over? Chapter 149. Nidhogg's Fangs Part 2 S-class item. Even Nidhogg's Fang was the top artifact in Jaehyeon's memory. Ni GGR. A witch beast with the name of the one who attacks in hatred or the ridiculing slayer. A descendant of a dragon, it is said that he dwells in Hvergelmir, a spring located in Niflheim, and constantly gnaws at the roots of Yggdrasil, which roots towards the spring. FYI, according to mythology, Nidhogg's fangs were poisonous, the most lethal poison capable of melting everything in this world. Jaehyeon had heard about Nidhogg's fangs on TV in the past. It was a program that showed the weapons of the world's high-level radar and appraised their value. In the case of Nidhogg's Fang, you may feel that it is lacking compared to other items when you look only at the pure stats. Because it's a dagger, not a weapon with a long reach, there are limitations in battle and the damage it can do is limited. But that's not all the value of this weapon. There is a real value. It is extremely reading. I'm not sure if it's to the extent that it's described in mythology, but this item has a poisoning passive attached to it that isn't found in other artifacts. There is no weapon like this for combative raiders who mainly use daggers or fight based on speed. Therefore, the value of this item is. This is the second S-class item ever. You've reached the maximum since Bamung, a small cafe located outside the Magic Engineering shopping district. Jaehyeon Beak Jaehyeon and her secretary Kang Jaein are sitting, two people who roll their eyes to understand each other's intentions while looking at each other. Amid the flowing silence, it was Beak Jaehyeon who spoke first. Shall we resume the conversation soon? Jaehyeon Min, no, Jaehyeon Min's radar. Beak Jaehyeon lightly corrected her words. The ice from the Americano fell down with a jingle. Be good at, as a resourceful person, Beak Jaehyeon was a very good conversationalist. Jaehyeon raised a corner of his mouth. I am still a cadet, you can speak comfortably. Jaehyeon smiled innocently like a child his age. Beak Jaehyeon, who was watching this, subtly soared at the same time. It's fun, Yu Seongyun, you mean you were raising a monster like this? It's a completely different attitude from the cadets my age. She is laid back in everything and seems ready to throw herself away if she doesn't like a proposal at any time. Above all, the uncontrollable amount of mana flowing from the body. Is that really the cadet's magical power? It is interesting. Beak Jaehyeon was more interested in Jaehyeon than any other radar she had met recently. Let's continue what we talked about earlier. I would like to recruit Jaehyeon Min Raider to our Curators Guild. To do so, we will try to meet the best conditions. It is the best condition. I have a slightly higher standard than others. Of course you are welcome. It is a caution that thinks that raiders without a spirit of improvement are as good as dead people. Beak Jaehyeon laughed. Jaehyeon hesitated for a moment at her prompt response. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. Why, does the curator have any reason to want me this much? From now on you should be suspicious. Jaehyeon was not going to be seduced by the enchanting mouth whispering sweet words right in front of his eyes. He already has a lot of things. There was no reason to rush here. I already signed a contract with Yeonhwa Guild and had a lot of exchanges. There is no reason to hold hands with the curator until you throw it away. Jaehyeon nodded and raised his head to meet Beak Jaehyeon's eyes. Sorry, but I hate upset stomachs. What kind of rude words? The Curators Guild is not expired milk. There is nothing to worry about. You don't know if it's true or not unless you check it yourself. You are quite stubborn because I am loyal. But Beak Jaehyeon cut off Jaehyeon's words and met his eyes. That you are sitting at this table right now, does that mean there is room for negotiation? The corners of her eyes curved like half moons. A smile soon appeared on Jaehyeon's face. I think this negotiation will go smoothly. Jaehyeon thought so and let go of his luck. I will listen to the specific conditions. Yes, we are having a conversation now. There doesn't seem to be any progress yet. Yes, all right. We will keep an eye on it and report the situation and get back to you. Park Seong-yi was secretly walking around the cafe, looking at Jaehyeon and Beak Jaehyeon's trends. It was because Yu Seongyun ordered him to follow the two a while ago. But are you really Akare? Of course, I don't think that Jaehyeon will go to Yeonhwa at all. But I'm worried that he won't be shaken if he puts up an S-class artifact as a condition. Jaehyeon won't go over that easily. My brother is so worried. Why did that person send me to the role of tailing? Yu Seong-yoon was currently suffering from bipolar disorder due to extreme stress. If Jaehyeon was taken away, Yeonhwa Guild's future plans would be all gone. It was something I couldn't help but worry about. Of course, Jaehyeon maintains a close relationship with Yeonhwa. He is also his disciple, and by using the power of Yeonhwa, he has recently succeeded in removing the chairman of the board, Gu Yaon, from his position. However, apart from this, transfers between guilds of raiders are common. Raidars are basically wolves that follow their own interests. Jaehyeon, too, could transfer if other guilds offered conditions they liked. Seongyi Park, who was on the phone, put his hand in his pocket. The situation was so serious that it reminded me of the cigarette I quit smoking when I started working on the radar. For now, there's nothing I can do. I have no choice but to watch. Seongyi Park swallowed dry saliva and looked at Jaehyeon reflected in the window. 3 times the conditions set by Yeonhwa Guild. If you want, I will put more conditions than that. It is definitely a great condition, Jaehyeon nodded. Even excluding the S-class artifact Nidhogg's Fang, it was a huge condition. A whopping 3 times the contract Yeonhwa offered. It was a proposal worth at least hundreds of billions of dollars when converted into value. Conditions good enough to make anyone drool. If it hadn't been for the Yeonhwa Guild, it would have been a contract that Jaehyeon would have accepted. Jaehyeon touched the glass in front of him. First, I want to hear about Nidhogg's Fang. Baek Jaeyeon nodded and looked at Kang Juyeon, who was sitting next to her. Mr. Juyeon, all right. Kang Juyeon immediately opened the subspace and took out the small case she had put in her inventory. It was equipped with an advanced mana sensor, so it took a bit of work to open it. Baek Jaeyeon put it lightly into the case and let's wait for a while. Clap. The case was opened, finally revealing the full picture of the artifacts inside. Jaehyeon smiled lightly. The fangs of Nidhogg, I know, are right, that's great. Jaehyeon tried to hide his greedy expression and began examining the items. It has the shape of a machete knife, I'm sure it's practical, machete knife. It was a dagger with a similar appearance to a jungle sword. An item that boasts a length of about 18 inches and a black blade that stretches straight out. Jaehyeon brought up the status window to check more detailed information. Equipment item. Name, Nidhogg's Fang grade, a dagger made from the fangs of Nidhogg, a poisonous dragon living in Yggdrasil. It can produce poison all the time without a venom gland and is very sharp. Applies a poison effect to enemies. When the number of wounds increases, stacking effects are activated up to 5 times. Active skill, name, deadly poison, LV5 rating. S gives a poisoning effect that reduces the percentage of maximum HP. Efficiency varies slightly depending on the enemy's affinity. A smile that couldn't be hidden spread across Jaehyeon's mouth, who had always kept a cold expression. Baek Jaeyeon, who caught the change, looked at Jaehyeon's face and smiled. As expected, he swayed by S-class items. Raiders are such a family. While she thought to herself, Jaehyeon suddenly took his eyes off the item and asked, well, like this, I want to hear the story in earnest soon. This is all the story. At Baek Jaeyeon's words, Jaehyeon laughed in response. I don't think you would believe it. Jaehyeon was fixing his clothes, so. What the hell is the reason for making such a proposal to me, who is only a cadet with an S-class item? If you don't want to talk, I'll get up first. It's something I've always been curious about. Of course, Jaehyeon's downfall, midterm exam, theme dungeon, freshman hunt, etc. It is true that the ransom price skyrocketed through repeated incidents. However, it is by no means sufficient to make such a suggestion. A contract with an S-class item. This was a level that could only be done when the S-class radar was pulled out. Obviously, there is an ulterior motive. Jaehyeon made a clear conclusion. After waiting for a while, Baek Jaeyeon clapped her hands and smiled. Are you getting more and more greedy? I know, Min Jaehyeon Raider is a really fun person. How is it? Do you often hear this? Sometimes. Baek Jaeyeon nodded. Great, let me tell you, why am I approaching you? Jaehyeon swallowed his saliva. What is the purpose of an alternative curator? Why did you approach me? After a moment of silence, Baek Jaeyeon broke the rhyme with a light smile. Our curators would like to establish a relationship with the Radar Management Center. Radar Management Headquarters. That's right, I feel like I want to open up with the head office. Even if you look at it like this, I'm in the position of running a merchant guild, so there are a lot of things I care about. Jaehyeon let out a short laugh. That was a good enough reason. The curator is a merchant guild. Inevitably, there was no choice but to have a lot of trading volume. It goes without saying that huge taxes are incurred in this process. In this case, reproduction can be of great help. Administrative member of the Radar Management Headquarters. One of its biggest perks is tax cuts. This was a law that also applied to the guild the member belonged to. I understand. Our curator Jaehyeon Min values radar very highly. I promise you that you will not regret it if you come. As soon as Baek Jaeyeon finished speaking, Kang Juyeon handed over the briefcase to Jaehyeon. This file contains the details of the contract. Jaehyeon kills time by looking at the file, pretending to be lost in his thoughts. Jaehyeon-kun, you can't go over it. I don't know much about it, but betraying my faith is something I'm not good at, besides spying. Hrungnir will be angry at the grave, a voice shouted from Hela. Jaehyeon replied without changing his expression. Well, it's because I don't care about loyalty because it's inefficient. No way, isn't it? Hela muttered in shock and Jaehyeon smiled. He opened his heavy mouth and clasped his hands. Let's think about it. Before that, if you let me touch Nidhogg's fangs just once. Chapter 150. Circle Creation Part 1. Of course. Feel free to touch it anyway. He might become a member of our guild, so he can't be stingy, can he? When Baek Jaehyeon readily agreed, Jaehyeon replied with a smile on his face. Thank you for your consideration. It's awaken. Jaehyeon stretched out his hand and lightly squeezed the S-class item in front of his eyes. The dagger that wrapped around the palm of the hand exuded energy that simply said it was excellent. It is large enough to replace the mana blade that Jaehyeon usually makes. The sharpness of the black blade boasted a phenomenal level even at first glance. Maybe a table in a cafe would be torn apart just by touching it. It's a good dagger. Then do you think of our proposal positively? As if waiting for Jaehyeon's words, Baek Jaehyeon interrupted. Jaehyeon put down his sword with a soft smile and crossed his arms. Well, I want to go home and think about it some more. Well, that's good. It is a matter that does not require a decision to be made right away. Thank you for your understanding. Then I'll just get up. After finishing the conversation, Jaehyeon got up and left the cafe first. After a while, Baek Jaehyeon, who was left at the cafe, was lost in thought with her lips bitten. Something is strange. What was that attitude from before? A strange feeling of uneasiness prevailed. Jaehyeon's last move, it wasn't too bad. Kang Joo-yeon, who was sitting next to her, tilted her head and asked, "Why are you like that, CEO?" I think the conversation ended well. It's Min Jaehyeon, isn't something strange? Yes, what? Kang Joo-yeon couldn't help but be embarrassed. Why is Baek Jaehyeon suddenly saying something like that? Didn't the conversation a little while ago end well? No matter how you look at it, it's strange. Attitude at the end. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary, and he showed me an S-class artifact, so why did he get up and go home without looking at it for a long time? That's definitely strange. Joo-yeon Kang agrees and nods her head. Baek Jaehyeon quickly became a distraught face. Is there something up to you? We don't know yet, but even if there is a problem with the contract, there is nothing more we can do. Even the offer I made now has already far exceeded the limit. As Kang Joo-yeon said, I had no choice but to wait. I hope I can get my hands on Jaehyeon somehow. I have no choice but to pray. On the other hand, unlike Baek Jaehyeon, Jaehyeon returned home with a very relaxed mind. He entered the room, holding a dagger with a familiar look in his hand and smiling. I never thought I'd get this here. Jaehyeon had an S-class dagger in his hand. He nodded his head while watching Nidhogg's fang. Baek Jaehyeon. A little while ago, she tried to coax herself as a curator through the medium of a dagger, but that was an obvious mistake. Jaehyeon's skill, formation of magic tools. This is a fraudulent skill that allows you to implement any item you have ever touched. There is a downside that the power is somewhat lowered, but this was not a big problem for Jaehyeon. When I put up an S-class item as a condition for the first time, I couldn't believe it, but I thought I would be able to touch a real item. Thanks to this, Jaehyeon fulfilled the conditions for making Nidhogg's fangs. In future battles, the poisoning effect and the collaboration of daggers will be of great help. Anyway, I'm sure you'll be anxious about that side as well. I need to contact you. Jaehyeon smiled and took out his smartphone and called Seongyi Park. Hello, this is Park Seongyi. Park Seongyi's voice on the phone was extremely tense. It seemed like he knew the reason, but Jaehyeon continued talking without showing off. I have something to tell you. The reply was late for some reason. The moment Jaehyeon was about to open his mouth, Park Seongyi jumped in and quickly intervened. Jaehyeon-kun, please, can't you somehow remain in the Yeonhwa Guild? As expected. Judging from the fact that the words came out first, it seems that the curator went to Yeonhwa first. My prediction was correct. Jaehyeon smiled lightly. No way, what are you saying? Yes. I had no intention of going to Yeonhwa from the beginning. Is that really? I saw you had a conversation with the Curators Guild. Oh, that's it. I didn't see it secretly, I was just passing by. Seongyi Park stammered at Jaehyeon's words. Jaehyeon laughed. I know you've been shadowing me, did you know that I didn't know that? It was after Jaehyeon switched the phone with his other hand. The teacher is also listening to the phone call from behind, right? We all know each other, so let's talk about it without hiding it. Like, I knew it would be like this, Jaehyeon thought and sat on the bed. As I said just now, I have no thoughts of transferring. Yeonhwa has been so good to me, can I fall for one S-class artifact? Can you tell me the main point instead of just talking around the corner? Yoo Sung-yoon said that, probably because she had already noticed Jaehyeon's dark intentions. Jaehyeon nodded. In exchange for me staying at Yeonhwa, there is one condition. Akare, I'd rather feel comfortable that way. This time, Yoo Seong-yoon's voice came directly. It was after Jaehyeon took a deep breath. The next event at Mills Academy, outdoor lodging, I would like to adjust the schedule a bit. Does that have anything to do with staying in the Yeonhwa Guild? It's good for you, Yu Sung-yoon immediately asked as if he didn't understand. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow in response. Yes, great, time flies by quickly and it's time to return to school. After putting his private clothes and various items in a large trunk, Jaehyeon put them back into his inventory. Not having to carry heavy objects was one of the Awoken's advantages. It was a short ride from Seoul to Daegu via the portal. Jaehyeon walked for a while and stood in front of the main gate of Mills Academy. The inside was already noisy. Of course, Jaehyeon knew why. It's finally the circle promotion period. I'm sure there will be troublesome things. Circle promotion period, 1 month before joining the official circle. It refers to the period during which cadets can create circles or experience the facilities and systems of other circles in advance. It is convenient to think of it as a kind of experiential learning period. Come to our circle. Among the graduates there are 4 B-class raiders. Come to our Straits circle. There are many benefits because it is a circle made by the master of the currently hot Heesan Guild. In our circle, a scene not very different from the solicitation of customers in the marketplace. Jaehyeon looked around as if he was curious and started walking when he suddenly heard a man's voice heading towards him. Min Jaehyeon, I was waiting. What are you doing? Jaehyeon looked at the person who was talking to him and said. A somewhat familiar face, but I couldn't remember who it was. The time when he was trying to recall his thoughts while searching his memory, the man in front of me frowned. Don't you know me? Are you overly self-conscious? It doesn't look particularly good. Jaehyeon couldn't help but say that without even knowing it. It was Jaehyeon who dealt with the S-class raider Balak not too long ago, but what about a guy who is just an academy cadet? Don't you know who I am? The moment Jaehyeon was about to say another word. I am Jeonghyun, it's the circle leader of the circle style, I want to recruit you. Ah, I just remembered, Jaehyeon smiled faintly. Junghyun. It is a special talent that will grow to S rank as the representative of Circle U. It was he who had excellent leadership as much as his skills. Later, he joined Heesan, the strongest guild in the martial arts world, and there was an article about him coming out of Heesan to establish his own guild. Now that I've returned, I don't know what the future will be like. In fact, knowing the future did not change Jaehyeon's answer. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to you. Would it be all right if I go then? At Jaehyeon's words, Junghyun didn't waver at all and just raised the corner of his mouth. He grabbed Jaehyeon's shoulder as he passed him and opened his magic a little. I want you to think about it again. I think it's a far cry from asking you to reconsider. No way. Seeing Jeonghyun gripping his shoulders, Jaehyeon released his mana without losing. Would you like to be embarrassed here? Jaehyeon laughed. Exhalation wells up in Junghyun's eyes as he calmly sits down, magic power bursting out at the same time, but that was then. Hey Junghyun, I said. You're going to fail because your personality is a bitch. Haha, yeah, good idea Min Jaehyeon, you should join our circle. Kang Ju-hyop, the circle leader who boasts of being second in martial arts, intervened. Of course, it was the face in Jaehyeon's memory. Jaehyeon seems to be annoying and tries to ignore them both. No, Min Jaehyeon will be recruited from our Seong-yoon. From behind, Han Jaehyun, the head of the Sung-yoon circle, intervened. It was a real bummer. Jaehyeon opened his mouth, barely holding back the pounding in his head. I'm sorry, I don't get into any circles. Jaehyeon's words fell heavily. The circle leaders who have gathered to recruit him are visibly agitated. What do you mean by that? You say you won't join the circle. Jeonghyun frowned and stepped forward. You're not going to join the circle. The kids' circles here are all outstanding. Not necessarily where I am, but everything is great. Are there any other circles you've already decided to join? Han Jaehyun carefully asked. Jaehyeon shook his head. No, everyone's eyes turned to Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon smiled and added. I'm thinking of making a circle myself. After a while, after finishing all the morning lectures, the group gathered at the hideout. They are about to be taken aback after hearing Jaehyeon's declaration. So, Min Jaehyeon, you will create a new circle. You mean this? Kim Yoo-young looked at Jaehyeon as if she was dumbfounded and asked. Jaehyeon nodded his head with a smile on his face. What is that? You all wanted to be in the same circle as me anyway. Hey, no matter how it is. I think you already know, but there are many cases where Mills circles are basically created by current students. Is it okay for freshmen to make it, like a disadvantage? It was on Hoyeon's question. Jaehyeon nodded. Of course, there's no rule that says freshmen shouldn't make circles, thoroughly skilled. Besides, most students who are already enrolled won't be able to deal with us, so what's the problem? Jaehyeon said in a high-pitched voice. However, the expression of others was not good. No matter how much. Would you like to be checked by other circles? It was Yi Sang-lee's question. Recently, he had not joined another circle after leaving the circle because of work overlaps due to the opening of a workshop. That doesn't matter as long as your skills are different. My brother is worried too much. Jaehyeon was still calm. The group could only nod their heads, because Jaehyeon's skills are already at the top level even compared to existing radars. At least grade A. That was the realm of reenactment. At least there was no room for doubt about his skills. Silence flows for a while. This time Cona asked, "Have you already thought of something?" There are few instructors who know freshmen, so it is difficult to rent a circle room and there will be many difficult things. It's better to join another circle now. A practical matter. No matter how good a freshman is, a problem like this is difficult. Networking. No matter how much Jaehyeon is a first-class cadet, it's hard to solve these networking problems. You guys know that, right? I have a deep connection with the chairman. The faces of the party, who had forgot, suddenly brightened at Jaehyeon's words that suddenly fell. Jaehyeon has a close relationship with instructor Jaehyeon Kim. In addition, he is the first negotiator of the Yonhwa Guild and at the same time the direct follower of Yu Seonjun. Maybe, if we do well, it might be possible. Jaehyeon is amazing. Everyone looked at Jaehyeon with admiring eyes. I will make a formal offer. Jaehyeon looked around at his colleagues with a light smile. How is it, everyone, do you want to join my circle? The group's eyes shone transparently. The answer was as if it had already been decided. Chapter 151, Circle Establishment Part 2, I want to enter. Surprisingly, the answer came back from Cona first, determined expression. It seems that he wanted to enter the circle with Jaehyeon from the beginning. What am I? A great welcome. Even when he first went through the simulated dungeon incident with Cona, Jaehyeon thought that he shouldn't be involved with her anymore, that he might block her path. Maybe you'll get involved in something dangerous and hurt yourself. It was the same with other colleagues. Lee Yi-sang on Hoyeon, Kim Yu-young a bit ambiguous but even Seo Ah-hyeon. Jaehyeon was afraid of hurting them because of him. Because of this, I have always tried not to have a deep relationship. Because when you have a deep relationship, you have to reveal your shame and secrets. This was too difficult for Jaehyeon, who had feelings of distrust towards others, so I was about to give up. He did not build interpersonal relationships and ran self-righteously, but now I seem to know. You cannot reach what you want in this way. Jaehyeon finally realized that simple truth. Protect power somehow, I won't let anyone die. Jaehyeon made up his mind and nodded. Soon after, the rest of the party replied as if there was nothing to worry about. I'll go in too. If it's okay with me too. I'll go in too, but you said you were going to do this anyway, so when you called back then did you bounce? I knew you really had a bad personality, but Kim Yu-young's last nagging was heard with one ear as always. Jaehyeon opened his mouth looking at his colleagues. Welcome everyone to the circle I created. But I have a question, what will you name your circle by any chance? It was Cona's question. Jaehyeon smiled and added, I've already decided on a name for the circle. Jaehyeon raised his head. The circle name is the document you mentioned here. Jaehyeon handed the documents to Chairman Jaehyeon Kim and said, Files for Circle Creation. It was written by Jaehyeon himself as soon as he heard about the intentions of his colleagues. Kim Jaehyeon reached out and accepted the file and said, We will take care of it right away. It won't take long. It will take 2 days, Jaehyeon nodded. As expected, I have connections and I need to see them. It's going smoothly. Currently, the place where Jaehyeon arrives and has a conversation is none other than the director's office of Mills Academy. A place that had been used by Jane Gu in the past and was filled with white-toned, crazy furniture. However, now it has become a place that is no different from a second hideout for reappearance. Chairman Kim Jaehyeon is a member of the Radar Management Headquarters, and I am also a radar belonging to the headquarters. It is a situation where Kim Jaehyeon, the chairman of the board, cannot help but pay attention to Jaehyeon. Looking back, it was all thanks to Jaehyeon and Yonhwa Guild that he got to where he is now. She would have no choice but to care a little. I'll do any request. I won't be able to refuse even if it's a bit unreasonable. Jaehyeon laughed to himself and began to plan how to rip off the academy. I decided to use everything that was available anyway. I had no intention of wanting to be at the convenience of others here. After thinking for a while, Kim Jaehyeon, who was suddenly looking through the documents, asked, The circle name is 9, does it have any special meaning? It doesn't mean much, it's just my favorite number. Okay, Kim Jaehyeon nodded without asking deeply. She continued to read the paper, then suddenly stopped in one place and opened her eyes wide. Kim Jaehyeon raised her head and asked, By the way, I expected the other cadets to be Jaehyeon's colleagues. Did you really recruit this cadet into the circle? The place Kim Jaehyeon pointed at was the area where the founding member was written. There was a familiar name written on it, Soil Kwon. He was a second-year cadet with the unique skill search, and he had a good relationship with Jaehyeon. Why is she trying to move a circle when she is already in a circle with a name? Didn't he even fall out with Jaehyeon because of the freshman hunt? Kim Jaehyeon asks a curious question. Jaehyeon nodded his head as if it were natural, sure. But wasn't Cadet Kwon Soyeol on good terms with Jaehyeon? It was the same during the freshman hunt. I can still clearly see that when I entered the common martial arts class before, I was screaming that I would kill you right away. You said something like that. This old man is real, see you later. Unlike the inside, Jaehyeon replied with a smile on the outside. No way, it's all in the past, it's been a long time since I forgot. And Kim Jaehyeon tilted her head at Jaehyeon's naturally virtuous tone. Jaehyeon was I'm pretty good at persuasion. Circle seeds, circle room. Shin Junsang frowned and shouted at Kwon Soyeol, who was packing his personal belongings. A harsh voice reverberated from inside the circle room to the outside. So, are you really going to leave our circle? Even the guy who fucked us in freshman hunt, Min Jaehyeon, is going to move to a new circle? Okay. But what does that have to do with you? Does that make sense? Suddenly there was something in the middle, so it's like this. It's on my mind, so shut up before I kill you. Kwon Soyeol responded coldly, packed his bags and left the circle room. It's annoying. Kwon Soyeol clicked his tongue and put his hand in his pocket. After all, my heart was hardened. There was no reason to listen to such a worthless bastard anymore. I already knew there was no vision of this place. There was no reason to stay. Anyway, Min Jaehyeon, he's a great guy. You're a freshman, you're at the level of A, and you've already secured your academy connections. She smiled bitterly as she recalled her conversation with Jaehyeon during the midterm exam. It was when the moonlight fireflies went hunting. So what do you propose to me? Come into the circle I will create. Circle? Are you kidding? You're going to make a circle on the freshman topic, no matter how good your skills are. I'm saying this because I can. What kind of connections do you have? I've made all the plans, so don't worry and just come. As long as you're a senior, I'll support you with anything I need. Why do you do this to me? It's a unique skill. You're really filthy honest. That's right, but you won't regret it. How many people can't trust Jaehyeon's words? So far, he has risen to the present position by destroying the history of the academy. Mock dungeon, new student hunt. In all kinds of events, Jaehyeon stood out. However, even with these stories, Kwon Soyeol could not easily make a decision about moving the circle, because Circle Seed was great too. I thought there was no reason to move, but after hearing the story, I changed my mind. Kwon Soyeol looked back at the circle room and bit his lip as if it was dirty. It was because Jaehyeon had recently heard all the conversations they had about him. Kwon Soyeol, he's honestly a search shuttle. I can't even fight properly, so what kind of radar is that? It's just like my halo. It's like a device to stand out. Your face looks smooth too. I'll have to pry it up later, maybe not. How will it work? Fuck, don't approach me because I've pointed it out before I kill the group. These were the details of the conversation between the circle leader, the members, and the trusted Shin Junsang. Jaehyeon passed on the conversation details and audio files to her to convince him. Kwon Soyeol couldn't help but be embarrassed. No, it was unfair before that. He has been devoted to Sid so far. Even if it wasn't a situation that was revealed on the outside, I tried to grow the circle. But is their reaction now the result of their efforts? The look of those who just see themselves as a tool. Kwon Soyeol was disappointed with this. Dirty bastards, no more emotions left, the size of their circle, that was my only regret, but now I know that it's nothing more than an illusion. Because he'll break it soon. Kwon Soyeol smiled and left. Shin Junsang, who had been following her with dazed eyes, frowned and called somewhere. Undoubtedly, Jaehyeon was up to something. Such thoughts were simmering in his mind. Now everyone is here, all 6 members from the beginning. As Jaehyeon crossed his arms and said, the 5 circle members sitting around nodded. It was a place for light greetings, but I already know your face. It became just a gathering for friendship under the guise of greetings. I knew that I had connections, but I couldn't believe you were one of the shareholders of Studio Elixir. Kwon Soyeol looked around the meeting room on the 2nd floor of the Studio Elixir building. He was weak because he was intimidated by the murmur of his voice. Nice to meet you, sister. Thank you for helping me back then. Kim Yoo-young greeted them kindly, as if she had forgotten the first awkwardness. The title also changed from senior to older sister. Kwon Soyeol also nodded happily. Akue, please take good care of me. Please take good care of me too. Please take good care of me. I look forward to. The circle members lightly exchanged greetings with each other and looked at Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon smiled softly. The reason we gathered here today is to inform you of the advanced plans of the newly launched Circle 9. This will be the starting point for Jaehyeon to reveal himself to the public in earnest and raise his value. For now, it's not a formal circle because it's still a temporary circle activity and promotion period. After Jaehyeon lost his luck, he looked at the other members of the staff. As expected, no one seems to be going out. After clearing my throat, I started to connect again. Anyway, I called everyone because I wanted to tell them about their plans and vision for the future. So listen carefully to what I am saying and tell me if you have any disagreements. Seone, who was sitting at the front, nodded. The most passionate seemed a little excited. Well, he said he'd never done club activities with other people. When she was in middle school, she was Seoin Na, who only practiced dying at the academy for awakened people without joining the clubs that everyone else did. Events like these were what gave her the proper excitement. Let me explain. First of all, I plan to focus on the first event, outdoor lodging. From there, the name of our circle will slowly begin to be known. At the campsite, Kwon Soyeol crossed his arms and asked. Jaehyeon nodded. That's right. The two most important elements of an outdoor training camp are, one is to hunt the monsters in the shallow area and bring the tokens, and the second is to track and find the traces of as many monsters as possible. Fortunately, there is a Soyeol Sunbeam with search in our circle. Jaehyeon looked at Kwon Soyeol with a greedy smile. Kwon Soyeol sighed. After avoiding the garbage, this side is full of thoughts of using me this way, however. Despite thinking so, her expression was very bright. After looking at Kwon Soyeol's expression, Jaehyeon pointed to the hideout screen and said, From now on, I will explain the strategy for the outdoor training camp. Chapter 152 Hell Training Part 1 Hello. Dear viewers watching the World Radar Issues channel. Today, we have two panels to discuss the mysterious grave robbery that took place in the Great Ruins of Iceland a few days ago. Balak, an S-Class raider and representative of the European Union, and the world's first S-Class wizard and also Camilla raider of the European Union. Nice to meet you. Yes. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. The scene where the TV live broadcast is in full swing. The main point of discussion was the Great Ruins of Iceland, which were famously robbed not long ago. Balak and Camilla were invited to a panel on the program to hear about the incident because they were on the scene during the incident. However, the reaction of the audience surrounding them was not good enough that the word invitation was colorless. The reason was simple, because they are suspicious of the European Union because of what happened at the time of the Great Ruins robbery. Balak let out a sigh. Since it was a broadcast with a free atmosphere, there were no special restrictions on behavior, but it was clear that it was a violation of etiquette. Camilla noticed, but he didn't even look at it. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I notice? Of course, it's not that I don't understand their position, but the audience had their own reasons for showing the way they are now. At the time of the massive tomb robbery, why couldn't the European Union stop the grave robbers even though there were as many as two S-Class raiders on the scene? Besides, ruins were robbed in the stronghold of the Alliance, truly absurd news. It was not unreasonable that the citizens who heard this were puzzled. Furthermore, recently, reporters from various countries have been writing malicious articles about the European Union and accusing them of being criminals. There was a conspiracy theory that the two S-Class raiders and the European Union intentionally stole artifacts from the Great Ruins, and such rumors were spreading rapidly. However, it's all bullshit. It was an absurd rumor that made Balak and Camilla burst into laughter. A raider whose identity they dealt with is unknown. He was the owner of outstanding skills to the extent that the depth could not be known. As S-Class raiders, it was dangerous to fight such a monster while protecting their comrades. Even Balak said, even that, he said he survived because the mysterious man looked after him. If that statement is really true, it was an issue that would bring great disturbance to the radar world. No matter how you think about it, it's hard to see the man who dug up the ruins as a good man, because each country had to negotiate and come up with an important plan to stop him and stop the mysterious man. Measures must be taken as soon as possible. That was Balak and Camilla's idea. But this is a question that may be rude to the two of you, but there was a lot of controversy at the time of this robbery incident. The moderator sorted out the questions written on the card, let go of the rhyme, and then alternately looked at Balak and Camilla. Why couldn't the Great Ruins be defended even though there were two S-Class raiders? These two issues are the main controversies mentioned among viewers recently. Would it be okay if I ask what you think about this? I have nothing more to say. It is our tribe, Camilla responded calmly. Their purpose was obvious, writing provocative articles by inducing them to say unfavorable things to them. Even if the raiders risk their lives to go to the front lines, the next day's headlines will include titles such as Dozens Die in Dungeon Break. Is the European Union's incompetence okay? Camilla let out a small breath and looked at Balak. In fact, it is not that there is no way to end the controversy produced by the moderators and viewers here. Balak confessing everything that happened at the time, however, this was difficult. There's no way Balak would admit his defeat. In a public setting, an S-Class raider speaks of his lack of ability. He is even the representative of the European Union, which is said to be one of the strongest in the world. No matter how you think about it, it was impossible. Camilla shook her head to get rid of her thoughts, but the host suddenly cleared her throat before opening her mouth again. Next question. He was holding on to a fishy sneer. The Japanese self-defense forces and the US government are increasingly criticizing the failures of the European Union. You bought the right to capture the Great Ruins and boasted about the capture, but are you sorry that things turned out like this? Are you sorry? Balak narrowed his eyes and looked at the host as if he were going to kill him. No. This is a low-key guiding newspaper. US government and Japanese vigilantes. These are people with forces almost equal to the European Union, and they would have been looking for an opportunity to bite the Union's failures like now. A dirty joke to manipulate public opinion. Camilla, too, chewed her lips in indignation. If they really cared about citizens, the world situation would not be as dizzy as it is now. Radar and the media, which are currently voicing their voices, have almost died, and this was all done by the media of each country. Unbearable, Balak jumped up from his seat. I couldn't stand them spitting out trash anymore. He showed his teeth to the moderator and was clear. That's right, I'm sorry, but one thing must be made clear. The audience's eyes widen and their attention is focused on Balak. He was non-stop. We, the European Union, have done our best to protect the Great Ruins. Then why was the Great Ruin robbed? The moderator seemed to have waited. Balak raised one corner of his mouth. I am that man. I was defeated by a mysterious man. Yes, the battle was fought and swords crossed, however I couldn't beat him. You, Balak, one of the strongest in the world, have been defeated, the host muttered in shock. Camilla was also shocked. It's the first time I've seen Balak admit his defeat. Camilla had been with him even before he reached S rank. I also did a lot of sparring. However, it was the first time I had ever seen Balak readily admit his defeat as he does now. What was the change in his image? What did he go through in the fight with that man, and why did he change like that? What the hell happened? Camilla, Balak's voice interrupted suddenly. Urgently coming to her senses, she quickly nodded in agreement. I will vouch for it. Balak was defeated by a mysterious man, and I was unable to completely stop him either. Camilla and the European Union have done their best. If you ask for responsibility, you will have to ask me, the representative. Just make sure you know one thing. Balak took Camilla's words. He raised his head with his fists clenched. The man in the black robe we dealt with. He seemed to have a purpose. You may be watching this show right now, and the next target might be the United States and Japan, not us. Balak sneered. I hope you take care of yourself. TV program World Radar Issue Channel. It was one of the broadcasts Jaehyeon watched every day. At first, it was small and was conducted in a visible radio format, but now it has changed to an atmosphere almost like a host show. Even before the return, Jaehyeon would often watch channels like this to study world radar trends. Of course, I never thought that a story about myself would come out all of a sudden. By the way, for a proud Balak, he readily admitted his defeat. You seem to be very unhappy that day. Jaehyeon recalled the fight with Balak at the Great Ruins in the past. At that time, he succeeded in defeating Balak by using various tricks, including bombing. Well, luck is skill. Few people can say that they are lucky even after winning the S-Class Raider, but Jaehyeon knew very well that his victory was a fluke. S-Class level. This was a high mountain that Jaehyeon had to climb now. A wall that has not yet been crossed even after clearing the Great Ruins and securing all kinds of advantages. To overcome this, Jaehyeon was still working hard. You have to let your colleagues grow up enough. Recently, he founded his own academy, Circle 9. It's still only a temporary stage, but the next circle will be of great help to Jaehyeon. The Circle of Mills Academy that exerts great influence on various political situations and media. Among them, the S-Class Circle was treated the same as the B-Class Raider Guild. It was an unspoken proof that he was no longer at the level of a cadet. First, develop and establish the circle. And we have to make sure the kids can fend for themselves. Soon Heimdall will attack him. It was natural for him to take care of the safety of the people around him when he thought of his situation in which Jaehyeon could not be killed by the power of prophecy. In the case of the mother, it is a situation where Hela's black magic can somehow hide it, but the rest of the colleagues do not have the conditions. It is difficult to fight while protecting everyone with Jaehyeon's current skills. At present, the ideal method is to develop one's allies sufficiently so that they can at least escape their own danger from the coming threat. My role is one. It is to open an avenue for our comrades to escape. For this, rapid growth was essential. Jaehyeon had already planned all the plans and now only had to put them into practice. Outdoor camping event. Most cadets are at one of two crossroads here. Either grow rapidly or realize your limitations and quit the academy. However, Jaehyeon wasn't worried, because none of his colleagues would announce that he would quit the academy and return home. Then let's start slowly. Held training in preparation for the camp. All preparations for reenactment have been completed. The next day, after afternoon classes, Jaehyeon summoned all the freshmen. So what is the reason you summoned us like this? It was On Hoyeon's question. Jaehyeon smiled and looked around. This is Yeonhwa Guild's secret training ground. This is the place where Jaehyeon rented it for a while with the permission of Yu Seong-yoon. For reference, at Jaehyeon's suggestion, Sunjun Yu very readily accepted the rental of the training ground. What? If you need it, I'll give you a secret gym or something. Thanks to Jaehyeon, An Hoyeon, Kim Yu-young, and Seo In-na, all four of us gathered together. It was for training to be active in the outdoor training camp to be held later. Jaehyeon cleared his throat and let go. There is only one reason why I called you to Yeonhwa Guild's training ground. It's to prepare for the outdoor training camp that will begin soon. Wow, is this really made of arc metal? They said it was very expensive. Kim Yu-young, Oh sorry, I am so excited. Kim Yoo-young scratched her head. Hajin Yeonhwa Guild's training ground. Even so, the number of people who can set foot in the secret training ground can be counted on one hand. If you're not curious about being here, that's even weirder. I thought there were less than 10 people, including the people involved in the construction, but maybe. Yihyun laughed as he recalled the boasts that Yuseong secretly shared in the past. Unbeknownst to her, she secretly enjoyed flaunting herself and the Yeonhwa Guild. Perhaps this was part of a strategy to keep Yihyun from paying attention to other guilds. So, Yihyun shook his head and lightly brushed away his thoughts. Our circle has just begun. I'll get Yeonhwa's support and honestly I'll be able to borrow the power of instructor Jeon Kim, the chairman of the board, but I can't go long that way. Well, that's for sure, Kim Yoo-young agreed. An Ho-yeon also nodded and crossed his arms. Anyway, Mills Academy is a strictly skill-oriented academy. It's not that you don't need connections, but if you lean too much on it, you'll get into trouble later. In the first place, I hate being judged for things other than my skills. Seo In-na also wrapped her arms around her and gave a helping hand. Yihyun was Ju Eok, Akue, but I'll be honest, your skills are not yet high enough to beat the top ranks of the senior year. Of course, he is gifted with natural talent, but he is still in the 1st to 5th place among freshmen. It is true that it is regrettable by the standards of current students. That's right. From now on, all the circle members will train together. You said before, how was I able to grow in such a short period of time? From now on, watch me and follow me, then you will know what to do. Oh, An Ho-yeon admired. Kim Yoo-young made a satisfied expression and burned her passion. Finally, Min Yi-hyun's secret notebook is revealed. To be honest, it was a bit embarrassing to be honest. Should I tell you? No. Kim Yoo-young immediately denied it and laughed bashfully. When I turned my head, Seo In-na's expression also hardened. It seems that they have not been satisfied with the speed of their growth lately. Well, since I'm next to you, it has to be. Of course, it is impossible for them to keep up with Yihyun's growth rate. In the first place, the system they used was different, and in Yihyun's case, he was constantly overcoming his limitations by gaining opportunities. It was embarrassing even compared to other cadets or raiders. Then Yihyun, what are you planning to teach me? Is there anything you can teach me, a martial artist? An Ho-yeon asked with anticipation. Yihyun tilted his head as if it was strange and replied, Huh, what do you mean? When did I say I was teaching you unilaterally? I will learn a lot from you too. Akue, do you have anything to learn from us? Kim Yoo-young and Seo In-na's reaction was worth watching. An Ho-yeon also didn't seem to understand right away. Isn't it a representation that is at least 4 or 5 times stronger than them? But what are you going to learn from them? However, whether he knew their feelings or not, Yihyun was just smiling. Then, training for the outdoor camp begins, and there, Senior Kwon So-yeol, please come in quickly. Don't hide there secretly. As a result, all members of the circle except for Lee Yi-sang, a non-combatant, and Seo Ah-hyun, a middle school student, gathered. It was the beginning of full circle training. Chapter 153 Hell Training Part 2 Knowing One's Inadequacies. There is no more important virtue than this for growth. Opportunities to know one's own limits and fill one's abilities are not easily given to raiders, and only those who properly understand them rise to high positions. It's a very simple truth, and there is not only one way to become strong, sometimes a shortcut is necessary. Yihyun was well aware of this. Kids are strong, but I'm too honest to look for easier ways. From now on, it is the time when proper tips are needed. There has to be someone around to lead. Whether studying or learning something else, honesty is a big help. However, what if there is a proper tip here? Of course, there will be opportunities for faster growth. Bloom. In the radar world, this rapid growth is called enlightenment, and it is said that those who have gone through this process and crossed their walls will face a time of reawakening later. Yihyun was thinking of advancing this period of awakening. Of course, as I said at the beginning, I didn't intend to give it to them either. In order to become stronger, he needed to absorb even the talents and knowledge of his comrades. It is a training that will be an important masterpiece for Yihyun's own growth. Also, there was one part where Yihyun felt he was lacking the most, as soon as, you want me to teach you a sword, Akue. I'm thinking of learning the sword soon. An Ho-yeon tilted his head as if he was quite surprised by Yihyun's words. No wonder, no matter how much Yihyun is a battle mage, isn't he a magician? Do you want to learn how to use a sword properly? What do you mean by that? I realized it a while ago during the midterm exam. It seems that I am not using the advantages of the battle mage properly. I don't know what weapon I'll be handling later. The sword is the most popular weapon and I thought I would use it a lot, so I wanted to learn it. In the previous match against Balak, Yihyun was lucky enough to win. What if you didn't have a skill like the shape of an overdrive magic tool? I would never have been able to defeat him without the help of all sorts of non-standard skills. Yihyun clearly realized this while sword-to-sword with an S-class martial arts fighter at the time. I'm still at a very immature level of swordsmanship. It was a simple story. Recently, Jaehyeon has focused on magic and has been deeply examining its roots. However, it was true that he had neglected the sword he was originally dealing with. From now on, it won't be possible with magic alone. I have to improve my skills now. There is a high possibility that the strong enemies you will have to deal with in the future will know all of Jaehyeon's weaknesses and strengths. That means Jaehyeon uses absolute arithmetic and focuses on magic. Not only that, but it also means that you know what kind of skills you have. You only use magic against enemies like this. It was obviously stupid. You must learn martial arts, and the beginning is swordsmanship. If you learn the sword, the range of battles in the future will be a little wider. As I was originally from the martial arts world, I also had a desire to learn the sword, so making the decision was not a big problem. For what reason can you help me? Jaehyeon explained this later and persuaded Hoyeon on. Hoyeon had more to gain than what he gave. Also, since Jaehyeon is his friend, he couldn't refuse. I was a little worried about the way he tried to wield a sword even though he had magic, which was his main specialty, but this was also Jaehyeon's choice. At times, Hoyeon believed in Jaehyeon more than himself. There was no reason not to help. There must be some deep meaning. Hoyeon looked at Jaehyeon with her eyes shining with a burdensome gaze, but Seo In-na's mouth suddenly opened. What are you going to learn from us? Seo In-na had a slightly puzzled expression. He wondered if he had anything to teach him. However, Jaehyeon smiled. First of all, I will learn about auxiliary skills and how to use them from Kim Yoo-young. For In-na, it's skill condensation and reaction, and learn about unique skills. My support skills are at the highest level in the academy. Kim Yoo-young crossed her arms triumphantly and said. However, Seo In-na's reaction was the exact opposite. Unique skill? Her eyes narrowed. Seo In-na shook her head as if it was strange. But you know, unique skills cannot be learned. Teaching me my Ulfheim sword is. No. What I want to learn is not the sword of Ulfheim, but the method of blooming the unique skill itself. I want to learn slowly. It's a unique skill. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow as he recalled what he had recently heard from Hela. At that time, Jaehyeon asked her how to use the Shinhwa-class skill to the point of bothering her, and Hela gave a hint as if she couldn't do it. You need to break your limits. Limits? Yes, to put it simply. It means that you need to establish your own skills before dealing with mythical skills. It was an unexpected development. You need to unlock a unique skill to deal with a mythical skill. Each human has a latent special attribute mana. You have it too, but until now you have borrowed the power of others and have not listened to your own. If you use a mythic level skill without unlocking it, your body as well as your ego will be consumed by the power. In order to protect my ego and to handle the power of a mythic level skill, I need to unlock a unique skill. It means you do. Jaehyeon sighed and scratched his head. No, but that's. It's not like I want to bloom so my unique skills don't just appear right. Now I have no choice but to repeat the training. I don't know, what about that? What does that mean? I'll open the way a little easier. Thank you. At that moment, the system window was activated with a refreshing tone that hadn't been heard in a while. Main quest. Unlock unique skills. The adversary was unaware of his incompetence and recklessly copied mythical skills, incurring the wrath of the great and great god Hela. Find the opening condition of your unique skill to overcome the limit and manifest it. Condition, unique skill opening difficulty S+ reward, unlock unique skills. It's not that Jaehyeon didn't think about it. Passed. Even before returning, Jaehyeon admired those with unique skills. Lee Yishin, Korea's first S-class raider, and Yu Seongyun, the head of the Yeonhwa Guild. In addition to this, Camilla, who uses the Breath of Balak Mana, who uses the unique skill called the Garden of Swords, etc. Many S-class raiders in the world have their own unique skills. In fact, the difference between Class A and Class S is the skill level more than stats, and here, having and not having one's own skills was the difference between heaven and earth. I want to unlock my unique skills somehow. And that too very soon. Kim Yoo-young was furious at Jaehyeon's words after waking up from her thoughts. Hey, our unique skills unlock so easily, it's not something anyone can have. Well, of course you're not in anyone's category. Kim Yoo-young strangely blurted out her words. Even in her own opinion, it was because Jaehyeon was far beyond the level of a cadet she thought of. Jaehyeon nodded silently. It is not without possibility. Other than the raiders who were naturally gifted with skills, all of them acquired their own skills. Neither me nor all of you here are impossible, so I want you to let me know. Or did you unlock your unique skills autistically? Can you tell us more about the situation at the time or the feeling of using the skill? Jaehyeon was almost certain. According to Hela, the manifestation of acquired unique skills is not a coincidence. Only when certain conditions are met can the potential hidden within oneself be unlocked. Also, the skills that Jaehyeon will soon reveal will have a close relationship with the use of mythical skills. Unique skill, it is difficult to open it arbitrarily. You're not saying you can't. Yeonhwa Guild's office. Yu Seongyun is talking with Jaehyeon. Of course, the purpose is to open the unique skill of the radar, which has recently attracted attention. Following Hela's advice, Jaehyeon was looking for a way to unlock his unique skill before using a mythical skill. Visiting Yu Seong-yoon, his teacher and S-class raider, is a natural step in a way. Thor's skills. I need my own skills to handle mythical skills, including the power of the thunder god. I have to do it somehow. Jaehyeon came here for the safety of his family, Sion Hwa Lee, and his colleagues. It won't help much in my case, it must have been a sudden opening. Yu Seong-yoon scratched his cheek as if embarrassed. Well, that was all she could do, because the teacher awakened his ability by chance. Has it been almost 10 years? In my case, I accidentally woke up on the bus going home from high school. I clearly remember the incident at the time because it was so shocking, but at that time, a gate exploded in the middle of the road and dozens of people died in guest rooms. Please explain in more detail. Okay. Well, at that time, people were dying and the bus stopped because of the monsters. Totally upset. People are screaming and terrified and hugging each other. But you know what the biggest problem was? When Jaehyeon shrugged, Yusung smiled and added, "It means no one came forward. Well, what will ordinary citizens do? The demon beast came out and was about to die, but then a girl collapsed in front of me and was crying. In front of the child, the witch's mouth was wide open. When I saw it, my heart suddenly started pounding. You can't stand still like this." The thought came to my mind clearly. Yusung wrapped his arms around my shoulders with a slightly sad face. So I went. I was still young at the time and didn't know anything. I hated adults and was intoxicated with myself for being an awakener, that you have to move, you can't be the same person as those people who don't move. So it moved. Yu Seong-yoon said so. Jaehyeon nodded. It's a teacher-like behavior. However, the words that followed explained why her voice was shaking now. As a result, I couldn't save him. The monster's attack was faster and I was an awakener at the time, but I was too weak. At that time, after the girl got hit, I became the monster's next target. No wonder. After that, while dealing with monsters, I awakened sacrifice right before I died. And fortunately, I was able to kill the undead monster in front of me and save the injured person. But Jaehyeon listened to Yu Seong-jun's voice. A sad voice follows from her mouth. I wasn't happy at all then, no. Healers remember people who died because they couldn't save longer than people they saved. Yu Seong-yun's words had bones. Jaehyeon briefly recalled his past memories. The day I dealt with the Dark Elves during the guild experience. Jaehyeon blamed himself. If I had come to save them a little sooner, I could have saved them all. At that time, Yu Seong-yun patted Jaehyeon on the shoulder and said that, when a healer is the happiest, when you don't have to heal. The moment you don't have to see blood. At that moment, Yu Seong-yun told her of her will as a healer. It must have been a difficult story. Thank you, it helped in many ways. No. What this much? It's already been 10 years, so it's not particularly difficult. I always feel it, but I'm not good at lying. Jaehyeon looked at her face, feeling a sense of sadness. I see. The disciple will not be defeated. Yusung smiled faintly. Jaehyeon stood up from his seat and said, I don't know yet, I'll find out more, thank you for your time. After Jaehyeon ignored it, he packed his things. I still couldn't figure it out clearly. Activation conditions for unique skills. The next person to visit for this has been decided, or after all, he must know something. Jaehyeon made up his mind. Asking Seo Ina about when to awaken her unique skill, because this is a very risky move. If I remember correctly, when Seo Ina awakened her unique skill, when your family member dies. It was also when I witnessed the death of someone I hated. Belt ring. Your information has been verified. Cadet Seo Ina, I'm going out. Ha, Seo Ina sighs with a disturbed face as she leaves the hotel room. It was because of what Jaehyeon said yesterday. Please, tell me the story of when you awakened your unique skills. Jaehyeon's request, this was too difficult for her own past. A fragment of why he had to break himself and move forward. Showing this to others was similar to showing off a naked body. Even if you don't, it's a situation that's a little bit of, but I couldn't help but listen. Considering what Jaehyeon has done for me so far, I really want to do this request somehow. Recently, Seo Ina has been noticing subtle changes in Jaehyeon. For example, the sleeves of Jaehyeon on the day of the meat party in the past. The dark-stained sleeves indicated that he had shed tears and was experiencing a rapid change of heart, she thought. Why did Jaehyeon, who hadn't even been shaken once, cry? Also, is the reason he seems impatient lately is his own delusion. Like a person who is about to do something big, Jaehyeon is working on an excessive schedule these days. No matter what, let's tell my story today. If that helps, and I want to hear what Jaehyeon is having a hard time with. The corners of Seo Ina's mouth rose slightly as she thought of Jaehyeon. Little by little, she felt herself changing. Why is it also because of the reproduction? Seo Ina thought so and moved toward the meeting place. The current time is 2:50 p.m. It was a little later than expected, but I was still relaxed. I can arrive early, always make an appointment 10 minutes early, that was Seo Ina's credo.